Welcome, everyone. It's the Big East Esports broadcast live from Butler University. I'm Superman, joined here by Alex in the studio here, and we have a LAN event to make everything come together here this spring. I can't be more excited to be doing this here with you and the whole crew behind us.
Yeah, this is incredible. Like, I've been looking forward to this event so long, and I can reach out, I can touch you. Yeah,
we can high five.
Yeah, we're still like you're usually just two squares just looking at each other in like a Discord call.
Yep.
And now we're just, this is awesome. I'm so happy to see we got 4 great teams from the Big East. It's been a long season. I'm so excited to finally see these teams come together and put on a great show for us today. We have a really killer bracket, 4 great teams. I'm super excited.
Yeah, and to kick things off, we're starting on the lower bracket of, we do have a double elimination bracket, which is all the more exciting. May the best team win. We're kicking things off today with a best of 3 between Seton Hall, your reigning champions, and your hosts, Butler University. I couldn't be more excited to see either of these teams advance through that bracket. You know, you always want to root for the home team that's hosting this beautiful event. Yeah. And then, of course, Seton Hall, the reigning champions, you want to see them win back to back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really upsetting match, honestly, to start things off right there in the lower bracket. They got one chance, they got one opportunity. I'm not gonna go through the whole song, but yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a tough match to see, just for us, because I think we're like, oh no, we don't want to see them go. Come on,
no,
give them one more. Come on, give them one more.
Yes, I mean, I would love to see any of these teams run the bracket. It's a great story possible, but we're about to step to the stage to kick things off. We've got Butler Mac, our hometown hero, ready to introduce you guys to the teams on stage. Let's send it his way.
All right, so we're gonna have Butler come through first. Leading the crowd is Nat Dog, the support, followed by Camille, and then the mid laner Levi, the jungler Kim, and the top laner Newtley. Give a round of applause. All right, and their challengers. And their challengers are going to be Seton Hall. In the top lane, Mr. Flurber Burbler. In the jungle, King Calm. In the mid lane, Ulac Style. In the AD carry, the one and only Crop. At support, we have Volmy. And we have Coach Prism. Give it a hand for Seton Hall.
Welcome back. We are here ready for the action to start out. We're just moments away from the draft, and I mean, this meta over the last split has been very interesting, especially with these two teams. We got some roster swaps that will happen between both Butler and Seton Hall, and in terms of the picks that come through for the draft, we almost never know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty interesting draft for sure. I mean, we have to be cognizant of the fact that, like, this is the Milio patch, but we're not going to be seeing Milio this tournament. And I talked to a lot of the players beforehand, and they're just like, oh no, thank God he's not enabled. This guy is like busted. But that still means that this still means Alistar is still a very strong pick, has been receiving a lot of buffs. A lot of melee champions in the support role as well have been receiving a bunch of buffs as well. So there's going to be a lot of interesting play here. I mean, we got the nerfed a post-rework Aurelion Sol as well.
Available.
Yeah, still available as well. I still think he's pretty good. I don't think he's like completely curtailed, right? But he's definitely not like an auto lock.
Yeah, the difficulty with Aurelion Sol is, unlike maybe Annie or some of these other champions that also have been high priority through mid lane, is you need to scale, right? You got that Roa, the Seraphs, those have to be built up over time. There's no way to accelerate that other than a little bit of gold early, lock it in, and then it still is the time to build up the Rod of Ages. So you always have to have a scaling plan, and if you don't have that from other roles, especially the jungle, to set your tempo and slow things down if the other team gets a lead, you got to be prepared to draw that game out. And what's been interesting to me about the last years worth of meta is I feel like towers are just so strong.
Yeah.
Plate gold getting buffed more and more. This tier 2s being worth so much local gold. It's like Herald is worth 10 times as much as any of those early Drakes. I almost feel like we never see a soul anymore.
Yeah, it's just really tough. Like, I think I agree with you. I feel like a lot of the times, especially in the most recent games that we saw in the Big East, like, we haven't really seen folks go for those Dragon Souls. We've seen people go for those early Drakes, right? Those first 2 ones that kind of set the pace of the game, really, that give you those extra bonuses and kind of force the opponent to, and that's exactly the big thing, too, because once you get those first 2 Drakes, it's not really that you have the 2 Drakes and you're really close to Soul. What's the bigger thing is that now the opponent has to put more priority on those dragons because they're like, hey, the opponent has 2 dragons, they're halfway there, we can't let them have this 3rd one, right? That soul point, that's really big. And so now you can just be like, oh yeah, you guys can have that 1 dragon, that's fine, we're gonna go get Baron.
Yes, that's the difficulty. And like you said, it's kind of that bait tactic, especially for teams that draft for the early game. They want to be able to take that first Drake, not because they care so much about stacking for soul, but it's that bait and check with your opponent. It's like, hey, we're up maybe 1,000, 1,500 gold. If it's on your carry, especially, you say, yes, please, come into the river, come fight us, give us the opportunity to build that momentum even further. It's not so much about the Drake itself, it's the fight that could follow.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams that we've seen on the Big East tend to try to win through the bot lane as well. So there's a lot of very strong attention on this bottom half of the map. A lot of times, like mid, it's weird because you watch Big East and you're like, why is mid lane the island? Like we never see
so many good players.
Yeah, there's so, but it's like, it's not like the players are bad, right? Like Ihueco, Levi, like all of them here, they're great. It's like, but you know, mid lane just ends up being a farm fest of 2 like very powerful like late game scaling champions,
like Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, like Aurelion Sol. We get the Syndra as well. This is like a lot of stuff that like it's just like well, you know, mid lane's doing something. You know, just leave them be. They'll be fine. They got this. They'll be fine. Mid game, we'll see them. But yeah, that's the big thing here for sure. I mean, we'll be definitely looking at this bottom half of the map. We'll be taking a look at the top half a little bit as well, because that's another key factor as well. And I think that's really important for DePaul as well. When we see DePaul on stage later, that's going to be one of the things to keep our eyes on, because the top lane is what's going to be enabling some of their AD carries, especially in the mid lane, especially in the mid game, especially with how much they want to win through these AD carries. Having that top laner be a very solid wall and enabling space for your AD carry to kind of move around, that's really big.
It is. And so when we talk about this series, right, we got Seton Hall versus Butler, best of 3, your first game out the gate, what do you want to see from these teams that will play to their strengths?
That's a toughie here. I mean, it does look, I think, based on this draft that I'm already kind of taking a look at here, kind of got my private eye on this sneak preview. I'm already kind of getting like a good idea of what we're looking at here. And I'm already pretty impressed, and I think this is about what we've come to feel for these types of teams right here. A lot of powerful picks as well. I won't spoil anything just yet. I know you guys love looking at our lovely faces. I know, but yeah, I mean, this is about what I expected from these teams so far, and I think this is a good place. A lot of this is like, okay, this is some meta stuff. These are some comfort picks. This is what I've been expecting. So far.
And we'll get into particulars when we get the draft on screen. But from a high level, even if we couldn't see a little bit of this draft, I think it's important to note Volmy will actually be in for the support role for Seton Hall. They do a lot of these roster swaps, generally dependent. I spoke with the coach Prism earlier about how they generally craft what team members they will bring to the stage depending on what team they're playing against. It's not obviously all of their players are very talented and can play a variety of champions. They have champion oceans, really. We've seen, I mean, especially Crop. I mean, nobody else switches out for AD carry, but especially Crop. I always want to see him on the Caitlyn or the Lucian Nami, but it seems he plays everything. So you never know what to expect, but importantly, with Volmy here, we do know that kind of tells your opponent, we're going for the engage, we're going for the all-in, because he loves those tanks engage supports. Yeah,
we've seen Volmy on lots of tank supports that we've seen in the past, and that's kind of the dichotomy that Seton Hall has put together here with the difference between playing Volmy and playing Rose Dreams. Rose Dreams will play Lulu, we'll play Janna, we've seen them on Soraka as well, and there we go. We've got the draft finally up for y'all to see. I believe so. And so this is exactly Valmy right there on the Nautilus. This is a pretty strong, heavy engage comp that they've put together here. It's great. I love this team composition. Not a single person on this team doesn't have a go button.
Right, even Xayah to some extent can gale force forward, reposition, and shift herself to be aggressive with that positioning. I love the Jarvan pick for Seton Hall. It's an aggressive early game jungler, but for the side of the hometown heroes here at Butler University, the Nocturne, I love that, especially if you can get a wonderful flank from that Rakan through Fog of War, which becomes anywhere with their Nocturne turning out the lights. You can get a lot of excitement in those mid-game team fights. We talked about the Dragon fights being kind of that gut check for both of these teams. They both have plenty of, like you said, go buttons to be able to do that at that first Dragon fight, or probably more likely, if you're with me on this, Herald early on.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have some pretty good ways to take Herald pretty early. I think I'd give the advantage probably to Butler with their composition that they've put together here. Their comp is probably a little bit better for taking that Herald, just because their top half of the map is a little bit more attack speed focused. Usually that's better for taking those neutral objectives rather than burst damage. Obviously you're like, oh, but Cassiopeia doesn't have a lot of attack speed. Her Qs are attack speed. Her Qs are attack speed.
Melts
Let's not get it
those
twisted.
objectives.
Yeah. And so this is a team that you could look at Butler and just be like, hey, like, you know, maybe we don't want to go for these early kind of dragons. Maybe we want to look for these Rift Heralds, and that is definitely a way to victory. We've seen teams in the past just kind of completely ignore Dragon in its entirety. We've seen this a lot from DePaul. DePaul does this too. They put heavy emphasis onto taking those turrets, right? Sometimes you'd be like, oh man, we just got Dragon Soul. We're so good. We're going to beat DePaul. And then DePaul's just like, yeah, you don't have any turrets. I don't know. I don't know if y'all knew, but you like this how you defend your Nexus. But like that's definitely a strategy to win. Like look for this top half of the map. Look for those Rift Heralds early. Get these early objectives. Get a nice the local gold from the plates, the AoE gold from taking the turrets. Definitely a really good strategy to go for if they're going for it, right? This is just kind of speculation at this point.
But the structures, they are the name of the game, as you described. The dragons, they're helpful. The heralds are helpful. All these things are helpful, but the objective are the structures and eventually that nexus. And for both these teams that are kicking the day off, they have to take down 8 Nexuses to take that trophy we see behind us. That's a tall order. 8 Nexuses in one day. Is it Nexi? Am I saying that? Never really quite know. But plenty of a mountain to climb laid out before them.
Yeah, and these two teams, I mean, they've got their work cut out for them. They're starting in the lower bracket here, and every single game is do or die, right? Like it's you really have to like really give your A game 100% of the time for these teams, because in this double elimination bracket, they're starting a foot behind, right? They are in the lower bracket, right, to start, right? So the team who loses here out of the tournament, right? And even if they progress forward, that is still in the back of their minds. They don't have a safety net like the first two teams do.
And that is the terror, right?
Yeah.
You came all this way, and you've got that thirst, that hunger for victory, and there is a world wherein you do that bracket run, you make it all the way to the grand finals, and you take home the trophy against all odds. I'd love to see that. I love those types of stories. But you're going to have to take down the likes of DePaul, the likes of St. John's, where St. John's has been running this split. They're nigh are they still undefeated?
I think so.
Yeah,
not in games,
right,
not in games, but definitely in matches,
And that means they are the powerhouse, the favorites to win. And so either of these two teams on the bottom bracket right now, Butler and Seton Hall, they're gonna have to play from here and just continue, pedal to the metal, pace themselves to 8 Nexuses and potentially up to 12 games if they all go to 3. That is a lot of work for these young athletes.
Yeah, I mean, I can even think about like playing like just a couple of games of League of Legends is just like exhausting for me. I know then we can get to like the psychology of these games. Right. This is when it actually starts to matter, right? Not only are we going into these high numbers of games, we're now also we're also on stage. You know, this is a first time for a lot of these players too.
Yeah, early on, before we went live, I had a conversation with the Seton Hall group as they entered the arena here, and I said, like, is this your first time playing on stage? I know that they have their beautiful practice facility back home in New Jersey, but are they used to playing with this high-energy arena? We've got a live audience here to cheer on these teams, excited to see their favorite teams play, and that's a different atmosphere than you may be used to. And again, they're going against the hometown heroes, Butler. This is their esports park here in Indianapolis, so they are comfortable. They practice 10 feet away from the stage they're on right now, so they have that extra oomph, that advantage, and of course, the hometown heroes.
Yeah, and y'all can't see it, but there's a window on the other side. We're watching people as they like slowly filter in as they're getting into this stage as well. So this is more people showing up. This might be, it's just doubly, it's the pressure. It's a new environment. It's not online. You're seeing your opponents face to face. There's the crowd there as well. And, like you said, like there's 8 Nexuses. There's a possibility of like 14 games, I think you said, that like this could just be an incredibly exhausting series for a team like Butler or Seton Hall that already have to start on a back foot and probably already a high stress environment as well.
Yes, and that is all the more reward if you reign victorious here today. We're in this beautiful esports park here at Butler University here in Indianapolis, and this is the culmination of the last 6 months plus of play. And when you're here, you're live, it's all got to be on the table, ready to play, and I couldn't be more excited for action to begin and load onto the Rift for this first game, and it's a best of 3. So what I like about best of series, whether it's 3 or 5, is it gives you that first game opportunity to either heat check, bring out your best stuff, and feel really strong out the gate and be like, you can't beat this. This is our dozens per week scrimmage practiced strategy. Good luck. Unbeatable. Or you can try something weird. Throw a curveball. See if you can get that free cheese win that will snowball you into then game 2, close it out, shut that iron door, and set yourself up for success for the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is really looking really good. I mean, there's also like another meta game on top of this too, because a lot of, like you said, I think you just spoken earlier when you were speaking with Seton Hall, that they were just like, oh, we're not really gonna divulge everything just yet.
No, they would. Yeah. They kept it close to the chest. I was speaking with Prism, and he even had his notebook there, and he folded his arms over it. He was like, listen, you're asking a lot of questions. I can't divulge my secrets.
Yeah, you're asking a little too many questions here, guy. Why don't you skedaddle over there and I'll tell you something else, okay? Why don't you?
So yeah, this is definitely like when League of Legends casters even talk about worlds, even the meta evolves there. Like a lot of teams won't show things right off the bat. It's until like one team shows like, oh yeah, we think this is broken, and then they show their hand, and then it turns out that it is broken, and then suddenly all the teams at Worlds are suddenly like, oh my gosh, right? And like this might happen today, right? Like this might happen today. Maybe like Butler and Seton Hall have something that they've like kept close to their chest, and that they're whipping out game 3, and then suddenly like DePaul and St. John's have to be like, oh shoot, we didn't prepare for that. What are we doing? And that's going to be something interesting to see as well. Not only are we playing the game of League of Legends, it's going to be a long day, lots of games. We're also playing like, what strategies are we doing?
And will it be different from what we've seen online over the last weeks, right? Like, it's really exciting to see how that strategy can shift in the LAN arena, and even with the meta shifting, as it has been such a wide breadth of champions are absolutely playable in the current meta state, and especially if you're a team like Seton Hall who have a flexibility of their roster to play to those strengths, it can be all the more exciting. And I mean, this is what esports is all about. Everybody coming together, meeting in person, like you said. You have to look your opponents in the face and say, I've got you now. I'm excited to take you down here on stage, shake hands after the match, and say, man, what a great match. Yeah,
and I'm definitely excited. Here we are. We're getting into game number 1. We might even see a level 1.
Okay, in the top lane, it's gonna be Newtly. Oh, it's the level 1.
It's the level 1.
There's no better way to start out the day than get that first blood, and now the jitters. I mean, what is that? Will Newtly feel worried about how that starts the game, he held on to his flash. He held on to everything. He didn't, blow those summoners, and that can show you kind of that mental acuity for a top laner to be like, okay, I don't have the pre-game jitters. I'm not worried.
Yeah.
It's just unlucky that we weren't to that brush first.
Yeah.
And what does it really change? Jarvan with a long sword, will that really change the outcome? Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. So this, I mean, that was really good for Newtly. That is the best possible outcome you can have in that situation, right? If you are the top laner in that case, if you're anyone in that case, if you don't blow your flash and just be like, okay, they got me, then that's great. That means that Jarvan can't just re-gank you top lane, because that's the worst. for them. That is the worst thing that can happen, especially considering where King Calm is starting right now. We can see King Calm starting in this bottom half of the map. That means he's going to be naturally pathing his way up towards this top half of the map, which means we're probably going to see a re-gank onto Newtly here, but the problem is Newtly has his flash, right?
He does, and it's all on vision. We had some really, when they saw that invade top lane, first blood goes down, it was all on Butler. They said, okay, unlucky, but we got vision on the Jarvan, so we know where he's pathing. Even if you didn't have the word, he passes straight through mid lane there. So we'll see if he goes super aggressive, buff to buff, into top lane like you said it was a possibility, or will we see more action as Nocturne approaches as well?
Yeah, and this is also a really good move from Butler as well. They're playing pretty defensive here, and I think that's a good move. Volmy and Grop were getting a very early level 2. Now Dog spending that W in order to get back to safety here. Very, very good. Grop and Volmy have more power in these early levels than Jinx and Rakan do. So making sure that they don't die early to these level 2s means that they're making sure that the gold is still stemming the bleeding, should I say. 500 gold at this stage of the game is pretty big. And assists went on to every member of Seton Hall here. I don't think everyone cashed it in, but it is still a decent chunk of gold in their pockets that could accelerate their first backs a little bit. It's not a huge amount of gold, but it is just a little bit faster for their first backs.
It is, and that can set that tempo, right? You can see Crop and Volmy, they're able to shove in Carthago and NatDog. That could give them either the option of a cheater recall or continue, as they are, to play aggressively up to the turret and maybe continue to chip on that turret. But top lane, we got action. Kim, Calm, they're fighting over this. And Newtly, he still has his flash, forces King Calm off of that top side, and more action. Ulac Style, Levi, they're on their comfort picks. Grounded is Ulac Style, and they'll do a little bit of a trade back and forth, but honestly, Electrocute kind of comes out big there.
Yeah, and this is pretty big. I think Newtly coming back and saying like, hey, that was a nice level 1. Would be a shame if you lost your flash. And that's exactly what happened there. Newtly coming back for revenge, going to be able to pick up that flash for himself is a pretty big thing too, because Jarvan loves ganking from odd angles. He's kind of similar to Zac in that way, where you normally place wards, and you can kind of see them on your mini-map right now, a bounce in that river in the bot lane there. That river bush right there is a very popular place to put your wards, but Jarvan can sometimes use his flag and drag combo to get into these kind of weird situations that your wards that you normally place don't help you as much as they should.
Not as much, and I think that gank top lane was a little early from King Calm. This guy's so good at these early game junglers, but I think he pressed a little bit too quickly. You saw that Butler was doing a beautiful textbook job of stacking a wave to look for a potential dive on Newtly. And yeah, he's got the flash available, but you can force that flash and deny him potentially 2 waves if you're just patient about it. So King Calm maybe needs to calm a little bit if he's going to get extra out of this. But now he lost his flash, and that was really well played by Newtly.
Yeah, and this is also important as well. If you take a look at the minimap here, you see 2 arrows in that river. That means King Calm has double crabbed Kim here, so that's a pretty significant experience lead. He's going to be up a camp as well. He's a little bit behind in CS, but that's only because he didn't get his own prugs. So this is actually looking pretty good for King Calm so far. I would actually go so far as to say I actually kind of like that early play from King Calm.
Okay.
Because he went in, he didn't expressly gank. He wasn't looking for a gank on a Newtly. He was looking to fight Kim, right? And he definitely has an advantage over Kim. He has that long sword, right? Kim only recently picked up that long sword after that first back here. So this is that. I think that play was pretty good. But now, we really got to watch Burbler, because Newtly does not fear this turret.
Oh, not at all. He gets the stun. One more auto attack might have done it, and the flash forward from Kim. Really nicely played. It was the opposite of what we saw before. This time, Newtly stacks the wave, brings it in, calls Kim up, and because the Nocturne had the flash, because Newtly had flash, they can expend those spells and get a kill. What would have been first blood if not for the level 1.
Yeah, and this is doing, I think Seton Hall has a really good answer here. I don't think they really have had eyes on Kim, but the second that they saw Kim up in the top lane, they were like, hey, let's just grab this dragon. It's going to be the easiest thing to pick up here. We've got vision control, we've got wave control in the bot lane, and that's an easy reset for the bot lane as well. They had a wave shoving into the turret. We see the reset now from Butler as well, so this is now a pretty good reset for both here. I'll be interested to see what the first backs here are for Carthago and NatDog here.
Yeah, and Levi especially. I see he's already been able to return with teleport in hand, Catalyst plus tier. Cassiopeia's never leaving mid lane, unless she wants to. Levi, on this comfort pick, is going to be able to control the tempo through mid lane, cannot get bullied out, even with the Electrocute being a much stronger early game keystone. You can see Ulac Styles doing just fine. It's not about a mismatch in mid lane, it's that the tempo here is really there for Levi to have prio, and you can see the alt chat, he pinged, I want to go for that Herald as soon as it spawns, and they'll have that pressure from Levi having prio in mid.
Yeah, and that's a big thing to take a look. Like this Catalyst, you know, the Rod of Ages item coming back, I mean, that's the biggest thing right there. It allows some of these mages who normally build this Tier of the Goddess to really stay in lane for a very, very long time. They can spam spells, they're constantly getting more mana back from the tier.
And health.
Yeah, and health. And, you know, that Rod of Ages is just going to further power that Seraph's Embrace as well. And not to mention, like, the Seraph's Embrace change of giving you that lifeline shield based on your mana is also huge with Rod of Ages as well. You just have so much survivability, and like you said, usually like Electrocute, very, very good on Cassiopeia, very good early thing, but God, Conqueror is so good with the Rod of Ages from Seraph's Embrace. Yeah,
and
so
you
good.
can buy that time. You mentioned the Seraph shield that will eventually come out, especially against how much incredible dive they have. But we're going to hold that thought. Beautiful sidestep from Levi. He's got flash. He'll get over the wall. 3 mid, though. You've got no chance. Levi is stuck in the Cataclysm. Kill credit is unfortunately going to go to Volmi with that Ignite. And, I mean, that's still a good pickup. Now, they have the tempo. They can decide if they're going to immediately recall by and go to that Herald, or if they just want to slow and steady wins the race, get some plate damage here.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going for the plate damage here. They don't really have as much prio into the top lane. We can kind of see here, Ulac Style might be in some trouble in a little bit here, but there's a teleport coming mid, and there's a Jax too. There's a Nocturne.
Nowhere to go, no flash. Feared into the stun. A beautiful combination of crowd control, and then you see immediate communication on stage here at the LAN. They say, Herald's ours. There's nothing you can do, because there's no TP either for Ulac Style to come back and hold mid in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that's another big thing too, these tracking of these summoner spells, because now after those resets, King Calm is the only person there, or was the only person there to even try and stop it, but that's a 50-50 I don't think you want to take. I don't even think it's a 50-50, right? I mean, it might be a 50-50 when it comes to a smite fight, but a 1v3 going into there trying to smite fight, steal away the Rift Herald, come on, this isn't Bronze League, come on.
Not a chance, right? And I like that the local gold, the kill gold, is going to go to Kim. When you play Nocturne, you need to be accelerated.
Yeah.
You need to hit level 6 first. You need to use it immediately off cooldown like they did in mid lane. This is textbook execution from Butler with this champion. Otherwise, he's a solo dive champion. They don't have a Shen to stand in there. They don't have these other abilities to make sure that he's tanky when he goes in. So he needs to be ahead of the game curve with levels and items to be able to actually solo threat that back line. But Xayah is really hard to actually do that to.
Yeah, it's going to be, and Crop is holding on to that cleanse as well. And you know, to think about it, like we were talking about before this game, how kind of like mid lane, how we see it is kind of weird in Big East. It's kind of an island. Like we don't really see a whole lot of action here. But we've seen actually quite a lot of action between Levi and Ulac Style. Volmi and Crop, Butler, NatDog and Carthago, we haven't seen them. They've just been like, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, hey, that's a nice, you got a machine gun? That's cool. I just kind of throw feathers around. I don't know where I keep getting them from. I think I plucked them off of me, not unsure.
Ow, that sounds painful, actually. But
where else does she get her feathers from?
That is a very good question that I think it would be scary to answer. But so far, you can see a small CS advantage for Crop and Volmi because, like you described, there hasn't been a lot of action down there, and just Xayah is so much faster at that wave clear, doesn't have to expend a lot of mana like Carthago on Jinx would have to answer that kind of push pressure, and 2 plates to boot. That's something that's not reflected in the CS score, is now you're up about 20 CS on this Xayah, plus a couple plates, of course shared with Volmi for the most part. So coming into what could be this next dragon fight, the second of the game, I think Zaya's a little bit ahead of that curve and definitely is strong with those summoner spells like you described. And they're going to start it up.
Yeah.
Hold that thought, Nat Dog. He's going to go in, gets a charm on too. Kim, he gets the fear. Can't be answered by Volmy. He'll be the first. Jinx gets excited. Heal to make sure she stays in range. But the turnaround from Calm and Ulek Style, they go in. Kim flashes away, taken down by the Jarvan. Carthago, he feels pretty safe. He's got the stacked up auto attacks, but the dive from Ulek Style is going to take him down. It's 6-3 kill score, and they'll turn their sights back onto the Dragon. Crop able to come out huge with the DPS.
Yeah, this was a really big team fight for Seton Hall here, and this was kind of what I wanted to talk about it really here. But
yeah,
like, even though the CS numbers is ahead for Xayah, they haven't really cashed it in yet. They're kind of the Jinx and Xayah in that fight equal footing, right? But Crop uses everything, and no matter how hard you were able to dive on this Xayah, perfectly safe.
Yeah.
And that's why when you a lot of times when people prep for these types of objectives, the first thing that they do is like, okay, who has summoner spells? What can we do to win this team fight, right? And because we haven't seen a whole lot of action in that bot lane, because Crop hasn't been pressured, he didn't need to use those summoner spells, he didn't need to use that ultimate, and by the time that fight happened, they tried to dive on top of Crop. Crop immediately responds with all of his resources, and they're able to get that drag here. Now, Infernal Drake, soul of the map, really big one.
Yeah, especially because there's so many dive champions here. When you break apart those walls, when you open up the map even more like this, there's all the more angles to engage. But I like the point you were making about how it's odd for the Big East to play through mid lane, and it's kind of felt like a little bit of strong side mid to top for Butler. They played beautifully around that first Nocturne ultimate. They snowballed that into that first Herald. I think they baited themselves, feeling really strong. They committed so much to be able to make that beautiful first play that they didn't have the resources to be able to play against what is the strong side for Seton Hall in bot lane. I think they should have given up that second Drake.
Yeah, it was definitely a commitment. I mean, I don't even know if I feel like at that point, like, you look at Carthago and you're just like, yeah, I mean, like, our Jinx is just about the same power as their Xayah. Like, let's go for the fight. And for the most part, like, they weren't behind. Like, Butler was still did pretty well in that team fight there.
It was close.
Yeah, it was pretty close. But close only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades, as they like to say. But it's just
That was an awkward Herald placement too. I wonder if that was a misclick with like trying to sweep or something, but they brought the Herald down here. It's gonna actually just get deleted by Crop, so no value out of that other than the kill gold they got from taking it in the first place. We got a little bit more time before the next objective will spawn, and that will be the second Herald of the game. I wonder if maybe Butler is licking their wounds and don't want to go for this, or if they will commit, because by that time, you see Levi, he's going to have a fully stacked tier, and his rod is now stacking. He wasn't really that involved in that first Dragon fight.
Yeah.
He was involved in what netted them the first Herald, so maybe playing around this Cassiopeia is really the name of the game right now. Cassiopeia plus the Nocturne ultimate.
Yeah, and this kind of also demonstrates something to us as well, as Seton Hall, you might want to look to end this game pretty quick. I mean,
Yeah.
you have an Ornn, and that's kind of some nice late game insurance, right? You get that extra 1,000 bit of gold from those ornaments, but that's a Rod of Ages, and that's going to be a Seraph's Embrace soon, and that's a Jinx, and that's a Jax. Like, there's a lot of late game scaling on Butler here. If they can continue to hold on to this game, continue to kind of stem the bleeding from these fights, this is probably going to be a game that Butler will be able to turn around if Seton Hall is not careful.
Absolutely, and there's a difficulty. Hold on that thought. We're going to get an engage here from Kim, but Ulek Style was waiting in the wings, gets the double fear. Ornn will be the first to fall, but resets for Ulek Style. Going to get 2 for 1. Teleport coming in, and that's going to be a little bit awkward for Levi. He gets the double stun to create space, and he'll be okay, but he burns his flash and teleport. Honestly, Ulek Style MVP of that play.
Yeah, that was really good. It kind of demonstrates why I think Vex is really broken and is one of those characters that kind of flies on under the radar.
Yeah.
Her passive fear comes out faster than the animation of her W.
Really?
Right? Yes. So you will get feared before you see like the explosion go up.
Undodgeable.
It's really, and if she gets in there, like, you are really feared. I believe I have to check the summoners. Okay, he did not flash again, and he used his ultimate. But you know, that's an incredible play from Ulac Style there. The fear is so incredibly powerful. Was able to turn that fight around for them. They were able to go 1 for 2 at the end of the day, so Butler does get something out of it. But you know, that's a big win for Seton Hall here. Really, really good job by them.
Yeah, in earlier weeks, too, in this spring, we saw Ulac Style on this Vex pick do what we're seeing here today. Might even have to draw a ban in Game 2 because you could see he's so comfortable on this pick and the comms coming through to be able to communicate, hey, I think we saw the Nocturne clearing that ward top lane. They might look for Paranoia in this lane. I can turn things around. Just bait it. And they went for it, and they got a lot for it, including the Herald. And I'm watching to see, collecting 4 members bottom lane, is this where they break first turret with that Herald? Or do they hold on to it a little bit more to get damage through to, say, mid lane and open the map even more than Infernal Drake does?
I mean, honestly, I think you just pull the classic move of plop Shelly in a lane and then immediately walk to Dragon.
Yeah,
but
right mid lane.
Yeah, but I think they're just going for Dragon. I mean, they have a comfortable lead right now that, like, Butler can't really contest them right here, and this is good. Like 3 Dragon stacking at 16 minutes. I think this is like the fastest 3rd Dragon we've had in the Big East for like a while.
Yeah, we don't see this kind of Dragon stacking frequently, but it kind of just fell into Seton Hall's lap. Now, not to discount what they've earned for themselves. And speaking about how this game should progress from this point forward, you mentioned there's a little bit of a timer for Butler to kind of come online, and I think we would otherwise, if it weren't for the gold lead that Seton Hall has, we'd be approaching that time where Butler absolutely comes online, right? It doesn't matter about the Drakes, it doesn't matter about everything else. If gold was relatively even, Levi's getting his 2 items, Kim is going to hit level 11. Carthago finally is, an actual champion. Jinx kind of takes some time to come online, and especially now you got Jax on that split push, you can make plays in a 4-1 or a 1-3-1 that will force Seton Hall into some awkward positions where maybe they expend some of these engagement tools like Cataclysm, like Call of the Forge God, in the wrong moments that can be disengaged by the likes of Levi, by the likes of Carthago dropping the traps and saying, you're trying to do what? No, we're totally safe.
Yeah, but I think Butler just really needs to continue to stem the bleeding here because they're just not at that state yet here. And kind of the big thing illuminated here is Cassiopeia. Like she is, or Levi rather. Oh wait, never got Call the Forge God top lane.
Goes a little wide, but gets turned around nice by Fervor, and it looks like Butler was a little too slow to respond to this play. They use Herald to take down the turret from very high HP, and they're going to push for a second. This would be great. Remember, they did expend Cataclysm, Call the Forge God, and a lot of that damage to be able to take down Newtly, but that's just one member. They get the charge off of Shelly, but smartly, I think they're going to play this a little safer and slower. Oh, hold that thought, a hook. Beautiful from Volby to knock up Nat Dog. Kim on the backside gets the ult out of Zaya, who gets grounded, has to flash away. Levi's on 3. A lot of damage. Carthago putting out the DPS, force the flash from King Kong, who has to go over the wall. No more flashes to follow, and Crop does his best to stem the bleeding and take a few from mid lane. Ulac Style, he's just on the side lane. He says, I'll just get a lot of damage on the tier 2. He had teleport. I think maybe they did not expect that fight to be turned around like it did.
Yeah, that was a 1 for 2 that comes out in Seton Hall's favor, and Newtly might be able to find something else here. Ulac Style showed up, but...
Yeah, the fear not fast enough to save.
Is he still looking for it?
Yeah, I mean, why not? He's got his mythic, he's got a BF sword on top of it. He's ready to push, and remember, he's had local gold, 5 plates, and a full turret to himself. This Jax is a lot bigger than you'd think.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good amount of gold, and now it should be noted that that if you are seeing League of Legends for the first time, maybe you are, and you see those turrets are now highlighted on the map, that means objective bounties are available for Butler here. That does mean that they get a little bit extra gold when they get these neutral objectives here. That should be true for the Baron that's spawning up in about 20 seconds, and the Dragon that's going to be up in a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's a tiny baby bit right now just because that gold lead isn't cataclysmic, right? You can see Seton Hall's only up about 2,000 gold. Much of that lead is on this Jarvan, and so leading into the mid game, there will probably only be a brief period where those objective bounties are available, but it's a perfect time. You can see that mid lane turret in mid lane is getting quite low. If Levi or Carthago could just breathe on it, they'll get a little bit more of that global gold for their team.
Yeah, it should also be noted, and this one's the hardest to see because it's in the very bottom right corner of the mini-map. That's kind of like a timer for how much longer these objective bounties are about to be up, and I don't think Butler's going to be able to cash in on that mid lane turret Yeah, it looks like it's about to go out as we speak, but that's a Nocturnal.
There you go. You know, Xayah has to blow that ultimate every time Kim goes deep. They're going to get him underneath the turret. Beautiful shot from Nat Dog. That's 2 for nothing. And Baron, like you said, is on the table. The thing has turned completely around. Now Butler is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that was a really good dive by Kim there, and really unfortunate timing by Crop. You saw Crop immediately use the Featherstorm to try to avoid the fear from Nocturne there, but the second that Crop landed, he got feared, and that was huge. He doesn't have cleanse, he doesn't have flash available, and that was his only tool to keep himself alive. And with that, they now have 2 kills under their belt. They run immediately to Baron, and now the whole team's wearing purple.
Yeah, and who's going to answer Jax, right? We already talked about how he's got so much local gold from split pushing, was able to chase Crop down in the river and even threaten more in that side lane. It's going to look more and more like that for Newtly to just continue running this map. And we got Dragon spawning in just under a minute. It would be Soul for Seton Hall, but I don't know if you can really go for it. Might look for a smite fight 50-50, because at this point, the enemy team's wearing purple. They've got so much combat stats to deal with.
Yeah, but I think this is fine for Seton Hall right here. They have the first dibs on this area here, but now Volby, whole lot of trouble. There's call the Forge God.
Yeah, and they're going to take down the support before he can cast any spells. Kim on the back line once again. You can see there's no DPS left for the side of Seton Hall. They get a huge knockup though. Will it be a turnaround? King Kong on the back line gets one. Blubber taking as long as he can.
Look at Carthago.
He's just free hitting the whole fight. They take him down. Now they'll be able to deny Soul, and the ace coming through for Butler, your hometown heroes.
Yeah, this is a huge swing for the Bulldogs here. Absolutely incredible there. And Carthago is the MVP of that fight there. They put down the King Kong puts down the Cataclysm to try to defend his own team, but in so doing protects Carthago, who's on the other end of this terrain. He's now free to fire at this team who's now in this enclosed space. He fires out that Super Mega Death Rocket pretty early, but that's because everyone was inside that Cataclysm. You know, this is a season 2 meme of like, yeah, I'm Jarvan, I'm helping. That's exactly what was happening in the moment. Now, let's be clear, King Calm, I'm not trying to say that was a particularly bad play, but this just, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes the bad Cataclysm is the good Cataclysm, the one that I gotta take.
Well, and especially when you're 5-0 at that point, or 4-0 before the fight, you've got all these extra combat stats, all the damage, you think you can take him down, but it's been all quiet, right, in the bot lane. Carthago's never been threatened in these fights. He died once at the Dragon fight, but that's just kind of the snowbally effect of a team fight, and his flash has been up ever since. What are you going to do if she flashes out of the Cataclysm? Jinx just gets the free hit. You mentioned the Super Mega Death Rocket, just to chip people that much closer to death, to get excited, push further, and you can't outrun that Jinx.
Yeah, and so now we're looking, we were talking about this before. We were talking about the timer for Butler here, and
no fear on the passive just yet, which means the fear comes through from Kim, and before Vex could do anything, even flash, to take it down in the side lane. That's good acceleration here for Butler. In the top lane, they're going to TP. They want to take more of these structures like we talked about. That's the true objective. King Kong's here, will dodge out a little bit of the stun, gets the Cataclysm on 2, locks his team out. Crop does have flash, but can't get in there to DPS. Nat Dog gets the charm onto 2. Trying to look for a knock-up to buy time. Crop trying to 1v1 Carthago on the side, but here near the turret, Volmy, once again, he just gets taken down every fight. Nat Dog with the knock-up underneath the turret. There's nothing that the Pirates can do. Carthago gets another double kill for Levi. They take down the structure, and even though Baron will be going away here, they have full tempo, maybe even to crack the inhibitor.
Yeah, and even look at the bot lane too. Nocturne, he's split pushing for free down there. This is a huge swing. If we were talking about Butler winning that before and that being huge, this is even bigger. Now, Ulak style, it's just the 1-2 punch. Make it the double ace. Carthago picks up the inhibitor as well. This is absolutely insane. They get a full ace. They get 3 turrets. They get an inhibitor, and now they're pushing onto the mid turret. Why not? Just keep taking everything.
Right, and they've accelerated every step of the way. It's that tempo from Butler where they take a fight, they get an objective after. After that objective, if the other team tries to defend with less members, they're like, pull the trigger, dive them, go for it. I mean,
go.
Kim, oh my goodness, pulling the trigger on the side lane when he knows that they have Baron, knows that Ulak style can't 1v1. That was very good decision making by Butler's jungler, and what it did is Ulex Style seems to be the linchpin in the operation for Seton Hall's draft this game. If he's not there to fear everybody who's diving that backline and get those resets and be able to actually threaten the Jinx, I don't see the team fight there from Seton Hall, even when they were kind of ahead in gold. It's just so difficult to space out these fights and be able to buy time for Kim not to kill Crop. It's so difficult. So taking out Ulex Style, that seems to be the key to success for Butler, and they've done it 3 times now in a row.
Yeah, and I want to mention that last fight. I don't know if I particularly like the play from Crop there, who found out Carthago and then immediately left the fight to go 1v1 him. And, you know, Xayah isn't a bad 1v1 champion, but Jinx doesn't have a Runehound's Hurricane. Well, now she does, right? But before it was Infinity Edge, it was Kraken Slayer. That's a single target build, right? If you get full stacks of machine gun swapped to rocket launcher, you're doing a lot more damage than that Xayah in that situation. I feel like Crop just walking towards Carthago, making him walk away from the team fight, and then curving back towards your team might be giving your team just a little bit more damage because they have the most gold.
Yeah,
they have the most gold on their team.
To build off that point, I don't think Carthago could have walked through that choke anyway, right? Because it is a choke point. So if the idea for Crop there is to separate Carthago from the fight, that's already naturally occurring. You need to put the DPS for your team, but we'll see what happens with this next fight, because without Baron, it's a little bit harder for Butler to push. They have a relatively short-range composition. Jinx is really the only one that can hit from super range. But what they are doing well, Butler, is denying a lot of these jungle camps, pushing that vision. And now you can see it's completely dark up there at the Baron.
Yeah, and they're going for the Baron here. I think, though, Seton Hall's looking for a trade here, but I think they might be too early to the Dragon Pit. I think they might have made a wrong read on where Butler was going, and now, I think Butler might be walking into a death trap here. There's the Vexel. They're diving.
Ulex Style gets the fear there on the Levi, who flashes away, and there so Kim tries to go in huge from that dog. Gets 3 charges into the knockoff. King Kong's able to buy a little bit of time, but there's no more damage for the Pirates. Their ship is sunk. Mid lane is open. Game 1 gonna go the way of Butler.
Yeah, there's really no way to save this. They got 30-second death timers. Carthago's wearing purple, and he's one of the best champions to take down turrets. They've got Jax as well. There they go. They're just flexing with that that stopwatch there. They even have a super minion wave from the top lane. This is game number 1 going over to Butler here. What a well-played game from them start to finish.
Definitely earned as well. Seton Hall, they put up a beautiful fight early on, get that early lead, and Butler, they kept their wits about them the whole time and ended up getting the Nexus because they were so solid, playing to their strengths, and off the back, honestly, of paranoia, leading them through that early game, and boy, Nat Dog, the man, the myth, the legend, landing multi-man charms, the quickness into the Grand Entrance, so good. I have yet to see better Rakan play in the Big East so far, so that was a wonderful performance, and what a time to do it. Game 1. So what a way to start the day here, live, their hometown. Butler, what's next?
Yeah, I mean, this is already looking pretty good. I think Butler here has a very strong start to the series here. This is very, very good for them, and that's. Yeah, once again, I have to shout out to Nat Dog here. I love watching very good Rakan play, and there were so many times that the quickness was really, really good. It's kind of hard to see because it's like Rakan just throws himself into the middle of the team fight, and you try to look like, where'd he go? And you kind of like can't see him because there's like champions much bigger than him that he's running through, and you can kind of see like Charmed on like the top of their HP bar, but it's really tough to see what those charms were really, really huge and really pivotal to giving space to Carthago in those team fights. That was really the name of the game. Hey, we've got so many frontliners, we've got so many threats, we want to make sure Carthago has that consistent damage in order to continue going through here.
And the combo with Miasma as well, buying time for that DPS to come out. It's a beautiful draft too from Butler University. They had great answers. We're going to take a short break so the players can collect their wits about them before we go to game 2 of this best of 3. We'll see if Seton Hall can bring it back against the Bulldogs. Don't go anywhere.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time. Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Excited to be back here on broadcast for Game 2 of this best of 3. We're on the lower bracket. Butler, your hometown heroes, kicking things off, getting their first win in this series against the Pirates from Seton Hall.
Yeah, and it was a really good game, too. I mean, Seton Hall started off really strong. Right out the gate, they got first blood. They got a nice couple of early ganks into the jungle, right? They got some nice early pressure. They were stacking dragons really quick. I believe they were the first Rift Heralds, fairly certain.
Yeah, they got the second Rift Herald because they had a nice play off of mid. But yeah, I mean, the dragon stacking was probably the fastest we've seen this entire split from any team in Big East.
Yeah, and that was really, really good start from Seton Hall. It just seems like they weren't able to bring it over the finish line. It seems like Butler hit a point that they were like, hey, guess what? We have our items now. do. And now here we are. Yeah, we're in the draft. It's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm not seeing a ban on, say, Nat Dog's Rakan or ULAC Styles Vex, these big playmaking champions we saw in Game 1. It looks like we're doing a full run back of the same draft.
Yeah, it seems like Seton Hall really doesn't want to play against the Assassins that I'm assuming are from Kim here, because it's Elise, it's Talon, it's Kiana, right? These are 3 very strong picks. But, like, man, if you're just going to let Butler have the same comp as before, they're just going to run it back. Like, it seems like we're already through the first phase of picks, and this is looking exactly the same as game number 1. Jinx, Rakan bot lane, Zayav, Jarvan in the jungle in an AD carry role. Yeah, it's just odd.
Will we see the curveball here on pick number 3 for both teams? I would be okay with the run back, right? If the Pirates are going to bring us to a game 3, why not with the same tools they were confident to bring in game 1? This is a hover here for Kim. Okay, this is different, right? We had the Nocturne game 1 this time. It is Rek'Sai, but like you described about Jarvan, there's some champions in the jungle that have weird and unique gank paths, and definitely the Rek'Sai is one of those champions.
Yeah, for sure, and not to mention Rek'Sai does give you that tremor sense. I believe it's for your team as well. It's just really powerful. As long as Rek'Sai is burrowed, Rek'Sai, the champion, might not have as big of a line of sight, but her tremor sense allows to see moving targets around in a much larger area than anyone would normally be able to see. So that's a really nice tool for your team, especially when you're setting up like for death brushes, or even like trying to search around looking for this Jarvan in this jungle if Kim is looking to fight the Jarvan early. But it looks like we're getting a run back of this, basically the same comp from Seton Hall again.
And I love that confidence. That's important to see that coming through. Instead of the Nautilus, they're going to go for the Braum. That could be really good against these high auto-attack champions like the Jinx and the Rek'Sai. About that Rek'Sai, one more point I wanted to make is that Rek'Sai's really good as a counter-initiation champion as well. Yeah. If you can't find that flank for whatever reason, you can just sit on your carries, and then the likes of Jarvan become next to useless. Because, Jarvan will find their way onto Jinx, but the moment you do, you're knocked up. And, ooh, Levi, once again, locking in a champion we've seen him do before. That's really strong AoE and recently buffed.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to Levi. I think that's going to Noodly.
Okay then.
I think Levi is picking up the Annie here. So Annie has been on the receiving end of some nerfs in a couple patches ever since her like mini rework, right? Her passive is now fully stacked at level 1. Oh, Ahri. Okay. This is interesting.
The key champion. ULAC Style has more games on Ahri than any other champion, and can solo carry with this one. The ability to pick a champion off before a team fight erupts is really strong. I mean, if you think back to game 1, that's what Kim did. Yeah. And that's what has led to success for Butler, was getting a pick to start a fight and being able to just snowball a team fight through getting a single champion off at a time. Not to doubt anything that Butler has drafted here, but I do like this adaptation from Seton Hall. If they take away the Vex, which they did, what's the next in line? Ahri, really strong champion. Even though not S tier for the current meta, if you will, definitely A tier and S when played by ULAC Style.
Yeah, this is definitely a comfort pick for sure. And I think the big thing for me is that Braum is very good at initiation, but not by himself. He doesn't initiate fights himself. He is very good when he initiates with someone else, right? And so you kind of need additional tools on your team in order to enable that that, hey, I'm going to jump to you, I'm going to throw out my Q, I'm going to throw out my Glacial Chasm, right? That is where Braum really excels if you want to use him in that aggressive means. So having this Ahri, having this Jarvan, having these, even the Ornn to a degree as well, is very, very it's very good for the Braum to be in that kind of offensive capabilities here. And I think that's what we need to take a look at, right? How boring is this Braum willing to play? Is a phrase I like to use a whole lot. Because sometimes when you're playing support, you can play someone who's really aggressive. You can play a Braum. You can, jump onto your Jarvan and throw out a Glacial Chasm.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just need to be like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and right-click, just kind of around my 80 carry a bit. Sometimes I might press E.
How do you kill Xayah, who can self-peel into the air,
Yeah.
and then also has stand behind me right in front? That unbreakable ability is super good. I'll be curious to see if Braum's going to dive into Cataclysm with Jarvan, because he's kind of like the only person that can join him in the fray, or if, like you said, play that boring, very defensive and smart backline protection style. Because I think what happened in Game 1 was, despite Xayah getting ahead, Crop felt like he could 1v1 anybody.
Yeah.
But then he had to deal with the fact that he's getting dove by Kim over and over and can't put out that DPS. Less likely to happen here, where Kim might have a little bit harder time finding access to Crop in particular, and it really comes down to if Levi and Newtly can do that AoE one-shot combo, which leads me to my next point of conversation. The Jarvan pick. Such a strong champion in general, stays really healthy, fast clears, great early ganks. But when we get to that team fight phase, I'm not seeing how he really gels with the rest here. And the composition that Butler has drafted is so strong at like counter initiation. The Jarvan goes in. How can anybody follow when they have to wait out the possibility of Levi flashing Tibbers or a Newtly coming in flash forward with the Maelstrom? Those are very scary spells to play into, and Jarvan might just get caught way too deep.
Yeah, and the other note too, because I like that point, I do kind of like the Jarvan pick here still. I mean, just like you have a solid initiator, you have a good go button, and I think the big thing is you're just giving more space to Xayah, right? Having Xayah give kind of like a condensed space to kind of throw out her I believe it's her Q or it's a W that modifies her auto attacks that makes everything go through it, right? The Navori Quick Blades build allows you to kind of spam that ability a lot, and if everyone's kind of clustered together in one kind of small spot, it does allow you to really make the most of that Navori Quick Blade build, right? And that's kind of the big thing here. I think you hit the nail on the head that if they go too deep, then it's a problem, right? I think Jarvan needs to play a little bit more conservative with where he's using these Cataclysms. That's the big thing here. We talked about playing boring, right? That might be what they have to do with this Cataclysm. Are you going to flash EQ Cataclysm, hit them from 2 screens away? No, right? But are you going to sit there and be like, okay, Xayah's in range, EQ, Cataclysm, let's go? Yes, right? So it all comes down to, playing patient, knowing your ranges, and that is where we're going to be seeing a lot of this. Because you hit the nail on the head, right? There's a lot of chances for Butler to kind of interrupt these engages from Seton Hall here. But we're in the game. It's game number 2. It's do or die moment for the Pirates here. Let's see what they got.
Yeah, I love the drafts of both these teams. They're very curious. I'm especially going to be watching Kim. He went basically full damage last game on the Nocturne. He was that linchpin of their operation to dive the backline. I'm curious if he's going to go for a very lethality-heavy build on the Rex side, maybe even crit, or if it will be, the Black Cleaver, Hydra, kind of just be able to drain tank through the fight and be relatively tanky.
Yeah, we see a similar start from Seton Hall again here. They do have a very, very strong level 1, especially with the base damages that Ornn has, as well as the passive from Braum as well. They're going to be able to get some good wards into the enemy jungle, but take a look at this top half of the map here. On the red side, we do have a KFC ward. Live for everyone to see. There it is, KFC ward, so you can see when the enemy jungler is getting chicken. Let's go.
We'll see how spicy this match becomes off the back of that. It's always good to see the enemy jungler early on, and if you can track them. We'll see similarly to what happened last game where you can get these counter ganks, even from last time it was Ulac style, saying, oh, I see where Kim's going for, and I'm going to set up a counter gank of my own, kind of a 3v2 situation when they bring King Kong along with them.
Yeah, it'll be important to see how this early game pans out, especially on this top half of the map. That's where we're probably going to see a lot of this action. Annie into Ahri is a matchup that is favored for Annie here, but Ulac Style is on a comfort champion, right? And on top of that, Annie does have some good level 1s and 2s. Speaking of that, holy.
Yeah, King Kong going really aggressive into mid lane. I actually like that, even though it takes a lot of pain back. It's important to note that Annie's the one who takes a lot of damage, not Ulac Style, but bot lane, they get the flash out of Volmy.
Yeah, that's a really big play down there. Of course, once again, it's all about making sure you can take away resources from your opponent, not so that your first attack can be successful, is so that the second and third can be. That's really what you need your first attack to do. Threaten them enough that they use their resources so your second and thirds are better. Kim here, love this play from Calm there, going immediately into the mid lane there. Even though it was a little close to turret, I definitely love Jarvan's just being like, hey, I've got one of the best level 2s in the game, what are you going to do about it?
Yes, and able to get a lot of that HP off of Levi, gives Ulac Style the opportunity to do just that, right? Play pretty aggressive with the trading, use that electrocute, but unfortunately, like you described, it's all about the resources. Levi didn't have to flash with that level 2 gank, so it's really hard, even still, for King Kong to come back. It might be a little bit of an overcommit, especially if Kim sniffs that out.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. We'll have to keep our eyes on that mid lane there. Obviously, we want to give some more space to Ulac Style here, who is starting to fall behind on CS and is down and is a little bit behind in terms of XP as well. Just hit that level 4. Levi was at level 4 before then, so this is going to be, you know, something to keep our eyes on. You know, we said before game 1, mid lane is a bit of an island, but you know, we saw in game number 1 that there was a lot more action. It looks like that's going to be continuing to happen this game.
Yeah, and both teams are doing a pretty good job tracking where the enemy jungler will be at this moment. You can see a lot of pings in the minimap. You can see that Butler has a pretty good idea that Jarvan's topside. They thought he was on Krugs. He was actually in the river, now going back to do Krugs. And Ferber knows that he's safe enough to push this up because they're pretty certain that Kim's on the bottom side. What I'm most nervous for is Ulac Style slowly pushing through this mid lane and might be in trouble. Flash forward from Levi, immediately flash away from Ulac Style. No stun will come through until underneath the turret, the last Q. First blood for Levi, set up nicely by Kim.
Yeah, and they'll get the refund on their mana for that too, for killing.
Oh yeah, game breaking.
Got him. That's like the real thing, the real BM when you're playing Annie. Yeah, I'm gonna kill you with my Q so I can get the mana back and keep farming in lane after you die.
Q-woo.
Q-woo.
So cute with that play. But yeah, this will set the nice tempo. You can see Levi, he did have to use his flash forward to get that kill to be able to participate. But Kim, with the strong damage with their Rek'Sai this early, you can't dodge the knockup. You have to flash before Kim can get on you. And, you know, for what it's worth, Ulac Style tried because he flashed away as soon as Levi flashed forward. But it's that angle, those gank packs from Rek'Sai.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that, once again, this is a champion that can very easily go over walls, can go underneath your lane in a lot of cases. So you have to keep your eyes open. You can kind of see it if you really squint your eyes in the minimap right there. You'll see some purple circles. You'll see some purple circles. Those are burrows that Rek'Sai have made. So every time Rek'Sai burrows and goes from point A to point B, they leave behind a burrow that they can use later, right? It stays there for a little bit, but enemies can step on top of it to get rid of both ends. And so this is one way that Rek'Sai traverses the jungle and just kind of makes it their own. And so, you know, we'll get to see that a little bit more later, but right now, we got a dragon fight.
Yeah, Seton Hall's going to start it up. They get it down to 2K. Natdog doesn't find the engage. Volmy's very healthy over the wall here. Going to be a little separated from the team. Throws up the Unbreakable to tank up a lot, but with the Ignite going down from Natdog, they'll be able to secure that kill. It goes to Kim, and now, second to respond, will actually be the ones getting the Drake. The Bulldogs take a little bit more on board.
Yeah, it was definitely a good response from the Bulldogs there. They had to commit a little bit there. I think they used Tibbers in order to make sure that they could kill Volmy there, which is, you know, one of the reasons why Brahm's pretty good. Doesn't need a whole lot of items in order to tank a lot of damage. So this is not the end of the world for Seton Hall, though. Good pickup for Butler here. And this top lane, oh my.
A little bit of flash forward from Newtly, knew that Burbler had nothing left in the tank, but Burbler has his wits about him, will just hold on to his own flash, just wanted to shove in that wave to be able to recall, but now it's a little awkward wave state, but Ornn doesn't really care that much.
Yeah, and so yeah, once again, to go back, this is a great first Drake to pick up. Earth Drake is pretty solid by itself here. It's no Cloud Drake, but that's good by itself for a different reason. It's a nice bit of safety for yourself in these kind of early levels here by giving yourself just a little bit. I think it's like 5% magic resist and armor. That's a nice little bit to make sure that you're a little bit more tanky in these fights, and is really good for Burbler up in the top lane because Ornn's passive already gives him more armor and magic resist just kind of passively.
Yeah.
Right? You get more armor and magic resist from items, and then on top of that, hey, why don't you get Earth Drake? Now, granted, Burbler did not get it, and that's why Seton Hall was kind of like on top of trying to get that first Drake. But now, Newtly is going to be able to survive these early trades because Ornn has very good base damages, so with these kind of additional resistances, should be able to trade just a little bit better with Burbler there.
Can find the angle to trade some of that damage back. Newtly with some nice ranged advantage trades right here. Going pretty aggressive, knows that Kim is here, but the counter gank for King Kong Flash from Burbler. They call off the play. Kim and Newtly, they're going to play back. Ooh. Flash, Cataclysm from King Kong, but the wall is still up. Ooh. Burbler able to find just a little bit of damage, but Ulak Style once again is first to rotate. Whoa. You're going to see Super Mega Death Rocket committed as well. Doesn't find a mark, and Annie will just walk back, tail between the legs, not able to contribute. 2-2 now. The game is tied up.
Yeah, tied up in terms of kills. 600 gold, still in the lead for Butler here. Nothing to write home about. It's still just a nice, comfortable lead for them for sure. But that was a really good play up in the top lane there, because if you take a look at your mini-map right now, if you see where Ahri and Jarvan are, they are on top of that Rift Herald right here. So that's going to be a neutral objective picked up for them in the top lane. They save Burbler from dying as well and pick up a couple kills into their pocket. This is a nice place for Seton Hall to be right now. Now only down 400 gold. They'll be able to drop that wherever, especially wait for the next dragon to spawn. And we talked about this in the previous game, the kind of classic move of, hey, you guys want to get dragon? Well, we're going to drop Shelly mid lane and see what you have to say about that. But we'll have to see what Seton Hall has to say about this, because there's 4 Bulldogs in the bot lane.
Rob with everything dodges out, even with the cleanse, but it's not enough with 4 members deep underneath the turret. Carthago lives with sub 100 HP. Kim gets the next kill and doesn't need to worry about the next hit. That will be a 4-person dive, bottom lane picking up Crop and Volmi. Dragon was already taken, so they won't get much more off of that, but you can see Crop, Volmi, down summoner spells and already struggling in that 2v2, and it does not feel good to get dove like that.
Yeah, it's really, we talked about this before, how Jinx kind of has a very good way of shoving in the waves, right? That Q swap to the rocket launcher, that's, while it's better later in the game, it's a good single target kind of burst, big burst of damage in those kind of later game fights. Early game, it does a really good job of shoving in waves, and that's kind of what they needed to do there. Butler Carthago shoves in the wave into the turret, preps it for the dive, and then everyone comes in. Everyone's got their flashes, they've got their ultimates. It's a super good setup to pick up 2 easy kills for Butler here, setting them ahead now with a nice goal lead at about 1.6 thousand.
Yeah, and curiously, versus what happened in game 1, behold that thought, Crop does not get rooted in place. Volmi throws up that Unbreakable to buy a lot of time. They'll be healthy. What I was going to make is unlike game 1, it was Butler who was playing kind of strong side top, able to get a lot of plays off of that, and it was Seton Hall strong side bottom. That's a little bit flipped now, where Carthago and NatDog have been putting a lot of pressure onto Volmi and Crop, and it's been the top side of the map for the Pirates that have found some success off of Kingdom and Burbler setting things up for Ulak Style to come in, sweep up some kills.
Yeah, for sure. Is now gotten a little bit of a lull in the action, but this will very quickly calm down here, because if you take a look at your mini map here, if you take a look at this bottom half, we have a little hourglass down on that dragon pit. That means we're going to see this dragon in less than a minute here. So that's going to be something to keep our eyes on, because that's happening really quickly, right? We have the Rift Herald for Jarvan here that can be placed into the mid lane to take power away. We're going to be seeing in the next kind of few seconds here, in the next like kind of 30 seconds, people try to jockey for positioning, or make people use their resources in order to get better positioning for this Drake. And that's exactly what's happening with Butler right now.
See, I wonder if everybody's just playing to the script at this point. Because in game 1, it was the Pirates getting that early tempo into early Drakes, and then things fell apart in the mid-game, and the Bulldogs came ahead. But this time, the Bulldogs are up a little, and if we're going to get a 3-game series, it'll be the Pirates that bring it back in the mid-game and then make some plays, turn it all on its head. Because right now, that's 2 quick Drakes for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong for them here. We do have a Cloud Drake this time, so it's not exactly great. I mean, it's really good for Kennen. It's really good for Kennen. It's really good for Rakan, this Soul. But for the most part, not a lot of folks really like that Cloud Drake here. So getting that additional movement speed and slow resistance is going to be very good for these movement speed dependent champions that Butler has drafted here in the top of the support positions. So, and that pressing ultimate and getting movement speed as well is going to be another good tool for them as well. So this is probably going to be, we're probably going to see a little bit more attention from Butler here to try to maybe get that Soul, at least in my opinion.
It can be very powerful, and don't discount, of course, viewers, if you're watching, the kind of power that Crop could have off of that ultimate too. Though his ultimate isn't meant to be one that is for that kind of aggression and move speed, it can be nice that off the back end of that, you cleanse, you ult, you're safe, and then you get that burst of move speed to create even more space between like Levi, Kim, Newtly, that'll be trying to dive you, even NatDog, of course. And I'm watching NatDog closely in this game, based off the performance of game 1. But hold that thought, Kim goes in, Butler is not alone. Ulak style is here, Call the Forge God is gonna come through. The knock-up underneath the turret, nice snipe. It'll be a 1-for-1 perhaps. I speak too soon. Kim with 100 HP, and you can see the power. Newtly just able to pick up a blasting wand and melted through Ulak style's health bar.
Yeah, and this is really, really strong. Kennen is an item that, is a champion that is really item dependent. So now picking up that assist, getting this 111 CS, getting that finished up cull is really big for him here. That's a whole lot of gold into his pocket, and there it is. That's a Rift Maker.
Oh my goodness, so much damage, and the additional Omni Vamp that will keep him healthy after the full commit into a fight that Kennen can do. This is spelling difficult things for the Pirates. You can see he's so confident with that Mythic to be able to play forward and look for just a 1v1 at any moment against Ferber Blurber, who's just been stacking resists.
Yeah, and not to mention that Kennen does have AD scaling. Right, it's not like this. It's just for the AP. It's just for the healing, right? These kind of longer fights kind of do favor Kennen in a bit, that he can engage, go in, get those Riftmaker stacks, and start healing and be able to stay in this fight, right? He's got the Conqueror as well, so this is a Kennen who's looking for a much longer fight, and the Riftmaker is going to be able to do that, right? On top of that, Kennen, like I said, has AD scaling as well, so this is going to doubly hurt.
Very much so, and like you mentioned, the finished cull, he's got additional gold over that of Burbler. Burbler not able to get played swell. Newtly's been there, and the difficulty here, I think, is that the Pirates don't necessarily scale as well as the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs, to be able to close out their series, are going to be able to just all in, right? That's what their composition is built to do. But for the side of the Pirates, they almost at this point will have to bide their time and maybe hope that the ornaments and Crop's DPS will be able to do enough. But if you're Crop, you're so afraid, like you have to be by design, so afraid of Flash Tivers. Kim with the Prowler's Claw into knockup, into ultimate. Like, how do you survive this much damage, this level of dive? And I think you mentioned it.
Slicing Maelstrom out of the top lane.
Yeah, it's kind of close. Burbler's got 150 HP, gets tagged. Newtly gonna go forward. He's speeding up. One more auto attack. The regen is not enough. Yeah, 1v1. We said he's looking for it, and he continues to go for it. Carthago may be in trouble as they're going to try a 4 versus 1 dive. You can see that NatDog showed up topside, but looks like Carthago will have the wits about him to not try and pick that fight.
Yeah, this is looking really good for the Bulldogs here, especially up at the top lane. Being able to 1v1 an Ornn with 2 Aegis of the Legion, that's insane. That is unheard of. Okay, this is so much armor and magic resist on this one champion, and Newtly was just like, yeah, sure, I'll throw a Q, I'll commit my ultimate, why not? Right, he has so much damage with this Riftmaker here. The 1v1 was insane, and now he gets a turret to boot. I'm fairly certain off of that play, Butler just gets Was it 3 or was it 2 turrets? Ari, please move. Please
3.
move like a little bit.
3. They had the Herald spawn in mid lane,
Yeah.
so they get a ton of global gold and extra local too. I mean, we've talked a lot about Newtly being really strong, but now Kim and Levi sharing 2 mid lane turrets worth of local gold. Yes, NetDog was there as well, but that's a bunch of money in their pockets on top of already being in an accelerated state. Look at the items. They're so strong, and with the 3rd Drake spawning, I think the Pirates are in trouble.
Yeah, the Pirates can't really go for an easy grab here. They have to, I mean, the one saving grace is that Newtly is not in this fight yet. They have started it up, but they need to commit more to kill this drag farther, because there's Newtly, there's Tibbers!
Levi, flash, stuns up 4, into the combo, Newtly melts their entire faces. Triple kill for Levi. The captain of the Bulldogs says, not in my house, we're here live in Indiana, and they are ready to close this series with a slam.
Holy moly. I took my eyes off of Levi for a second because I was ready for Newtly to just like, let's Slicing Maelstrom, let's go. And then here comes Levi. It's like, no, I got it, don't worry. And then immediate flash Tibbers. And that's why Annie is so good. Annie, I feel like, has always been good, but people, it's just never been able to.
LS moment.
Yeah.
Just play Annie.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like Annie has always been good for that reason.
Yeah.
Right? Because Flash Tibbers, instantaneous.
Ooh, you like style. He wants to turn things around. Using the ultimate, getting on Carthago, forces the flash away. King Kong, no Cataclysm to follow this up, but going to continue the chase. Carthago's in trouble, already used flash. Cleanse available if he gets the slow. Not going to use it. I think he's not long for this world, and he's willing to give his life over. It's just a tiny little bit back. A small shutdown back in the pockets, and honestly, King Kong isn't the one you really want that gold on. Ulac Style really needed that to bring them back.
Yeah, and I don't think they got an assist off of that kill there. So Jarvan is going to be the one picking up most of the gold. Now, it's not the end of the world.
No.
But it's at this stage of the game.
It's something.
Yeah, it's something, but at this stage of the game, you really, really want that to go onto your carries, especially considering how far behind you are. If we take a look at the gold up on that scoreboard at the top, never mind.
They're going to go on Levi. They know he has no flash, and he is the linchpin of the Bulldogs operation. They get the kill, but Calm, he's so low, gets pinned up against the wall. Flash forward from Newtly to catch 1, now 2, out of position. Ulac Style got nowhere to go, already used the flash. Has Charm, perhaps up in a moment, gets stunned, gets destroyed by Newtly, and Prop uses the ultimate, nowhere to go, can't pull the feathers back. And now knocked up is Burbler. Volmy nowhere to go. Kim putting out the damage this time, and they will clean house. It's a triple kill this time for Newtly. The solo laner from the Bulldogs are just coming up huge here in game 2. They came to the Esports Park here today ready to play.
Yeah, Butler are starting off this tournament on a back foot, like we said. Both these teams are starting in the lower bracket. They can't afford to have to pull any punches here. And Butler is coming out with such a strong showing here. For sure, that was a really good start to the fight by Seton Hall. Hey, you said it, Levi. Big linchpin to this team fight here. If we take him out, force him to use Tibbers, maybe even grab his flash as well, that's huge for our team. That means that we can gather up in bunches and not have to worry about that flash engage. But you've forgotten that Newtly has been so powerful for so long. Just because that one form of AoE CC is gone doesn't mean Slicing Maelstrom isn't there. And take a look at the cooldowns on these abilities too. Tibbers is back up, Slicing Maelstrom is about to be back up, and they're starting to jockey for some warding around Baron.
Yeah, I think if it weren't for the gold deficit, that play in mid lane by the Pirates was super heads up and definitely could have been a turnaround moment, but because it took so long to actually burst down Levi, that gave just enough time for the Bulldogs to bring it back. And now they're jockeying for position, like you said, around the Baron. Charm hits onto NatDog. He's the engage that they need. Calm keeps Tibbers at bay. Crop free hitting the backline. The Pirates are doing it big, but Newtly finds maybe the angle. No flash, but he's separating the team. It's now scrappy fights on the side, and Carthago able to take him down. Gets excited. Burbler nowhere to go. Oh, it's just the Pirates getting deleted off the map. that is so close to the ace. Crop, licking his wounds, has to run away. Now they're going straight up mid lane.
Yeah, this is a really good play by Butler here, and once again it happens. They commit so much. They're like, yeah, we got Levi out of the fight. We forced him to use Tibbers. This is huge. We're going to be able to turn this around. They even dived in. We got Nat Dog. That's huge. Newtley is big. Newtley is big, and he's just like, oh, are you guys fighting? Oh, I guess I'll show up and win the team fight for us, right? And that's exactly what happened. Like you said, Slicing Maelstrom comes in really, really good, separates the team, forces into these individual scrappy fights, which is very advantageous for Butler here. And they're able to clean sweep here. Crop is the only person who stays alive, and now we're looking at a team that is 8,000 gold in the lead. We have a dragon spawning in about 20 seconds here, and that's Soul too. I mean, I don't even think it's gonna come to Soul, right? It's like, hey, you either let us have Soul or you lose the game.
It's true, but an intelligent choice here by the Pirates. They're going to immediately start up the Baron, which forces a decision. Will Butler be able to come back and respond to this, or will they go for that Soul? They're going to engage on Newtley, who uses the stopwatch to buy time. Nat Dog coming in, so clean, gets even more. King Kong, gone from this world. Carthago free hitting. Once again, 8 kills deep. The ace, Newtley, and Levi putting in work for the Bulldogs.
Holy moly, Butler showed up to play. They had such a shaky season coming into this tournament. They barely qualified, and that was a kind of a big note coming into this. They almost didn't qualify for their own tournament, and now here they are, smashing expectations, coming in with a clean 2-0 in their first match of the day.
Nexus goes down 2-0 for the Bulldogs. The hometown heroes, they just played out of their minds today, Alex. And I love to see them coming out the gate so strong, baring their teeth and growling, snarling. We even had Blue on stage yesterday. If you tune into the Rocket League broadcast, they had their mascot here. You love to see it from the hometown heroes coming out the gate strong. And man, it's beautiful to see that kind of performance set the tempo, set the tone for what you can expect out of Butler today.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an amazing match number 1 from Butler here. Game number 1, they stuck to their guns. They really did their best that they could, and they held on for as long as they could. They played their scaling comp real well, and then going into game number 2, we're like, hey, this looks kind of exactly the same as what we saw in game number 1, and Butler was like, nah, we're gonna beat you in the early game. We got both. You know, get you a team who can do both.
Yeah, it was a wonderful performance, and a beautiful fight put up by the Pirates as well. They drafted for that early game, really the mid game where they wanted to come online. Game 1, they showed that they can win that early game, and then it just kind of fell apart as Butler continued to scale. That's what they've done so well. In both of these games back-to-back, they find that as soon as they hit that mid-game, the item power spikes, they can absolutely clean house. And in game 2, they, like you said, they also won the early game quite handily off of some really good outplays.
Yeah, that is a really good spot for them. I mean, it is going to be tougher. I mean, they do still need to go up against their next fight is either, you know, I think our favorites to win, St. John's,
undefeated.
You know, yeah, or they're going up against DePaul. You know, both of them very historically good teams in the Big East.
Yeah, it's a tough path ahead for Butler. We talked in the pregame that they've got to take down 8 Nexuses, 2 down, 6 to go if the hometown heroes want to win it. But we're going to send it over to the main room for an interview with your victorious Bulldogs.
You know, it feels good. The land's really nice, having the crowd in the background. It sucks that there's a little bit delay, but, you know, we got behind in that first game, and the crowd was going happy for Seton Hall, and it, you know, got a little nerve-wracking for us a little bit, but then we make one play, and the crowd gets on your side, and that momentum's there, and it just feels insanely cool to play League with a crowd cheering you on. It's super cool.
All right. Thank you. All right, so talking about that momentum and trying to build it, I think you were a big part of that, Newtley. You were always starting in the first game when the team fell behind a little. You were putting pressure onto Flurberberber, and it felt like you had, sort of had his number, right? You had picks into him, picks into the Orn, and you were able to pop off big time in the second game. What was your prep and strategy going into this matchup?
Going back to what Levi said, it was really all about the momentum. I had a rough early game, but after you got past those nerves, the first 5 minutes, your team makes plays, you start making plays, everything else follows itself. And like Levi said, the crowd is a really big factor. It improves how you play. It's really exciting, really hype. And yeah, everything just comes together. And once you get that first win, the second one follows. You just keep getting better and better from that first start.
Okay, so you're saying you're getting better and better. What does that look like going into your next matchup? You got St. John's and DePaul coming up next, and you're going to be playing one of those two teams in the losers bracket finals. What do you think about your chances going into that matchup?
Well, I think when talking about that matchup, we just got to talk about the whole year in general. This Butler team, we started out the season, we were new players. We have a guy from Korea who we have to get that communication barrier there. And, over time, we've just gotten better and better. And right now, I would say we're playing the best league we've ever played. And, we played St. John's earlier in the season, went 1-2 against them. Played DePaul, had 2 pretty winning games. Just they won off the back of some King Amazing 1v9s. And you know what? I think we're going to have a series, and I would not be surprised to see us keep that trophy here at the end of the day if we play our best. But we still got to play well, and they're still 2 good teams. So respect to them, but we're peaking.
Yeah, adding to that, we don't have a coach, so really the camaraderie of the team, having everybody going off of each other, it's a really good environment. We're all really good friends. I feel like that connection is almost better than having a coach because we can improve each other and build each other up.
You hear it. You heard it here. The Butler team thinks they've got it going in their next matchup. The friendship, the power of friendships carrying them forward. It's been great interviewing you. Thanks, Levi. Thanks, Newtley. And we're going to throw it back to the desk and get ready for our next match, St. John's versus DePaul.
Welcome back, and thank you for those interviews on stage. You got the chance to hear from the victorious Bulldogs, setting themselves up for success to make their run through that lower bracket and hopefully make it all the way to the grand finals here in their hometown. And I'm excited to see what we have in store for the rest of today. Coming up next, we do have St. John's and DePaul. That's the 1 and 2 seed coming here, playing big on the stage. And these guys have to get knocked out twice in order to actually leave the bracket. So that's a tall order when these teams have been on a tear through the spring split.
Yeah, and St. John's is still undefeated in terms of match score. I think they might have dropped 1 game. I think they dropped 1 or 2 games at most this entire season. And so coming into this, we have been talking and discussing, I think at least for myself, I think I mentioned before we moved over to St. John's, looking pretty favored to win the whole thing here. So we're, this is definitely a pretty good matchup. This is going to be very intense, very competitive. Not to say that the last one wasn't, right? But these are our 1 and 2 seeds, right? This is going to look very good. And like you said, they have a bit of a cushion, right? They can afford to lose a match and then go up against Butler in their next round. But Butler was looking really good today. I don't know if anyone wants to go up against Butler right now.
I'd be nervous playing against the Bulldogs. It's their home stage. Everything else can change. We're talking about how St. John's and DePaul, they're the 1 and 2 seed. They've been on a tear. But this is different. You're on stage. You're away from your home computers. Man, it's even different just playing solo queue if you don't have your water where you like it, your feet on your own floor, your chair, your mouse, keyboard. Of course,
you don't have your yoga ball or your standing desk.
You're rolling around doing your stretches, staying limber. Well, you're gonna have to be able to take down some of these best teams here in the Big East Conference. And again, there's more than just the trophies today on the line. This feeds right into the CLAW bracketology where whoever wins this weekend will be representing the rest of the Big East in the CLAW bracketology. And you want to put your best foot forward. And the Big East wants to see the best team of all of these be the one representing the entire conference.
Yeah, and that's really what I think we all want, right? We want to see the best team come out on top, and we want to see them go forward to represent us in the larger CLAW tournament. That's the other big thing too. I think what I love most about the Big East is that we're a bit of a smaller conference in comparison to some of the other CLAW brackets, especially in some other leagues, right? They have 16 teams or even 20, right? And huge, but we have like this nice camaraderie here that like no matter who goes, we're just like, yeah, let's go root for the Big East team over in the CLOL tournament.
And a very competitive conference as well.
Yeah.
You've seen in the history over the last 6 years that this conference has really come together and grown. You've seen different teams at the tippy top taking the championship, being able to return and put on a good show here in the playoffs. Split after split after split, and I love the stories that come through. Some of these players have been playing against the other teams, the same names on those nameplates for years now throughout their college career. And this year especially is the culmination of it all, really.
Yeah.
We're now 6 years deep in the Big East being a thing, and we've got seniors here playing for their final chance at a trophy representing their school here live in Indianapolis. It's so exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's the sports anime time storyline of we need to win the championship before Senpai graduates.
Yeah.
Right. Like this is a very exciting moment for a lot of these teams here. You know, we've been saying how Seton Hall, you know, they were the champions to go and represent us at CLOL last year, and now. And now, you know, there's going to be someone else. You know, the year before that, I believe it was DePaul. And, yeah, and so, like you said, you know, we've had, you know, a very competitive team within these teams here with very, like our very first one was Villanova.
Yeah.
Right? Villanova's not a slouch team still, right? And, like, this is looking really good to go into CLOL. I'm very excited to see any of these teams go into the CLOL bracket.
But today, they'll have to take down each other.
Yeah.
The camaraderie maybe goes out the door a little when you finally get on stage and load onto the Rift. Our first series is now complete. That means Seton Hall and the Pirates have been eliminated from the bracket, and that means Butler will move on in that lower bracket. Coming up next is the first of the upper bracket, a best of three between St. John's and DePaul, your 1 and 2 seed. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, more League of Legends Big East Conference action.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
and you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
My bad, I was muted. Welcome back to the broadcast. It's more League of Legends action coming your way, and it's been an amazing time thus far. We just came off the back of a 2-0 series where your hometown heroes, the Bulldogs here at Butler University in Indianapolis, were able to win. And that was a banger of a series. Seton Hall, they get eliminated, but now we're up in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I was super excited about that win. But moving into this one, I am pumped to see the two highest seeds in this tournament, potentially the two best teams in this tournament, as for the regular season, go head-to-head, right? We've got DePaul and St. John's. St. John's took the better of them in the regular season 2-1 off air, but historically, it hasn't always gone that way. DePaul has won their last two playoff series against each other, both times in the finals, taking down St. John's, so, that's got to be tough, right? St. John's have to be wanting revenge after that.
Yeah, quite a chip on their shoulder for St. John's. Well, this split, they're on a tear, undefeated in the match score, but like you described, the last 2 years, the fall split every time. This is the matchup of the finals, and it's been DePaul winning every time. So St. John's, they're going to want to bring it back, like you described. So this is definitely the one to watch. 1 and 2 seed. This is the upper bracket, so they have a little bit of, like what Alex said earlier on broadcast, a cushion, where if they want to try some new strategies that they've practiced and maybe get some cheese wins, now's the time to do it. You're in the upper bracket. If you lose this series, you're not immediately eliminated. You're going to have to then play against the Bulldogs in the lower bracket, which is actually kind of scary, come to think of it. They looked clean last series, but that's what's ahead of you, right? And in order to be able to reign supreme, you're going to have to win 6 games in this upper bracket. That's 6 Nexuses you must explode, and that's a tall order on any day, even just in solo queue.
Well, that's why this match is so important, right? These two teams are playing for the bracket reset in the finals. So, yes, you can drop the match here and still return to the finals, but if you do, you're going to have to win this matchup or the matchup of the finals again, and it's going to have a bracket reset with it. So that makes it incredibly important for both of these two teams to strike early in the tournament and get themselves that chance to have 2 lives in the final match.
It's super important. If you want to be the one to hold that champion, this is basically where you must win, or you have a mountain to climb after. So it's really difficult, but let's send it to the stage to introduce the players that will be showing you what they've got here on stream today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome, Big East fans. Our final teams for the day, or not this time, excuse me. Our next 2 teams to come up on stage. First up is St. John's. Going all the way to
Welcome back to the desk. And of course, those are the players that will be playing in this best of 3. We mentioned St. John's, chip on their shoulder, but hot heat, super good. And they're on a tear, undefeated this split in terms of match score, dropping very few games as well. And they seem to have had the number of every single team in the Big East, and that includes DePaul.
Yeah, but you can never count out DePaul, right? You have some of the best legacy players in the entire league on this team, right? Reaper, multiple championships. King Amazin, multiple championships. And King Amazin, I think he's one of the best players we've ever seen in the Big East. I saw him practicing yesterday. This man was locked in. He was absolutely dialed in. I swear I saw him do 5 minutes of Lucian combos without missing a single beat. Like, he was just on da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It was awesome to watch. That man, I think if DePaul wants to upset St. John's and sort of slow them down, a lot of it's going to come from those two players.
Yeah, King Amazing, what he's always had going for him is his mechanical prowess. One of the highest rated and solo queue players here in the Big East Conference. And you can tell with the team play, they love to play strong side bottom. And the difficulty for them has been if they don't find the advantages through that bot lane, sometimes King Amazing will play a little ahead of tempo, ahead of his team, because he feels so confident. He knows just as a skill gap tends to be there for him in his role, but that means other teams, especially in the current meta, so much dive. You can find him, catch him out, and then what's left for DePaul?
Right, and that's where some of these new additions this year have come in and hopefully it will bolster this team, right? Agister's been there for a little bit, but 21 Malinik new to the team and, filling in that top lane spot. It looks like we are getting into draft here, and the first couple bans have come out. 3 80 carry bans targeted towards King Amazin already, so it seems like St. John's have taken the same analysis we have, that King Amazin, he is the priority player for that team.
Yeah, I think it's pretty intelligent. You got to take away some of those super hyper carry picks, and who better to ban out than the superstar himself. But that leaves a hook champion up for young Sinatra. This kid doesn't miss. He's straight magnetic with the death sentence. You can see they banned away the Pike, they banned away his Zillion, 2 other champions that he shows up big, but it looks like Butler has DePaul has an answer to this, and a hook champion of their own being hovered.
Yeah, this is a fairly popular counter pick. Blitzcrank going to have the more effective all-in engage, but Thresh, giving more options. And they also took away the bot lane pair. The Jinx is often paired with the Thresh, but DePaul, King Amazin, Jinx player, he's historically been awesome on the champion, so he takes it away. Also, they grabbed the Wukong S-tier jungler, so, great start for the draft for them.
Yeah, a little bit difficult, I think. An uphill battle beginning to be built here for St. John's, though they are the favorites to win this series and to continue their undefeated run. It's a little difficult when you hand over one of the strongest 80 carries in the entire game in this current meta to King Amazin himself. 380 carry bans, but you choose your first pick to be for young Sinatra's Thresh. I respect it because that's a game-winning pick, but you hand over Jinx, and you can already see the kind of safety that DePaul is drafting for around this Jinx.
Well, what I like about St. John's draft is the Vi and Kaisa, right?
Okay.
So those give a little bit more early game power than the Wukong and the Jinx. And if the Kaisa ever gets sufficiently ahead of the Jinx, she's going to be able to dive into the backline and help assassinate her with the Vi and with whatever solo laners that St. John's ends up picking up. So this is a more aggressive look from St. John's that, if they get ahead, can really help them snowball this game and snowball this series.
Yeah, and you can see with the second ban phase coming through here that off of what you were describing, DePaul, they want to be able to play very front to back. They do not want the likes of Malphite or Jax to find access to that Jinx, so it may very well be Shadow Sneak having to actually throw the gauntlet down, dive to that backline along with Vi and potentially Thresh, and now you flip-flop situation where Wukong's on the front back line, and now the Kaisa is actually back there DPSing down the Jinx, who has nowhere to go.
And we can see 2 bans finishing it off, Fiora and Syndra being banned away from DePaul. Those are 2 comfort picks for 21 Malinik and Agister. So to answer, Agister locks in the Vigar. I love this pick. I think it's really strong in the current meta. It's a bit slower. He doesn't get to move from mid lane, but if you let him scale up, if you let him, go even throughout the game, he is going to be a monster once you get to those mid-game team fights around the dragon with his cage and with the constant artillery from his Ws.
You're right, and that cage especially, interrupting potentially what we were just describing about the dive potential for St. John's. Both these teams seem to be drafting really good for both a mix of that scaling in your carries, but also plenty of options in the early game to be competitive.
And St. John says we are full committing to the dive with this Galio pick. So the mid lane, they say, okay, you pick Vigar. You want to stay mid lane? That's all right. We'll leave the lane. We'll make plays elsewhere, right? And Cho'Gath on the top lane is another one of those champions where if you start getting him sufficiently ahead, he can just tank so much in the front line. And, he always has the option to flash R, whether that's a objective or if that's a jinx, if he can get close enough.
Yeah, and I'm loving for DePaul this R5 Silas. What a fantastic banger way to fill out the rest of this draft. And for top lane, nonetheless, right? We've got Silas able to steal away these ultimates. Cho'Gath, super strong in the trading 1-for-1. Vi, if he wants to steal that away and dive that backline, that's super strong. Galio for a little bit of that slow down the fight, let Jinx kind of reset. And Thresh, even the box can be a little bit disruptive, or Kaisa, dive that back. So many options there for the Silas to be able to pick and choose whatever fits the moment best, and that's the power of Silas, truly.
Yeah, and I think that Silas is going to be so strong in the team fights, right? The problem is going to be, can 21 Malinek get through the lane phase, right? Because Cho'Gath, he has a lot of sustain built into his kit, and he is, a fairly strong laning champion for a tank. So it's going to be on the shoulders of Malinek to have a successful lane phase and to not be exposed by the ganks. Since Silas is one of those champions that if he falls behind can look really, really weak because he always has to go in, especially with alts like Vi and Galio.
Yeah, and even the Kaisa to dive back there. I think you hit the nail on the head. And you mentioned that ganks can really change the tempo or the outcome of top lane. Talk me through. We got Wukong and Vi, Cho'Gath and Silas. So the Silas Wukong, does that feel stronger to you than the Cho'Gath Vi early on? Or will we even see any focus towards the top lane from these teams?
So I think top lane is going to be the secondary focus. I definitely think the bot lane is going to be the primary focus for the Vi and the Wukong. But I almost see top lane like an attack of opportunity, right? If one of the top laners is getting a sufficient lead in their lane, then off a reset, one of the junglers can be like, okay, yeah, let me go top lane. Let me help break the lane state and really get them over the edge before I path back down towards the bot lane, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think both the junglers play pretty similar roles for their team. They're both heavy engagers. I think the Vi is going to be better levels maybe 1 through 10, and then 11 onwards, Wukong's going to be a lot stronger because he has that invisibility. He has the double knock-up with his ultimate, and it can hit multiple carries. But, again, I think there's a lot of nuance in the matchup where you can express your skill.
Yeah, it can be very opportunistic, as you described. I think that's what we'll be watching for is, do these solo laners set things up and just say, hey, come on down, jungler. It's time to make something happen. We can just clean this up a little bit. And I think that fits Lior's playstyle a little bit more. He's very tempo-based defensive jungler. He plays for his team a little bit more versus the likes of Reaper, who can 1v9 a game if he gets that kind of lead. And playing an aggressive jungler like Wukong, we may see him, one of two things are likely to happen. Either Reaper just gets early kills, snowballs, and then what do you do when he dives your backline 100-0? Or he gets a little ahead of himself, like I spoke about King Amazon. Such strong players used to having a lead could actually bait themselves into awkward situations where they're the first to die, and the enemy team can snowball off of that over-aggression. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of those players, you mentioned him early on in the draft, that I'm going to be looking out for is Young Sinatra, right? He's going to be that, like, sort of the tempo switch on the team fight, right? He, on the Thresh, can choose either to engage with the hook or to disengage with his box, with his lantern, and with his flay, right? So he can sort of go in both directions. So I think a lot of this team fight tempo is going to be based on his pick, along with the Wukong or Reaper from DePaul, right? Those two are sort of going to be who I have my eyes on heading into this game.
Yeah, and we're loading here onto Summoner's Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. We're in the upper bracket. It's St. John's taking on DePaul, and St. John's would love to finally here in the playoffs, the 3rd year in a row playing against DePaul in playoffs. They would love this time to reign supreme and continue their regular season undefeated series streak. St. John's, #1 seed, they want to keep it rolling.
Yeah, Yes, they do, and we're on the Rift. We have both these teams lining up. Let's see what type of early game play they're going to go for.
A little bit of a pause, maybe some technical issues on stage, but to build off of the points we were talking about, here's an interesting curveball. We've been spending a lot of time talking about the jungle matchup, top lane, how it could go back or forth, the scaling abilities of Agister, King Amazing, even Shadow Sneak, the curveball that young Sinatra could be, but as Alex likes to point out, whenever this happens, Blitzcrank changes the game.
That's true. That's true. A good Blitzcrank player can absolutely, win a fight by himself. There are a lot of situations where, you have to play around this champion's hook range. Otherwise, if you get pulled into the enemy team, you're instantly dead. You get silenced, you get knocked up, and, for a carry, that's you're just dead, right?
Lights out, yeah.
It's lights out.
The difficulty will be finding that target, right? Mystics will have to hook not Young Sinatra, not Aihueko, not Leor, not Punika. Those are champions that can potentially be so tanky, maybe less so the Thresh, but these other ones, they're prepared to be in that front line, and Mystics will have to be smart about it. And it comes down, I think, to Fog of War, to be able to find those priority targets and not get the hook dodged out because it's such a long cooldown, even through into the mid game, which makes me want to pay very close attention to when sweepers start to get purchased, especially here by DePaul, to deny that vision. Not so important to them to have deep wards to track the Vi, because she's very telegraphed of a champion. You have some time to respond to her engages, but what you need is to play from Fog of War with Mystics, get those hooks, even Reaper being able to find an angle, whether it's coming out of a brush through Fog of War or getting the right kind of flank angle. If our viewers, if you watch some of the LCS playoffs that have just begun over this last week, you've seen a lot of Wukong be played through the jungle, and the success, even when behind, has come off of those flank plays, finding access to a Fed 80 carry. So it may not matter if Shadow Sneak gets somehow ahead of King Amazing and Mystics off some great plays with the team. It doesn't matter how fed you are if Reaper is able to find that flank.
Yep, definitely. And another thing that I wanted to touch on was the scaling, right, of Agister and King Amazing. So we've been talking about how both of these teams want to play the game and how they're going to get ahead, how they're going to get a lead. But if this game remains stagnant for 25, 30, 35 minutes, the power level of King Amazing and Agister is going to rise and rise and rise and rise, and I don't think it's going to slow down, right? The Vigard Jinx are two of the strongest late game carries in the game with incredible zone control, and with Jinx, reset possibilities, right? I think that puts a lot of pressure onto St. John's to have a successful early game and to find those plays, to find the plays with Leor, and to make these roaming champs work.
Yes, and it will be tempo-based, as you've described in detail now, Mac. It's going to be coming down to finding which team can accelerate probably through those solo lanes. The more I think about it, the more it seems super important that Pudding is tanky. He doesn't necessarily have to be ahead and a damage threat, but if he's not able to tank a hook, stand in a Vigar cage and soak a little bit of DPS as it comes through, if he can't handle that, maybe the team fight just falls to pieces for St. John's because they'll lose the ability to buy time for Shadow Sneak to deal damage.
And it looks like we were back in for just a second, but back to a pause. So I think the players are getting their stuff sorted out, but we can see right now that the first dragon spawning is a mountain dragon, right? Which means that soul's not going to be available. And also, dragons just got nerfed this patch. So I'm curious to see how these two teams value early game dragon versus early game Rift Herald.
That's a good point. I mean, it's a curious thought because we talked about it in the last series between Butler and Seton Hall about the trade-off between stacking dragons or going for Herald, and it seems that structures have been buffed more and more. The gold that you can get from them, whether that's the plate gold pre-14 or like the tier 2 turrets, if you can use a second Herald to charge up and take one of those down, tons of gold that then goes in the pockets of whoever you choose to be there for that local gold, and that can mean, well, the next dragon fight, whatever. It's a fight that allows you to use the fact that you have a gold advantage to snowball that lead, and we kind of saw that. Both teams last series maybe fell into the trap of going for the early Drakes. It seemed like every single time the first team to start the Drake was the first team to get aced. And it was because there's not the power that you need. You haven't actually built a gold lead, and you tank a little bit of damage from the dragon. You kind of show your hand of who's there and who's available to be that fight, and you might actually falter because of it. So we'll see what decisions these two teams make here in game 1 of their series.
Yeah, and we can see right now different game plans for St. John's and default. Reaper on Wukong is starting on the top side of the map, likely going to be pathing towards that bot lane, looking for a play with Exo Mystics on the Blitzcrank, while Lior is doing the opposite. He's starting on his red buff, passing towards the top side, maybe looking to punish the Silas pick and that early game in the top lane.
And importantly, both junglers doing their strategy in Fog, right? There's not a lot of information that's been traded by these two teams to give an idea of where Reaper will be headed and pathing towards, same with Lior. So we may actually see some explosive early game action after those first clears and the first ganks can come through. But you always got to keep an eye on that bottom lane. You got Young Sinatra on basically his name pick, right? This is what he makes a name for himself. And Mystics, he's Blitzcrank. Level 2, they've pushed them in. King Amazing would love to get first blood off of a hook.
We could see early game in the top lane, putting CZ actually lost a trade to 21 Malinik, but the power of the Cho'Gath passive has allowed him to heal up, while Malinik had to use his potion. So putting CZ winning out on the trade, even though during it he wasn't winning on the damage, right? So this is just what I expect to happen as the lane continues on. That this Cho'Gath is going to weather the storm whenever Silas looks for those trades.
Yeah, staying super healthy towards the top side. And remember, Vi is pathing up here. There's a little bit of a slow push, I think, ahead of schedule. The wave will bounce by the time Vi could even be there, which makes me curious about Lior if he'll try and still force that top lane play, or if he'll recall and potentially counter gank something that happens around bottom lane. I'm not sure, because the wave state isn't really conducive, and now Malinik has even healed up a little bit. It's really hard for Vi to look for a dive this early.
Yeah, definitely. So I think what we're likely to see is going to be Lior go for that Scuttle Crab, go for a reset, and then maybe look to play on the spot side. The key here, I think Young Sinatra 3 has done a good job. He got a ward in the Tri-Brush, which is going to spot out Reaper if he looks for one of those dives. And it's unlikely we're going to see Adjuster roaming for the mid lane, so with proper information, I don't see any likelihood of action happening on this first reset in the bot side.
Yeah, both teams should pretty much be certain now that the junglers are mirrored, which you have to play now smart and capable, which you noted. Young Sinatra, he got that perfect ward. Malinik has to shove this wave because right now he's in trouble. Gets silenced, gets slowed, the Naka comes through. He has flash, but he's basically solo killed. Lior waits for the flash, comes through, does have the Vault Breaker. It doesn't even need to land. First blood for the Cho'Gath. Wukong shows on a ward bottom.
That is huge for putting in the top lane. He cashes in on the kill and going to be set up for success in the lane moving forward. Right, Silas is one of these champions that I mentioned in the pregame, relies on having a snowball, relies on being ahead, right? Yes, he's useful in teamfights when taking his ultimate, but his lane, his only option is to go in. But we're finding a gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, Baby Cage goes down, but bot lane, there's a hook. Young Sinatra plays him back.
Oh!
Death sentence, hook diff. It's Young Sinatra. Never give this guy Thresh. He's just too clean.
Oh my goodness, Young Sinatra showing why he is so elite on these hook champions. Hueco surviving in the mid lane. Yes, he loses his flash, but this is a win on the top side of the map and a win on the bot side of the map for St. John's. This is the start they wanted, and they're looking hot.
Yeah, a little bit of an eyebrow raise from Young Sinatra. He gets hooked and he kind of goes, are you sure you want this? You're at my turret. And that means there's a little bit of a cushion here for Shadow Sneak to warm himself up on this wave. They're in an awkward position where they have kind of a slow push. They don't know where Wukong is, so they have to respect. You can see Shadow Sneak, he's playing a little nervous that Wukong could be here. And with Mystics already back in lane, there's a possibility for a play to happen. Young Sinatra, this is a risk he's taking to clear this ward because they don't know where the Wukong is.
Yeah, they have Lior behind him though, so it looks like they're setting up for this dragon. And Hueco has the push in the mid lane, so this looks to be like, or it looks to be a free dragon for St. John. So all of the objectives are going their way in the early game. And a Mountain Soul is one they will definitely like. You know, increased resistance will help them in lane and in team fights.
Yeah, additionally, it helps for what I described as at least one of the win conditions here for the side of St. John's, which is the tankiness of Pudding. First blood, now a Mountain Drake. Things are going swimmingly for St. John's so far.
Yeah, and we can see Pudding with the level 6, getting the push in the top lane. Malinik, like I said, he's going to be stuck under tower, unable to do much, because his only option is to go in. And until he gets the ultimate and starts stacking those, he is just, you know, sort of trapped in this top lane with the Cho'Gath.
Fog of War, you can see Lior finds an angle. Only level 5, no ultimate, but does flash for it onto King Amazin. Will be hard to follow that up, so awkwardly it's kind of a flash for nothing. Now Lior might be in trouble. There's going to be the Dark Passage, and young Sinatra on this Thresh. He's got all the tools not only to make plays for his team, but to bail out his teammates when things don't quite go according to plan. But there's more action in bottom lane. Look at the mini-map. There's going to be a flash for Magister. Gets Lior down to 100 HP. Young Sinatra in an awkward position, bailed out by Hueco. He's going to channel that taunt, and then the Baby Cage stuns out the DPS. So now Hueco's in trouble. No Ignite to clean up on Reaper, and Reaper will actually get the kill credit with that Sheen doing so much damage in that skirmish.
Yeah, and Reaper's happy to be taking that one. It is going to mean he is going to be strong in this mid game, and a strong Wukong is a very scary proposition when you're starting to look at Rift Heralds, when you're starting to look at these mid game team fights, because he can be so slippery and he can be so threatening to this Kai'Sa and this Vi.
And that's the whole play around bottom lane, bring multiple members, and ensure that you're prepared for that fight. It seemed that even though there was a mishap in the play off of Mystics trying to get a hook, ends up dying under the turret, that was really just like a 2v2 mistake or outplay. But the strategy was DePaul, let's bring multiple members down, and they did turn that around. They earned that by making a team play, and it was off the back of much being used on the play that led to the Dragon. So you have to respect that once you earn something on the Rift, if you're St. John's, you have to respect that you lose a little tempo after making that play.
Yeah, and St. John's lost a lot of tempo, losing the Galliol in that play as well. So that means there's going to be another, minute and a half on that ultimate where Galio can't go and threaten to make plays in the side lanes. He's just going to be likely trapped in this mid lane, maybe getting vision, and not going to be as effective. So first, Galio not landing the mark.
Yeah, and the difficulty here will be, as level 6 has come through for junglers, will this be a safe play towards this Herald? You can see they're even bringing Young Sinatra up for it. It's difficult for Shadow Sneak to kind of hold this turret 1v2. He does have all sums, so he'll be relatively safe, but if that hook lands, you could run into trouble. And I think it's a little curious that Young Sinatra showed in mid lane here right after they take the Herald, because he's at least sending that message to DePaul that, okay, I'm coming back down, you can't dive my carry, we earned this Herald essentially for nothing. And that's the whole tempo, right? It's a seesaw effect where last fight, bot lane, it was DePaul coming out on top, but now they have to respect the fact that they might not be able to contest that Herald. But collection down here, hook for hook, it's gonna be Sinatra finding it, but there's not gonna be follow-up. It's a little too far over that wall.
Yeah, and we could see King Amazin has gotten 2 plates, I believe, at this point on the bottom tower. So that means, yes, St. John's did get the Rift Herald. They got the 300 gold for it, which is about what the plates are going to be worth for King Amazin. But they have to make a play now to make it a net positive for the team, since the gold went on to King Amazin, the Jinx, the hyper-scaling hyper carry. That's what we wanted on. And Reaper's big play in the mid lane.
Yeah, Hueco's going to get that Aftershock to stay healthy. Does have to flash away, set up nicely by Adistair. They committed the ultimate, the Cyclone from Reaper, to make it difficult to make another play for the next little window here. But I think that's okay. I think that St. John's is happy with that outcome, even though they do lose the flash in mid lane. He's got the Hex Flash if they force an objective. But now, no Cyclone for Dragon. There may be a window of opportunity to bring Pudding down. Lior's got ultimate. They're looking for a play. Mystics can't quite find the hook. Now that's on cooldown too. Adistair, a little far ahead of his team, gets hooked, played into the turret, and going to be ulted by Lior. That's the first to go down. Ignite, down on Mystics, has to get away. The last tick of Ignite, not going to get King Amazing excited, but they do now have a little bit of priority. Hueco wasn't quite able to join that play just yet.
Yeah, great play from the St. John's bot lane. Got to give credit to Young Sinatra there and Lior. Young Sinatra finding the hook onto Agitator, sets up that whole play. He locks him down, gets his team ahead, and then Lior comes in, makes sure he's dead with the Assault and Battery, and then gets him out with the Lantern. So, you know, this Thresh pick, which we've seen be, you know, rather divisive in pro play, is being used to great success by Young Sinatra 3.
Yeah, I mean, I raised a little bit of an eyebrow at it being the B1 pick when Jinx is up for King Amazing. But, I mean, Twitch chat even was a little nervous as I read at them. But at the end of the day, you're seeing why this team is so willing to first pick for Young Sinatra. This kid is clean, magnetic with those hooks, and he sets up everything and even turns what the enemy's trying to accomplish on its head. And that's the second time now that when they've tried to force, when DePaul's tried to force on the bottom side, it's just gotten completely a wrench thrown in it by Young Sinatra himself.
And maybe this is the pick against DePaul, right?
Oh, speaking of a pick, hook into the pit. There's going to be Galio coming in, gets a huge knockup, but he's separated from the team. A taunt onto the Wukong. That's a 1-for-1 so far, but now Young Sinatra's deep in the pit. Shadow Sneak able to dash in forward. He does have heal, doesn't use it. Waco gets taken down. King Amazing resetting, getting excited. 100 HP. There's AoE damage from the Drake. You have to respect that. Malinik finally gets putting us to back off. And Young Sinatra able to hold on just for dear life. Shadow Sneak, I don't know if it was a silence or something. He had heal and didn't use it, and I think that was the linchpin of why King Amazing was able to get that kill and do it. Let's take a second look at what happened there, because I want to see why Shadow Sneak didn't heal.
Yeah, that is... Okay, we can see Lior getting picked into the pit. High Hueco come in, following up Young Sinatra with the first hook onto Reaper, shuts him down, goes forward, finds another hook here right onto King Amazing. Shadow Sneak gets ulted and bursted down, and it looks like he just was not expecting all of that damage to come out from the Vigar ultimate and from King Amazing. And, you know, you got to think if he got that heal off, he might have been able to turn that fight, get the extra damage on King Amazing, and they get the dragon. But DePaul comes out victorious from that play.
Yeah, excellent breakdown on that replay, and thank you to Production for showing it off to our fans. It was a very close fight. It's really hard to track who's winning at any moment. And but top lane, the story is pretty one-sided so far. That Heartsteel continuing to stack up. That means that this Cho'Gath will in fact be tanky. I think because they know it's trouble, St. John's will not actually be able to escort this Herald to the turret, but you know, it's gonna time out anyway. You gotta do something. Oh, they're caught out a little bit unawares. The Dragon's already down to 3K. There's a little bit of a rotation coming through. Will this turn into a fight? It looks like it. Lior alone in the pit. Dark Passage available. There's going to be Lantern, but they get hooked in. Mystics, he gets the pick. One for Drake. I think most teams are okay with that trade.
Yeah, that is a pretty fair trade, but I wanted to back up a little bit. King Amazing has been farming these plates, and one of the sacrifices that St. John's made when roaming Young Sinatra up was the gold being put on King Amazing, and they did not get the gold back from the use of the Rift Herald. So that Rift Herald was, you know, basically a diversion to allow for the 1-for-1 to happen on the Dragon. And, you know, like I said in the early game, if things are going even and this game goes 30 minutes, the Vigar, the 2-1 and 3 Vigar, who's already got 3 stacks on his rod, he's going to be really scary. And King Amazing, who's 2-0 and 3 on this Jinx, he is going to be incredibly scary. The one thing that St. John's has going for them is they have 2 of these dragons already, and they have the Chemtech Soul on tap. So if they can continue that pressure, continue to line up those dragons and get the soul, I think that is going to be their big win condition.
Good breakdown there, Max. First turret going to go towards putting Inette solo up towards the top lane, and Ihueco with a beautiful roam. Let's see who they donate this kill to. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Malinik trying to buy some time with the stopwatch, but he's not long for this world. They even bring Lior. He tries to escape with the global. That was a cheeky little move there from Malinik, so you can see why he was trying to buy time with that stopwatch. But now, full control over this top quadrant. I say that, but they're going to actually pick a fight. Waco goes in, gets the taunt onto Reaper, who gets knocked up into the air. Lior goes deep, is kind of alone, gets deleted by Agistair. Yeah, they're looking for more. That's what Young Sinatra's here for. Agistair, not a lot more damage in that tank because he already used that ultimate. He has to trap people in place. Mystics, low mana, and there's going to be that Dark Passage. Once again, Young Sinatra setting things up, making the plays, and bailing people out when they need it.
Oh my gosh, this Thresh is like poetry in motion. It is incredible to watch. I love to see it, and I think off the back of that play, Oh, Exo Mystics is looking again.
Low on mana though, will he go for it? Young Sinatra not able to find the angle to get Mystics though, and once again, Agister finding an opportunity to lock someone in place. I mentioned how Cho'Gath will need to be tanky enough to be able to just kind of pitter-patter back and forth within the cage while he's taking damage. Well, it seems Hueco's been the victim of that so far, and he's having trouble staying alive through it.
It looks like St. John's are going to get this second Rift Herald as well, so all 4 early game objectives going to them. The question is, are they going to be able to find an effective use for this one, right? The first Rift Herald was well defended by DePaul, and I think that is a big part of why these carries are scaling at the moment. So I think it's going to be on Lior, which he uses it in the mid lane now. If they can break this mid tower, it's going to be huge. It gives one less lane of safe scaling for DePaul.
Yeah, and a little bit of a defensive play. They won't be able to take down the full turret. And again, bottom lane was picked up by Malinik. A little curious that neither Reaper nor King Amazing, kind of the carries at this moment, were there to collect the local gold bottom. A lot of that work was done by King Amazing. He got some plays, but they're not actually going to give him the local gold. And I'm not actually sure if they needed to have him mid lane to defend against that Herald because that turret was so healthy.
Yeah, and I think the key for them is this mid lane staying alive. It gives them a safe lane for either the Vigar or Jinx to just continue to catch waves. Go to a camp, clear it, catch another wave. Go to a camp, clear it, catch a wave. And they're always going to be close to whatever fight breaks out, so they don't have to blow anything, any cooldowns or miss out on the fight. So that is going to be objective number 1 for St. John's if they really want to break this scaling coming out from DePaul.
And the scaling really is the key that you've touched on a few times now, Mac. It's that the Agister on this Vigar is going to continue to scale up. He's going to get scarier and scarier, and there's actually no ceiling to it. You can't stop that scaling from happening other than putting him in the death chamber, and that's for a limited time. The Jinx, of course, is a terror if you can hit 6 items, and King Amazing's been doing a fantastic job out CSing, getting those plates, and slowly but steadily building a little bit of a lead in that role specifically. The linchpin of this operation will really be if Reaper, who's been kind of set a little behind, not terribly so, but a little behind in the tempo of this game, will he be able to survive enough and actually create the chaos necessary for King Amazing to get those resets and be the one to carry the fight, because that's what's necessary. It's you get that Agister burst, now you excite the Jinx, and you roll the team right from there. That's what DePaul needs to do to be able to take down the currently undefeated St. John's.
Yep, and St. John's are set up here first in the river, 20 seconds on the Dragon, and they have first play, and they ult straight onto King Amazing. He flashes away, putting on him the map.
Yeah, and the hook is beautiful from Young Sinatra, setting it up in a 4-man play into a huge taunt for my Hueco. But where's the DPS? Can you get enough damage to go through? The Lantern takes him right into the cage, and Agistar picks up even more. When Shadow Sneak gets taken down that quickly, what can you do? Now you got a tank left over at the end? There's no chance. DePaul with the damage are able to clean up, and they'll get the Drake as a bonus gift.
Yeah, it was looking like such a great engage from Hueco and from putting on the backline. Yeah, we're going to send it to a replay to see exactly what happened in that play once again. And we can see here, engage coming out from Lear. He goes directly onto King Amazing. King Amazing flashes away, but he's on top of Pudding. Young Sinatra lands a hook onto Agister, and it looks so good right here, that 4-man taunt. But there's just no damage, right? Shadow Sneak is already dead, which means Agister, Reaper, and 21 Malinik are able to get more cooldowns off, more resets of their abilities, and Pudding and Young Sinatra 3 can't finish off the fight. And that means DePaul has stopped the Dragon stacking. They have they've successfully scaled. They got the shutdown onto Agister, and it looks like they are in the driver's seat of this game from now on.
Yeah, and you can even see the pings go down. They're interested in Baron being the next take for the side of DePaul, and it's hard to stop this tempo. We're looking for a potential hook. No cleanse
Young
here.
Sinatra!
Perfect. Young Sinatra's just clean and able to find 1, now 2, and Baron's 30 seconds away. I don't think they'll have time to take it, but taking 2 key members off the map, this will definitely be the mid lane turret.
Oh my gosh, Young Sinatra, when all the chips are against him, when all bets are down, he finds the play, he finds the hook, and they get the mid tower. That's going to be huge. to stop the safety of the Vygar, of the Jinx, of the scaling, and give them the ability to play for one of these dragons as a win condition. I mean, not dragons, barons.
Baron, right, which is now on the table as we crest the 20-minute mark. In fact, a teleport from Pudikas. They even have the feast from Cho'Gath. They can absolutely burn this down and secure it. You can see the tempo's too slow for DePaul to be able to answer. They're going to get close. There is a Smite potential fight. Smite's up for both junglers, but Feast might make the difference. Reaper going to come over the wall. There is the stun, and it does get stolen. Agister is crazy. The baby cage to stun into an absolute steal, and that's just a donation. It feels so rough for St. John's to lose that out.
Yeah, you can see Pudding CZ wasn't able to get the Feast off. It's not an instant ability, right? There's a bit of a cast time on that. And the smite went down from Reaper. He said, I'm smiting early. Agitator dropped his kit on the Baron, and they just combined, had enough damage, and it caught St. John's off guard. That's got to be incredibly difficult for St. John's. You know, they found that pick. They thought they had the play, but now, once again, DePaul in the driver's seat. They've got the scale Jinx. They've got the level 14 Vygar, and they're going to be able to start getting all the standing gold off the map from these towers.
And that might have been the nail in the coffin, right? It's super hard to match the scaling of the DePaul lineup, and now when you give over thousands of gold with that Baron just going slightly awry, now you're in the backseat. You have to try as you might to defend your jungle, and you can see the perfect rotation here from DePaul. Clean strategy to say, we've got the turret, now we're going to in sync be able to recall. And actually, I like this play by St. John's. They say, hey, you left mid lane open. That's a tier 2 turret, and if we have to buy time anyway while you have Baron, why not take something you're gifting us for free? They're gonna get a bunch of gold back to even up the gold.
Yeah, you can see 3 members reset on the side lane there too, so they just waste a whole bunch of time in the top lane. Yes, Agitator is going to be able to get this tier 1 tower, but the push is effectively thwarted, and you know, we're back to square one. So that is a good, you know, minute burned off of that Baron without anything really being accomplished.
Yeah, and at 22 minutes, this close of a gold lead really doesn't mean that one team is guaranteed to win a fight. And I actually really like the trade from St. John's to be able to take those 2 turrets in mid lane, because the longer the lane is, the better you can set up the Vi Galio combo. Speaking of, Malinik caught in the corner. He's a little bit tanky. He's going to try and buy a little time for his team. There's going to be a huge Cyclone from Reaper too to create some space. Shadow Sneak freely hitting on the back line, whereas King Amazin has to be careful. Hueco is definitely not long for this world. That will be a reset. The dive in the back line. Shadow Sneak trying to get a little bit more damage, but there will be plenty of healing, plenty of health bars remaining. There's not going to be more. So all things considered, it's a 1-for-1. And I have to say, the priority target at this point in the game is not at all Malinik. It has to be Agister, the 6-1-6, worth 900 gold if you can shut him down. And if you pay close attention, everybody who's been watching at home and here at the LAN Center, you've been seeing Agister's cages into his damage, finding the perfect targets, even being patient with that cage to make sure that there's space for himself and King Amazing. You got to get the drop on Agister, or you're going to lose these fights.
I mean, the challenge is Pudding isn't actually going to be able to tank any of Agister's damage either. You can see in his build, he's bought into basically no magic resist, and that's one of the weaknesses of Vygar, right? You see as Seraphs, you see as Roddy, he's going towards the Rabadons. He's not going to get Void Staff until 4th. So this Cho'Gath, right, he could have been that front line that can sort of, you know, create space and push Agister off the team, but that's not going to be possible, right? So Agister is going to have free reign on this, so it's really going to be Agister, you know, being caught way out of position, or an incredible flank from Leor. That's the only way I can picture them getting onto Agister and shutting him down.
That is the difficulty for sure, is the lack of magic resist to deal with this very fed Vygar who's moments from death cap. And additionally, the strengths of the St. John's composition has been in the crowd control, the ability to lock someone down, even silence them. They cannot absolutely in a single moment respond to the kind of pick potential that exists. You see, that's why they were able to burst down Malinik so quickly on that last engagement. But with stacking of the chem tech, that means for the side of DePaul, they have bonus tenacity, which for many of the engaging tools, even the silence and some of these slows, the hook itself from Young Sinatra, those get limited in their ability to actually change the outcome of these fights.
And if we look at the builds for the AD carry, Shadow Sneak going for what I believe is a Navori 3rd, while King Amazin is almost done with his Infinity Edge. So if we see that Rabadons come in for Agitator and that Infinity Edge come in from King Amazing. I think it's going to be, a even taller task for St. John's to win one of these team fights, because suddenly you're going to have to worry about two incredibly powerful threats. And you can see Rabadon's right there completed. This Vigar is so strong, level 15. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and even if it weren't for that amount of gold and the power that Agistar has from gold and the items in his inventory now, his job is just to buy time for King Amazing to reset in these fights and chase everyone down. If you can buy that time, there's not a lot of threat. Shadow Sneak isn't far enough ahead that he can threaten a dive on that back line. In fact, it's scarier than not to be able to dive like that. King Amazing intelligently itemizing for Rune on second against this very melee-heavy composition drafted by St. John's. And you can see it's a full protect the Jinx, and they've got the tools to do it, and so far they've been executing properly. But at the drop of a hat, it's possible. It is absolutely possible with those shutdowns available on the heads of DePaul that St. John's, the favorites to win this series and potentially the trophy this weekend, they have an opportunity, and they'll have to be able to do it when gold is absolutely tied.
Yep, and we see 20 seconds spawning, or until the spawn of Baron, but fight breaks out.
Yeah, Agistar, he's gonna have to flash away. Now he's got that space. King Amazing, free autoing. Waco goes down. The excitement from King Amazing, nowhere to go. Shadow Sneak not able to match that DPS, putting Kazumi next, and Reaper gets closer and closer. That's one, that's two, that's more. Shadow Sneak, he has to flash away from the zap, and now eyes are set on the Baron that spawns in just a second.
That was almost robotic from King Amazing. He dodged that rupture by half a centimeter. Like he was a pixel away, and he just played that fight perfectly, getting tons of damage onto all the carries of from St. John's. The reward is the Baron.
Yeah, that is the micro practice. You said you saw earlier this weekend King Amazing practicing in the practice tool, just using the micro, getting his fingers nice and warm to be able to micro his champion like that. And that's what's necessary to beat out the kind of competition we have here in Indianapolis today, is you have to win that game of inches. It's so tight, the gold being even, the pixel separating whether you get knocked up or not, and Agistar quick on the flash too. I mean, DePaul looking very clean, and maybe this game is kind of getting away from St. John's at this point. The scaling coming through there. Agistar already set up for success with this early game. It's a tough call for St. John's to be able to defend against this Baroned up team.
Yeah, and we can see DePaul choosing to send 5 players mid lane. They're confident in their team fighting. They're confident in their ability to dive, find a pick. So whatever it is, and they're all grouped up, pushing down these towers. I don't think there's any way that St. John's are going to be able to stop them.
No, and you can see he's trying to look for an angle to maybe knock them up. The tower very, very low, finally pulls the aggro away from that cannon, but the next wave you have to imagine it falls. And I think what's been happening here is Lior gets a little too trigger happy, going in, starting the fight, even though they weren't behind in gold before. I think, hold on that hook. Mystics goes over the wall, he gets stunned, he gets absolutely obliterated. No tankiness to think of. Young Sinatra's down, it's a 5v4. Nice taunt for Reaper so he can't get that knock up. 5 people go into the air, but there's no way to follow up that damage. They've now taken the inhibitor, and with this cannon, they're going to try to end the game. Flash forward for Mystics. They find the angle onto Iwako, who gets deleted before he hits the ground. There's going to be a dive. Reaper finds the angle, Shadow Sneak, he gets taken down. They're looking for more. King Amazing doesn't even care to tank the tower. They will absolutely obliterate in a 5v4 to end the game. That will be the Nexus. Game 1 going the way of DePaul over St. John's, and rubbing that in that even in these previous years, somehow, no matter how well St. John's does in game, in series, in the split, in total, DePaul seems to be their kryptonite.
Yeah, you know, once you get in these do or die situations, DePaul just turns on. They turn it to a different gear, right? King Amazing, he just goes off, right? That early game, we were praising Young Sinatra from finding all of those plays. But once that mid game hit, it was absolutely incredible from the side of DePaul.
Yeah, what a game 1 to start this series of the upper bracket. Game 1 will go the way of DePaul here in this matchup, but there's potentially 2 more games to play in this series. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 2 for St. John's to make it a series.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
and you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
Welcome back to the broadcast. We're ready for game 2 of this best of 3 here live from the Esports Park at Butler University in Indianapolis. I'm here with Mac, and we're ready to bring you, again, this is game 2 of a best of 3. It's up to St. John's to continue their undefeated run of the regular split, but right now they're on their back foot, down a game in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and we saw game 1, they came out with a really aggressive dive-focused draft, right? Trying to target King Amazin on the Jinx. And while they may have been successful in the early game using Young Sinatra's hooks, you know, as the game wore on, Agister and the Vygar just got way too strong, and he was able to take over that game, right? Him and King Amazin teamed up really well in those late game team fights, and they, sort of turned the corner. And we could see that first pick Thresh is back.
A little bit of an adaptation. Instead of 380 carry bans, they do ban away Reaper as Wukong, which I think was a really good pick. He played it well, but still, the Jinx is up, and we'll see if the draft, as far as the picks goes, evolves the same way, where this time they will maybe go for the Blitzcrank and the Jinx like they did 1 and 2 before, hovering a few different supports, but ultimately, the Jinx on the table, I don't think you could pass that up.
Yeah, we could see an adaptation from DePaul as well. They banned the Xayah away from St. John's, so that 80 carry is off the table. I think it just has to be Jinx here, right? She is the other S-tier option available, and we saw how effective it was last game using the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, but here's the opportunity to kind of throw down that gauntlet. Because we're in the top bracket, and you have the opportunity to drop even the series and still stay in the tournament, now is the time to show off your pocket picks. You're up a game, you've got nothing to lose. The series isn't on the line right now for the side of DePaul, so they can try and do anything. And right now it's going to be double early game. Blitzcrank Lee Sin, and we'll see how good Reaper's Lee Sin is. It's a very high mechanic champion, and he's one of the best junglers we get to watch here in the conference.
Oh my goodness. We see an adaptation from St. John's in the Maokai being picked up, right, as a disengager compared to the engaging Vi, or he can engage from a distance. But we remain with the Kaisa pick, right? The Jinx on the table, and neither team wanted to touch it in this first rotation. Instead, it is the Vygar that is priority for DePaul.
Okay, and I'm curious, they do take the Vygar who popped off in game 1, but off air I was speaking with you about the Vygar pick, and I was like, I'm not really sure if it's not a fluke insofar as Agister wouldn't pop off on this champion, but Vygar isn't necessarily known for being an early game kill leader, right? And so it was kind of odd to see him finish a death cap so early, get 3 items, and just be this overlord, the little Vygar Yorda overlord so early on in the game. And so it's curious to me for them to prioritize it early in the draft when Jinx is on the table, and Jinx is that late game free win, 1v9, especially in the hands of King Amazin. So now you open yourself up to the potential for DePaul to not get Jinx and just have Vygar, and St. John's could potentially ban it away here?
Yeah, the Silas ban coming in, I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe they're cooking up something like a Malphite top, but Malphite taken off the table.
There, you called it.
It's, one of those, I didn't feel like the pick was particularly effective in the last game. I mean, it did its job all right, but I think the real reason they won was because of that Jinx, which was banned away.
Yeah, they take it away. Vayne locked in. Shorter range by a significant margin than the Jinx. Very good scaling. Excels at taking down these tanks and can stay relatively safe in the fights using that stealth and going invisible, repositioning. The difficulty will be whether or not she can make her way through laning phase and not get bullied by Young Sinatra, who is just so good at this Thresh that they picked Blue 1. So the question in my mind is, what's the answer for mid lane? Vygar is so strong. Maybe that's a little bit of a misclick with the Draven being locked in. Maybe not. Maybe it's a Kaisa mid, something that has been played in solo queue.
It looked like they ran out of time and a random champion was selected. I think that's what's going on. I don't know if the players are going to be allowed to remake or not. So it might just have to be a Kaisa mid with a Draven bot.
Okay, so I'm going to roll with it. Okay, I'm not going to roll with it because we do get a little bit of a mess up on the draft. But under the assumption that there could have been a play there, I actually could see what they're cooking. Like, yeah. I think it's a misclick and it's not the strongest thing you could do. But an AP Kaisa mid would actually kind of throw a wrench in the plan of what DePaul has generally been drafting for, which is a pick composition and wanting to be able to play a full engage composition front to back. When you get Kaisa AP built through the mid lane, and she'll probably have a free lane against the Vigar, you can poke from range, from extreme range, and be able to clean that up. But the players are talking in the chat. They really wanted to actually have the Syndra mid, so what do you think about that pick? Obviously not a Kaisa, and I kind of went off on a tangent, but Syndra into Vigar I think is a decent answer.
I think it's a good answer and definitely a comfort pick for Ihueko. He's played the champion for years. He's really, really proficient on it. I don't think it's like a one-to. It's not like a counter pick, right? It's more of a skill matchup, but I think it has more options than the Galio did in the game before, because you can play from that range, and if you ever find the stun onto the Vigar with the Scatter of the Weak, well, now the rest of your team can follow up, and you're not putting yourself in that dangerous position. So I like the adaptation. I think it's a little safer, a little more what we've come to know from St. John's, and it'll give them a good chance in the draft, right? The pick that's a little surprising to me is Vayne, you mentioned, right? She did just receive buffs this patch, but you know, Vayne is not a champion I see picked very often in competitive and in the Big East, but if anybody can do it, I think King Amazin's definitely the one.
Any champion in his hands seems to work out. He's got a champion Ocean, very talented player. Before we get back into the draft, we're going to get word from production and the TOs of how to sort out this situation. But yeah, the Syndra, really good pick. I like the ability to disengage, just hold that stun, the Scatter of the Weak, to be able to disengage what DePaul has generally been drafting, which is that full engage. When they don't have the Wukong, they go for the Lee Sin, but it has to do the same type of thing, which is go in, find an angle on the back line, and that's so much harder to do, even if you find a flank angle, when you just get knocked back and stunned.
You mentioned Lee Sin there. We haven't even talked about Reaper's Lee Sin. That's one of his quintessential best champions. He's made it. He's played it many times before, and you know it's always a treat to watch him play it. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make that impact, because again, he's one of those champions that, you know, if you get rolling, can be really, really strong. So
yeah, the interesting thing about Lee Sin is many of these high elo junglers in the Big East and without are very talented at Lee Sin. He's one of those champions where if you are mechanically gifted, then you can get a lot of free wins in solo queue, rise your rank very quickly, get a lot of free wins, a lot of 15-minute FFs from the enemy team, which are always nice to stack your LP. But when you bring it on stage, you really have to be clean. A god, really, on this champion for it to be as effective in the 5v5 setting with the communication between these two teams. And specifically with the Lee Sin, there's that mid-game trough, right, where you have to either accelerate in 1v9, but then all the gold's on you, not your carries. And when you reach that mid-game where you kind of start to fall off, if you haven't spread that gold around, gotten turrets, heralds, other sort of neutral objectives, or given the kill credit over to your carries, then you have this awkward situation where, even with a Syndra, you create that space. Now what does Lee Sin do? He's got all your gold advantage. Everything else is even. It's tough.
And we just got confirmation from the team here, the production team, that we are going back into draft, and the Draven pick, we will be restarting the draft right before the Draven pick. So it sounds like they're going to be able to pick the expected Syndra, and there was a mouse issue for one of the players, causing them not to be able to see where the mouse is on the screen. It has been resolved, so we should be getting back into the draft shortly, and you know, sort of speeding back to that position where I believe it's going to be a blue for Syndra.
Yep. Blue for Syndra, and then answered by R4 Renekton, and we'll have to see what, or was it Renekton? Yeah, Renekton, R4, and then Blue 4 is going to be that Syndra. We'll see what they close out the draft on blue side with on the side of St. John's, and then, of course, the true counter will come through for DePaul wherever they want it to be.
Yeah, and I really like the Renekton pickup for 21 Malinick. I think that champion is underrated. It gets a lot of heat from the community, but it is so consistent, right? If you ever get to a mid or late game team fight, you always have the option of going forward and flash stunning one of the carries with the Renekton, getting on top of them and just dumping your damage, right? And he's got a strong lane phase, and he's somebody who's, you know, you can always, you know what to expect when you get him, right? So I like that sort of consistency to be paired with our Lee Sin, with the Blitzcrank, and you know, so sort of that volatility in the draft.
a lot of volatility on both sides in this draft, right? You got the early game prowess from Blitzcrank and Lee Sin. You've got the scaling potential of Vigar. Maokai and Thresh have basically point-and-click crowd control to set things up in the early game into the mid game. Kaisa here is an interesting pick. Got the scaling potential for sure. You can be a little bit of an early game skirmisher to great success, but you may have difficulty kiting out the area of effect control that Vigar and even Blitzcrank with Hook available can kind of put that pressure on you. It's tough.
And we can see here we are just about caught up in draft. We got the Vayne locked in, and it looks like there's the Syndra, and finally, is this last pick?
The Renekton, I believe, that will come through for Blue 5. And
yes.
that's blind for top lane, so there's always the opportunity to counterpick this for DePaul. And that's, I mean, you have full vision. You know what the top jungle duo will look like. And I like these hovers from DePaul. They're very intelligent. You generally want to play something that either can answer the aggression of Renekton or just kind of soak that back up underneath the turret.
Yep, and we can see Cho'Gath is the choice. Going to be the tank option, a little, pretty defensive, going to be good at sustaining through lane, and pretty challenging once he gets some armor for Renekton to really take down. But I think Renekton's still going to have a lot of onus in the early game to be able to team up with the Maokai and potentially make this Lee Sin pick from Reaper a little more challenging.
Yeah, the question is, will Reaper answer that top lane or just kind of give it up and say, Cho'Gath, he'll probably sustain through and he'll be fine, and it doesn't matter too much? Does it matter too much for the Cho'Gath to fall behind when generally they play through mid and bottoms, especially bottom? They got this Vayne who needs to scale up and become a monster who can melt through the Maokai, melt through the Renekton, and even the Thresh to boot. I do see the very intelligent draft here from DePaul where they needed that tank, right? Whether it's going to be a Scion or a Cho'Gath or something else that's really that beefy front line, because what we saw in game one was Vigar was able to buy time to create space, but in terms of health bars, they didn't really have much to go on because their top side was losing, their tank wasn't that the Wukong wasn't actually that tanky and could actually get bursted out. So this time, it looks like a little bit slower, less bursty composition, but very good at that front to back, especially if Cho'Gath can be tanky.
On the flip side, I think St. John's just opened up multiple avenues for their team to play for. That first game, we saw them heavily index into the bot lane with the Kaisa Thresh combo. Now, that combo was very successful in the early game. We saw Young Sinatra pop off and Shadow Sneak, get some gold, get some kills, but they could not sustain that throughout the whole game, and that was their only win condition, right? We had the Cho'Gath top and the Galio mid, who were all focused on the bot lane. So now we have the Syndra, who's going to be able to scale really well, going to be able to make plays of her own, and the Renekton, who's going to probably be a lane bully, be winning his lane, and maybe pressuring tower plates. He could even team up with Lior on the Maokai, get an early Rift Herald, and maybe start to pressure towers there, and give them a win condition through top. So now St. John's have adapted the draft to have 3 lanes that are possible to play through, and I think Lior has sort of adjusted his play style to be more low econ on the Maokai to sort of make up for that.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of communication on the players behind us about how to play these compositions. You broke it down really well, and I like that you're focusing in that St. John's, they have a lot more agency with this draft than they did in Game 1. They can play through any lane, and even in the team fight phase, they have a very clear win condition. Maokai Ultimate starts things up. Whoever gets caught out of position, you take down that target, and they will get bursted. Syndra's great at that. Even Renekton's great at that. Renekton should be able to split push fine, too. I really am watching so closely. Reaper, arguably the best jungler in this entire conference, on Lee Sin, this feast or famine champion. And when I'm looking at how an even gold team fight would play out in the mid game, in my mind, I'm like, who tanks the Maokai route? Cho'Gath, generally speaking, but he's also their split pusher, generally speaking. So he might not be there if the engage comes through from Lior to find and force a 4v4 and see if the teleports come through. So which of the 4 remaining champions take the route?
Right, and you're bringing up some important points on that team fight, right? Because, I mean, the Vigar can't take the route. The Vayne can't take it. The Lee Sin can't take it. I mean, Blitzcrank might be able to, but
maybe.
But here's the thing, right? Who is going to be starting off this fight? Who's going to be making the space for the Vayne, right? If they're eating those roots, then they're probably getting chunked out, and they're probably not going to be healthy enough to sit in that front line to make the space for Rain. So I think it really is up to 21 Malinek to be grouped with the team, right? Because it seems like they're, under threat if he's not. It seems like like this Maokai actually might have a really nice position in this game.
Yeah, I think it's all up to these junglers to set the tempo. You either have Lee Sin take over the game and get them that early gold and the lead and be able to be like, hey, the whole map is mine, as Lee Sin does, or you meet them at even footing in the mid game and you have to outplay as that Lee Sin, because the Maokai just has an obvious win condition. We saw in the earlier series today how much a champion like Annie is just, hey, flash tippers, it's very obvious what the play is. Same with Maokai, right? You press that R button, you see who's rooted and where, and you can make very slow, methodical calls from there on out for a team fight to go in your favor, and it's all up to you. But you have to be able to execute as a team. The chaos could ensue. I'm going to be watching this jungle matchup very closely this game.
Yes, and it looks like we are getting a pause once again. Maybe the players, once they load into the game, realized a setting wasn't right. But just taking a look at these two teams, which one do you think has the advantage level 1?
Okay, well, both of these teams have a hook champion that can go in, play through fog, and try and force a summoner spell, or even, you land that hook, you get first blood. I do like the damage that Lee Sin brings to the table. You mirror that on the other side with a potential point-and-click route, but that really slows the clear. I think all things considered, both these teams will respect the fact that level 1 could be so chaotic that they will just 5-point and be respectful of it. That's what I would expect, but I don't know. Maybe if you're DePaul, you're feeling hype. You're feeling hot coming off of game 1, that victory, and despite the delays that maybe cool your head a bit, this is their game to lose, right? If they win the series, they move forward in this series, but they don't mind if they lose this one because they can just make adjustments, come back, and win game 3.
Yeah, but you have to remember there is momentum going on here, right? So if they get a little overconfident, if they falter in this game, and then they lose and St. John's starts heating up, they start getting hot, and they play a composition that has more than one threat.
The reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's something you always got to worry about.
And that feels worse than anything, right? Because if you get reverse swept, you go into the lower bracket, now you're going against the super hot-handed hometown heroes in the Bulldogs, who just had a fantastic 2-0 to start our day here. That can make you nervous.
Yeah, especially because they're going to have to go on stage, whoever loses this, directly after this match. That is the next match on cue. So if this is a reverse sweep, that's going to be a tough one for DePaul. Or if this is an 0-2, then maybe St. John's are going to have to go back quickly and start to discuss, like, okay, what do we need to do to fix it? But we are back in the game.
And again, this is the first series of the upper bracket. A best-of-3. Game 1 did go the way of DePaul pretty handily as they built their lead. This is game 2 of that best-of-3. So the onus is on St. John's to make it a series and win this game and take us to game 3.
Yep, and we can see Leor getting early vision on the red buff of Reaper. That's going to be very nice for the side of St. John's. They're going to be able to track the movements of Lee Sin, whether he's going to start on the red buff or on the bot side. They'll know either way, and I think that'll allow his lanes some confidence to play a little more aggressive early.
A little bit of deep vision, too. I think it was Leor who got that ward deep into Lee Sin's top side, swapped to the sweeper to be able to maintain vision control on his side. I don't see deep vision from DePaul, so it may be a little bit of a mismatch in terms of the vision information, the junglers, where they're starting for these teams early.
Yep, and we can see both junglers are starting on opposite sides of the map. Once again, Leor pathing towards the top side on the Maokai, and Reaper pathing towards the bot side. I think he's going to do a 3-camp clear. Maybe he looks for a cheeky game top, or has the option to swap back to the bot side. But whatever he chooses, he's currently spotted out by that ward from Leor.
Yeah, and they will see which direction he decides to path. Will he go for the 3-camp, which kind of can signal that you'll either do a quick recall for like boots or something, or you'll do the cheese gank through lane in top, which is why you could see Malinek and putting maybe not trading so much, because they want to respect the possibility. But level 2 comes through for bottom lane. Young Sinatra's playing a little further up, looking for the opportunity. But remember, Mystic's still holding that hook, and it's getting closer to that turret. It's kind of worrisome.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in AD carry philosophy here. We have Longsword 3 potions taken for King Amazing. He's really going to be playing for that early item. Reaper going for the cheese gank, level 3 top lane.
There he is. Does have flash available. Pudding in trouble, gets slowed, and there you go. Textbook from Reaper. Flash available, but not enough damage. Nice play from Pudding. They didn't want to use the flash on Malinick or look for anything more. Level 2, it's really hard to be able to do that gank assist when you're a tank top lane.
And Leor not actually in a position to be able to punish this. Yes, he's ahead on the clear, but the blue buff is not being taken away, and it looks like Reaper just is challenging Leor in the jungle. He wants to fight him. I don't know if he wins this. His teammates don't have lane priority.
Yeah, tall order. Hueco kind of bluffing the priority. Agistair bluffing even harder. Reaper in the jungle, but there is lane priority towards this in the mid lane. First to rotate is Agistair. Reaper down to 300 HP. Leor quite healthy. Does now have vision from the sapling, and I don't know. This is really risky from Reaper. Has to bring both solo laners over. The smite goes down. He does secure it, but a little bit of a CS advantage and maybe some EXP going the way of Hueco and Pudding in exchange for that. And in recent years, these single buffs being stolen away don't really make or break the jungle this early.
Yeah, but it's going to be really, really good for Reaper because he made that cheese gank top lane and then went into the jungle. Now, Leor can't counter jungle that blue side because, once again, King Amazing and Mystic have the priority in the bot lane. So he has not only successfully gotten a cheese gank off in the top lane, which, is risky and it wasn't successful, right? But instead of being punished, he actually got a lead from it, which is, it just makes the early game that much more difficult for Leor.
Yeah, and the clear speed, too, for Reaper doing a lot for him. He knows what his champion is capable of, and he plays to that strength that earns him now 2-camp lead over Leor. And again, as the tempo setter, Reaper, he really needs to be the one in charge here. But we're going to look for a little bit more. Young Sinatra not able to find the return hook this time, and will get taken down to half HP. But he's got plenty of consumables to be able to stay relevant in this lane. Both junglers nearby.
Yep, and we can see Leor has taken his back, picked up boots. He's going to be a little bit faster moving around the map, but Reaper is going to be able to cycle all of his camps again, which means his first reset is going to be huge. He's going to be really, really wealthy for that one, and get himself an early strong buy.
Yeah, and the difficulty here is that Maokai just showed bottom lane sweeping through that tri-brush. That means Reaper knows he can just recall, buy some damage, and then go towards that topside clear, because you've been able to see Malinick has actually kept the wave pretty close to his turret this whole time. Pudding, after getting ganked, was able to dodge that, and the CS numbers you see are mostly due to him having that push, but that's more and more dangerous when Lee Sin starts pathing towards that top lane. You have to be careful that you don't just give over some free kills when you push that far up.
Yeah, and we can see a freeze happening in the bot lane for King Amazing and Mystic. That means Shadow Sneak and Sinatra's recall is going to be not as strong here. They're going to lose some EXP and some gold for it. And looks like Pudding actually has fixed his wave and now has it freezing on his side of the map, so he's going to be safe from the Lee Sin pressure on the top side at the moment.
You can take a little bit of a trade from Malinick, who's level 6. Would love to be able to get a kill underneath the turret. Pushed a little early for Lee Sin to actually threaten a dive, but you mentioned the freeze on the bottom side. It's curious as King Amazing is going to hold that. Just sitting on the longsword, still those 2 pots in his inventory to stay healthy, but maybe punishable if they can bring 4 members down, dive him under the turret, because he's got no extra combat stats like Shadow Sneak does, who was able to get that purchase. It's the real trade, and you then bring the question, but I'm going to hold that thought, because Pudding going all in on Malinick, who has that ultimate, has to flash away with 200 health. Not going to follow flash, so Pudding, he's able to win tempo top lane, which makes it all the scarier for this fight to break out. You can see Leor down to 200 HP. The dragon is 1700. Dark Passage to get out of the pit if he needs. Down to 1300. The smites are so expensive. And oh, Young Sinatra is just clean. Not only saves his jungler, but steals the Drake. What
can't this man do?
Right.
What can't this man do?
Absolutely clean. The blue one, first pick, Thresh, once again, showing up here in Indianapolis.
I thought that play was going to be a disaster. Leor's trapped in the back of the pit, 200 HP. There is a collapsing DePaul squad. The dragon looks like it's going to be stolen. No, Young Sinatra steals it. Young Sinatra gets his team out. Hueco's out. And somehow St. John survive by the skin of their teeth and get that first dragon and begin stacking it. A huge win for their composition, because that stops the Dragon Soul from being in immediate win condition for this Lee Sin, right? That's usually one of the things you like to see from that early game pickup, is being or having control of the bot side and being able to get those dragons and putting pressure on the enemy team to come into you.
So the real question will be, what about tempo? What about Reaper, right? He definitely put the pressure on that dragon play, but hold that thought. Young Sinatra looks, and the hook goes wide. Reaper here to turn things around, and with that cooldown low, he might not be able to make a play, but the hook on the other side also goes wide. Should be relatively safe. Syndra seen in the river, making this rotation just to make sure that they have the numbers advantage. Can't turn that play around, but you're going to miss a little bit of CS in mid lane if you're Ihueco here. It's a little awkward. But to build off of your point, yeah, the dragon stacking going to be stopped by the way of St. John's, but for the side of DePaul, they've got really good scaling, and they don't. We've seen even through the spring split, the regular games, that Reaper and company, they don't actually care too much about the early drakes. It's mostly about the first spawn of the Herald and playing around gold rather than the dragon. So rarely do we see them go to a soul, because they're all about trying to end the game early.
Yeah, and we can see that early game being very effective for Reaper. If we look at the CS differential in the jungle, that is 20 CS, and full level, he was 2 levels down during that bot play. So Reaper way ahead on XP, ahead on gold, and Azshare in the mid lane also up a little bit on CS. King Amazin in the bot lane up a little bit on CS. A little bit of that is made up for by having a really strong showing on this Renekton, but this is something you have to worry about when you come mid game. Are DePaul going to be quicker on their item spikes on their carries because they're farming better?
Will they? But it's all about tempo right now around that Herald. Pudding pushes in the top lane. They kind of get bullied out of the river. The Herald will reset, though it was started by Young Sinatra. He took a lot of damage for tanking that for a minute. And if they can just control the vision, I think maybe they'll have the opportunity to go for it. But you can see Mystics here in mid lane. He's trying to unlock Agistair so that they have the numbers advantage first in the river before aggroing it once again. You see they're definitely just trying to keep Ihueco pinned underneath the turret. But bot lane, this is what Vayne does best. King Amazin, he picks this fight. One more auto might do it. The heal comes through from Shadow Sneak. The stun, oh my goodness. That was a lot and very close. You can see the heal made the difference. Flashes from both these carries, and it will be King Amazin kind of staying in the lane. Not able to actually get the kill credit. Flash forward from Agistair, gets stunned back. Hueco pinned against the wall, but not actually stunned, able to dodge a lot. Reaper, will he go deep? He actually does try to use the Q2, but can't find it. And oh, Lear's just not tanky enough. Won't find the difference. The knockback, not into the turret. Young Sinatra says, King Amazin, I've got your number. That the tower, that's just clean, the cleanse, taking away the dot and making that difference. And King Amazin will find himself successful, able to recall top lane. We've seen this before. Puddingcuz able to get the 1v1 this time, getting kill credit, but this has been explosive in the mid game at the 10-minute mark. Agistair under the turret, gets the stun and the kill. That's why he's been so good on this Vigar in this series.
Yeah, and you know, DePaul just winning around the map. They had the numbers advantage in the mid lane. They won that play. They ended up killing Leor early on, chunking out Ihueco, and then they used that numbers advantage to get the Rift Herald. And at the same time, Young Sinatra was really feeling himself, got a little bit ahead of it. He was under the enemy tower trying to dive King Amazin to get that shutdown, to slow him down, and he ended up speeding him up. He ended up giving him that extra push, right, to get him even further ahead of the pace of the game. And you know, we can see Rod of Ages completed for Agistair, Essence Reaver completed for King Amazin. Those first item spikes are completed, while Ihueco and Shadow Sneak are still waiting. So for the next couple minutes, DePaul are definitely going to be stronger on the map.
Yeah, save for top side where Pudding is in full control, but like you said, there's the difficulty that Young Sinatra kind of played into, where he started the Herald a little too early top side, took too much damage that he had to recall, then they lost the numbers advantage around mid lane and the Herald, and then overextended underneath that turret, so everything kind of went awry. But once again, it will be St. John's starting up the Dragon. They're going to take a little bit of damage here, but they have equal numbers for both teams. Young Sinatra looks for the hook, does find the Blitzcrank. Shadow Snake kind of pinned against the wall. Maokai ult going to come through. They turn onto the bottom lane. Will they be able to get the kills fast enough? Young Sinatra, he is getting low. He gets taken out. It's a 1 for 2 so far in favor of St. John's, but Agistair still has ultimate. Threatening, deeply on it. And Pudding, he's going to try and get the play here in mid lane, wants to be able to be the beast that he is, up 2 levels over Malinik, and I think both teams are just going to take a breath and back off from this dragon.
Yeah, that was a really good team fight from St. John's, showing the strength of their composition around these objectives. But unfortunately, both the kills went over to Leor, right? Neither of those going to the carries in Hueco or Shadow Sneak. The hope for St. John's is their top lane Pudding was not in the fight, and he's the strongest member, respectively, on their team right now. So the next fight that we see potentially break out, if he's involved with his teleport, as the dragon is still up, I think that might mean that St. John's are stronger at this moment.
It's very close, but I think you're correct. I mean, Reaper still has his flash. We haven't seen him do that kind of insect play. He's been playing very intelligent, right? Hasn't actually dropped a death, and he made that nice play around mid lane. Almost stole that first Drake. It's really looked like St. John's has been scrappy and kind of just winning through the hooks from Sinatra, the play and the pressure top lane from Pudding, but all things elsewhere have really been going deeply the way of DePaul. They've got the money on their carries as they would hope.
Yeah, and Shadow Sneak hooked in.
Oh yeah, into the silence, into the knockup. Now creates the distance, but it's a 4v3. Leor out of position. They all three have to flash or dash out of range, but that turret is not safe. Leor, separated from his team, will likely be the one to fall. There's no wave for the dive, but the dragon is on the table. Looks like they're not going to go for the dive. They'll just take the dragon as the prize for making that high tempo play.
Think about that. That baby cage right there, that play from the Vygar netted 2 flashes. That is huge, right? One ability, one basic ability got 2 flashes from key members on the side of St. John's. So, you know, just we could see in action the value of that ability, especially around these objectives. And, you know, big wins for Agitair.
Yeah, and reminiscent of game 1, right? He did that same thing where maybe this time he's only up 2 kills instead of, almost 6 by this point, but what you do see is his beautiful placement of that event horizon really makes a difference. Herald's going to be used bottom lane. You can see Blitzcrank on the side looking for that. Does get seen, but that's actually the awkward position. Knocked up into the air, knocked back with the Dragon's Rage, and the pick will actually be on Shadow Sneak. Teleport comes through from Pudding if he wants to make something happen. They actually are pulling the trigger. Maokai uses that twisted advance, perhaps on a target. They're going to go for more. Event Horizon doesn't actually stop them from aggressing, and this, that is a very big croc, and he will actually be able to tank up the distance. So all things considered, a 1-for-1, but a pretty clean start to that by DePaul. St. John's had to use teleport to make that difference, which means Malinik can get a little bit more and perhaps even a feast stack top lane.
Yeah, and I think although that play ended up going all right for St. John's, it still doesn't answer the fact that DePaul are scaling. They still have this Vygar. They still have this
So
Bane.
scary.
Yeah, and now Pudding no longer has the teleport, so that's an opportunity cost, right? That big cooldown, that lead in the top lane was used for a 1-for-1, right? And that's not helping St. John's really advance their game plan. I think they're going to have to look for a pick like this.
Ooh, beautiful prediction on the flash, too. Young Sinatra's clean with it, sets it up this time. He finds the death sentence, and that will be a pick onto King Amazin, who's struggling in this lane, actually falling behind in CS. We almost never see that happen, where he's normally the one to set the tempo in terms of the minion kills. This time, he's fallen a little bit behind in gold, hasn't been the one getting all those kill credits. They've mostly gone the way of Agitair. Okay, a little bit of a buckler there as Mystics almost finds the hook on Shadow Sneak into turret, but yeah, I mean, I think this game is on a nice edge. Speaking of, lots of long swords in the build here for Reaper, who finds the angle on Pudding, but he's still healthy. The Gore Drinker doesn't even need the ultimate that's on cooldown to get out and holds his flash too.
Yeah, that's a big win for Pudding right there. He gets the teleport from Malinik, draws the pressure from Reaper, gets the ultimate, and he's still going to be able to put pressure onto this tower ahead of the Rift Herald play, right? So St. John's, off of that incredible pick in the bot lane from Young Sinatra, now have the opportunity to get this Rift Herald.
Nice. Fancy feat from Hueco, able to dodge out of the hook from Mystics. Once again, Agitair, he just puts down the cage and says, I'm not trying to stun you. I'm just buying time for my team to make a play. And that earns them, well, you said it, a basic ability for a flash. You take that trade any day.
Yep. And we could look, if we look here, we can see Agitair is close to completing his Archangel Staff, which will immediately turn into a Seraph's Embrace once again. That's going to be a scary proposition. This Vigar is level 11 with Flash, and if he gets that Seraphs, he's going to be very, very challenging to kill, even with the Syndra, right? Syndra, yeah, if you get some burst on him, now he's able to survive through the Seraph shield. So you're going to have to commit multiple members onto that Vigar if you ever want to kill him in a team fight. And they haven't even burned his Flash yet.
Not yet, and you can see they have the wherewithal and the confidence to invade the enemy jungle, try and take away some of these camps. They're all down right now, coming back in just a moment, but this is also the setup, the vision necessary for 90 seconds from now. The third Drake of the game will spawn. It will be a second for either of these teams. You see that they're potentially recalling for additional wards and control of this river, and it really comes down to which of these two supports can find the angle with a hook. Young Sinatra might be in an awkward spot here. Gonna get spotted in vision. Mystics going for a potential here. They're going for the flashless target into the Dark Passage. Not able to actually get him through as he gets stunned up by the Event Horizon. That's a good pickup. They have a small wave to put some damage here in mid lane, and that sets them up so you can have more tempo around the Drake.
Yeah, if they're able to get the mid tower here, that'll be a huge pickup for DePaul. As I've said in the previous game, this mid tower is like the safety net, right? It allows your immobile carries or whoever doesn't have flash to farm safely. I mean, maybe not so safe against DePaul since they're bringing Mystics to mid lane consistently, but it's supposed to be that safe horizon where you can get farmed, you can push a mid wave, and you can rotate to objectives. And losing that while the other team has their mid tower available gives them a huge tempo advantage until you're able to knock that objective down following a one team fight.
Yeah, it's been a tale of two mid lanes where one of them has gotten that extra gold, the other one's kind of been left out to starve, and a lot of attention has been put by DePaul into this mid lane. And when you don't have flash, Adjuster just says, hey, I'm calling my shot, call my target, 8-ball corner pocket, and they'll find you inside that cage, and there's very little you can do to deal with it. Hook goes wide from Mystics and was really just fishing into the river. There is that classic play, use the Herald mid and look for the dragon.
Yeah, and we can see St. John's are the ones starting it up, but DePaul get their choice on an advance.
Hook goes wide, Mystics can't do anything. 4-person stun from Waco as they're gonna go deep. Silence and absolute deletion with the feast, so Pudding can't do anything. He did not expect that damage. Shadow Sneak puts a little damage down. Reaper down to 200 HP, can't look for more. Flash forward and knock up from Malinik into a hook, and that will be one more dead member. 2-4-0, but the Dragon did go the way of St. John's.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to watch these fights, right? Because St. John's, yes, they get the objective. They are getting closer to a Mountain Soul, which is really important, right? But at the same time, 2 kills picked up. Vigar has his Seraph's Embrace, right? He is now building towards that Rabadon's. The bot lane, right? King Amazon's building towards the second item. He's going to get that Mythic. So it is a scary proposition to have so much gold concentrated on these carries and having them continually get further ahead, while we see Leor is the one with the 300 gold shutdown on the side of St. John's.
That's the difficulty, is we've seen this happen in the earlier series today, and we've talked about it a little bit in game 1, but what really comes down to it is these dragons, are they really worth it? You put yourself in a compromised position where then potentially you lose the time, the team fight, and that's so much more gold than the dragon is worth. You're not going to win necessarily from a soul, especially when one got stolen away from you, and that delays your ability to get soul on the game timer. So I don't know. I don't really like how it seems the teams that have been losing so far here today on our tournament have been the ones who go for the Drakes, who care to take the Drakes and start them up first. They seem to end up on their heels.
Yeah, and I think part of that might be due to the weakened nature of the dragons, right? These rewards they're picking up for, maybe sacrificing themselves in the team fight, or sacrificing other parts of the map to go for this objective, have been considerably weakened, right? So you're getting a little bit less resistances, a little bit less move speed, and maybe it's not worth going and putting all of that bonus into it when you only now have a 500 gold lead instead of maybe a 2,500 gold lead. King Amazon and Magister have been able to scale.
It's really tight. Yeah, that gold is very close. You can see the value of that gold is split between Magister, King Amazon, a little bit there on Reaper, who's been a part of most of the action for them. And on the flip side, your tanks, they're the ones who have all the gold if you're a fan of St. John's, and that's a little bit harder to put down the damage, especially with these hyper-defensive builds. You can see a stopwatch for top lane to hold that bot Leor. He started the fight already and putting his first to it. They absolutely obliterate Reaper. Baron's on the table, and DePaul doesn't have a jungler.
Yeah, we were talking about who's going to tank the Maokai ult? Well, Reaper tanked it and he died, right? This Lee Sin does not have the tankiness.
The hook over the wall and an absolute 100-0. Agister used that ultimate to get the kill credit, and now it's a 4v4. They still have a jungler advantage if they want to pressure the Baron, but it's so hard. As soon as that hook comes back up from Mystics, it's difficult, and he forces the flash. Look, these players, these supports on these hook champions are creating so many plays in this series.
Yeah, Young Sinatra and Mystics are just on fire, and you can see DePaul backing up, regaining vision control of this river and setting up for the next big play, right? I think if you look at the vision from St. John's, it is extremely limited. It's going to be really dangerous for them to walk into this unknown territory. We can see one on the red buff and one ward in their own red side jungle. But they're going to need to get back out on the map, start scouting again before they can look for another pick or another play like they just found on.
Yeah, you can see the line of scrimmage is absolutely there for DePaul to be able to own this topside river. That's why the blue trinket came down there just moments ago from Ihueco, who's like, are they returning onto the Baron? We don't actually know, because after losing that little skirmish, you could see all the sweepers there used and cleared out vision from Mystics to be able to own that river once again. But we're just moments away, less than a minute in fact, from now the 4th Drake to spawn. This would be Soul Point built up for the side of St. John's if they can secure it, but I'm going to harken back to what I said earlier on this broadcast and in the last series to boot. I don't think the Dragons matter that much. You must not lose the team fight, because you always will lose more on the map if you end up taking the Dragon but losing a bunch of your members.
Yep. I would love to see St. John's play for a bot tower or a fight here as opposed to the Dragon itself, right? Because really, they need to accelerate themselves in this game to getting a Baron and knocking down a bunch of the standing gold, because they need a gold lead to end up taking down Agister and King Amazing. Agister has his flash back up, so really, you know, that is a very difficult champion to take down unless you are really winning the team fight and you've already knocked down a couple of other members.
Yeah, and for these two teams, it's what's the bluff, right? Are you actually going to engage through here onto mid lane? Nice flash there from Malnick, because you do not want to be lagging behind your team. But both of these teams are intelligently playing that rubber banding away from their vision. They're saying, I own this town. And there you go. The first to get rooted by that is going to be Malnick. He gets rooted in place. Baby Cage means there's no follow-up. And Lee Sin tries to kick to create a little bit more chaos. Waco, very high HP. The first casualty will be pudding. The Baby Cage number 2 doesn't find anyone. There's pretty good health bars here for St. John's, but they've lost tempo through mid lane again. The priority is there. And now, Fog of War. Ooh, okay. They're called the bluff. They start up the Baron. 4v5 is a very tough call, but they're just trying to stall enough time for Pudding to come back with teleport and potentially go for that Drake. Agistar looking for the Baby Cage. Nice feat from Hueco to not actually get stunned out. They're just going to try and now St. John's will own the vision here in the topside river. Recalls come through from Malnick. He also has that teleport to come back full HP. Shadow Sneak flashes forward and King Amazing. That means Malnick is going to stop his recall. Gets hooked. That's Young Sinatra finding his mark, and it truly is a death sentence. Even a shutdown going to Ihueco. What will they go for? Will it be the Baron, or will it looks to be the Mountain Drake? This is their 3rd and sets them up for Soul Point. But look at the minimap.
Oh, the ball are moving towards topside jungle. It looks like they might have been going for Baron, but instead they're going to opt to get vision coverage, take the Krug, and I think this is a nice win for St. John's, right? They got the shutdown onto Ihueco. That's going to be huge for his damage in the following team fights. And I actually wanted to point out, way before in that team fight, on the entrance of DePaul, there were multiple saplings hidden by Lior in a couple of the bushes that slowed down the back line of DePaul from getting to where the front line was, which made the disengage so effective from St. John's, and eventually led to that play in the mid lane.
That is the power of, especially a fed Maokai, able to have the demonic embrace and the tankiness of the rest of his items in his kit, is you can get free vision and vision control from those saplings. The difficulty here is in that last little skirmish, Shadow Sneak flashed to try and get King Amazing, canceled the base of Malnick. They did get Malnick as a kill for it, but we've seen what Agister does. He calls his shots. He says, who doesn't have flash? Who can't exit the cage? And unless Young Sinatra's pixel perfect, very quick with the draw on that Dark Passage to get someone out of that cage before the Event Horizon locks in place, I think it's lights out. So Shadow Sneak has to be very careful for the next few minutes.
Yes, he does. And we can see the side of DePaul, they have 4 flashes available, 3 for St. John's. Crucially, I think Pudding has his flash available. He's really strong on this Renekton, has a Spear of Shojin completed. So if he's ever able to get into the enemy team, like we've seen him do in many of these team fights with the Spear of Shojin, he can get multiple of those abilities off. You can see just how annoying it is trying to get into this jungle with Lior's demonic embrace saplings littered all around.
Despite having come off of a small goal deficit, St. John's have shown that they're able to stall out the game. Even, I think, DePaul has been opting into a breather for the time being. They know that they scale. It's all on St. John's to be able to play these fights properly. And right now, I've got my eyes on Shadow Snake Flashless. Hueco, very strong. He's now got 2.5 completed items, lots of damage, able to chew through very little magic resist on the carries of DePaul, so that they can continue to keep the Cinder safe and the DPS can come through. Even a little bit of a poke, to be honest, from the saplings, from the Cinder, from range. These are the keys to success for St. John's. But on the side of DePaul, look, there's huge, can turn things around. Reaper still have yet to see a separation from the team where he actually creates that chaos, but look at Young Sinatra looking for an angle.
I also want to point out, Vigar once again is extremely happy because very little magic resist is being purchased by St. John's. So that 3 item, that Rod of Ages, Seraph's Embrace, Rabadon's is going to be super effective since he's not going to be fighting any tanks that are stacking magic resist, right? He is just going to be opting into complete and full damage. So in order for St. John's to win these team fights, they're either going to have to find Agister out early in the team fight and kill him with his flash up, or they're going to have to kill everyone around him and just avoid his damage, which seems incredibly challenging with how effective he's been with his Event Horizons this game.
Yeah, tall order to be sure. Split push happening bot lane, teleports both up for the side laners. Definitely an advantage in that is for Pudding, because he's very, very strong at that side lane push, though harder for him to interrupt the teleport from Malinik. Malinik can just silence or knock up if he's in range. They're doing this split, but I think that's worked out well so far for DePaul, actually, because they are now able to stall out to the point where, you pointed out, Agister, Death Cap power spike is huge for Vigar. He's able to delete basically anybody 100 to 0 on the side of St. John's.
Yeah, and King of Mason also completes his Infinity Edge. Both AD carries actually are on 3 items. Right, we see Devoy quickly also completed 4 Shadows. So both of these AD carries are going to be extraordinarily strong in the team fight. But we can see DePaul getting ready and clearing out vision in this top river.
And that's the difficulty, is now there's soul on the table for St. John's, but is it worth trading potentially for the Baron? That's a very close trade, because the low range composition that DePaul has makes sieging very difficult even if they get a kill. But if they're able to hold that thought, they're going in. You can see the silence coming through. Pudding does very, very low. Gets absolutely melted from those ultimates that come through. Flash forward from Mystic, gets the knockup. That's 2 picked off. 40-second death timers. Pudding and Lear are nowhere to be found. Baron is on the table right now, and they have the damage to take it. A little bit of indecision, though, in mid lane.
Yeah, and it looks like the team of St. John's are pinging on the Dragon. They're opting like into this trade, but it looks like DePaul is pulling off the Baron. They're calling the bluff. They want to go for the fight. Reaper's getting hooked in though.
Yeah, Absolute Deletion chooses to flash away. That was the flash from Young Sinatra. They're able to get the jungler off the table, which makes it even harder to secure this Dragon. There is Feast for Malinik, but this is great from St. John's. Even though they got outplayed in that topside river, they're buying time. You can see Lior's up in 1 second, Malinik taking a lot of pain, and they're kind of getting distracted from the true objective, which for, I think, DePaul would have been the Baron, but there you go, Dragon down to 3K. They no teleport in sight for, not teleport, excuse me, the Smite. Not there because Reaper was picked, but they will be able to secure it with Feast, so they delay the Soul a little bit, but now they have to recall. Will this be a fast Baron?
I think it will be. It looks like St. John's are sprinting to it. They have a quick Baron with Shadow Sneak. He does a lot of damage with the Quick Blades, with the Kraken Slayer. But I think DePaul's going to get here in time. They're even using the teleport from Agister. There's no way that they burn through 12,000 damage before a fight breaks out. It looks like Agister and King of Mason are going to be the first in. That's kind of dangerous for him.
Now here is the crucial moment. Do you turn or do you clear it up? They're still stuck in the pit, 3,000. Reaper is separated from the team, maybe finds the angle. Look at the damage from Agister, who finds damage falling from the heavens, stunned, and there's Baby Cage once again, so clean. More damage from the sky. Agister up huge, shut down on the Vigar, but he gives his life for the game. You can see there's going to be the Baron. DePaul, they pressed their advantage, found the picks, and now Baron looks to be theirs. There's only the slightest chance of a 50-50 for Leo.
Yeah, it was such a hectic fight that, you know, a couple of CC abilities landed on Agister, landed on King Amazing, but it didn't matter because they were just taken out too quickly, and we're going to switch back to a replay to see exactly what went down in that team fight.
Just watch closely for Agister in this fight.
Agister gets rooted up right there, but no follow-up CC until the hook, but all of the cooldowns have been burned, so there is no damage. He stopwatches the end of the Cinder ult. He's just in the middle of the enemy team. He's going to come out, that Baby Cage stuns 2, and then the W and the ultimate finish off Young Sinatra and Shadow Sneak, and the team fight is just wraps from there. King Amazing was just free hitting on the backside.
Yeah, it's the power of Agister on this Vigar to be able to first tank. He's got enough tankiness, and he said, okay, yeah, I'm rooted and I'm in a nervous situation, but that W from the sky, that dark matter, put 2 members of St. John's down to 50% HP. That's the power of that death cap and the lack of magic resist you pointed out, Mac. And because of that, they got nervous. They said, I don't know if I like this fight anymore. And because of that hesitation, because of the damage that came through from Magister, they're able to roll on over. Now, wearing purple, they'll be able to not have to worry about the fact that they're relatively low range. They can go for these structures. They can get a little bit more of that gold, and they can set up the vision control.
Yeah, and you know, you gotta wonder on the side of St. John's, like and I guess all the teams in this tournament, right? They see this Vigar, they see how effective it's been. I mean, what is the impact? It's been 6-1-6 in both games, and Ihueco caught out. Right?
Trouble with the Ignite ticking. That will be Mystics picking that up with the Summoner spell. That's the rotation coming through in the darkness of Fog of War. It looks like St. John's will have to give up this turret, potentially an inhibitor, since there's 40 seconds longer still on Ihueco to respawn and be able to help defend.
Yeah, and this inhibitor is almost certainly going down. Paul pushing in with that Baron buff. They are extraordinarily strong. I don't see any world where St. John's are going to be able to win a team fight against them. It looks like they might just be going for the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, watch for Reaper. He's got that flash, and we know DePaul love to try and... Oh my goodness, another event horizon. They get a pick, the knockup. There's so much crowd control. Young Sinatra absolutely cannot do the damage to take down 5 members who are on the Nexus turrets. Go 1, go 2, go next. It's a 2-0. Going the way of DePaul University in quick fashion.
Once again, we get to that do-or-die moment in the playoffs, and DePaul just turns it to another gear.
Wow, what a performance in 2 games back-to-back by DePaul. They seem truly to be St. John's kryptonite. Remember, we mentioned that in the last 2 fall seasons prior, in the fall it goes to the finals where it's always been St. John's and DePaul together. The 1 and 2 seed, DePaul ends up finding a way to just put that knife in the side of St. John's, despite St. John's up to this point being undefeated in match score. Now they've dropped to that lower bracket, and they might be nervous that the Bulldogs can knock them out. And DePaul, they are feeling very comfortable now.
Yeah, DePaul going to be moved into that winner's final bracket with a bracket reset. So they still have both of their lives, and whatever winner of the next match, St. John's versus Butler, is going to face them. And in order for that team to win, they're going to have to beat them twice in best of 3s.
Which is a very tall order, difficult to do for the best of teams. And now it seems that DePaul has set themselves up to be that best team so far here today, this Saturday at the LAN Center, the Esports Park in Indianapolis at Butler University. It's been a crazy morning of League of Legends so far, and we've got more action coming your way. In just a moment, we'll be able to speak with Reaper from DePaul, jungler extraordinaire, or arguably the best jungler in the conference, and he'll be able to give us some thoughts of his own about how they were able to come out strong in this series.
Yep, so you don't want to miss it. We'll be back with the interview in just a minute.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
and you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
I'll face this way, then it'll be good.
Hello, Big East fans. We're here with Reaper from the victorious DePaul squad right after their victory in the first round of the winners bracket. I mean, I gotta ask the question we always ask. It's just a given every single time. How you feeling after your big win here?
I mean, great. It was great. I mean, a big part of it, I think, was all the practicing. I'm not gonna say it was a jungle guy, but that clear was a little bit awkward for him. But it was good. It was a good time. It was a good time.
Yeah, for sure. So this is kind of like one of your last tournaments here at the Big East. This is kind of like a big. I personally always make the joke. Oh, we have to win. It's a sports anime. We have to win before Senpai graduates. How are you feeling? With this kind of being your last tournament here at the Big East?
I feel great. I mean, first off, there's like so many haters this year. It feels great. I get to prove them wrong one last time, so that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, it's always good to prove the haters wrong, of course. I mean, talk to me about that game. Like, obviously, especially myself, a lot of other folks have been talking about St. John's coming into this tournament of being like the favorites coming into this tournament. Was there any sort of like, you don't have to reveal anything, obviously. There's still some tournament to do. You still have to go up against St. John's. What did a lot of was this the team you practiced for the most when it came to prep for this tournament?
Yeah, so they're definitely the team we were kind of prepping for. Mm-hmm. They looked like they were trying their best. So I'm not sure if maybe they do have something up their sleeve. I'm not too sure, but it was it was a lot of this whole week actually. This past week there was at least 8 scrims throughout the week. That's more than we ever done in the last 2 months. So we've definitely been trying our hardest to make sure that everything goes as planned. And, right now is a little bit of our showing of us, putting in the work. But it's like you said, we still have the actual final to worry about. So after this interview, I'm pretty sure we're going to go back to the thinking box.
Yeah, and you'll definitely need to do that for sure. I think that does it from us here. Thank you so much, Reaper, for the interview. We're going to throw it back to the desk. And for that, we're going to throw it back to Superman and Mac at the desk.
Thanks for breaking that down for us, and thanks for granting us the interview, Reaper, and congratulations on that 2-0 for you and your team. Set you up for that top bracket run. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, I'm very excited that Alex and Mac here will be bringing you the next series. It will be the lower bracket next series where your hometown heroes, Butler, will be taking down St. John's, or will St. John's bring it back? I mean, they're hot off of that first game.
You know where my heart lies.
Yeah.
Alum of the team, I want to see my boys at Butler take down St. John's, but earlier in the season, St. John's got the better of them. They got the 2-1, and I think it's going to be a great match. St. John's are going to have a minute, take a little break, get a mental reset, and we're going to see what team's better on the day.
All right, it's up to the Bulldogs to try and take down St. John's right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Big East. My name is Alex Shinkari. I'm here, joined with Mac, and we are ready to get this next game underway. We just watched the top two teams coming out of the spring season go at it, and so DePaul's move on, and so St. John's has to play the hometown heroes, the home team. It's time for Butler to take on St. John's.
The underdogs, yeah, we saw St. John's get bested by DePaul, and Butler's coming off their hot game one against Seton Hall. So now both of these two teams clash. We heard earlier that St. John's during the regular season took down Butler 2-1, right? So now it's Butler's chance to get back and prove, no, we're the better team. We want our chance to face DePaul in that grand finals, in that bracket reset situation.
Yeah, and, St. John's is probably also looking for some revenge as well. They got to be feeling like, hey, we felt really comfortable coming into this tournament, and now we lost it at 2-0 going into this. Got to feel bad. So, we're really got to get into the revenge match there. Well, we are going to throw it over to Superman at the stage to introduce the two teams.
Very excited to bring everybody together here for the second half of the tournament. Let's kick things off, bringing to the stage your reigning champions, St. John. And of course, they'll be taking on your hometown heroes, the Butler Bulldogs, trying to make their lower bracket run. These two teams are poised to give you the banger of a series to come, a best of three here in the house, straight live from Indianapolis. Casters, take it away, because this is sure to be some great action.
Thanks so much, Superman. Yeah, we're back in it, and we are ready for this game to get underway. This is going to be a banger of a match for sure. Both of these teams are struggling for survival, both of them very good. Both of them looking for revenge, right? Butler looking for revenge after the regular season. They were so close, 2-1 against St. John's, one of the few folks to take a game off of them. And now St. John's looking to get revenge off of DePaul for that game as well. So this is a lot of emotions going into this game here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are getting into the draft at this moment, so I'm curious how these teams are going to adapt to what we saw in the last match. We saw how powerful that Vigar was in the hands of Ashtar. Is that going to be highly valued in this series, or do these teams think the meta is a little bit different? Do they think that they have a different, sort of comfort and different sort of, set of picks that they want to go towards?
Yeah, and right off the bat, like, you can kind of see, like, right here, these are some pretty standard bans against St. John's as well. We see the Zillion being taken away from Young Sinatra, most played champion. But a lot of the times I feel like Young Sinatra is like, yeah, just ban every champion away from me. Like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me, because what happens is that my teammates get to play the champions that they want to. Now, Zai is being taken off the board, so we're seeing 2 bans actually towards Shadow Sneak here. Interesting from Butler here. I guess they have started to not fall into the quote-unquote trap of, throwing 3 bans at Young Sinatra, right? And I feel like that's kind of been like a play that we've seen a lot from a bunch of different folks. If there's a very strong person on the enemy team, hey, let's throw 3 bans at him.
Look at Kim. He got 5 banned in both games last series, and I think he's another example where he's just going to be good no matter what he plays on. So St. John's taking another approach and saying, no, we're going to ban out Levi, we're going to ban out Newtley, and we're going to pinch those picks and try to get them on something uncomfortable. But Butler has locked in their winning bot lane from the first series. We saw Jinx Rakan both games, and we saw it played highly effectively by Nat Dog and Carthago.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, there it is. There's the Blitzcrank pick. This is a real big pick for Young Sinatra 3, right? We talk about all the time how he's good on these hook champions, and even though they didn't get success in that previous game, to say Young Sinatra was bad on the Thresh would be a lie.
True.
Right?
He was outstanding on the Thresh in most of that series, and the Vigar was overpowering, and I think they've made the adjustment. They have banned the Vigar out. I'm curious to see this Kaisa priority, right? No other team is playing that champion in this tournament. We have seen Jinx highly prioritized. We've seen, in the LCS that Zeri is still very popular. And in the last series, we saw Vayne even picked up. But Kaisa is the remaining AD carry for Shadow Sneak. He's comfortable on it. And Kim locks in the Elise, that early game AP jungler.
Yeah, the big thing of why Elise is so powerful is not only is she a transform champion, so right off the bat, like, she has access to 6 or I guess 7 abilities, whereas most folks only have 3, right? And from that early kind of get-go, you have more tools available than anyone else. So these first few levels are very, very strong for you. But on top of that, she's really good at tower diving, insanely powerful, being able to repel, get rid of turret aggro, and then be able to leave, right? That's the biggest strength of Elise. Being able to get in, tank the turret for a couple shots, repel, let someone finish them off, and leave, and you're safe.
And we can see in the second round of bans, Renekton and Wukong taken off the table by Butler. They saw in the last series how effective the Wukong was in the game 1, and the lead that Pudding built on the Renekton in game 2. They said, we don't want to look at that, we don't want to deal with that. We're going to push you down your champion priority list and make you play something a little less comfortable, right? And St. John says, Newtley you had a good Jax game in the first series. Let's see what else you have in your pocket, and Silas taken out.
Yeah, and I think the Silas ban here might be a little bit telling about what St. John's wants to do in this latter half here, because right now there's not really a whole lot of ultimates that are good for Silas to pick up. Like, you could argue Explosive Cask, like that one's very strong, but like Blitzcrank and Kaisa, like, they're not so great. So maybe we're looking for some ultimates here that could be very strong. And Darius, definitely a pretty good ultimate you don't want Silas to take away. And Ari, okay, interesting.
So, notably, Darius was picked into the Jace.
Yeah.
So Jace going to have a really strong lane phase, and I think he actually bullies out the Darius if played properly. Now, we always have the meme, we're in North America in a Jace, right? But I think Newtley is one of these players that can be very effective on the champion. We've seen he's highly mechanical, and actually, that's a Dr. Mundo lock-in.
Interesting. I think this is a Dr. Mundo jungle. I think this is a Dr. Mundo jungle, maybe. Or maybe that's a Dr. Mundo... No. Where's this Dr. Mundo going? It's got to be Jace mid. It's got to be Elise jungle.
Yep.
It's got to be Dr. Mundo top lane.
Yep.
That's my guess. But, okay. So this is actually kind of interesting. So, okay, we're still swapping around, so this still could go anywhere. I mean, okay. So there is a funny thing that you could do where you could build magic penetration on Dr. Mundo and just throw cleavers and they do a quadrillion damage, which is funny, but that really only locks you into throwing cleavers. I don't think they're going to be doing that anytime soon. But it's interesting to see this Dr. Mundo lock in here, especially because I don't think Ari can really do anything about it, right? She throws a charm, he procs passive, he walks over his little battery and just like, okay, I mean, I guess, right? Because Ari doesn't, her charm doesn't increase the damage dealt to champions anymore. All the abilities damage that she just kind of got buffed to compensate.
Yeah, and I think Ari is one of these champions that is pretty low damage anyway, right? So Dr. Mundo going to be really happy in that lane, and I feel like this draft provides a lot of flexibility for Butler, right? They have the Jace, the Dr. Mundo. They have both good early game and good scaling, right? These lane matchups seem pretty solid, and the Jace going to be able to build a tier if he wants to scale, opt into more of that lethality if he's playing for early game. But on the same hand, there's no true tank for Butler, so it could be a very volatile draft. Actually, they have the Dr. Mundo. What am I saying?
Yeah, I mean, I agree for the most part, right? They really only have the Dr. Mundo here. Rakan is one of those champions where he's can build tank, but he's more of like in the same kind of tier of character as like a Thresh, where they're just like straight utility. Like they're just all utility. He's going to run in, he's going to do his stuff, he's going to execute really well, right? And he's just going to leave, right? He's not actually looking to tank up damage. He's just looking to throw in as much CC as he possibly can in as short a time possible and then immediately leave.
Yeah, and we saw Nat Dogg in the first series have a incredible Rakan performance. But this time, he's up against young Sinatra, right?
Yeah.
One of the best supports, potentially the best support we have in the entire league. We saw him absolutely style on those hook champions last game, and now he's got the Blitzcrank. And we saw the last time these two teams matched up, the Blitzcrank was actually what brought St. John's back into the series. Butler took game one, but St. John's, young Sinatra busted out the Blitzcrank in game two and just had Butler's number. So I'm going to be curious to see if he's going to be able to have the same success this time.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Blitzcrank is a very volatile champion. Shout out to Superman for quoting me when I say, like, when Blitzcrank is locked in, you don't play League of Legends anymore. League of Legends, you're not playing it. You're now playing Blitzcrank, right? You are now playing Blitzcrank. He's in the same tiers like a Tryndamere, a Shaco, even Evelynn, right? Where, like, the entire game warps around Blitzcrank, right? You have to play the game differently because that hook is so powerful, right? Because that hook is so powerful, it can change the entire landscape of team fights because you can't just end up a 4v5 if you're not careful, right? And young Sinatra is very good on this Blitzcrank. We've seen him play a whole lot of Blitzcrank this season, and every single time we've seen him on the Blitzcrank has been very good, which is why I was a little... when I was watching the previous game, it's like, the Blitzcrank is up, and young Sinatra just wants to go for the Thresh. I guess, like, he wants more utility for his team, but it was still just like, you know, you know, a completely different thing. But
Yeah.
sure, but you know, this is it's certainly an interesting pick, and you know, Butler's going to have to be on their toes.
Yep.
Young Sinatra is very good at the hook champions, and Blitzcrank is a very volatile champion.
And we get to see, we're going to be loading into game, and we get to see Lior on the Gragas. I wanted to highlight this a little bit before we get started. Lior, this is the first Gragas we have seen from the tournament. He is very powerful in the current meta. He can be flexed around, and he has incredible engages. And Lior, we've seen him as a pretty quintessential tank player. He was piloting the Maokai and the Wukong in the last series, or the Maokai and the Vi in the last series. And to see him on this Gragas, another engager, I'm excited to see what he can do with the power pick.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, he's sporting a Dark Harvest. Is this something that's kind of like standard on the Gragas build right now, or is this just kind of something Lior like, hey, I just want a little bit of extra damage if I'm gonna go tank?
I think he is leaning heavily into that full AP Gragas that I'm going to burst you. I mean, he has great targets, too. If he gets the Rakan, if he gets the Jinx, if he gets the Elise, even the Jace, right? He's going to be doing tons of damage with the WE ultimate combo.
Yeah.
And the only one he really doesn't want to be hitting is the Mundo, because he won't be able to stun him.
Yeah.
So I think that it is more dangerous, but I can see definitely the potential for a huge impact with that rune.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be interesting for sure as we get a little bit of a very good defensive level 1 from Butler here, having just Levi just stand in front of everyone else so they don't get hooked, and St. John's going for that kind of offensive warding there. I don't think they will be able to see Levi, but or Kim rather, but they will know that Kim is starting on the top half of the map, so they will be able to see this as Young Sinatra and Shadow Sneak.
So
waiting in the bush.
Ooh, this is dangerous. Oh, Carthago's not behind the minions.
Ooh, yeah, that's a great hook onto Carthago here. Take it pretty low here, but there's going to be the W answer from NatDog, and there's going to be Ignite as well. That's really early. They're looking for Carthago to get him away here, but that's still a little bit more. Not going to be able to grab it this time, but a bunch of Summoner spells spent by Butler in the bottom lane. Heal and Ignite were used. That's a pretty good pickup if you're St. John's.
Yep. And I want to point out that actually the lane matchups were not what we were talking about in load screen. It is actually Levi playing top lane against Pudding and Newtly playing mid lane against Waco. And Pudding CZ already having to burn his flash because of Kim's early aggression and gank in the top lane.
Yeah, this is pretty good here. I mean, I was about to say, you know, I'm getting some Season 2 Dyrus flashbacks here, where he locks in, where this exact matchup of Jace versus Darius happened, but now we're not going to get that here as Lior and Kim have to follow. Ooh, immediate flash there from Lior.
Yeah, he is definitely afraid of this.
That's a ghost as well. Pudding really looking for this aggressive play here. I wonder if he... It's way too aggressive with him there. There he goes. That's going to be the side step. That's going to be so close. Good heal off the swing there. Can't quite finish them off. The Spiderling's doing a decent chunk of damage. Can't quite find the damage there.
Yeah, and look at this. Kim has 1 camp clear. He's still level 2 and he has to reset. Yes, he's going to be able to go to bot side and clear his camps, but Lior is going to be way ahead on tempo this game.
Yeah. For sure, and we kind of start to see these first backs starting to come through, at least for the mid lane. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. So, no one's back just yet. Yeah.
In the bot lane, we can see Carthago and NatDog getting the push after that rough early trade. Luckily, both of them were able to maintain their flashes, so it's just the Ignite heal advantage for Shadow Sneak and Young Sinatra. And it looks like they're going to go help Kim secure that bottom crab after his large amount of time spent in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a good thing to do here. Definitely, so you have this Prio on the bot lane. There's really nothing you can really do with it here. So I think they're just throwing out wards. Young Sinatra, definitely with that aggressive positioning there with the Blitzcrank. That's what you want to be doing. Sometimes you have to play Blitzcrank like you do Samus in Super Smash Brothers. Sometimes you just have to threaten them with the charge beam, but never actually shoot the charge beam.
Absolutely, and we can see in the mid lane, Waco getting some good trades against Newtly, and Newtly being low on those resources. Kim in the bot side matching Lior. Just not a whole lot of action in this early game. Both teams still feeling each other out, trying to figure out, you know, how this game is going to play out.
Do you think this kind of like slow kind of game pace favors any? Oh, never mind. That's a really good stun on the Waco here. Might be in some trouble. Does not have level 6, but is able to get away. No summoner spell spent. So it's just a real quick gank. Gonna get in and out.
I think your question was going to be, who does this early game favor? I mean, what favors a longer game if there's no action? Yep.
Okay, really close on Nat Dog there, but continue. We kind of got this low action kind of early game here. Does this particularly favor one side or the other?
I think it favors Butler, right? Butler has the Jinx. Jinx is the late game menace. We saw it in the DePaul series. Obviously, Vigar, the star of that show, but King Amazing was still outputting a ton of DPS in those later game teamfights in game 1, and I think just generally, the Jinx is doing much more useful in late game teamfights than the Kai'Sa, but gank at the top lane. Kim and Levi looking for pudding.
Oh, that pull did not land onto anything here, so ZZ is in a whole lot of trouble. Nowhere to go. Good spin, big heal. Gonna repel upwards, looking back for him. Just the execute damage doesn't land. It goes outside of vision, but that's gonna be first blood. Butler Kim picks up a big 500 gold for their team here. Newtly is in some trouble though. Leor comes in. That's gonna be the body slam. Doesn't land, but is going to be able to take some damage from response here. Not gonna be able to find the kill in that mid lane there. So first blood spent. First blood received by Butler up in that top lane there. No response from St. John's.
Yeah, and Levi, with that first blood, is also going to be able to get a power play with his Demolish. Newtly is finally getting pressure in the mid lane with this Jace pick. He got his first reset off, bought his tier, so the mana is no longer an issue. 2 long swords as well. Quaco, no slouch himself, has his tier and his lost chapter, but I think both these players are now going to be fighting over the mid priority as teams maybe look for the dragon.
Yeah, and we kind of see this adaptation that's very good if you're playing a tank character against Darius up in the top lane. Immediate Bramble Vest buy for Levi here is going to be very, very good against making sure that Pudding, when he does that spin, is not going to be healing as much as he would like. Very, very useful there for him.
Yeah, and we can see right now, Leor looking for a gank in the top side.
Yeah.
Before Levi's back to tower. Huge wave stack, no level 6.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Levi's pretty low here, but neither of them are...
Oh,
no!
Levi! Oh my
CZ
goodness.
got way too close to the turret there.
Yeah, Levi put a lot of damage on them as he was coming into the tower. He was super tanky. He dodged the first bit of CC with his passive, and he punished them on the over-aggressive tower dive. And now, not only does Levi get a kill in this top lane against the Darius, but Butler also secures the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, and this is looking not so great for St. John's here in this early game here, down about 700 gold. Waco in some trouble here, flashing forward from Kim, not going to be able to find the stun this time. Still has that ultimate procs if they still want to look for something. Newtly about half HP here. Here comes Leor in from the side. They're dashing forward, going to be able to get that first damage. Trying to repel onto Ari, not going to be able to find it this time. Leor trying to get away, but that's a really good stuff from far away. Dashing forward, looking for a little bit more. The damage on the Levi is pretty good, but I don't think they're going to be able to seal the deal. That's going to be the passive proc from Mundo, but Waco still looking for a little bit more here. Still not going to be able to quite get the last bit of damage that they need.
Young Sinatra moved up for that play, but it was already done by the time he got there, and Sentinel clear out some vision of the river. That was a nice turnaround for Quaco and Leor onto Newtly. Newtly charging into the unwarded territory, walks into too much CC, and that gives St. John's an opening in the mid lane as Quaco finds himself a early lead.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here. The gold is starting to even up a little bit more here for St. John's. Only down about 100 gold. That's definitely looking pretty good for them here, but there's going to be a W from Nat Dog here. They're looking for a little bit more. Young Sinatra pops that W for himself. Be able to do a whole lot with it.
Yeah, we can see Levi just getting the better of Pudding in these trades. Pudding denies the passive, but ooh,
yeah, this could be Ying. Ooh, there's the Noxian guillotine. Doesn't quite find the damage from the ultimate there, but will still be able to pick up the kill up in the top lane. You can say poo-poo to your Bramble Vest because it is not good enough.
Yeah, that is a huge play for Pudding, getting himself back into this lane. Kim, though, coming to answer it. Heal once again coming out front to keep Pudding. Yeah. He's gonna get 2 in a row.
He's got, it's really low. That passive is doing a lot of work there. Carthago also really low on the backside there, forced to run away from Nat Dog there, but they can't quite seal the deal. Carthago might look for the execute here, but I think the kill credit still goes over to St. John's. Oh, Winions. Oh, okay. Okay, they get the execute here. That's big.
Yep, all 4 summoners blown for the Butler bot lane though. Shadow Sneak still has his heal, so it's going to be a slight advantage, but it looked like that fight was everything committed from both sides.
Yeah, so now we're looking at St. John's actually starting to get a gold lead for themselves here after being behind by like hundreds of gold for the first bits of this game, but now looking 10 minutes in, starting to eke out a gold lead for themselves here. And it's kind of, we take a look at it, it's mostly, a lot of this is the CS numbers. Take a look at 83 to 61, 87 to 69, and 55 to 45 in these lanes here, and that's looking pretty good. Not to mention the turret plates that St. John's has been able to get as well.
Yep, and those turret plates are only going to continue to fall in the favor of St. John's because Lior off-screen picked up the Rift Herald a bit earlier when we were in the midst of all that action. And that means one good play from St. John's will be turned into a great play, right? Because they're going to be able to cash in on turret plates. They're going to be able to potentially knock down a turret, open up the map, and that's going to put Butler on high alert for the next 3 or 4 minutes while Lior has this Eye of the Herald in his inventory.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is they've been spending a lot of time going top lane for pudding here, and I think that's fine, right? Darius is a champion that can snowball out of control if you don't check him as early as you'd like, right? But I feel like there are a lot of times where Darius can just... he just needs one team fight where he just accidentally, like, stumbles into 5 kills because he just knocks you and guillotined a bunch of times. So even though Pudding is down right now, he's down in CS, he's down in, he's been killed 3 times, really keep your eyes on him as this game progresses, because there's a lot of times that Darius can just, out of the blue, just start being a threat.
Definitely, and I think you're talking about Darius becoming a threat. I think Jason's going to become a threat too. He's opting for the tier build, so once he gets that 2-item power spike, he's going to be sending shock blasts non-stop into the backline. We've already seen how much it can chunk Waco, but Shadow Sneak there as well.
Oh, he's going back in. Here comes Young Sinatra down for the bot lane here. Lior's here as well, but Noodly is in the middle of the minion wave here, taking a lot of damage. They're still looking for Noodly. Super Mega Death Rocket finds Waco. That's going to be 1 for 1 in this. They're going to be able to get away. Lior finds Noodly at the end of the day, but Waco playing with fire got burned.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely awesome, or well, exactly what Carthago wanted, right? He just got 300 free gold infused right into the Jinx. Butler's got to be super happy about that. Yes, Noodly fell at the tail end of the play, but the kill went to Lior, right? The AP Gragas. That's not nearly as threatening as this late game Jinx.
Yeah, that's going to be the ultimate from Blitzcrank here, but now the person in the bad spot is Lior. That's going to be Explosive Cast, maybe giving them some room. That's going to be Repel coming up, still looking for the Gragas here. But a decent chunk of damage, but not going to be able to stop the Spider Queen this time. Butler is making their way out. They're trying to throw out that damage, but can't quite land. Here comes Jason from the side. A decent chunk of damage in the opening bit here. Going to be able to scare them away from downtown. Waco's going to be able to find that first kill there. Still taking out these damage, still looking to fight here. These HP bars are still pretty low for St. John's. They're going to be able to get away here as up in the top lane, putting once again 1v1. Levi up in the top lane, taking incredibly low. Full stacks, Noxie and Guillotine comes down, not going to be able to find it. Levi gets the 1v1.
He gets the solo kill. He took the top lane. He said, I can handle the Darius, and he does. He is now 2-1 on this Mundo. He is going to become incredibly tanky as the game scales, and he is going to get a tower plate in addition for his reward for the solo kill.
Yeah, not to mention that's a Demolish proc as well, as that's a whole lot of plate damage and plate gold going over to Butler here. This is still anyone's game. You know, I was talking about before how St. John's was able to eke out a lead. Oh, that's a little close. That's a little close there, Levi. But yeah, this is looking pretty like anyone's game at this point. Is that's really close. There's Waco still once again playing with fire, but Kim is taking a whole lot of damage here. They might look for a little bit more. Repels coming off a cooldown in just a little bit. CZ coming in. That's going to be the execute. There's Lior in from the side. They're not going to be able to land that cast right there. So they're just going to back away, which means we might see a start to this dragon.
Another Rift Herald being called in without the proper support. Actually, this time I think Young Sinatra and Shadow Sneak are going to be able to escort it to the tower. It was close. Ultimate coming out maybe for scouting. They found Lior, but Kim all alone in the river, it seems unlikely he's going to be able to make be able to make a play against Young Sinatra and the bot lane.
Yeah, Kim also I feel like needs to commit. It looks like they were kind of like in between, like, do I want to die Quako? Do I want to contest this Drake? But it looks like they're just deciding to kind of go back to their own jungle here. That's perfectly fine. You don't really lose a whole lot here. It's just the first Drake for St. John's here.
Yep, and we can see the map pushed up in multiple lanes for St. John's. They're trying to pressure this bot tower, but Carthago is going to be back before it is taken down. So all towers will remain on the map.
Yeah, and here we go. Young Sinatra throwing out that hook one more time here. Still can't quite find him, but this turret is looking really low. And Levi's looking for the 1v1 one more time. Putting CZ looking for a little bit more. That's going to be the spin to heal him up, but he has that mortal wounds there. He's not going to be able to survive the damage this time. Butler Kim sweeps in for the final kill.
Lior's lying in wait in this Rift Herald pit, but Kim is not biting onto the bait. He is moving in for this blue buff. Quako is over here too, so they know he's going aggressive.
Oh yeah, that's a good charge. Good CC chain. Gonna be able to find it here, as now they're looking for Levi. Forced to flash over the wall. So that's gonna be something good for them, as they're not gonna be able to find CC on the window this time. But Jace is here to party. Meanwhile, down the bot lane, we're fighting at all members of the map here as Quako's immediately deleted around the pit there, as now Lior tries to fight for his life over the wall. Levi's still looking for something, but he's got to run for his life. Those casts are not gonna save you for too long. These two teams are moving opposite from each other, so it looks like they're going to be able to get away from this AOK.
Yep, and the bot tower was taken down by Shadow Sneak and Young Sinatra there. Summoners burned for Carthago and Nat Dog while they were held by Shadow Sneak and Sinatra. So big wins in the bot lane for St. John's, while Butler was able to find a nice turnaround on that Rift Herald from the top side. I'm curious to see if either team is going to recommit to this Rift Herald and try to get that objective. We've seen it be moderately effective in on the past couple series, but we also have a dragon, not for 3 minutes, not for 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this dragon is going to play out here, because this is looking to be it doesn't feel like any team is like particularly really hard focusing the Drake, right? We still got 1-1 here. It is going to be a long time before we see that Dragon Soul finally finished up here. But this Rift Herald, however, this is looking like a real big prize for St. John's here. But it looks like Butler wants to contest. Let's give it a start to the fight here. Nat Dog taken pretty low here. We have a teleport coming in for the Quako here. They're going to be able to find two. ZZ popping off. He's already got one. He's looking for more. That's going to be a kill for Lior. A kill for Quako. St. John's comes out 4-0. They get the Rift Herald. This is a real big swing for them. Yeah, and not to mention that they're walking into a lot of these lanes that now have their tier 1s down that they're going to be able to drop the Rift Herald into. We have a teleport coming into the top lane here. I think this is Jace. Yeah, that's Noodly looking to fight Pudding here, but I think Pudding is willing to die for this turret. That's going to be a huge heal here. Might be able to turn this around here. He does have the armor to resist the lethality. Can he get it? Flash on the other side. Pudding CZ comes out huge. Then that's, okay, here we go. Putting ZZ still pretty low here. Trying to, is he gonna get away from this? No way, all right. Levi's gonna seal the deer. There's a great hook though. Jinx goes down. Lior is on a killing spree, and Quako, they're gonna be long gone before Butler can get up to this. Never mind, okay, wait, there's the repel though. Team waiting on the side with the Hex Flash from Young Sinatra, looking for a little bit more, gonna be able to scare them off. Alrighty, here we go. Okay, here we go. We're going to look for a little bit more here. Because now Kim is still looking for it. There's a teleport coming in from Levi here. They're looking to try to maybe cut them off before they can escape here. Teleport has been spent, as now This is looking for a little bit more here. Lior, still can't quite find it.
Yep, and it looks like both teams are lining up in the river for this dragon. Heavy chunks getting put onto St. John's early gives Butler the initial position in the river.
Yeah, they weren't able to reset adequately thanks to all that pressure from Butler here, which means that if they want to go in and contest this dragon, they're going to be really low on these HP bars, which is going to make them easy pickings for Newtley on the backside there. But that's a Shirelian Reverie. That's a hook. That's a kill. But he sees Z looking for a little bit more. Noxie Gates comes down, but Levi's going to be living through it. Jinx is going to be able to find one. Can they find more? Dash up to the backside. Kaitsa finds three. Can they get the Quadra? Absolutely. It's going to go over to the Gragas there. That's the ace for St. John's. They're going to go 1 for 5. They're going to get the dragon to boot. Absolutely huge.
Let's take a look at that fight again. That was incredible from St. John's. 5-4-0 ace here coming in. The fight starts off with Young Sinatra finding Nat Dog with the hook, stopping any sort of engage from Butler, taking a ton of damage onto Levi, taking him out of the fight. CZ is shut down by Carthago, but in the backside, Shadow Sneak comes in, finds 3 on the backside with his ultimate, and shuts down Carthago with the help of Lior. That is huge for St. John's. They found the mid-game advantage they needed. They took the dragon, and now they are in full control of the game.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for St. John's here. Looking about 7K up over the Bulldogs right now. That's a pretty nice spot to be in. It looks like they're already starting to prep some vision for this Baron here. Baron has just spawned in the past minute here, and they do have a lot of space to work with. All these outer turrets have been taken. The mid-inner has been taken as well. So this is a lot of space that they're able to aggress into the enemy jungle and be able to kind of place these deep wards to protect for this Baron here, which is the only big neutral objective on the table right now. But over the wall, Young Sinatra did land a hook onto Nat Dog here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find anything off of that. Just a couple scuffles back and forth on this top half of the map.
Yep, if we look at the builds real quick, we can see how ahead Lior is comparative to Kim right now. Lior on this Gragas has chosen to farm much more, and he has also been the benefactor of a lot of these plays. He has the Night Harvester, the Void Staff, a 10-stack Dark Seal, and a stopwatch for this next fight. So he is going to be incredibly strong moving into these next fights. 700 gold bounty on Shadow. He's got 2 completed items, but Newtley looking for Hueco.
Yeah, Hueco's taking incredibly low here. He still has another dash here. The Rappel is not going to be able to find him. But look at this. The second that they saw 2 people in the bot lane, they're like, let's go. Baron Nashor, that's on the plate. We're going to take it easy peasy. St. John's is going to be wearing purple, and the whole team is going to be doing it. That's the big thing to take away from this. Hueco might not have their ultimate for a little bit here, but they are wearing purple. They do have the Baron buff here.
Yeah, and that is now up to a 8,000 gold lead for St. John's. Right, they are incredibly far ahead in terms of their wallet. Look at Kim, just got
Yeah, this is really close. The fight has been happening kind of on the edges of our screen here, and finally the culmination of it is going to be Shadow Sneak picking up the kill onto Kim here, and with that they might have a little bit more room to push into this mid turret here.
Yeah, and St. John's are just collecting all of the standing gold on the map right now. They're taking out these tier 2 towers, filling their bank accounts, and using this Baron effectively, right? Now, I doubt they're going to be able to crack inhibitor towers on this push. Well, they're trying to prove me wrong. There's not really a contest for Butler. They are split, or they're being split by the split push. So mid inhibitor going to go down for St. John's. They crack the base of Butler.
Yeah, that's the first big step here to really putting the nail in the coffin for this game here. But man, look at that gold lead, 10,000. This is the gold lead that really starts to put the nail in the coffin here. Young Sinatra flashes over the wall for a hook. That's going to be answered by Natok here, but immediately this person down. Good charm onto Kim here. Force the repel goes upwards, taking about half HP. Icewaco dashes back in, looking for the last bit of damage. Explosive Cast going to find the double in the middle of the team. Dr. Mundo trying to get them to get away, but not going to be able to find anything this time. 3-0 in favor of St. John's, and they want more. Icewaco dives forward. That's a big ultimate from Young Sinatra and Gragas there. They're going to be able to combo kill that down, and now the only member left to turn this game around is Carthago. Can he 1v5? Can he protect the Nexus? He's really going to try flashing forward. He's going to be able to get one. Can he do it? Icewaco's taking incredibly low. This Chips is excited. That's 2. Carthago, can you do it? He goes down at the end of that there, but they're still going to be able to protect at least for a little bit longer. That's going to be Shirelia's battle song. Kim has respawned. Can they keep this dream alive? The HP bars on the blue team are so incredibly low. The Ignite comes down. They're switching onto Natsong here. That's the Noxian Guillotine, and that's the destroyed Nexus. St. John's takes game 1.
What a ending to that game. St. John's had a slow start in that game. But, you know, once they got that ball rolling, once that ball started rolling, St. John's were unstoppable, right? It felt like once they got their lead, once Pudding found that double kill in the team fight, there was no coming back for Butler.
Yeah, like this is why you have to keep your eyes on the Darius at all times, right? You can shut down the Darius. You can really keep him off his game. You can gank him a million times. Sometimes all he needs is one team fight to go well for him, and then suddenly he's a threat, right? And that's not even to talk about even, you know, how well Shadow Sneak was able to play the Kaisa in that game. I think this is the first good execution of that Kaisa on this in this series here. I still don't know if it justifies the pick, but it still did incredibly good here. As now, you know, there are really good job by St. John's here. I think you're right. Once they got their lead, it was really hard to stop them.
Yeah, I think the thing that I have the biggest questions about moving into the next game is that lane swap that Butler elected to go into in the draft, right? They picked Levi, this Dr. Mundo, and had the Jace move mid with Newtly, and we saw it had, you know, fringes of success, and also it felt like they were also a little bit less comfortable in their respective lanes, right? Is that something that they want to try again to use that draft flexibility, or are they going to go in a different direction moving into the next game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's something to keep our eyes on for sure. It was definitely a bit of a curveball for us, at least. You know, we were like, oh, maybe this Mundo is going to go into the top lane, and it's going to be, you know, it's going to be Newtly piloting it, but then they changed to the Jace, and you know, it was definitely a curveball for us, and I think in theory, right, Mundo has a very good matchup into Darius just because of how much self-healing he has and how he can resist the pull, and on top of that, he has just a very high base HP pool to begin with, right? And that's the best way to beat champions that do a lot of true damage. Build HP, because true damage doesn't scale within it's true damage. It just that's the number, right? That's it, right? It's 150, and if you have a bunch of 150s, they're gonna have to do a bunch of 150s to you, right? Like that's the number. And I know, like, it's like yeah, that's how math works. It's just a little. Trust me. HP, good for true damage.
All right, and then the last player I wanted to highlight in this game was Icewaco, right? Mm-hmm. He had a very solid performance himself on the Ahri, constantly was finding charms onto Kim, and felt very, very disruptive to this Butler strategy, right? Able to pair up really well with Lior, move around, make plays all over the map, and it felt like that was almost stymieing the aggression coming out from, you know, the otherwise really consistent Kim.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so we are going to go to a break, and we'll be back in just a minute with more Big East action.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Big East Finals. My name is Shikari. I'm joined by Mac, and here we are in Indianapolis at the Butler University Esports Park. We're here in person, and this is such a great time. I can reach out. I can grab him. Look at I can touch him. He's
right
not
here.
a box. He's not a box next to me on the screen. It's great. Look at how awesome that is. We're here. It's game 2. We're in the lower bracket. Butler is trying to fight their way up and out, and St. John's is trying to fight their way back into the winners finals. Here we are, game number 2. St. John's took a convincing game number 1 after a snowballing victory. They got a couple good team fight wins for themselves and were able to catapult that lead into their final win with a 10,000 gold lead, I might add, which is very, very impressive. As now here we are going into game number 2. Blitzcrank banned away from Young Sinatra, also going to tank that Zillion ban as well, and Gragas being taken away from Leor as well by Butler, and St. John's is going to be banning away the Annie, the Vigar, the Kennan.
Yeah, and that ban that was dropped off for the Blitzcrank was the Zaya, and that is first picked by St. John's. So it was something that they are very comfortable playing, and now they get it. So Butler's going to, instead of dealing with the Blitzcrank, they're going to have to deal with the Zaya.
Yeah, for sure. As now, this is a really comfortable pick for Shadow Sneak, because Shadow Sneak has had a lot of success on that champion, and so now we'll see it before. But we got the Nat Dog special. Locked in first pick, and and look at that, there's the Carthago to match.
The duo.
We got the Ziggs and Zach in the bot lane.
Nobody else are playing these champions, but Carthago, extremely proficient on the Ziggs. He used to be a Ziggs one trick in solo queue, had hundreds and hundreds of games on him. And Nat Dog, same story. He used to be a Zach one trick, right? And both these players have since became much more, or expanded their champion pools, adapted to the competitive environment, but they remain. They have this pocket pick, and they work so well together. We've seen how effective this duo can be, and now the question is, what does Young Sinatra answer with? It looks like he picked his Thresh.
Yeah, and they got to be careful about this here, because Thresh is a very powerful pick into these kinds of champions, in my opinion. Zach, his Elastic Slingshot is some nice mobility, but you kind of got to sit there and cast it in order to do it, right? Thresh isn't so good against characters that have lots of mobility. Now, it's going to be hard to hook this Ziggs. It's going to be a lot easier to hook this Zach, though, even though Zach has some decent mobility. But look at that. That's a Kiana lock-in.
I love to see that for Kim. Kiana is one of his best champions. We saw in the final week of the Big East, when Butler was on the verge of playoffs, they needed to beat Villanova to get in. He locked in the Kiana 2 games in a row and absolutely smurfed on it. Right? Yeah. He was incredibly clean, and I am happy to see him on one of his comfort picks up here, and he even gets protection bans for whatever he doesn't want to play against.
Yeah, and now we're going into the second phase of bans here, and we're seeing a lot of attention towards this mid lane here, towards Iquaco, taking away that Ari here. So we're still going to see a little bit more here. St. John's targeting that top lane there. Newtley does love these duelists. We see him a lot of the time on the Jax, on the Fiora, right? Even last game, he was opted to swap to mid in order to play Jace so that they could have a positive matchup against the Darius up at the top lane with that Dr. Mundo. And now, let's see what they're going to take off the table here. My prediction is Fiora. Maybe the Jace, but it all depends on what Pudding CZ wants to play into. Go ahead.
What Pudding CZ is going to have to play into, and I think the Renekton is a great blind pick choice because he doesn't really have any bad matchups, right? He famously walks into a bar, but there's no counter. So, are we going to see a Malphite lock-in? Wow, that is actually one of the champions that has risen in priority lately. He is incredibly strong in the current patch. I'm wondering who's going to be piloting this champion. Is it going to be Newtley, the top laner, or is this a Levi pick? Does Levi feel confident again swapping up to the top lane with this champion?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe this is the ARAM all AP Malphite going into the mid lane for Levi here. Maybe that's the angle. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a safe pick to go into the Renekton, right? You're naturally going to be building a lot of armor, and if you fall behind, you're still kind of worth that ultimate, right? If you fall behind in lane. My problem is I think I've said that a million times, right? Malphite, oh yeah, if you fall behind, you're still worth your ultimate. But sometimes if you fall behind, you have to use your ultimate defensively. And then sometimes you just don't even have your ultimate, so you're just a rock that kind of walks around like like that you guys can't see. I'm just like waving my arms back and forth, but it's just
He's doing the Malphite walk.
Yeah, the Malphite. I'll do it when the cameras come back to us. But it's just Malphite, if he falls behind and if he's pressured enough, sometimes just doesn't do anything. And in that particular case, Ornn is a lot better. Right?
Well,
if you're looking for someone, if they fall behind, they're still worth their ultimate. Ornn can call the Forge God from very, very far away.
But I think Malphite actually has an incredible matchup here against Renekton, right? As soon as he gets some health and some armor, the Renekton's going to be doing no damage to him unless he rushes like a Black Cleaver. And in that situation, he's not going to be doing any damage to the backline when he gets on there. And the final pickup here is a Levi special. He's played Seraphine for a long time, been flexible on this champion, and it's, you know, signaling a very big wombo, right?
Yep.
For this team comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, if this Ziggs gets ahead, this is a wombo combo that you are not going to be able to avoid. You've got Encore, you've got the Unstoppable Force, you've got the Let's Bounce. This is a lot of ultimates when paired together can wield a lot of damage. And you know what? I said I was going to do it. Here's the Malphite walk. Q. Slam. Ulti. It's a Malphite walk. But yeah, this is one of those things. This is why I've started to dislike the Malphite pick. If you're looking to kind of like stem the bleeding in top lane, right? It's just sometimes he just ends up just ulting and then just walking around, hoping to do something. Which is why it's not exactly one of my favorite picks. However, it slots into this team comp incredibly well, right? You have this nice setup for a wombo combo, for this Ziggs, for even like this Zac, right? If the Zac finds enough, like wants to go into damage, like he could, right? Like there are people building Demonic Embrace on Zac. I mean, he's on a support salary, right? It's not going to be as useful, but it's still there, right? It still can happen. Not to mention supreme display of talent as well. Like there's a lot of good things to go into this team composition here.
Absolutely. But I want to highlight the St. John's composition a little bit. We got Wukong in the jungle. That is an incredibly high priority jungler right now because of his ability to get in the backline, sneak in there, and cause so much havoc with that Cyclone, right? A little bit weaker in the early game. I think Kim is going to have the advantage over Lior with the Kiana pick, but, the team fight prowess of Lior on a Wukong is definitely a scary threat, especially if you pair that with Hueco's Vex, right? We saw Hueco. He's a well-known Vex player. He played it in the last series that Butler played against St. John's. And if both of those players are able to find the backline, find that Seraphine, find that Ziggs, suddenly the team fight is very, very precarious and scary for Butler.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what I like about the St. John's comp here is that it's less ultimate dependent. Right? It's going to be very easy for you to time when your windows to fight Butler are good, right? Because even if they're ahead, right, their damage is still all ultimate based. Like they don't have any sort of consistent damage on their team, right? It's all burst damage. If you're able to play around their ultimates and either force them to use it or just like, oh, this person used that in a skirmish back there. They don't have this, they don't have that. So let's go and fight them, right? It's a lot easier to track the usages of ultimates than it is for basic abilities, right? And in this case, when you have a team that's so ultimate dependent that's trying to wombo combo you can be like, oh, Kiana doesn't have ultimate. Oh, Malphite doesn't have ultimate. Oh, this one doesn't have ultimate. And suddenly that wombo combo, while it still kind of exists, is not going to be as powerful as you'd like.
So long as you're saying Malphite doesn't have ultimate, Seraphine doesn't have ultimate, Kiana doesn't have ultimate without a gray screen. If you have a gray screen, that is a very bad thing to be saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not powerful. Right?
Yeah.
I am saying that, like, if they use these one-off kind of ultimates in these one-off, scenarios, it is going to be an issue. But we are going to jump into Summoner's Rift. It's game number 2. St. John's versus Butler. It's do or die moment for Butler here. Let's see if they can stay alive. Bring us to a game number 3.
Yes, we all want to see great League of Legends here. Take us to that game 3. Actually, hold on. I think Butler went for the big switch up. Look who has Smite on this team.
No way.
Yes.
No way. This is okay. Well, Nat Dog is playing jungle. Interesting.
I think Levi is.
Oh, Flash! Holy!
Oh.
Okay.
Young Sinatra looks like he's having some computer problems after that.
Okay. We're good. We're back in it. We're fine.
We're chilling. We still have to go over where each of these players are going. I think Kim is going in the mid lane.
Okay.
Levi, support?
Yes.
Yes, he's got the support item. And then Nat Dog in the jungle.
Yes. Okay.
That is not what I was expecting loading in this game.
So quick note to observers: if you could move those folks around, like if you could put Zach into the jungle position and then Kiana into the mid and then Seraphine into the bot lane, that'd be super dope. You can like click and drag them. That'd be really cool. Regardless, this is looking. This is actually really interesting. You said Nat Dog used to be a jungle player, and not just a jungle player, a Zach one-trick. This is not just a comfort pick. This is a comfort position for Nat Dog as well. And Levi, I think Levi has been known to kind of be like the most flexible player on Butler, right? He's been known to play these kind of flashy kind of champions, but he has also been able to play these kind of champions like Seraphine, and like I feel like the move from mid to support is a lot easier than like a lot of other lanes.
Yeah, it's very natural, right? You're playing a similar style, especially on the Seraphine. He's played it in both roles, right? So he plays Seraphine mid. He's already built synergy with Carthago. They've been playing on the team for a long time together. And that gives Kim the opportunity to play Kiana mid. And Kim, a little bit of backstory here. Kim, coming from the South Korean server, was a Grandmaster mid laner, maining mostly Talon, right? So he is most comfortable playing mid lane, but when he came over, Levi, obviously having played for the team for a few years, they felt it might be best for Kim going to the jungle. But this gives Kim his original lane back, and we'll see what he's able to do with it.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting for sure. Noodley still up in the top lane. Carthago still playing AD carry, so nothing we still only have 3 shakeups here. This is definitely a really interesting thing to do here. I think Butler, being this kind of team that can move these players around from being like, oh yeah, we have a jungler that plays support, we have a mid laner who sometimes plays top, we have a jungler who plays mid. Like, this is really good for them. Speaking of, that's gonna be a gank on Waco here, stunned up a whole lot. Now is finally able to move. Can they get out of here? Force the flash. Low HP. Do they have anything left? Absolutely. Kiana comes in for kill number 1. First blood goes to Butler.
Huge. Nat Dog and Kim come with the connection. Kim freezes the lane on his side of the map, gets the flash out of Waco, and takes him down. That's absolutely huge for a snowballing champion like Kiana, and that is exactly the start Butler was looking for.
Yeah, this is definitely a good place to be if you are Kim here, right? You have such a great start thanks to Nat Dog, and now Nat Dog is just going into the bottom half of the map like do. I guess I'll just finish up my my blue buff, my Gromp, my wolves, and this is a really good start for them because you know a lot of the top. Oh wait a minute. Look onto Levi here. Good satchel charge by Carthago.
That is that mastery on the Ziggs. He knows that interaction. He was ready for it. That's not something you pull out on the spot. That is practiced. And that saves Levi's life in the bot lane. No summoners having to be expended for that one.
Yeah, and that's really good at protecting you in these situations because, like we said before, Thresh is very good into immobile champions. Now Ziggs has mobility, but it's a little wonky. It's not like instantaneous like some other champions, like an Ezreal or even a Lucian, right? You kind of have to time it, but using the satchel charge in that way instead to interrupt the death sentence is very strong. We see this kind of counterplay usually with people playing Janna into Thresh.
Ooh, you talked about Zach being able to build AP. He just bought a Dark Seal.
Oh my God! Of course he did. He even has a book. He has an amp tome.
Oh my goodness, he is fully committed to the AP angle. I love it. I love to see that. Nat Dog having a good early game says, you know what? I'm confident in my gameplay. I'm going to keep these stacks. and he's going the Dark Seal and the AP route.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, right? Like, I think it is a very solid item. You do kind of miss out on some of the tankiness from like a Titan Steel, but I feel like at the end of the day, like, it's just giving you all of the stats that you want, right? AP, you get the burn on max health damage, which means you don't have to really super commit to building AP. You really only need the one item, but like the Dark Seal is just kind of like, hey, I mean, if it works, it works, you know?
I'm curious to see, is he going to go like a Liandry's build, or is this a Demonic Embrace? Because Demonic Embrace was nerfed, and we see a lot of Radiant Virtue. So is he going for that like Liandry's Mythic, where he's really committing to it early, or is this more like a Demonic angle, where he's going to eventually go into Radiant Virtue, play for the team?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what this Amp Tome is going to be turning into here, because it is the biggest question mark here. But Kim, might be in some trouble. Goes into this bush here. Lior is going to look for a little bit more, but he is level 6 there. So that's a supreme display of talent. Nat Dog over the wall. The shield is not coming in time, but here comes the hook. Going to poke Kiana back in. They're low HP. Pudding CZ is going to be the one picking up the 1-for-1 there. That's going to be 2 kills in this fight, 1 apiece to each team.
Yeah, but Pudding CZ expending his teleport to get back to the top lane. Newtly used his for the lane phase. Definitely a good roam from Pudding, allows his team to answer back to that play. And overall, I think a even trade for both teams.
Yeah, Young Sinatra looking for the hook here. Does have the Lantern for Iquaco, looking for a little bit more. Is level 6, not going to be able to find it. Some good job by Levi and Carthago to kind of disperse the blue team here, to disperse St. John's from this gank, but it does kind of maybe give them prio over this dragon here. Waco is in the area, and they are starting to shove at that bot lane.
This is what I was talking about in the early game. Once Newtly gets his armor built, Pudding is having so much trouble having any damage stick on him through that initial shield, and Newtly's just, you know, being able to win out on those trades. Dragon being started by Butler as well.
Yeah, this is a really good job by them. They do have the prio in the mid. They have some prio in the bot lane here. If they want to go for it, they're going to have to go for a 50-50 steer. Leor is over the wall. There's the Lantern. They're looking for it. They're delaying the Drake right now. They're sitting on it, waiting for that Lantern to go out. Yep, they're going to pull it out too. Still 1,000 HP. Young Sinatra still looking for something. Leor over the wall. Can he get the steal? That's the hook. Gonna be able to steal it. Can he get out? He's going to use the W. He's safe, but is Iquaco safe? He's below, so low on HP. Kim is going to swoop in and get that kill. They're going to trade a kill for the Drake. It's an Ocean Drake, so I think that's a trade that you take.
Well, we've seen earlier in these series, the snowball in the gold can almost be more important, especially after those early game Dragon nerfs. But we'll have to see how the value of these objectives play out as the game progresses. But there's the 1v1 on the top side.
Yeah, CZ is doing a bunch of damage. Had to pop that ultimate in order to turn around, but that's the unstoppable force. Is the burst damage good enough? But the healing from Renekton is better. 1v1 up in the top lane. Pudding CZ is your champion.
Yes, Pudding CZ is showing up today on this Renekton. He has generated a huge lead even in the loss against DePaul, and now he has solo killed Newtly on the counterpick Malphite matchup. So he is proving that this Renekton is a formidable blind pick.
Yeah, once again, like you said, Renekton doesn't really have a whole lot of bad matchups, but mid lane, once again, that's a whole lot of trouble. Waco here does have that fear available, gonna fear backwards onto Zag, but he's gonna pull them in closer. There's the damage they need, and Kim once more, 3-1-1. Kiana picks up another kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kim is just on fire right now. Him and NatDog have found that connection. They have been finding gank after gank after gank, punishing Iquaco, and they get his flash once again. He is gonna be so vulnerable against this Kiana as the game continues to progress for the next 5 minutes.
Ooh, Lior's looking for something here. He does have that level 6. There's the Cyclone. R1. Is he going to get the R2? Taken incredibly low. NatDog gets popped on the passive, but here comes the rest of Butler. It's 4v2. They got to get out of there. At least pick up a kill. Lior looking for the steal. Can he get the eyeball? Did he get it? Who has it? Oh, it's Lior. He was able to steal it. They trade 2 kills for the Rift Heralds. I don't know if that one's worth it.
Yeah, Butler keeps winning on these fights, but Lior has been rock solid on these objective smites, right? He's got the Dragon Steel, he secured the Rift Herald right there. So objectives going the way of St. John's, but 1.5 thousand gold lead for Butler on this very aggressive composition, and 4 of those kills onto the Kiana.
Yeah, and now we are looking at what it seems to be maybe prepping for the next Drake. 2.5 minutes, never mind. But yeah, this is it's interesting. St. John's has been making some pretty I'll say some risky plays to try to deny these neutral objectives away from Butler, and they've been paying for it with their lives a lot of the time. So in that case, they lost 2. At the Dragon, they lost 1, and it was Iquaco who wasn't even in that fight. And so now, you know, I don't know how many more times they can make trades like this. As you know, the neutral objectives are nice, and having the Rift Herald, having the Drake is nice, but the gold that Butler is getting from these kills is definitely going to be a big problem. Is up in the top lane, putting CZ, has to pop that ultimate here, gets the heal from the spin. Can they get more? They're full on Fury. Can they look for Natdog here? Does not have that passive, but the damage is good. They're gonna dive forward, looking for Kim, gonna knock them backwards. Iquaco had to spend the ultimate there, but still not able to find kills anywhere on this map. St. John's spending a lot, getting nothing.
Yeah, and this top play gives a lot of breathing room for Newtly, right? He's able to get more gold on himself, push these waves into tower, get plates for himself, and Natdog has just been incredible all over the map on this Zac, right? He shows why he is so formidable on this champion and why he has been so respected on it.
Yeah, for sure, and it's really hard to like try to find a weasel your way into like a ban to Natdog here, right? Because like, of course you want to take him off his comfort pick, but you never expect something like this to happen, right? Where Natdog is just, you know, playing jungle Zac when he's supposed to be playing support. So this is a really big curveball from Butler here, more so than just kind of, you know, just picking the Zac support, right?
Well, we can see Leor looking to Rift Herald bot lane right here, but there is so much wave clear on the side of Butler, and Natdog lying in wait.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get those 2 plates, or just a plate and a half there from Shelly. Going to be able to get some gold, but not really going to be able to push in. And it's super, super hard to push in against this Butler bot lane, because Ziggs' wave clears is way too good.
Yep, and now we get the wet noodle fight cam in the top lane. Just both these very, very tanky champions not doing any damage to each other. But in the bot side river, we can see Butler setting up for this dragon, getting the vision cleared out, securing the scuttle crab, and giving themselves once again the priority on this objective.
Yeah, they've got waves shoved in mid, they got a wave shoved in bottom lane, and St. John's doesn't have Shelly to kind of take the pressure off of this dragon here. That was interesting.
That was like, this is incredible. The arm stretch was from one side of the lane to the other.
Okay, talk to me when Zac turns himself into a foe, okay? That was, because that was a thing that happened in the Incredibles. Either way, Hextech Drake is started up about 2.6 thousand. He got a teleport going up into the top lane. Is Leor going to look for another steal here? Sinatra with the hook. Is he looking for it? They're over the wall. Let's see. Red team secures it. Is going to be able to get out of there. Oh, actually, no. He gets bursted down real quick there. Going to be able to get the Drake and the kill there. And putting CZ fighting Newtly up here, not being as successful as he liked.
I think that was a really good read from Kim, right? Because Leor was over the wall invisible, and I don't think he was on vision. So Kim just threw out the ult as soon as the dragon got low, expecting Leor to go for that steal as he did before.
Iquaco up in the top lane here, looking for Newtly. CZ. No, it's Iquaco who's taking the turret here. Oh, looking for something to get them away. Oh, well, it's an execution down to the bot lane here. Shadow Sneak in some trouble, gonna pop the ultimate and the cleanse and the flash. There's the hook. Oh, Lancer gets interrupted, but Shadow Sneak says, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Gonna be able to find the kill, but young Sinatra's got no damage left in the tank. Gonna be pulled closer towards Carthago, and that burst damage is good. He's gonna try to get around the bombs to get the last kill onto the little Yordle with the bombs, but not gonna be able to find it this time. It's 3 for 1, 3 for 2 across the map in favor of Butler University.
That bot lane play was mechanically executed so well from Butler, right? Every skill shot landed, the Lantern being interrupted by Carthago's satchel charge. It was just incredible, right? All of these players are firing on all cylinders, and they've netted themselves a 2,000 gold lead in this game. And Zac sitting on 9 stacks on that Darkseal.
Yeah, he is. Yep. That's once again, it's one of those items that's just like, hey, if this works, I'm gonna be seen really smart. And so, you know, all Natdog needs to do now is just not die. you know, all he has to do.
I mean, he's got the passive back up as well. I think the last time we saw it popped was at that earlier Rift Herald, so even if he does initially fall, he's going to be able to have his teammates, you know, supporting him to get that revive.
It'd be so wild if, like, Magi's, like, if you had a revive passive, it would just, like, proc twice. Like, if you die, you lose the stacks, and then you revive and die again, and you lose stacks more.
That would be quite the tragedy.
I think that'd be the funniest nerf to the item.
Yes. Just only for a specific few champions.
Yeah. As now we see a fight over the Scuttle Crab here. Noodly might be out of his depth here. Yeah, that's going to be a... Okay, that's 2 ultimate spends here trying to get Noodly here. Can be able to dash away with the Unstoppable Force. Looking to try to get that kill. Not going to be able to do it this time. Natdog's taking incredibly low. He's going to get that passive pop. Levi's in the middle of this fight here. Probably doesn't want to be in, take that smoke, but he's going to immediately go down. Natdog does revive. There's this supreme display of talent, but still not going to be able to secure any kills just yet. That's going to be Ziggs finding the kill over Nexon on the backside here. Noodly going to rejoin the fight, taking incredibly low. Still not going to be able to find that kill. Kim's taking it above half HP. Dashes on the young Sinatra. Can't still find the kill here. Sneaky. Stanos sneaks looking for the last one here. Waco still can't seal the deal. And Butler, once again, comes out on top. It's 4 for 1, and they're going to get the Rift Herald to boot.
Yeah, that fight was looking like it was going all St. John's way, right? They picked off Noodly early, and we're going to go check out a replay to see exactly what happened. Oh, actually, it looks like Waco is going to contest the eye, and Butler is not going to get it.
Yeah, this is actually a really good play from Waco. All you really need to do is just stand on top of the eyeball here. That's going to be the encore. Still does not land. Waco playing with fire here, but yep, there's Natdog and Levi to secure the eyeballs. Let's see if there's going to be anything else here. Young Sinatra? Yay.
All right. So...
let's see if we can finally take a look at that replay there.
No, actually,
right, okay. There we go. There we go.
Here we
got
go.
it.
All right. Well, Lior catching out Noodly, and this means Noodly has no flash. He's out of the fight. Natdog is taken down early, right? Popped into his passive, and Levi is just all alone on the backside of the fight, blown up by a hook, and it looks so bad here. But Kim on the backside hits multiple people with that supreme display of talent. Comes in and drops a ton of damage. Young Sinatra sort of seals his fate as he has to flash out, but Carthago dishing out a lot of damage on the backside, and Young Sinatra going back into the fight gives Kim a kill, and right here, snipe over the wall by Kim onto Shadow Sneak, nets the victory for Butler, and allows them to see to secure the Herald, which we just saw at the end of that last play.
Yeah, and just in case you missed, Pudding CZ did die to a 1v2 up in the top half of the map. You can still kind of see that blue skull and crossbow. There's out of the bot lane. Noodly is going to be able to come in with that unstoppable force 1-2 punch. Butler is looking pretty strong right now. They also have a nice lead to their name as well. 4.3 thousand gold in their favor at this stage of the game. 18 minutes. Looking pretty good for them.
Yes, it is. You can see the one thing that Butler has to worry about, though, is Kim has a 700 gold bounty.
Yep.
Carthago has a 300 gold bounty, right? Oh, there is a trap being set up, but I don't know if Noodly's the one you want to find.
Yeah, Noodly, definitely not the one you're looking for here, but Lior, once again, looking for the steal. I feel like St. John's has been so late to these objectives that they've just been trying to get steal as Lior goes right in, is able to get the steal, and he's out of there.
He has been so consistent with his smites during this game, right? He has gotten 2 Dragon Steals and the 50-50 Rift Herald. And Young Sinatra is right there once again with the Thresh to pull his teammate to safety, showing how he can be so versatile on this champion.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, I don't know. I mean, the smites are really good, but I feel like St. John's has had to rely on this strategy too many times. They really haven't had any sort of prio on this bot side river, or even and having a hard time establishing any sort of dominance on this top half of the map too. That, like, you know, they're down 4.5 thousand gold, and this is basically the way that they have to play. And while they are getting gold, they are getting things in their favor. It's still, it feels like a strategy to not lose rather than a strategy to win.
But if you don't lose for long enough, then maybe you do win, right? Look at this Butler lineup. They don't have a traditional AD carry, right? They don't have that late game insurance like Shadow Sneak on the Zion, right? They are relying on their team fighting ability to win this game. And I think if the game goes long enough, then maybe Lior on this Wukong and Shadow Sneak on the Xayah will be able to become effective and become, you know, those late game threats that Butler doesn't have.
Yeah, and you know, that's kind of the big saving grace to St. John's right now. Like, they do have a lot of consistent damage threats that once it does go into this late game, you can play around that burst as much as you like. When it comes to dealing that consistent damage, it's going to be up to Shadow Sneak. It's going to be up to even Pudding to be able to deal that kind of damage for them there as, you know, this game continues. And are you saying that if this game goes late, you're favoring St. John's?
Not in this current position, right? 5,000 gold is a lot, and I think Butler's going to scale before St. John's scales. But if St. John's finds, you know, a couple openings and narrows this gold lead a little bit, I'd start to get worried if I were Butler.
Yeah, this is another one of those games where you have to be like, okay, it's good that you're winning. Let's close the door on this game before you know, St. John's knocks it down, right? This is you know, a very similar game to what we saw with Seton Hall versus Butler earlier on, where we were like, hey, Seton Hall's doing a really good job of taking control of this early game. They just need to seal the deal before Butler is able to turn this around. And now it's kind of the opposite, right? Butler is the one that's in the driver's seat and needs to close this game out before St. John's can get their footing back in this game. Because once again, like you said, the consistent damage that Shadow Sneak is able to provide is going to be a lot more useful in this late game than all the burst damage that Butler has.
And we can see right now Butler stacking the top side, trying to get this tower killed. Lior, though.
Yeah, playing with fire. They're going to be able to get some decent damage onto Levi there. I thought he had stopped the unstoppable force there. But this is
look at these XP differentials in the solo lane. Both level 12. Okay, Pudding just turned 13 for St. John's, while it's 14 and 14 for Butler. They've been incredibly good at managing these waves and making sure they're getting the XP.
Yeah, CZ here popping that ultimate is really big. That's been his main source of healing, his main source of damage when dealing in the 1v1 against Newly here. Now, that cooldown is looking pretty short. Kim, want more here. Lior waiting in the wings, but I think Kim might have smelled something and does not want to participate down in the spot lane.
Yep. Now, Sunfire just completed 4 Newtly, so he's going to be even stronger in those side lanes. I don't think Pudding has a chance in the world to deal any damage to him. And I think Shadow Sneak's going to have a lot of trouble too. He does not have a last Whisper item built yet, so he's going to be hitting straight into 3 armor items essentially from the Malphite.
He's doing the walk. That's gonna be stuck in my head all for the rest of the day. But yeah, here we are, 6,000 gold, nearly in the lead. Butler University looking pretty strong for themselves here. We have a next Chemtech Drake spawning in about 30 seconds, which means we need to keep our eyes on Lior, on Young Sinatra for that steal down in the bottom lane there. And you can kind of see already that Butler is putting out some more deep wards into the enemy jungle in order to look for those two to try to stop the steal before they can get in there.
Yep, and we can see full vision control on both sides of the river for Butler. The dragon is spawning, and I expect this one to be uncontested. Actually, no, it looks like St. John's are walking forward, but it seems so challenging to walk into this level 14 Malphite who's going to take like no damage.
Yeah, Shadow Sneak doing a decent chunk, but they've already spent so much, and that HP bar is not at half yet. This dragon has not been taken, but here's the teleport coming in from Kim here. They're going to look for that a little bit of invisibility. The two teams are all down here, and that is going to be the start to the Chemtech Drake. They want to contest. St. John's needs to get on top of it right now, but it looks like this Drake is going down way too fast. This looks like this is a secure for Butler here.
Yep, and I see pings going on the Baron from St. John's. Maybe they're looking to get some vision because they know that's the next objective on tap for Butler. And right now, it looks like both teams getting some resets off, buying items, and just preparing for what I expect to be a battle over vision in this top side of the map.
Yeah, for sure. This is Here we go, Butler Newtley here. Once again, continuing to harass CZ here as he just stands there. What is CZ gonna do? He has no sort of like, he doesn't have a black cleaver, which is like the kind of the big thing. He doesn't even have max health damage either, so he can just sit there. He can just sit there and just like, yeah, it's like cute. You have a nice amount of damage, I guess.
Ooh, big pickup for Xayah. She's got the quick blades, right? So although not as accelerated or, you know, as strong as she would like to be, that is a very powerful 2-item spike after the buffs to it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Navori Quick Blades has been a staple for Xayah in these most recent patches. And Butler's squad starting up the Baron here. They already have a decent chunk of damage. St. John's needs to get in here, but Butler Newtley doing a really good job of just playing the line of scrimmage here. Young Sinatra trying to just kind of ignore that he's there. There's a good hook onto him, but look at that. You just can't deal damage to that guy. That's the unstoppable force. Encore as well. That's going to be dodged, but you can't toss a supreme display of talent is over the wall. Kid's going to be able to find that kill. This is going to be Iquaco diving in, looking for the last bit of damage, but Natdog does have that passive available. Is going to get popped. Double kill for the Kiana here as they're looking for more. Leo trying to get the last bit of damage, maybe clean up the kill onto Zach, but not going to get it this time. 3 for 1 rather. St. John's goes down. Butler picks up a big win, and now they get the Baron to boot.
What a big play from Butler there. And I gotta say, the 1-2 from Newtley, or 1-2-3 I guess, from Newtley, Levi, and Kim onto Shadow Sneak is what turned that fight. Newtley initially engaged, got the knockup, set up Levi for a huge ultimate, right? A huge encore, which baited out the ultimate from Shadow Sneak. Shadow Sneak used the ultimate, and Kim threw down the Supreme Display of Talent on the wall, got a huge chunk of damage on his Shadow Sneak, stunned him up, and knocked him down. So a huge wombo combo from the Butler team leads them to getting the Baron. The next step for them is to knock down these remaining outer towers and start to breach the base of St. John's.
Yeah, as Young Sinatra moves too close in these bushes here, and Kiana just immediate deletion here. Now they're looking for Renekton. Look at that damage, the supreme display of talent. Kim just finds 2 random kills, and that's gigantic. I think St. John's is just able, or Butler rather, is just able to push onto these turrets for 3.
Yeah, he just one-shot a 3,000 health Renekton.
Yeah, Supreme, that's going to be the immediate engage onto Shadow Sneak there. No response, nowhere to go, and now the team that's wearing purple is shattering these turrets one after another. Butler is looking for blood, looking for the Delta.
Ooh, Newtley is pulled under the tower, but he is so tanky. Tower goes down while he's tanking it, and they're looking for a fight. Quaco is pulled in, and Butler gets the inhib for their siege.
Yeah, and look at this. They can just walk down into bot lane. What is St. John's going to do? They have nothing at this point. They've got nothing left in the tank. They have their main source of damage gone, and CZ can't get into this fight properly without getting disengaged in some way, shape, or form. And now they just get to get away like bandits and make their way over to the Soul Point Drake, which continues to make them more powerful as this game continues.
All right, so moving back onto the map, I think this is a last-ditch effort for St. John's. They are actually going for this contest because, you know, they are so far behind right now. Over 12,000 gold. Butler is in the lead. They have won back-to-back fights, it feels like, and it seems like they're almost going for a Hail Mary trying to win this dragon fight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a real. I mean, they got to be careful, right? They can't just sit there and try to stop this this team fight, because look at what Malphite is. You can't contest this Drake if you want to be able to defend your base, because Malphite is just like, hey, you can go for that Drake all you want. You're gonna lose an inhibitor. Maybe not even 1, but 2, right? Because like, look at even in the bot lane as well. They're just clearing up these waves, shoving them in hard. Yeah. And now there's the supreme display of talent. Kim is able to find one on the top lane. Young Sinatra is looking for a little bit more on the Newtley here, but look at how much he's just tanking up the floor. St. John's is taking more damage than Butler right now, and they're going 1v3. He's going easy peasy. Look at this, but look at the base. Oh my god, they weren't able to find the kill, but look at the base. It's crumbling. And now they have a switch away. Kim looks for more, dives underneath the turret. Waco goes golden. There's a CC to follow up, and Levi is going to be able to find something for themselves here, as now, once again, Butler continues to knock on this door here. Can they find more?
Yes, they get a second inhibitor for that team fight victory, but Young Sinatra flashing forward wants more. He's getting chunked out, and Kim taken down. Oh, Shadow's the huge ultimate finds multiple, but Butler is just way too ahead at this point. They're knocking down St. John's with their wallets, and they are about to win this game.
Yeah, Pudding CZ doesn't have a whole lot in the ways of defending from all that onslaught here. As St. John's, we're going to a game 3, baby. We got a series on our hands.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. The hometown heroes, the Butler Bulldogs, answer back in game 2 and take down the regular season champions, St. John's, off the back of an incredible performance from Kim, Nat Dog, and the whole squad.
Yeah, what a really good game from Butler here. And really, once again, like, this has got to be, like, we talked earlier, Superman and I talked earlier about kind of the psychology of League of Legends, because now we got to start talking about it, right? St. John's just came immediately off their game against DePaul, right? Butler had a bit of a break, right? But now both of these are in a do or die position here. Is St. John's in a position where they're like, oh, we're drained, like we just played like that really, really long series, and now we're in an even longer series here, and this is very stressful. If we lose here, we're not going to be able to get a rematch, and it's the same for Butler as well. If we lose here, then we're kicked out of the tournament, right? But it's a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, and a lot of maybe exhaustion from these players here.
Yeah, but Butler right now has the momentum. They just won that game in extraordinarily convincing fashion. The question is, was this a one-time fluke with that very oddball team comp, or are they going to be able to bring it back and win game 3 as well?
Yeah, I mean, you got to say, like, how much of this was that big curveball that Butler was able to throw there? Like you said, like, Kim is usually a mid laner, Nat Dog is usually a jungler, Levi can easily swap to support with that Seraphine pick. And so, like, hey, like, if they're able to do this, then they're not playing the lanes that they've practiced for, right? They now need to learn how to play against completely new people, and that can be a completely different thing, because sometimes when you play someone in literally any video game, right? Half of the things that you have to do is not just beating the enemy champion, but learning your opponent and their tendencies, right? Game 1, it was more standard Butler with how they arranged their lineup. Game 2, it's a whole different ball game now, because you had 3 swaps.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be the big question we have going into game 3, which we will get to right after a quick break.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
happens when life breaks down. God himself puts his arms around you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Big East. My name is Shingari. I'm joined by Mac, and here we are. We've got a series on our hands here in Indianapolis. Butler, the hometown heroes, going into Game 3 against St. John's, the regular season champions. And this is a nail-biter here. Both of these teams are in the lower bracket, which means this last game is do or die. And this is their one chance to go up into the winners' finals and take on DePaul.
Yeah, grand finals awaits the winner of this singular game. Backs against the wall. What are these two teams bringing out? We're into Champion Select. Bands are coming through. Ziggs and Zach taken off the table by St. John's. They do not want that oddball composition again.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to deal with that for sure, but they're definitely going to ban the Vigar as well. They don't want Levi sporting that Horizon event there is now. And now here we go. We've got first pick. What is Newt Lee looking for here? What do you think?
I don't know. I think Rakan's good here. We've seen Nat Dog play that very well. But again, maybe that's a little less effective into Young Sinatra because of all his hooks. And Butler's back to the Seraphine.
Yeah.
Now, this could be flexed into a lot of positions, but this is reminding me a lot of that Game 2 composition.
Yeah, and noticeably, Kiana is also up as well. This is another way that St. John's can be thrown a curveball here. Butler does have some momentum coming into this game. Let's see how St. John's wants to answer this first pick Seraphine here, and it's going to be the Kaisa one more time for Shadow Sneak.
5 games of Kaisa on the day for Shadow Sneak. This is comfort for him, and you know, he's back against the wall, sticking to his guns. And Lior, first Graves game of the day, he is saying, no, I do not want to be playing a tank into Kim, into Nat Dog, into whoever Butler throws at me. I want some agency, I want some onus. I'm going to be playing the Graves.
Yeah, but this does also open up Butler to go back to that Malphite pick that had so much success in the previous game here, as a whole lot of hovers going for Kim here. And we might see the Kiana one more time.
It's the Talon!
It's the Talon lock-in. This Talon has received a lot of interesting positions. This could even still be a jungle Kim. This should still be Kim in the jungle.
It could be. Kim is flexible to go where he wants, and he's on his signature champion. I mentioned he hit Grandmaster in Korea playing this champion, and it just received buffs on this patch. So he is going to be even stronger than what we had seen him when he played it in the regular season.
Yeah, and not to mention, this is a really great team to play Talon into. Lethality is very good into champions that don't normally build armor here, as Pike is locked in for young Sinatra. That neither of these teams are pulling any more punches. They are going straight for the throat.
They are, young Sinatra's calling the gauntlet. He's saying, all right, give me the Pike. I want it. I saw him warm up in the scrimmages yesterday playing it. He looked very, very comfortable on the champion. So I'm excited to see this bot lane play out. There is so much action to be building in this game.
Yeah, Xayah finally banned away by St. John's. Here's their final ban, and now we're getting into phase 2 of picks, round 1. St. John's does have the first pick here. We still have potentially the mid lane and the top lane still available for them here, and they've already gone super hard at the damage. Why stop there?
Ari going to help with some of the setup on this team. It seems to be quite a comfort pick for a lot of these mid laners in the tournament. Hueco says, that's my pick. In game 3, back against the wall, give me the Ari. Now, Butler, what is the answer? Are they going to be sending Seraphine mid? Are they going to be sending it bot? A lot of questions still in this draft.
Yeah, this cannon is available, and we have seen success from it in our previous series here, and it's going to be locked in. Holy moly, this match is a bloodbath. There's so much damage in this game right now that it's insane. What is Nata? I don't even know what the final lock-in is going to be. What do we need, like an 80 carry or something? What do we got? Are we going to lock in Draven?
An 80 carry, a mid, something.
Yeah, who knows? Look, Draven, why not? Sivir, cool, why not? Sounds great.
Let's make sure everybody else can run as fast as possible so we can kill them even faster.
Yeah. Rakan, build Shirelia's battle song. Why not? Right? Like, This is the win comp here. Is Cho'Gath is going to be the final lock-in here. Yeah, I think St. John's was like, you know what? We need a tank. We should slow our roll a little bit. Let's play a tank. And they decided to pick the one with an execute on top of the execute that they have with Pike. And and on top of the execute that they're probably going to have with Graves and Kaison with like collectors, right? Like that's the other like big thing. Like that's insane. This comp from St. John's is so bloody.
Same with Butler. They have some similar semblances of the last game, but I think we're going to see all of the players in their original lanes that they came into the tournament playing for the first time this series.
Yeah, this is going to be certainly interesting. A return. It's funny because almost like this return to kind of normalcy is almost kind of a curveball. Like I was expecting Butler to once again like hey, why not, Kim, you can play mid lane Talon. Why not? Like, but like this is still looking pretty good here. I like this team composition. Oh man, it's just my problem with this is when you have two team compositions that do exactly the same thing, go up against each other, the team that gets a lead first is usually the one that wins, right? Because if you're having a competition of who can do the thing better, the one with more gold is usually the one that does the thing better, which means the person now also trying to do the thing is like, oh, well, we're not doing the thing as well, so we're now constantly losing. And it just kind of snowballs from there, right?
Well, I don't know. This morning I saw T1 KT Game 5, right? And there was a absolutely huge lead from KT, and T1 miraculously found a lead. So, I feel like there's definitely some opportunities for comeback on both sides. We have the Kennen and the Rakan, right? That can be, even if they're behind, a huge comeback tool and a huge teamfight tool. Where St. John's, if they're behind and they get a couple resets on the Pike, suddenly you just flush 5,000 gold into your team and you got an even game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. That's the other thing right there. I don't think we've seen young Sinatra on the Pike in a very, very long time, right? I think he might have been able to play that champion maybe once during the regular season here. So it's definitely something that I'll have to keep our eyes on for sure. Young Sinatra does kind of play a lot of his other champions similar to how we would see a Pike, right? He likes after his first back going to another lane and roaming around. He likes playing hook champions, and Pike kind of does all of those things very well. My only hang up is that one of the reasons I kind of don't like Pike is that even though Pike does get kills, he doesn't really do damage, right? And bear with me here. I know a lot of people are going to be like, wait a minute, hold on, Shinkari. What do you mean the person that builds damage doesn't deal damage, right? What I'm saying is Pike gets a lot of kills, right? Pike gets a lot of kills. He's very good at executing and finishing people off with his ultimate. But to rely on him for sustainable damage isn't really a good idea, right? You kind of have to, as a Pike, you kind of have to rely on the rest of your team in order to whittle people down for you to then swoop in, get these combos that get people low, and then start chaining the ultimates together, right? And luckily for young Sinatra, that there is a whole team filled with people that are able to do that, right? He's got 3 range champions. He's got an he's got a tank that has some decent damage built onto him here. It's all if we really want this Pike to pop off, it's going to kind of rely on the rest of the team in order to whittle them down and allow young Sinatra to kind of swoop in for the kill.
Yeah, and it looks like we are just getting loaded into the game. Whew, boy, I am excited for this Game 3. Butler versus St. John's. Winner goes to Grand Finals to face DePaul. Everything on the line, backs against the wall. These teams have everything to prove.
Yeah, this is do or die moment for these teams, and you know, this is what a story to tell, right? Like, Butler is going to get revenge for one of the first few weeks of the regular season, and not only that, they're going to take down the regular season champions who were undefeated in match score, right? Butler was one of the few teams to take a game off of St. John's during the regular season, and what a story to tell of saying, hey, yeah, Butler made it into the finals of the tournament they hosted in their own school, right? This is a really, really good storyline for Butler here if they come out on top, but it's a nail biter, and I don't want either of them to lose. I'm going to be honest. I don't want either of them to lose. It's just... It's going to be heartbreaking. It's going to be the ending of this game is that I'm going to be sad. That's the ending of this game. I already know what's going to happen. I'm going to be sad.
All right, we see what looks like a delayed invade coming out for St. John's. This is a risky play to start off the Game 3 with, but they look like they are confident. They want to take this 3v3. And
I don't think they've been spotted. Okay, there they go. The W from NatDog.
Oh,
good hook onto Carthago here. The Acathian Rain comes down. It's going to pull the red buff here, but Kim is still looking to fight here. Does have that parkour available. Here comes Levi down from the mid lane here. They're still fighting the red buff. It's on top of the ward, so they should be able to get this. Look at all that damage. Here comes Iwaco. They're diving right in. That's going to be the dive, but it was Kim who got the smite, and he's level 2 now, following Shadow Sneak over the wall. This might not be what you hope for. Oh,
he got the kill.
Talon got the kill, and now he can look for more, but that's going to be the return for Iwaco. It's 1-for-1. They did not get the buff, and this is going to slow down Leor, and he's down a flash as well.
Yeah, but you have to remember, Kim is down a flash. He is running from base. Yes, he has the extra longsword, but he has no red buff. So this is going to be both junglers set a little behind the tempo of the game, and Hueco going to be one of the big benefactors by getting the red buff, by getting the kill, and getting to mid lane with full health.
Yeah, this is certainly an interesting start to the game for sure. Butler does come out and leads in terms of gold because of that first blood, but this is still just a little bit of an awkward spot, right? Like, once again, if you do get a lead early and your both teams do kind of exactly the same idea, sometimes that is the big difference between a win and a loss here, and they have to be careful. You don't want a 50-50 in an important game like this.
I mean, I think both these teams are going to be going for 50-50s all game. It looks like they are warmed up, they're ready to go, they're ready to fight. As you can see, Carthago confidently tanking that hook with his spell shield and playing forward in the lane.
Yeah, as now Shadow Sneak trying to get some more forward pressure here, but they're still
Lior.
only level 1.
Lior's behind.
Yeah, watch Lior coming in from the side here. Going to be able to get the stun after the flash. Shadow Sneak taking it incredibly low here, but Carthago's going to be the first to fall as Lior still trying to get them away from Shadow Sneak, but the Ignite is not going to kill them. Nat Dog, nowhere to go. Lior picks up a double kill. It's 2-0 down in the bottom lane, and St. John's picks himself up a 900 gold lead.
Lior, incredibly intelligent pathing there. He knows that everyone is expecting him to go farm without that flash. Everyone thinks, okay, we're gonna settle down. We're gonna play our lanes for a bit. And he goes right back into a gank, level 2 with only the blue buff, and he finds 2 kills as his reward.
Yeah, this is a lot of gold now in his pocket here. Graves is now back and going to be able to cash that in. That could be a serrated Dirk that he's coming back to. I don't think it's going to be a serrated Dirk. That's a lot of gold, but he is definitely going to get a decent chunk of AD into his pockets here. Going to opt for the boots, and, you know, why not? Just an Iron Spike Whip, no big deal.
Yep, he's looking for that more defensive Gore Drinker style build. To help sustain some of that damage, be part of that front line, and he's going to be really, really strong. But serrated Dirks, Kim's got one in his inventory, right? He got that kill early, so I am curious to see what's going to happen now in this early game, as it looks like Kim's topside.
Yeah, Parkour putting CZ is in some trouble here as Butler Kim cutting off the escape route, but here comes Lior in from the side. Is he going to be able to help him maybe turn this around, turn it into a 1-for-1? Decent chunks of damage already. Kim to about half HP, but not going to be able to return the favor this time. They're just going to back away. It's a 1-0 up in the top lane in favor of Butler.
Yes, it is. Newtley getting the kill on there. He's started the game with a Cole, so once that pops, he is going to be incredibly, incredibly strong, right? Scaling up on this Kennen. That champion is so scary when you're going to be playing 5-on-5 team fights because of the power of the Maelstrom.
Here we go. The hook comes out, not going to land on the Nat Dog this time. Young Sinatra going to have to wait a little bit before going for another engage. But once again, Young Sinatra on a hook champion. Gonna be really watching out for that as this game progresses. Still in the lead a little bit, St. John's. Nothing to write home about just yet. Only 400 gold in their pockets. Still something to hold on to, at least for St. John's in this bit of time.
Yep, and we can see both the top lane and the bot lane pushing into Butler. That means Kim is going to have the opportunity to gank either lane if he wants. It looks like right now that Shadow Sneak and the Young Sinatra are using the pressure to clear out some vision and start up the dragon.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good call. Graves is very good at taking these early dragons here. Kim can go in for his steal, does have flash and the parkour available for the pit there. Could be able to do it if they're looking for it. Seraphine is in the area as well, but I think they should be able to clear out the Drake. Oh, I was about to have a conniption if they lost the Drake to Seraphine. But yeah, that's gonna do it for him there. They're gonna be able to secure the first Drake. It's a Cloud Drake, not exactly the best one, but it is the best one in the sense that, like, hey, now you know the Soul Drake is not gonna be Cloud.
Yeah. Now we just need Chemtech next.
Yeah.
It is
Oh,
Chemtech.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. We have a real Dragon Soul this game. Oh.
That's some slander. I think Chemtech Soul's pretty good.
It's all right.
All right, I think we can discuss that later. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. That means that the souls on the board is going to be Hextech, Infernal, Mountain, and Ocean, which are all very, very powerful and also pretty offensive as well. So this is going to be interesting to see which one we get, because Infernal Soul for either of these teams would be absolutely bonkers.
Oh, it would be crazy. Same with the Hextech Soul. Those give so much power to the attacking team, and Lior right now, though, lying in wait, no vision on him. Waco's here as well. Bot lane, or in the bot lane for Butler.
Here we go. That's going to be the dash in. Looking for the stun. Not going to be able to find it, but the charm is good. The hook is good too. Leor is on a killing spree. 3-0-1 on the Graves. Going to be able to pick up the kill for themselves up at the top lane. There's going to be Slicing Maelstrom onto putting CZ here. Taking a whole lot of damage. Here comes Kim in from the side. Looking to finish off the Cho'Gath here, but Cho'Gath is trying to get the Munch and Crunch onto the cannon, but not going to be able to find it this time. It's a 1-for-1 across the map, and Butler Kim is going to be the one picking up the kill in the top lane.
Successful plays from both side lanes, both junglers, right? Leor focusing his attention to the bot lane, getting Shadow Sneak and himself ahead, while Kim has been playing around the top side. He's going for this first herald. He gets Newtly another assist and shuts down Pudding even further behind.
Yeah, this is going to be certainly interesting, but what's good about that gank in the top lane here, and you can kind of see it on the mini-map right here, Talon is on the Rift Herald, going to be able to secure that for themselves, so this is going to be a nice little window to grab some turret plates for whatever Butler wants to throw that grab onto.
Yep, and we can see right now both mid laners fairly even though Ari got that early kill. Right now Levi's got his Lost Chapter and his tier, but young Sinatra on this side of the lane. Levi's not expecting this.
Yeah, there's a hook, there's the dash, there's the flash, and there's the W, getting a little bit of more movement speed from young Sinatra here. Going to be able to get away. Heals up a little bit of the damage now that they're outside of vision from the enemy team. Yeah, this roam,
pretty
successful,
good.
question mark?
Yeah, I think it's really good, right? Levi is on the Seraphine, right? Her defensive tools are her ultimate and flash, and she lost both of them in that engagement. Quako, once his ultimate's back up, I think that is a re-gank possibility because the Ari can get on to the Seraphine so easily with that charm, or with the Spirit Rush and charm.
Yeah, for sure. As now young Sinatra continuing to do young Sinatra things of roaming around the map. Gonna opt for these mobility boots early, which I think is great. I think every hook champion, or every just kind of like champion that enjoys roaming around and being a second jungler, mobility boots are just so good. I remember like they were like insta buy on like Leona, I think they should still be good on Janna, right? People still build mobility boots on Janna. Is that something they do?
I'm not keeping up with the Janna meta.
You kids these days.
I know that the mobility boots received a 50 gold nerf a while ago, which sort of took them down in priority because they were a bit harder to buy in the early game, but young Sinatra with those 4 assists, no trouble for him getting that gold, and he has now unlocked his ultimate ability, right? So that's even going to give him more power as he's roaming around the map, and you can see red side jungle for Butler is no longer theirs.
Yeah, and now, look at where Leor is right now. That ward is in the tri-brush, but they have no idea that he's there. And now, they have to immediately peel backwards, but it looks like the St. John still kind of wants to fight here. Leor getting a decent chunk of damage on the Carthago here, forced to back away, but the red team's still lying in wait. And gets spotted out by that ward there, but here comes the wave. Here comes the team. That's going to be the damage. That's going to be the pull. Dashing forward, going to be able to get the huge charm here. Young Sinatra taking it incredibly low, going to die to the turret there, but it's a 2-for-1 down in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, up on the top, Kim looking for a turret dive, but the wave just is not there. So they're going to be able to back away here. As Shelly popped top? No. Okay. We're just getting some things there. But yeah, that's a really, really good play. Now CZ fighting Newtly here as he was not able to complete the chop. Here comes Kim from downtown, and they're finally able to secure the kill onto the big bug up in the top lane.
This is the battle of the 2 junglers for these 2 teams. Kim makes a play top, Leor makes a play bot. Kim makes a play top, Leor makes a play bot. Young Sinatra though, now he's in top lane looking for Kim.
Ooh, that was incredibly close to that dredge line there, and now they're coming in. Levi is here, going to be able to scare them off after killing Shelly there, and now they have to keep their eyes out because even though young Sinatra does not have that ultimate, those abilities still hurt, right? They do have to be careful here if they want to stay alive because Newtly is below half HP. Have to be careful. They are able to secure first brick. First turret goes over to Butler University.
That's going to be really big for Newtly. He got his Cull cash in there as well, so he is flush with cash. He's got a Rip Maker in his inventory, and it looks like Nat Dog's going to get engaged on the bot side.
Yeah, here comes Young Sinatra in from the side, going to be able to land the hook, dashes over the wall, going to be able to find the stun. The charm doesn't land though, going to be able to E over to Kim there. The rest of the blue team is coming to collapse on top of this red buff here if they want to go for it. Newtley is in the corner. They are pretty jumbled up. They have to be careful. This Slicing Maelstrom could, it doesn't have access to Slicing Maelstrom here, but this is still a Drake on the menu. Speaking of menu, putting up in the top lane, looking to chomp and chomp on that turret maybe, as we get a split push up in the top lane here, which does put a timer on what Butler is trying to do here.
Yeah, Newtley, no ultimate, no teleport. I believe he used it to get down to the bot side, and he is unable right now to be effective because he doesn't have that ultimate. 3 plates over to Pudding, and we can see now the next dragon about to spawn is going to be Hextech, so we're going to get a Hextech Soul.
Yeah, and that's really big considering that St. John's is 2 dragons up. Now, we talked about this kind of pre-game 1, right? We talked about this pre-game 1 where a lot of the big advantages to getting 2 Drakes early isn't so much that you're closer to Dragon Soul, but now your opponents have to put a lot of emphasis on that half of the map. They can't just give you Dragon Soul, and so they have to put a lot of priority on there, which does give you the availability to maybe get some things on the top lane here. As speaking of the top, CZ1 is again in some trouble here. Kim doing a good job of kiting around the big bug, gonna be able to find the kill there as Nat Dog looking for Iquaco. He might be sandwiched between, but you're not trapped in here with Iquaco. You're trapped in here with Young Sinatra. They're gonna be able to find the first kill there. Slicing Maelstrom comes out. Iquaco looking for a little bit more. The charm is good. Young Sinatra waiting in the wings here, looking for maybe another reset there, but not really gonna be able to find another angle here. It ends up being a 1-for-1 up at this top half of the map.
Yes, 1-for-1.
Oh,
but I think because Young Sinatra was able to pick up that kill with his ultimate, that is a gold advantage play for St. John's. So you can see the gold lead down to 1,000 for Butler.
Yeah, it is a really powerful passive that if you get that kill with that ultimate, you are able to kind of spread that gold around to everyone else who got the assist. So that's going to be really important to keep our eyes on because that is how Pyke supports, right? He kills people and then gives gold to his team. So as this game progresses, that gold lead could really favor Young Sinatra here.
Yep. And we can see 2 items completed for Kim. He has the equipment on the back. Newtley getting chunked out by Pudding.
Yeah, here comes the hook from Young Sinatra, not going to land, and that's a decent chunk of damage from Kim here. I don't think Pudding CZ wants any more of this smoke. Looks like he's just going to dash forward as Kim. He's going deep. He's going to take those arcane gates all the way to the other side here. Look at that parkour, finally jumping around. That's going to be the charm, looking for more. Young Sinatra's going to pull him over. That's going to be the ultimate from Talon, trying to get in. Here comes the encore, going to pull in Young Sinatra. That's going to be 1. There's going to be 2. Butler comes up huge. That's 2 kills so far. The teleport is coming in from CZ, but they are in the wrong place, wrong time, and they've got nowhere to go. 3 kills for Butler, 0 for St. John's. They're going right over to the Rift Herald.
Oh my goodness, how did Kim get away there? He teleported way into the back behind enemy lines. Everyone turned and said, we've got to get Kim. And Kim managed to get out. He juked around with that ultimate, jumped over the wall, and then assassinated Iquaco on the back end of the fight, leading the rest of Butler into the choke to shut down the rest of St. John's. Huge play from the superstar jungler.
Yeah, what insanely good. Honestly, I think Kim might have made a mistake. I think he might have gone into the gate by accident. I don't think, because he was immediate. The second he was there, he was like, "Oh no, I need to get out of here," and it was constantly like parkouring over every single wall. I think Butler swooping in to like save him was like was able to finally get them. I think it might have been a mistake, as Young Sinatra might be in a bad place right now, as Kim is now looking for the parkour. Now is looking. That's going to be throwing out the daggers here. Still looking for the kill here as Young Sinatra has to get away at the end of that. Iquaco still fishing for some skill shot there, but can't quite find it. As Pudding CZ is looking a little smaller.
Yeah, he is not having a good time on this Cho'Gath. Newtley has been, Newtley and Kim have had his number, and right now it looks like Kim is finally taking a look at the bot lane, deciding to take down this tier 1 tower. But on the flip side, the mid and the top tier 1s are going to fall for Butler, so that's big map objectives being taken out by St. John's.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we were talking about when we said, like, hey, 2 dragons means that your opponents have to force the dragon here, right? And take a look, they're picking up their first dragon. Like, this is dragon number 1 for Butler here, whereas St. John's, they're grabbing turrets number 1, turret number 2 for them. Right? They could even get some more pressure onto the bot lane and put pressure that turret number 3 for them as well, right? St. John's, Butler's all in the bottom half of the map right now. They don't have enough resources to all go up into this top lane. Well, now they do, now that this dragon is down. But this is kind of what we were talking about, right? Butler puts 4 people down to the bot lane, lose 2 turrets across the map.
But they're answering back. They're going to get this mid lane tower, which I think is crucial for them, right? Taking out this safe space for farming and opening up both sides of the jungle for Kim to invade. That is going to be huge for the mid-game game plan of this Butler squad.
Yeah, for sure. As now, you know, we're starting to see this gold lead continue to be in Butler's favor at this point. We're now looking at about 2.4 thousand gold in the lead for Butler University here. And, you know, this is, once again, you know, 2 team comps that do kind of the same thing. You know, once one gets a significant gold lead, it's kind of hard to come back because it starts to snowball from there. So let's see how St. John's is going to try to answer this. As Noodley looks for the 1v1 on the high Waco. That's a whole lot of damage. Still has that ultimate available. They're going to be able to get away as now Noodley is in the wrong place, wrong time. That's going to be them dashing forward. That's going to be the shutdown for Cho'Gath. Going to give themselves a
600 gold going over to the Cho'Gath there, finding himself back in the game, and Flash being burned for Noodley. So that big cooldown will not be available in the next team fight.
Yeah, not to mention that when Noodley respawns, he's still not going to have that slicing Maelstrom available. Now, there's nothing really to fight over just quite yet. So by the time the next big objective comes up, he is going to have that slicing Maelstrom available. But this is kind of a window for young Sinatra to say, hey, that's a pretty big ultimate that can stop me from roaming around the map. Now down. Do I look for more random hooks? Do I look for more, do I try to be the hero, right? Do I try to make these kind of sneaky plays? Because you kind of get away with it the more and more of these very punishing abilities are not available.
Yep, and we can see Kim looking for Waco in the side lane.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Kim shows up, comes out of invisibility, kills Ari, leaves, refuses to explain, as now...
I feel like he's done that a lot.
Yeah, this talent is Kim is showing us why you should not let them have the talent.
So what happens? Do you 5-ban Kim like Seton Hall and then play against all of everyone else's best shit?
Just the talent. Just the talent.
Just the talent.
Just the talent.
Yeah.
You don't have to 5-ban him. It's just the talent.
He is having a game here, and now Butler feeling confident enough to start the Baron, but that chunks Carthago to less than half HP before these teams are fighting, and teleport.
Look at this teleport on the backside here. Cho'Gath is on the other end of this team fight right now.
Oh.
Yeah, he might be out of position. He might have overread where this team fight was going to start. Now Pudding CC has to run away. He's going to be stunned up. There's already a whole lot of damage dashing forward onto Pudding CC, but he's below half HP now. They're trying to dash away. There's the W, knocks him into the air. The big bug goes down. Leor is going to be able to find a kill in response here, but now they're looking for more. That's 2 kills over to Butler here as they're now getting more. Leor trying to run for their life here. Going to get sandwiched between CC and more champions here as Waco's trying to make something in response, but they just can't quite get it. 1 for 3 in favor of Butler, and that's going to be over to the Baron. But young Sinatra doesn't want to give quite up just yet. Here comes the hook, pulls in Seraphine. There's the damage. Can he get the ultimate? Waco taking incredibly low. Noodley looking to finish the job, and that's going to be the one shuriken that does it. Waco incredibly low, running for their life here as now St. John's making a lot of desperation plays.
Let's take a look at that team fight again as Butler, as it secures Butler that Baron. We start out here putting CZ way too far deep on the back end of the team fight, and Nat Dog, watch him go here. He flashes forward, hits the knockup onto 2 members, stuns up the carries, and allows Levi to hit that ultimate. Yes, he dies at the fight, but he sets up the whole thing. His engages have been clean this entire time. Kim going over the wall, finding Leor, and taking him out with the help of Carthago and Levi, and jumps over the wall to dodge away from Waco. Butler executing so well on all fronts in that team fight.
Yeah, this was a really good job by them, and now their reward is that they are wearing purple, and they are so far ahead. Now take a look at this, nearly 5,000 gold in the lead. Butler University not looking too bad for themselves right here, and they are poised to really start to run away with this game here. St. John's has really got to be careful as Kim parkours over the wall, chases Shadow Sneak, there's the kill! Not even gonna waste any time. Gonna be able to sneak that one there and make their way all the way back to Dragon.
Wow, what a sequence for Butler. They have had complete control over this game for the last 5 minutes. They're getting themselves another dragon and starting to stack of their own. Now, the question is, what can St. John's do to stop this aggression, to peel back, and to find a way back to this game?
Man, it's tough because, like, even in these 1v1 scenarios, Iquaco can't handle against Nuclei here, but maybe it's looking for these particular scenarios where just Butler is just getting a little bit too big for their britches. Maybe it's to punish their over-aggression, but I feel like Butler really hasn't been doing that a whole lot. I feel like it's, you know, I feel like Nuclei going past that tier 2 turret there is kind of like an anomaly, mostly.
Yeah, I mean, these players have been on point for this, you know, for this series so far, but that was a little in, not gonna lie. He went a little far there, but Butler still I'd say in the driver's seat, in command of the game. They're clearing out River Vision right now, and just giving Nuclei time to respawn and regroup with the team. And now, crucially, his Flash is available for the next team fight.
Yeah, and that's big too. Flash Slicing Maelstrom is an incredibly powerful tool for Butler and just in League of Legends in general. So this is going to be something to keep our eyes on. Now, I do want to say, St. John's is only down about 5,000 gold. That's a lead you can come back from, right? They're not out of the woods just yet. I feel like they need to be a little bit more prepared for Kim, right? Kim has just been kind of wandering around the map, looking for a 1v and looking and getting 1v1s pretty consistently. I feel like if they're more ready to respond to Kim looking for kills on folks in sideways, then they are going to be able to punish him and get 3v1s or even 2v1s or even 4v1s.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head. Butler has sort of had run of this map, and Kim has been very effective at being able to be around the map. But the problem I see for St. John's now is they don't really have that hyper-scaling champion, right? We see Shadow Sneak once again on the Kaisa, has a pretty strong mid-game spike. Yes, if she gets accelerated and gets a quick blade with a Kraken, she's going to be really, really strong.
They do get a hook onto Nuclei here. Carthago is able to find Leor, which is a huge chunk of damage gone for St. John's here. So they're now looking to try to get these kills here. Ultimate over the wall, not going to be able to secure Nuclei just outside the range. But the damage here from St. John's is still good. It's 2 for 3 in favor of Butler, and it looks like Butler wants more. NatDog taken incredibly low. CZ in the middle of 3 members of the team going to be able to find the Rakan here, turn it into a 3 for 3, make that a 4 for 3. Kim wants more. Iquaco taken incredibly low. I don't care about the turret. I care about grabbing your death. Double kill and an ace for Kim.
What a chaotic team fight there, but Butler ends up taking the win. They get the tier 2 tower and they get more gold onto their carries. I want to highlight at the end, Levi saved his encore for that entire fight and then landed it onto both Pudding and Iquaco, giving Kim the opportunity to land all of his damage without any contest.
Yeah, for sure. And this is some real good teamwork here by Butler here. They are now up 7,000 gold. This is looking really good for them here. The problem is that I think they need to seal the deal. I think it's time to seal the deal. Don't give St. John's a breathing room, right? Because I feel like this Pyke is very similar to Darius, where he could just get one team fight, pop off, and then suddenly the whole team is scary. Is now Young Sinatra forced to run for his life here. Kim knocked into the air. This might be the turnaround they're looking for, but Kim is already able to find the kill. Good at Captain Rinka to get a decent chunk of damage onto the blue team here, but they're still pretty healthy. Getting back into this fight. The Slicing Maelstrom is big. Double kill for Kim. 1 for Levi. 2 for Levi. 1 for Nuclei. That's the ace again. That's the clean ace. 5 for 0. Butler wins the team fight again.
And I think that's going to be game. 30-second death timers on everybody on St. John's. Butler is pushing down the mid lane. 5 members strong. The only thing that stands between them, DePaul, in the grand finals is an inhibitor and 2 Nexus towers.
Yeah, this might be what they're going for right here. That's going to be the damage. Can they seal the deal? They do have some respawns. Leor is going to be up in about a second here. They're tied to turrets. Here we go. Half HP. Here comes the savior play. They can't do it. The hometown heroes, Butler University, moves on to the winners finals.
Let's go! For the first time ever, Butler is going to be in the grand finals of the Big East.
Yeah, this is an insane. I don't think I've seen Butler in a finals ever.
This is
right?
the first time.
St. John's, Seton Hall, Villanova, DePaul. These are all the teams. UConn even. These are all the teams we've seen in the finals. Butler has never, ever made this finals. And now here they are. Here they are, and we're already doing a whole bunch of celebrations. The tournament isn't even over yet. We're just excited that everyone's excited that Butler is getting into the finals here, but they still have a hill to climb. DePaul is no slouch, and we've seen how well they've been practiced and ready to go for this tournament. And not only does Butler need to win, they need to win twice.
That's the challenge. That's the challenge, is that bracket reset. And we saw DePaul has been electric, both games they played. But I think St. John's identified in this game the Vigar is a problem. And I'm curious to see what DePaul is going to look like without that pick.
Yeah, for sure. And we are actually going to jump to a quick interview with the winning Butler team down on the floor. Superman, go ahead, take it away.
What an incredible performance by Butler, bringing this to a 3-game series. Congratulations on the victory. I'm joined here by Levi and Kim. First question for you, Levi. The draft went really wild throughout the entirety of this series, culminating in some lane swaps in Game 2 and then some very comfortable picks in Game 3. Talk me through the strategy coming into this series against St. John's.
So, we've been practicing those all year, where we have players who can play different roles, play a bunch of different things, and carry the game. And, when you have a guy like Kim here, who will say, give me Kiana, I'm going to 1v9 the game. He's the best player in the Big East, without a doubt. He's the best player I've ever played with. After Game 2, R.A.D. Carey stopped and said, you know what, Kim, regardless of what's happened, it's been a pleasure playing with you. This guy's insane. When you have a guy like this, you can send him mid, you can send him jungle. When you have a guy like Nathan, you can play support, you can play jungle. I can play any role. Isaac can play any role. It's just the players we have on this team are too good to not do wild things with.
Yeah, that flexibility really worked out well for you guys in Game 2. Pop off 2 games in a row for you, Kim. It's him, it's Kim. Their chances are slim. You guys are going to the finals now. How are you feeling coming off your victory, being able to play Talon that you're so well known for?
Oh, actually, after the first game, I was very nervous because I thought I would play really bad. I just had to went outside, take a deep breath, do 10 push-ups, and kind of had the time. And everyone else on the team was, hyping me up. Like, Kim, it doesn't matter if we make bad plays or not. We're here to enjoy tonight, so let's just have some fun. And so did I, and it feels great.
It looked like a lot of fun. You dropped an actual atomic bomb in that series. It was wonderful for this entire audience to get hyped and loud for it. That means you guys are going to the grand finals. I want to thank you for joining me here on stage for the interview. You got a little break here. Catch your breath, maybe a few more push-ups. We're going to bring it back for the grand finals after this. Send it back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Superman. Yeah, we're back at the desk, and man, this is a nail biter. This is a nail biter for sure. I mean, Butler, this is a big moment for them. This is a big story moment, but they still got one team in the way, and not just one team, 2 matches.
It's going to be that final match against DePaul, and I'm excited, right? This will be my last cast of the day, so Shinkari here is going to be joined by Superman. I'm going to be out there cheering the team on in the crowd. You might see me in the background here, but nothing can describe the excitement I have for these guys at Butler. They've been playing together all year, and they've struggled, right? They've had many, many, many tough weekends where, things don't go the way they thought they would, right? 1-2 to St. John's, 0-2 to DePaul. They lost to UConn in the season, and it just felt like it wasn't clicking. And they come into this weekend, they take down Seton Hall, right, 2-0, and they look clean at the end of that second game. The first game, they dropped against St. John's, right? They had those flashbacks to the season of, oh no, are we going to lose to St. John's? But they bring it back and they reverse sweep off the back of some incredible plays from everyone on the team.
Yeah, I think I'm in the mindset of don't count your chickens until they've hatched. You know, this is still a long way to go, but it's such a great story moment, right? I think you hit the nail on the head already of, like, you know, during the regular season, Butler had a hard time. You know, they barely qualified for the top 4. You know, it was some last minute wins, some tiebreakers that got them here. I think it was going to be Villanova was the other team that was going to be here. It was really, really close. And, you know, it really came down to the wire for Butler here. And now coming into this tournament, they're the underdog. They beat our previous champions, Seton Hall, and now they've beaten our regular season champions, St. John's, and now they're moving into the grand finals, and they're going to have to do a bracket reset.
Yeah, they have one final test in front of them, and they're going to be playing that match in just a few minutes. So don't move a muscle. We're going to be back in just a minute.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Oh my goodness, Alex. We're back. We're live. It is so crazy here in Indianapolis. The games are so fire. We had a fire alarm in the building to hype everyone up. A little bit of meh. Who can wait another moment for the grand finals here in Indianapolis live from Butler's Esports Park? And Butler themselves are here to put on a show, taking on the yet as undefeated throughout this tournament, DePaul.
Yeah, and, they said they didn't want that smoke, but, they got it. So that's exactly what's happening right now. Butler taking on DePaul, right? The hometown heroes made it all the way through the lower bracket, and now here they are, grand finals. But they've got to make a bracket reset. They've got to play through 4 games of DePaul.
And it's all going to be on the shoulders of those players. So we're going to send it to our host here, Mac, on stage to introduce us to the 2 teams going head-to-head here for the grand finals.
Hello, everyone. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. We have the grand finals of this Big East tournament here. We got the defending champions, DePaul, 4-time champions, DePaul, coming on stage. In the top lane, 21, Malinik. In the jungle, Reaper. In the mid lane, Agister. None other than King Amazin and Mystic. Give a hand up for DePaul. All right. And the hometown team, their first finals appearances, it's the Butler Bulldogs. All right. Well, I think you heard it here. The crowd's got the back of the hometown dogs. All right, back to the casters at the desk.
Butler Mac himself to hype up the crowd, introducing us to these 2 teams that we've been watching for so long now. Many of these players, legacy, and we're all culminating here in the grand finals. It's a best of 3 with the opportunity for a bracket reset. If it is your hometown heroes, Butler, that can take this first series, they'll have to do it all over again.
Yeah. And now, yeah, this is looking really good. I'm excited. Butler is on a tear. 2-1 to St. John's is pretty impressive, right? Not only were they able to take a game off of St. John's, the undefeated team, they were able to win. Right? That was something like I think you and I were kind of in agreement. Like, yeah, St. John's, they're the favorite to win. They're looking so good. They came out of this regular season looking really good. They've had positive matchups against every single team that's here already. And then they swooped in. And, well, I don't want to say they swooped in and lost, but that's not fair, right? But they came to the tournament, and here we are with Butler in the grand finals against DePaul.
And what a story, right? Butler invites everybody here 6 years deep into this conference, being a thing, growing every year, excitement for the viewers, excitement for the programs, and now hosting it live here at the Esports Park and sneaking into the bottom of the playoff bracket, and now running it so well that they got the entire audience out there screaming their minds out, and so excited to see what's coming out from Levi, from Kim, especially on a tear in that last series. We're right into the draft.
Yeah, and right off the bat, they're banning Rengar, which is pretty interesting. Like, this is a champion that we haven't really seen Reaper pull out of their pockets recently here, but they are going to ban away the Blitzcrank as well. I'm expecting to see a Vigar ban as well. Vigar, very powerful in the hands of DePaul here, and it is kind of their go-to if they want to be able to protect King Amazin.
Well, and you got to take away the Talon, right? There it is.
Yep.
Take it away. Kim is rank 1 Talon North America.
Yes.
This guy is absolutely on a tear, and you saw that showcase in our last series, so it's good that they banned that away. There's a few opportunities here for maybe more of that shift. If you think back to game 2 of the most recent series, Butler, they lane swapped like 3 different players, and were able to find a very convincing victory off of that kind of wacky strategy, changing it up.
Yeah, and I don't expect that to stop anytime soon here. DePaul banning away 3 of their most successful champions from that series there, but crucially, Zach, Zig still on the table, Seraphine, a lot of these more traditional picks as well. The Carthago also plays as well, still on the table. Levi's Irelia and Akali are still on the table. Newtlee's Duelists up in the top lane, Jax, Fiora also on the table. Speaking of champions still on the table, Nat Dogs Rakan.
Hey,
Nat Dogs Rakan.
What a way to start out the grand finals, the same way they started their bracket run today. Earlier today, we saw the Rakan come out for Nat Dog, and he had multi-man quickness, grand entrance, beautiful combos to set up success for Butler and their entire squad. That got them the victory over the Pirates to kick off the day, and they've just rode that momentum since. So I love that first pick, but it does open up the likes of any kind of marksman, because nothing's been banned away. Unlike every other series we've seen today, no marksman bans. Caitlyn, Lux, what a powerhouse bot lane.
Yeah, this bot lane has been tearing up Season 13, and they're still pretty powerful. I don't think Lux has even received any sort of significant nerfs, excuse me, recently, and Caitlyn is also a really safe pick. This is really good into Rakan, not just in the laning phase, but in the mid game as well. It's so hard to lock down a Caitlyn that you already have to pass through a lot of members of the enemy team in order to get to, and that's kind of how DePaul has been playing. DePaul has been playing Season 6 CLG, protect the double lift, right? And you could even argue sometimes, you see King Amazing play like double lift sometimes, and we can get to that later, but Wukong is going to be locked in for Reaper, and that's a really solid pick we've seen today across the entire tournament today. Wukong has been a really solid pick.
Yeah, absolutely flexing the muscles there to be able to lock in the Monkey King. Excellent dive potential. Up through this point in the draft, it seems like the Rakan, the Ziggs for bot lane, kind of a handshake into the Lux Caitlyn. One of the few ways to play that bot lane where you're not just going to be a nightmare fuel playing against Lux and Caitlyn. That range that these two champions have are really strong. They poke you underneath their turret, they'll shove you in, and what do? Well, the Ziggs is really good at being able to play from that range, be safe, and the Rakan can just kind of stall that out. Keep, of course, the Ziggs relatively healthy with those shields and a little bit of healing if you can snag that. And into the mid game, we know what Nat Dog can do.
Yeah, and this is interesting here. The Cho'Gath here is going to take the way that from Newtlee, who's been trying to play it. I'm personally not exactly a fan of the pick, but if I think 21 Malinik has been more consistent on the pick than we have seen, but Silas getting locked in here for Levi and Jace as well, I believe maybe for Newtlee. This is looking like a pretty devastating team comp here from Butler.
Yeah, I think Levi will be the one piloting the Silas, probably through the mid lane, and then that will be the Jace top, who has a really good matchup there into Cho'Gath, but has to respect when Wukong can show up. This is very similar to another comp we saw them play earlier today. A little mix and match, honestly, from a few different games, right? They got the Nocturne from the original series this morning, and then, of course, now they've got the Ziggs Rakan from Game 2 of last series, and then the Silas Jace that they kind of had in that Game 1 that looked pretty good. They weren't able to find that victory, but it worked out pretty well. The final lock-in, however, for DePaul.
Yeah.
Annie, what a powerhouse pick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Annie is such a solid pick right now. Once again, has received some nerfs ever since Annie became more powerful with her mini rework, right? But the point still stands that Flash Tibbers is still very powerful. You have to be able to track those cooldowns very, very tight. Because if your team just accidentally bunches up too much, boom, immediate. It's immediate, right? They're not going to waste any time, right? DePaul's not going to waste any time immediately collapsing on that. Agistera is way too good on these champions for you to just kind of be like, oh, yeah, I mean, I think we'll be fine, right? No. Agistera, immediate, flash ultimate, right? You have to be ready for that.
Which will put a lot of that pressure on Levi and Kim to be able to get that summoner spell away from the Annie as soon as humanly possible, honestly. Yeah. If you can get that flash away from the Annie, it's so much harder for her to find multi-person Tibbers. And we have seen earlier today in previous series that the Annie flash Tibbers can hit 4, can set up into a wombo combo, and last time it was actually Butler themselves that played it. Maybe they might be kicking themselves a little bit of taking the Silas over the Annie, but all things considered, I really like both of these drafts. They're playing to their strengths. It's the wild card, Wild West for Butler, a great champion for Kim, one of their superstars. But of course, for DePaul, they're playing tried and true, front to back, plenty of tools to start a fight at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is I really want to take a look at this Nocturne here. It's really important that Kim hits that level 6 as soon as possible, and also like is able to get some sort of a lead, right? Yeah. It's important, right? Because your whole thing, your entire goal is to dive that Caitlyn every single time, right? And if you don't get a significant lead, if you don't have any damage, you are not a threat, right? You are just an HP bar in front of Caitlyn for her to kill, right?
You have to have that threat.
Yeah, you have to have that threat. So we have to keep our eyes on Kim in these first few levels, looking at these ganks, how he's pathing, how his CS looks like to Reaper in comparison as we get even closer to this mid game. Because I feel like this Nocturne could be the make or break for finding Caitlyn on the backline. Because the way that DePaul plays is they are protecting King Amazing with their lives. They will do everything to make sure that AD carry player is alive, right? And this whole team comp right here, even though they're rather aggressive, have the tools to do it. They're flexible, right? You dive on their team, Cyclone, Tibbers, Binding from Lux, Silence from Cho'Gath, right? It's all there. If you try to dive onto Caitlyn, there's a lot of stuff in your way, and then Caitlyn also has tools of her own.
Yeah, a little bit of that self-peel, the trap lines. If it's DePaul that's first to an objective, they can set up Fog of War in their favor, trap lines from Caitlyn. What do you do when Wukong can come from any angle? You have to walk through a Lux binding. You have to step on the Poro Snack traps. It's so hard to be able to run into this DePaul lineup, but DePaul has to be there first.
Yeah.
They don't really have a ton of options without the Flash Tibbers, without Wukong flashing forward Cyclone to just kind of on equal footing around an objective. It's very difficult. Whereas, if you're looking at what has been drafted here for Butler, you've got a lot of poke in the way of Ziggs and Chase, semi-globals that can come through. Even the Silas can steal away that Lux ultimate, and that will be a lot stronger than a support Lux for the most part. You can have all these globals. I don't know how Caitlyn survives, honestly. Like, how do you actually survive if there's a Nocturne on your head, there's a Ziggs ultimate coming on top? You're not Xayah. You can't go invulnerable in the air. And of course, on top of that, from Fog of War, because of Paranoia, you could have a final spark from the enemy team hitting you on your dome. There's a lot of things to take down any member of DePaul, but that's a lot of tools you got to use on the side of Butler.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the pathway to victory is just to ignore King Amazing in the laning phase. Just don't even go bot lane. Honestly, pick at the pieces around him, right? When you have a team that is supposed to enable one particular part, the point isn't to defeat the part they're trying to enable, defeat all the things that allows it to be there, right? Take a tip away. We've seen this on how folks beat DePaul in the past, right? When Gary was in the top lane, we saw people gank and camp Gary over and over and over again, right? And it wasn't because Gary was a weak link, like he was a very strong player, but when it came time for mid-game, Gary was super far behind. He wasn't able to actually protect King Amazer or their AD carry in the backline there. So we need to be able to, that's how you win against DePaul here. You need to chip away at everything else around King Amazing so that you force King Amazing to use his own resources. He can't stay there forever. He can't like defend himself forever, right? He only has 2 buttons, and then maybe, he's got a cleanse and a flash, and he's got 90 caliber net, and that's it.
Yeah, a few tools in the toolbox, but will it be enough to survive this grand final here, live from Indianapolis? It's a best of 3 with a chance at a bracket reset if your hometown heroes, the Bulldogs, can win this series. I'm so excited to bring this to our viewers live here from the studio, from the Esports Park in Indianapolis. And I gotta be honest, I really kind of hope Butler continues this hot streak they're on. DePaul's a fantastic team, but the hometown heroes making the bracket run, who could ask for any other story here today?
Yeah, you can't get the better story than this for Butler here, and I'm really excited to see this game play out for sure. This is a really strong team composition that they've put together here, and I'm excited to see how it plays out. Silas has a lot of good ultimates to take here. well, some that just do some damage, but others that are very, very strong. A Cyclone that scales with AP for Levi, or even a Consume is also very strong because you do get passive stacks from that. That is an interaction that Silas gets. Silas does get bigger. He does get some more HP. So if he's looking to just kind of like take an ultimate and just kind of use it, 21 Malinix right there.
And I
Hop, skip, and jumping away.
Yeah, and I like what you were describing. The way to win for Butler will not be to play into King Amazing. He's just too dang good, right? If you step into his zone, you will take DPS, you will get murdered. King Amazing, for years now, in the Big East, has been the most murderous player ever. Head and shoulders in kill score above everyone else. It doesn't matter what role you're playing. King Amazing will get those headshots, will get those crits, he will take you down. So, for Butler, as you described, Alex, maybe you gotta let him just shove the wave.
Yes.
Trust that Ziggs can wave clear enough.
Yeah.
And instead, take Kim, Levi, Newtley, go deep onto the Malinic top lane, catch Reaper in his own jungle, and be able to snowball that, because those are also the exact tools you need to be able to take down King Amazing as the game continues.
Yeah, that's really the big thing, right? If you're trying to enable King Amazing, like King Amazing is just such a solid player. He's gone on record multiple times, just like my fundamentals is significantly better than a lot of other AD carries. And I pretty much agree with that statement here. We've seen him a lot do insanely well in lane phase a lot of the times. His CS numbers are always very good. His laning is always very solid, right? But if he doesn't have the team around him to protect him, then he starts to make some hasty decisions. I made the comparison to Season 6 CLG because sometimes King Amazing, when he doesn't have that team around him, starts flashing forward.
Yeah. And now we are live. Of course, the spectator delay has been completed, and of course, the spectator bugs from Riot's client will continue that pause. But we are now live. We're a minute and a half in, taking a look at these jungle paths. You can see no vision for either team to know exactly where Reaper or Kim are starting. But this tells us, from our bird's eye view, where we can expect Reaper and Kim to go. It's going to be Kim pathing towards top lane, like we were just discussing. Is probably a pretty good game plan for Butler. And Reaper, why wouldn't he play around King Amazing?
Right, yeah, I mean, this has been pretty good for them right here. It's not to say that like the rest of the members of DePaul aren't good, right? But like when your win condition, you sometimes have to play around your win condition, and if your win condition is a Caitlyn, very easy to play around for sure.
And it's just a matter of which of these bot lanes can really get that shove, and maybe even unlock their supports to affect the map a little bit more, because both Carthago and King Amazing have the ability to shove at will. Mystics, a little bit of AoE, can put down some pain, but might accidentally over-shove the lane and make them susceptible to a King Kim. Level 2 comes down, they knock King Amazing in, no knock up, and the cleanse will come through to take away that ignite, but King Amazing takes pretty good damage. He did start with the 3-pot start, so he'll be able to heal back up, but that was a really great play, and it really only cost the ignite in exchange for cleanse.
Yeah, and that dog, I think at the end of the day, like, that's perfectly fine, right? You're taking away a cleanse, which is a lot more valuable to King Amazing than the ignite is to Nat Dog. The only real difference here is that you might miss out on a kill versus you might be able to get a kill because King Amazing does not have the cleanse.
Oh, and the ignite goes down, Carthago down to 100 HP. That's the combo of the Caitlyn and the Lux. Mid lane, Newtley takes a little bit of a tower hit that he did not want to take. Adistair takes the wave to take a little bit of damage back, but so far it seems that the lane states now start to slightly favor DePaul, and that's what they're hoping for in this early game. They want to take it slow and steady, build those CS advantages, and then play through the mid game around King Amazing and Mystics.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is really, really big here. And notice, I don't know if we pointed this out yet, but Levi and Newtley have swapped. So Newtley is in the mid lane on the Jason. Levi is in the top lane on the Silas there. So this is going to be something to really take note of, because it means that Levi, his first usages of his ultimate are going to be consumed. So that does mean that Levi will be able to get some tanky stats in his favor, just kind of incidentally almost.
Yeah, Adistair takes a stun trade in mid lane. Newtly full combo back, but Reaper is on the backside, looking for the possibility of first blood. The flash forward, and it will actually be first blood for Newtly in the 1v2. And now Kim's top lane gonna try and get the fear on a Malinik. He makes his way under turret and will be fine this time. Can take a breather, but boy, plays being made by both teams.
Yeah, this first blood is going to be actually pretty important here. Because Annie comes back to lane with only an assist, that's 2 Amptomes. The big difference here is that Jace is coming back to lane with a serrated Dirk.
Yeah.
These early serrated Dirks are insanely powerful, especially because lethality really good against teams that don't have armor. Lethality starts to fall apart more so than regular attack damage against armor. But right now at this stage of the game, no one has armor. No one has none, zero, none armor, left damage, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to make a reference to old Tumblr, but Adgistair is in trouble.
Adgistair is able to turn around on Newtly, but I was really just trying to put down the damage so that Kim can clean up. One more auto with that lethal tempo, and that will be an assist pool included in their kill. 2-2 is the kill score. It's still a razor-thin close game.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty good here for Butler, and I mean, DePaul isn't out of the woods just yet. This is a 300 gold lead. This is nothing though. This is mostly nothing. But this is a lead that could snowball if Butler plays it right. They just, you know, need to play it right.
Yeah, and don't get ahead of yourselves, right? I think crucially, getting the flash away from Adgistair, re-ganking through mid lane is a really good thing so that there's not an easy, obvious, automatic play around the first Drake. You have to believe that if Adgistair hits level 6 here, has flash, you can't answer that first Drake, especially with Reaper very close to having Cyclone. That's too many tools too soon for the side of DePaul, and that would mean there's not a world where Butler can answer. But now, maybe there's a question about it.
Yeah, as now Balanik really making use of that passive here, still full HP, and Levi gets the consume. Yeah, there it is. There's the consume stack. There's a big boy.
Beasting that cannon, and that'll give him a little bit more bonus HP, make him a little bit tankier for these engagements, and that's important. He's got to be very far forward. He's going to get hit by Tibbs. He's going to be on a trap. He's going to take a lot of AoE from Mystic and Reaper, so he's got to make sure he's got the hit points and the resist to do with that. But it will be the first Drake going the way of DePaul here in the Grand Finals for Game 1. It's an Infernal to give them a little bit boost of damage, but will it be enough to win them this mid-game?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a decent chunk of damage in their pockets here, and I don't think there's a single member on their team that doesn't very much benefit from this, right? Like, there's even an argument that the AD that Malinik gets is actually really good as Levi. Holy moly, the damage onto Cho'Gath here.
Hard to trade back when you're out of mana. Underneath your turret, you see neither jungler really helping out with this situation top lane. Levi able to shove in those 2 waves, so they will get picked up for the most part by Malinik. At least he'll get all of that XP. If he can last hit, he'll get some gold. But looks like Levi's really comfortable in that top lane. Newtly doing just fine in mid lane. It's been a bloodbath through mid lane because Reaper and Kim have showed up twice apiece. We'll have to see where the plays are made. Levi entering the jungle does put a ward down and spots out Reaper. Adgistair with ultimate, so might be a little difficult for Levi to look for this, but I think he's really just hoping to get an ultimate, either Tibbers or Cyclone. Makes it so much easier for him to continue punishing top lane.
Yeah, and we're already kind of seeing the power slam damage come out from Newtly there. So much damage on Adgistair here. Once again, doesn't have that armor, so that's serrated Dirk really doing work in that mid lane there. So that burst damage that he's able to do are really doing numbers on this Annie's HP bar. The big thing of why I kind of like this matchup here for Newtly is that he can just play super far away from Annie. Right? Annie has one of the longest auto attack ranges in the game, but her spells don't really match that auto attack range. Right? She has to be relatively close in order for her to use her combo of like stun with one of my abilities, W, and then auto attack and get like an electrocute proc. Like she has to be pretty close in order to get that full combo, right? But Jace can just blast you from like a million miles away and you take half your HP pool.
Yeah. And what do you do about that, right? You have to at least either bring those consumables, which kind of cut you off at the knees when it comes to building your first items, or you just stick around a half HP and run the risk that when you decide to take the next fight, or if it's not your decision, you will be already so close to death. So we'll be watching this closely. The first dragon's already gone. Then, of course, the next thing on the map will be this Herald, but it looks like Butler already quick to it. They're going to take it down, and that will be the gold going on Kim, and he'll pick up the eye as well.
Yeah, for sure. As now, this is looking to be a very, interesting with now the eye here. I'm wondering where it's going. Obviously, we have that plate already down in mid, which makes mid lane a little bit more interesting to do. But there's also the line of, hey, let's get Zig some more gold, right? Because right now the only thing he's really sitting on is a tier and a couple amp tones. Maybe getting him a little bit of extra gold in this bot lane might be useful, as there goes the lights.
Yeah, Paranoia, first time it goes down, they get the fear, and the feast almost taken down. I couldn't tell if he actually got the animation or if he just stole it. The bot lane, look at that combo of crowd control. You cannot escape that. Carthago goes down. It's a 1-for-1 on the map on opposite sides.
Yeah, and this is going to be a kill for Nocturne, I believe, up in that top half. Oh no, it was a kill for Silas. And that was, I believe it was a kill for, with Feast. If we could actually,
really close.
Yeah. Can we actually get like a hover over Levi really quick to see if he got another Feast stack?
We'll see if we can see that in a moment.
Yeah.
They're going to use the Herald top lane. They're going to get those extra plates. It will be split between Kim and Levi. Looks like they just got the one from the Herald charge, but it's that tempo, right? You can see it. Levi already is just bullying the heck out of Malinik in the 1v1. It's this great matchup that they chose for themselves, and it means playing through that for Kim, he's able to get a little bit of an acceleration on his gold count for himself as well.
Yeah, for sure. As now we're, you know, this is looking once again. I mean, this is a really comfortable lead for Butler right here. They're up about 1.7 thousand gold, but I feel like DePaul has been in this situation before. You know, they've definitely seen it. Pretty much, and you know, I think the big thing to point out right here is that even though this Caitlyn and Lux lane was picked up, and it's a pretty heavy shove lane, Carthago and NatDog have been doing a good job of neutralizing that lane there. Down to the bottom half of the map, it's really tough to see on the mini map there, but there is still a 5 on those plates right there. They have not been able to deal any damage to these plates down to the bottom lane here. So it's been kind of strictly CS, and now still King Amazon is winning, right? Let's be clear, but this is still really good for Butler here, right? There's no gigantic lead for King Amazon coming out of this laning phase here.
Yeah, and really just the gold deficit from the CS difference is about 2 plates, which honestly, if you keep a Caitlyn down 2 plates and you stay even in CS, you kind of won that. Caitlyn has a notoriously rough mid-game in terms of her power trough versus other carries. It's a little bit different with the Ziggs, I suppose, but hold that thought. There's a little bit brewing here. Look at that damage coming through. The poke, Eclipse completed by Newtley. He's going to try and hold this wave mid, but they're going to pull the dragon. It looks like Butler's not interested in fighting over just the second dragon of the game.
Yeah, I think they're good to let this go. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down to maybe try and steal it, but it looks like they're not going to be able to do it this time. They're just going to back away here. It is important to note that Butler did get first turret. Up in that top lane there, Levi was able to get the turret over Malinik there, so that's going to be important to keep in mind as we progress through this. As Newtley flashes!
Yeah, and they're going to see if they get the stun out. No, there's no time. Magister flashes, but still perishes underneath his turret, and they've got a wave too. Newtley has so much AD, he can probably get at least one more plate here, and yeah, Reaper's in base. Nobody's going to stop him. He's going to be able to get a little bit more gold, a lot more shove, and no answer on the map at this point. That means the gold lead goes to 3,500 in favor of your hometown Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. I mean, I don't want to count the chickens until they've hatched, right? This is still a mid game that could go very well for Butler, or for DePaul rather, if Butler tunnel visions too hard on King Amazon, right? That's kind of a lot of the downfall when people play against DePaul. They're just like, oh, King Amazon, like that's their win con. We have to kill them, and they tunnel vision super hard. They kind of ignore kind of the rest of the team and their tools in order to protect King Amazon in these team fights here. So that's going to be something to keep our eyes on, right? If Butler tunnel visions too hard, if they put the blinders on and they're just like, haha, I see Caitlyn, then there's probably going to be a problem.
Definitely the case. I mean, King Amazon is quietly getting very strong. Mythic already completed 13 minutes in. That's pretty fast and definitely ahead of the general game curve. But the same can be said of the top side of the map for Butler. So it remains to be seen, where will this next fight happen? Where's the proactivity we're used to seeing out of DePaul? Are they going to force around this third dragon in 3 minutes time from now? A lot can change between now and then, and honestly, they might have a hard time taking it when you can see Nucley is able to take a quarter HP or more off of any person with his Shock Blast combo.
Yeah, and that's something to keep a look at, because the next big objective on the map is going to be this Rift Herald here. Nucley, he is kind of traveling towards the bottom side of the map here and kind of takes a blind shot into the Tri-Brush there and is able to land on the Reaper, and I think Reaper takes that as a uh-oh, they have this warded, and then immediately peels backwards to his own blue buff.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. Reaper's totally fine to be able to farm this out. We know that he's very comfortable on this Wukong. If he's hovering around mid lane, this could be a dive. Paranoia underneath the turret. Tibbers down. No stun comes through to the person tanking. It's him. It's Kim. He's 3-0 on the Nocturne.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty good for this for Kim right here. This is the kind of lead that you need in order to be threatening to King Amazing on the back line here, right? If there's any champion that can tunnel vision and dive onto the enemy carry in the back line, it's Nocturne. Yeah. Right? You turn the lights off, no one knows where Nocturne is going to be coming from, and then suddenly your AD carry is being dove. You know, they're feared, they can't quite accurately peel the Nocturne off of them because of Nocturne's spell shield, and then, you know, it starts to catapult from there. Now, we have 2 teleports coming into the bot lane.
Charm and a Grand Entrance right there on the Mystic. King Amazing caught in the middle of mayhem. Kill credit to Carthago, and they're looking for more. The teleports, 2 of them come through the solo laners. Big for Butler. They'll take down the bottom lane. King Amazing and Mystics have a gray screen.
Yeah, this is looking really good. I mean, this is now a pretty sizable gold lead for Butler here, and it's coming into a point where Caitlyn starts to drop out with her power, and Annie starts to decrease, right? Annie's oh, wait a minute, here comes Cyclone.
Yeah, Cyclone locks up too, and you can repeat that. That's a lot of damage from Reaper. Nat Dog pretty low in her turret. They don't need Tibbers, not any more damage, they will get it. It's a tale of 2 junglers. You can see 3-0 for both of them. Melanin gets knocked back, the tower's gone. Nucley has to be fast if he wants to take this down and survive. Gale Force forward from King Amazing. He's got flash. Will he go for more? Headshot primed in 1, 2, looking for more, but guess who's here? It's Kim! You're gone! Double kill for Nucley.
That's the flash forward I was talking about. King Amazing sometimes just gets a little too greedy for these kills and flashes forward. This is a role that you can't be flashing forward. Marksmen are not proactive characters. You can't be doing things like that. And this is kind of a chink in the armor. Sometimes we start to see things like this cascade forward with the Paul here. This could be something that cascades into more and more losses here. Now they're down 6.4 thousand gold. They're up 2 dragons, but that seems to be the only thing in their favor right now.
Yeah, Nucley's all warmed up. He was able to get flash after flash out of Agister, take down that turret, and with that long lane, there's all the more danger from Paranoia to come out and make plays. But you can see DePaul, they're not out just yet. They're stacking up as 4. Levi in an awkward spot has flash. This is the next dragon, the 3rd of the game coming up. Cyclone stolen by Levi. Carthago's trying to create space, and now where does Reaper go? Back to the minefield. Takes a bit of damage, they're knocked back. Nat Dog over the wall, looking for more. They're gonna turn on. Tibbers gets a huge stun. Levi in the back line does have the flash already expended. Trying to find Agister who gets sent up. Tibbers still alive. Kim trying to follow up, but Levi takes the kill. Many members remaining. 3 is enough. They'll be able to take the dragon.
4 for 1 in favor of Butler. A huge, huge team fight. We're going to take a look at that replay really quick here as Shelly gets popped in the mid lane here, and this dragon is going to be soloed down by Kim. Replay question mark?
Yeah, it's coming, but
replay,
I mean,
don't go.
What a play.
Yeah.
It was
Holy
very
moly.
cool to see that DePaul, they're like, okay, tempo, we got to get it back somehow, right? We're on our back foot, and that's what good teams do. DePaul, they collect themselves as a group, they have their ultimates, they're ready to make a play, but they're just a little behind that tempo, and Butler was ready for it. They had the vision, they had their spells, and Carthago creating space, knocking people aside, and then of course, Nat Dog, as he's done all day long, finding the flank angle and diving with Kim. What a beautiful play.
Yeah, and not to mention, I think the biggest thing for me is that we've been talking about resources all tournament long, and we take a look at the resources that DePaul had during that fight. King Amazing doesn't have flash, doesn't have cleanse, Reaper doesn't have flash, right? And these are all big tools that, like, the that DePaul can't use. They're now trapped. They were trapped inside that very small condensed space around a bunch of Ziggs bombs with a Rakan ready to jump around the corner. This was not a good spot for DePaul to be in, and they were just kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place. It was only kind of a matter of time before Butler kind of engaged onto them here, and now Butler takes out their last outer turret here. This is their fifth turret, as they have already at 19 minutes an exposed an inhibitor for DePaul.
Yeah, and the wherewithal to not actually take that inhibitor is what impresses me about Butler. They're playing so clean and surgical. You don't want to take that inhibitor so early when you know King Amazing will just farm it up. It's like donating bonus gold to him. So you want to make sure that they don't have that long lane, they don't have the structures that help them defend. These towers are gone. There's no bonus team member when you're looking to play around mid lane, and so you have to play super safe as DePaul, which makes it that much harder to bring back these neutral objectives. You saw DePaul, they got the first couple of drakes, but since then, where's the angle? What can they do? And really the only way back in, I think, is stacking those wombo combo ultimates onto some priority targets. Get those shutdown off of Levi, get the shutdown off of Kim. But look what Butler's doing. They're playing the buddy system perfectly. They are not splitting up. They're not giving a single moment's chance for DePaul to catch them unaware.
Yeah, I mean, they did not take the Scooby snacks, all right? They said, Fred was like, hey, Scooby, Shaggy, you go that way. And they're like, no way, man. We're sticking with you. And that's exactly what happened, as now Levi, the only person outside the buddy system, goes golden.
A little bit of a caster curse as he gets caught with his pants down, basically, but buys time. Goes golden as you described. Now the rest of Butler has shown up. Kim, really far away. He dropped the beer right the way up from base. Big galaxy brain to bait DePaul into thinking it was a full-on 5v5. Saves his teammate's life. What a smart move by Kim.
Yeah, this is the other reason why Nocturne is so good. You can just sometimes just press Paranoia. Whoa!
That damage from Newly. You can't enter the river anymore.
Yeah, this is what Newly is now popped up, right? Look at that. That's a Muramana. That's a Muramana and an Eclipse and an Edge of Night, right? Yeah. That's a 3-item Jace. At this stage of the game, at 21 minutes, that's insane. They're up 10,000 gold over to Paul. I'm right. I want to really quickly finish my point about Nocturne. That's the other reason why Nocturne's good. Sometimes you just press Paranoia. You're just like, hey, what if I just did this? I was like, ooh, where am I coming from? Where am I coming from? Ooh, am I over here? Am I over there? You don't know.
One might go so far as to say it causes a little bit of
Paranoia.
Yeah, really turn out the lights. You make it a little spooky on the rim.
Yeah.
But again, you see DePaul, they're collecting themselves all together. They have to stay as a group. Look for that wombo combo. With Baron on the table, 20 minutes past, you have to imagine that's the throw potential here for your hometown heroes in the Bulldogs. If they pull the trigger a little bit too hard, go a little too deep on the dive, start the Baron too early, they could have things turn around. We've seen Reaper steal many a Baron away from enemy teams. So you gotta be careful about that.
Yeah, but take a look at DePaul right now. They're kind of split. They're not kind of quite sure where to be right now. We saw them come into around the Baron pit and come into as a team, but immediately start to peel backwards when they saw Levi at the other end of the map there. Now, whoa,
the flash right on over. Paranoid in the back line, forcing every flash from the back line, but it's pretty deep. Can they find more? Charm on the Reaper. There goes Divers down on the 3, but it's not enough damage. They'll take down 1, 2, 3. The 4th falls, and that is the 5th. It's an ace, and screw the Baron. They're taking structures. They're gonna break the base. Let's take a look at that dive, because they didn't hesitate a moment.
Yeah, watch this. This is insanely quick. Don't blink, you'll miss it, because there it is right there. Huge amounts of damage right off the bat. Mega Inferno Bomb, so huge here. Kim flashes forward here, looking for a little bit more. He dies, but the big thing is he set up his team, and that satchel charge was also huge to make sure that King Amazing couldn't get away. Dog is now in the middle of the team. That's quickness is so strong. Watch this. There's the W. There's the knock-up. Reaper goes down.
And that's the ace, which means when we come back to life, Baron's on the table, right? This purple worm is just free for the taking. Reaper's so far away. The Lux uses the final spark just to basically leash it a little bit faster for the Bulldogs. They're wearing purple. They're looking for the next. There's Dragon on the table. It would be their second if they can look for it. I don't know if they should, though. I gotta be honest. They're down a few flashes. They made their play already. You don't need this, Drake, so don't bite off more than you can chew at this moment. Just push the lanes. Just be careful. Slow and steady wins the race from here on out. It's a 13,000 gold lead over this monolith DePaul squad that has been so strong this entire split, and right now, they're looking shaky.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think they just go for it every time, right? Like, they have waves pushing into DePaul's half of the map, and they also have a mid lane with super minions. If DePaul comes to answer this dragon, not only are they on a bit of a down foot, should I say, or starting on a bad foot because the opposing team has offenses from the Baron buff, right? They also are now losing a little bit more from their mid lane here. They can't afford at 24 minutes to just kind of let super minions into their base.
And they have to keep that tempo alive. The Bulldogs need to close this out sooner rather than later. There's still the opportunity for King Amazing to do what he does best.
Yeah.
0-4, we've seen him go from 0-4 to 12-4. We've seen this guy pull a rabbit out of a hat when it comes to his skill in League of Legends. So they're not down for the count just yet. It has to maintain this suffocation the Bulldogs have done thus far in game one. They have to keep this tempo. They have to keep the momentum. Let's see them take even more turrets while they've got this Baron buff. And next, it's got to be 2 inhibitors. They got to look for more because they kind of a short-range composition. It's hard for them to pull on siege once Baron expires.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for them just because of how good the wave clear is from Caitlyn. Like, Caitlyn's wave clear is so good, and it's really good against Baron, right? There's nothing really a whole lot they can do here as Levi picks up Cyclone here. That's a really big ultimate if Levi can find a way into this fight here. But I love what Butler is doing. You said that they need to be patient, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're not going for anything super fancy here. They're just standing next to and in front of this cannon minion and just letting it do its work. And that's what it's getting them these victories here. They're getting a turret top. They're getting a turret now bot lane as well. And DePaul has to peel backwards and answer a push. Oh, they need to answer Kim.
Yeah, they engage on Kim. He turns out the lights. Levi goes deep, goes golden under the turret, and there's the new scout deep onto multiple members. Deletes them off the map. The Nexus turrets fall second. The Nexus thereafter. Game 1 to the hometown Bulldogs.
Yeah, what an impressive victory from Butler there. This is a really good start to their series here, but they still have a long way to go. There's still 3 matches at least that Butler needs to do in order to win. There's still a lot of work to be done. Butler has good momentum, right? They've come into this game after beating St. John's undefeated, right? And now they're coming off of a really, really successful win here, right? But DePaul is not a slouch team. They will be adapting. They will be ready, right? This is not going to be an easy win here, right? I know every single Butler fan in the crowd is like, yeah, it's definitely going to be an easy win. Like, but you do got to be careful. You know, you can't just go into this and try to be a hero here. So we got a quick replay here that we're going to do a quick, really quick here. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, we got the dive from Kim here. This is really good underneath, and yeah, that's Levi picking up the first of many feast stacks. If we take a look later on, he has so many, but this is also another one.
The
Look at this. Yeah.
Double teleport to the bot lane. This really showed that off the back of the high tempo series they've been playing, 2 back-to-back wins to reverse sweep earlier against St. John's to come into the finals, you could see they're in sync. This team is here to play, and they're willing to be decisive. Newtley especially, everywhere he went. Look at this play. The immediate flash into the dive. He was not waiting a single frame to be aggressive, and that's what they got to continue to do, because like you described, DePaul, they're cooking something up. You know that they are prepared, that they're going to switch up the draft, they're going to change something up, and they're going to be super strong about it.
Yeah, this is once again, DePaul is not a slouch. You can't go into this series being like, this is going to be an easy win. No. Because it's, for one thing, it's not even one series if you win. Right? There's another series after this if DePaul wins. Yeah. Or excuse me, if Butler wins. Right? And we said that, I think I've said that a million times, right? But like, DePaul is not going to make this easy, and the amount of games you have to play is certainly not going to be easy either, right? See, if we've talked about kind of like the mental of League of Legends. Butler's had to play so many games today, right? They have had to play so many high intensity. They've played 5 games, now 6. DePaul has played 2. DePaul has played 2, right? DePaul is ready to go. They are fresh, right? They are not exhausted. And Butler is here just trying to, like, keep this momentum going for as long as they possibly can.
And momentum is really the key, right? When you talk about a LAN event, live, in person, the crowd in front of you, cheering for you, especially as the home team, that adds the whole other energy. It's the X factor of the crowd, the 6th man on the bench, right? Like, it's that power that you see across all sports. And here, today, Saturday, live at their home arena, they are putting on a clinic, showing their fans why their program just continues to grow, continues to improve, and the Bulldogs, they're snarling, and they're looking scary, and they're not stopping. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Game 2 of potentially the first best of 3 for the Bulldogs to try and claw their way to victory here in the Grand Finals.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Welcome back to the broadcast. You see these two teams on your screen. What a story that is developing here today. The DePaul lineup, always that powerhouse here in the Big East. They've been scrappy. They brought it back. They came in strong here and out the gates beat out St. John's, the undefeated team in this spring split, taking them to the grand finals. But we're here in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
The other team that you see on stage behind us, it's the Bulldogs. This is their house, and they are up now 1-0 in potentially a 6-game series of the grand finals. They have to win 2 back-to-back best-of-3s, and here's the draft for Game 2, Shinkari.
Yeah, it looks like we're keeping to a bunch of similar bands, and I think that's okay. I don't think there were any particular bands that I I would personally change myself. I think DePaul might change one of their last bans from Nocturne if they want to take Kim off of that pick. It just depends on what they're willing to trade for that Nocturne, right? Because that Nocturne was very powerful, and yeah, that Paranoia, just pressing the button, right, at one point, he was in base. He couldn't dive on anyone, he just pressed the button, and then suddenly, like, DePaul is just like run. So yeah, you don't want to have to deal with that. That's going to be taken off the table. The Vygar being taken off the table for DePaul is another from the ban from Butler, taking it off the table for DePaul here. I think that's a really good play. The Blitzcrank as well, and it looks like we're getting Elise.
Oh, Kim, the farming sim, like his last Elise game was really clean. It looks like they'll go for more, but you could see the kind of pressure Kim is putting on DePaul, where they now have to do 3 jungle bans and lock in an extraordinarily safe bot lane.
Yeah, it really is just Kim just going out for blood in a lot of these games here. And I don't even know if the answer is to pick an incredibly safe bot lane, right? Because Sivir, there was never any action in the bot. I don't want to say there was never any action in the bot lane, but I feel like a lot of the action was mid lane. No way. Are we getting a Nat Dog? Are we getting a Nat Dog Zac and a Carthago Samira? That's insane.
We've seen it before.
Yeah, we have seen it before.
And you know Nat Dog lands those. The elastic slingshot, he's going to pull you back in. And Samira has kind of been in a weird spot over the last few months in terms of her power, getting nerfed, getting buffed, kind of fixed back into place. She's finally back into, I think, a playable state. And you know that a lot of the 80 carries of the last few months have actually had a lot of practice playing Samira. And she only got dropped for a short period of time after getting some heavy nerfs that then got kind of partially reverted. So yeah. I'm very curious to see how this will play out, because what you saw just now so far in the draft is DePaul saying, okay, we're going to play not to lose because we think come late game, if all is not lost like in game 1 where we're down 10K, we beat you.
Yeah.
Foot to foot, we beat you. So we're going to get there with assuredness, and that's the Sivir, that's the Yuumi, and the Lee Sin to boot. So that's what they're telling you in the draft. But the Bulldogs, they say, no. There's nowhere safe.
Yeah.
There's nowhere you can hide. We can't turn the lights out, but we can definitely gray screen simulator you throughout this laning phase, and they're going to throw down that gauntlet.
Yeah, and like this is not just a like we discussed, like folks getting some practice on it because Samira was very strong for like a very brief stint, but this is a comfort champion for Carthago, I believe. The Carthago does have a decent amount of practice on this champion and has played it with Nat Dog on the Zac before. So this is some familiar territory for Carthago here. So now a lot of lethality. I should note that there's a lot of lethality champions. This is a big lethality, a large amount of lethality bans from DePaul here. Like, you take a look at 4 of them are all champions that stack lethality, and this really continues to tell me that like DePaul wants to not really play a traditional like multiple tank comp, and we can kind of see that here with what they've established. They've got a Yuumi, they've got a Sivir, they've got a Lee Sin, they got a Ryze, right? A lot of champions that can build health but aren't tanks, right? And usually their top laner is going to go full tank, but I even still feel like that's not going to protect the whole team against someone that builds lethality. And so it kind of makes sense that these 4 lethality champions up at the top, up and banned away by DePaul here, as Sejuani is going to be the last lock-in here.
Okay, curious. I kind of expected Annie to come through. The double AP would have been nice, considering what you were just describing. Not a lot of tanks on the side of Butler, but they're going to go for more of that, again, front to back. I should have expected it, considering they have been drafting and building around that Sivir Yuumi of saying, no, there's no way we lose a fight. It just depends on how much we win it by when it comes to 5 versus 5. You flip the script, though, when you look at blue team. Butler, the Bulldogs, they are a pick comp through and through. They land on your head, they lock you in place, they cocoon you, they burst you, 100-0. One of you is getting melted on the front end of this fight if Butler has their way. Yeah. If they can't find that pick, though, how do you burn through the massive amount of shielding, tankiness, and healing that is on the side of DePaul? It's really hard to chew through. Would deal that much damage?
Yeah, I mean, it really is a lot of damage. Like you said, this is a really good pick comp here, but I also don't think that they're too bad in the 5v5, right? A lot of the tools that Butler have put together here can enable Samira in a way, right? I don't think their 5v5 is as strong as DePaul, but this is looking pretty good for Sejuani, Lee Sin, Rise, Sivir, Yumi. Like, this is looking like a more traditional 5v5. Like, we want to front to back you, and even though there's only one tank, right, this is still a pretty traditional comp here that is looking to get later into this game here. Sejuani is hyper carry, Rise spikes in the mid game, Sivir gets a lot harder to deal with later after all the attack speed, Yumi's healing becomes impossible to deal with, right? If this game goes late and Butler is not able to seal the deal early, especially with this Elise, especially with this Zac even, that, you know, this is going to be a DePaul squad that's going to be way too big to deal with.
Yeah, it's a tall order, and I agree with your points too. There's not really a true tank on the side of Butler. You look at the Zac and you kind of expect that from him, but not a lot of gold from that support role. Unless it's Nat Dog and he gets the ball rolling. Remains to be seen. But there is a little bit of that quasi-tankiness, right? Elise can build that hourglass, can repel, buy a lot of time. Jax gets relatively tanky in his own right. Cassiopeia, a lot of hit points, not a lot of resist, but you're going to have to chew through a Seraph shield as well. And I do like the late pick of the Cassiopeia, right? You have a lot of this dive built up for Butler, and that worked out really well for them, just pulling the trigger on the drop of a hat in game one. And now they've at least got that late game insurance policy to match the scaling, and additionally the Cassiopeia is that kind of anti-dive. She can dive along with you, she gets sped up, she gets in there, she's going to do great. But if there is a moment wherein Lee Sin tries to dive, and Sejuani gets too close, you got to chew through and chase through the miasma, the DPS coming through, and you'll get melted. And because of the split damage profile for Butler, you're going to have to build a lot of hit points, a lot of resist if you're this Sejuani, as basically the solo tank for your team.
Yeah, and it's important to note here that like the split damage is on Elise and Jack. So that's gonna maybe we see a lot of pressure on this top half of the map, but that's kind of what we saw previously, right? Butler was like, yeah, I mean, we can come bot lane for King Amazing, but, you know, Agisair doesn't have his flash, and Agisair still doesn't have his flash, and Agisair still doesn't have his flash, and so we'll dive him.
That was game
over
one.
and over again. Yeah.
The story.
Yeah, and you could probably do that again here too. And in this case, Rise doesn't really have any sort of large defensive options. He can realm warp in the opposite direction.
A baby shield for himself, maybe the Seraphs once it comes online, but and none of those hit points. I don't expect him to build, though he could, it wouldn't be terrible. You don't expect him to build the Frozen Heart. That's one of those quasi-defensive builds you can go on Rise. But, I mean, even as Twitch chat is pointing out, maybe the bot lane is the focus, even for Butler. Though they tend to play through top lane and mid lane, playing around the solo lanes. What does Sivir do? What does Sivir do against the pressure that Kim can put on Elise? Nat Dog and Kim can absolutely dive and get a free double kill off of the Yumi and the Sivir. I mean, Ghost on Sivir as well. There's no cleanse. Just the spell shield. When if down or poorly timed, you've got nowhere to go and you're a short range carry.
Yeah, and not to mention, like in that bot lane there, Zac does have multiple forms of CC. If you get dove on, just because you block the elastic slingshot doesn't mean that he's not gonna, you know, clap you together with a minion.
Yeah. And it really means that the story for DePaul to win out here will have to be slow, steady, farm up, almost like that quote-unquote 400 CS win condition that Sivir has, right? Because King Amazing, he'll put out the DPS. He'll generally stay pretty safe. It remains to be seen if his mental and the wits are about them, and that goes for everybody here today because it's been a long day of League of Legends, and we're not even halfway through what could potentially be this entire grand final.
Yeah, we're going to hop into the Rift right here. We do have the level 1s ready to go, and this is going to be a real banger of a match for sure. You don't want to blink, you don't want to miss it, because this is down to the wire here. Butler is on match point for this game, but note that once again, they still have to win 2 more times after this if they get the dub here, right? The tournament's not over. It's a bracket reset, right? And so here we are, Butler, DePaul, they are raring to go. It's the grand finals.
Game 2, Butler's up a game, and you can see both these teams maybe are taking a deep breath. The 5-point level 1. Wards defensively. No wards in the enemy jungle. You can see that they're playing very careful about not throwing at any time. And you kind of saw that as the draft developed for at least the side of DePaul, where this is, I think, the most defensive of a draft I've ever seen out of DePaul. They are very serious about this game.
Yeah, and I think just playing patient against Butler is probably the way to go, right? Because Butler has been playing super aggressive, and the way to do that is to build a reactive team composition. If you're able to react, peel backwards, delay, and then re-engage, that is going to be your path to victory, because they're going to dive you so hard, and then nothing's going to be left over. We have seen Nat Dog's Zach not do as well, because that's what happened. He elastic slingshot in, he doesn't land onto anybody, he throws out his arm, it misses because it was dodged, and then, you know, it's a problem as Nat Dog goes right in.
Yeah, gets slowed from that prowling projectile. That means can't find the gap post to be able to land the cocoon, and that shows Kim's already here. You can see on the way pings from the least into potentially vertical jungle now, and that may be true for, we're watching Kim. Where's he gonna go? Is he gonna try and vertical jungle or go back to the full clear? And if he goes back to the full clear, will we see a little bit of a skirmish between Reaper and Kim near the top side?
Yeah, it looks like Elise is making their way back into their own jungle here. I guess they were trying to see if they could gank onto the Rise, but the Rise is so far away from that bottom half of the map there that it's really not going to be as successful as they'd like. But I do like what Kim is doing kind of right here by immediately walking into that part of the jungle. He kind of base checks for Reaper, because he can 1v, I think he can 1v1 at this stage. Elise is a lot stronger at these early levels than Lee Sin is. Now, new Lee Sin's in trouble.
Yeah, might have to flash away from this. The Ignite goes down from Malinik. Remember, that is the Ignite difference in top lane. But Kim's now here, shows up, Reaper in, alone in the river. Tries to get low, flashes away. There's going to be the repel, getting closer, flash forward. Reaper down to 100 HP. Will there be enough with the red buff to boot? Malinik getting low too. There is a wave. Can they push it? Can they pincer them? Levi's even coming up as well.
Yeah, it might have that repel off cooldown, but Kim is fighting off a little bit more than they can chew here. They have to be careful. First blood.
They do end up getting it. Levi almost able to find Reaper, but loses vision. Almost able to get the dot. It will be a trade of a mid lane wave, a full wave that Cassiopeia here will miss. And then the teleport for top lane. But all things considered, that's first blood for Kim. And if we've learned anything over the past few hours, Kim, it's him.
Yeah, can we also take a note that Nat Dog has bought a Dark Seal? Can we talk about that? Are we allowed to talk about that?
What does that mean to you?
Oh my god. I mean, it means that Nat Dog is going to keep doing Nat Dog things, but it does also mean that's like, hey man, maybe, I don't know, maybe you should have built a support item? I don't know. maybe I'm the spoil sport. Maybe I'm the party pooper.
Well, let me ask you a simple question, Alex. Does the support item deal damage?
My god.
He's walking out of the studio.
I quit.
Yeah, I
quit.
So kind of a rough call. You know that is the confidence Nat Dog has. This is his most played comfort pick, and he's playing it in the support role. And you have to imagine that he's raring to go, and you see it in his purchases. Newly looks clean too up here. He's coming off of a very good performance last game on the Jace, and now he's back to top lane, and he feels pretty confident about this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Jax is one of those comfort picks for him. He loves these duelists, and he plays them all the time. A lot of the times you'll see duelists being banned away for Newtly, and this is exactly why. Look at how much just pressure he's able to put onto Malinik here. Malinik can barely exist in this lane. He's already below half HP, shoved underneath his turret. This is a really awful spot to be in.
It's a little bit difficult for him. He's going to continue to miss out on some waves. Already used the teleport, so he's going to miss this crash or the freeze that Newtly's keeping. King Amazin, respecting the fact that they saw Kim around that bot side jungle. Nat Dog as well. I don't know if they're going to go for more of a mid lane. Agistair flashes forward, gets the slow, gets the root on Levi. There's going to be the ward hop, and Reaper puts down the DPS. They get the kill. Levi, no longer for this world.
Yeah, that's going to put them on the scoreboard here and tie up the gold for sure, but they're making their way maybe towards this top half of the map here. Elise is in the lane, gonna grab it for themselves, equalize it as best she can. and then it's time to head back into the jungle is probably what's going to happen here as Cassiopeia finally does respawn. Does not have teleport, can't get immediately back into the lane, but it looks like Elise is just holding down the mid fort just a little bit more.
Natdog finds the angle. Spell Shield can't do it. No knockup to follow. Natdog taking a lot of pain. That's double long swords King Amazen has, and the attack speed from Mystic's Yumi. I want to take a moment to point out that Cassiopeia is kind of fallen behind the game curve, and this is not good news for the Bulldogs. You see Levi, he's missed a couple of waves now. First, one for his roam, another because he just got punished in mid lane, and maybe that's the game plan here for Nepal. That Reaper and Aegis there, they say, hey, we'll see you guys play through mid lane. Kind of like that. Maybe we'll do the same, and right now they seem to have found tempo, bullying Levi for playing a little bit on the team support style, and that means Levi himself is a little bit behind.
Yeah, and this is the perfect time to start fighting Cassiopeia as well. Cassiopeia literally just hit 6, right? And uh-oh, Kim. Are we really going for this?
Awkward spot.
That's
okay. Ignite from Mystics, traded for basically nothing. We're just putting that down to say a little bit of a thumbs up from Mystics. He's like, okay. Maybe I should have waited a little bit for that. But you can see Reaper, he's in the wing. He's gonna try and look for a lane gank here as Kim's gonna pick up red buff and maybe look for more. Natdog's still level 4, and he has to be the one to kind of set this up. So that's really concerning for me that he's so low level, very low total HP pool when he has to be the one to dive in.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we need to keep our eyes on for sure. Is now Natdog might have found out Reaper here. The rest of the red team is coming in, but Natdog wants to fight. Leeson dives in.
A little bit of a 2v2. There is a passive for Zach. Can buy some time. Carthago's here. Levi's close. They get grounded on the miasma. King Amazen, he's hidden through. That will be the Zach going down, but now it's just a full-on 3v3. Kim, very low. Reaper, maybe looking for an angle to re-enter the fight. Carthago stacking up. Not quite to that S. Gets rooted in place. Dodges out a little bit with that W. But now they're licking their wounds. They gotta be careful. Mystic's gonna speed up Reaper, and now they pull the trigger on this dragon.
Yeah, they can't really fight this anymore. Carthago was really close to that ultimate, but that's kind of the big drawback of Samira. She has to be in this fight for long enough to then execute on her ultimate. And we saw there, she was gaining up stacks, but I think she had like 2, which I think is like D. I think that's a D. I don't remember. Maybe it's a C. I don't remember.
The trick really is going to be to get that fast combo off the heels of a wonderful knockup or cocoon from one of these members who have to be the ones to start it. And that's actually pretty difficult. We're starting to see that King Amazen, he's not willing to step so far forward until he knows all those tools have already been used. Reaper, he's here babysitting these lanes, making sure they get shoved in, and this is for the reset so that King Amazen can buy his next item.
Yeah, and this is going to be really important for King Amazen to get these item breakpoints because Sivir doesn't spike as hard as some of these other AD carries, right? Like you said, like it was kind of like a 400 gold power spike that like Sivir just kind of needs a lot, right? We talk about like previous builds that built like Static Shiv and all these other on-hit builds for the Sivir here. Now I don't think that's the current build, but it is still like, hey, Sivir needs like a lot in order to be very, very powerful.
Smite comes through for Kim. Though there will be a little bit of a mismatch on the bot lane total so far in this game, looks like Kim's once again playing through the solo lanes, able to get a little bit of that acceleration through kills in the solo lanes, and of course, Herald. They got it again here in game 2. They're going to accelerate that, maybe get some plate gold directly onto Kim, maybe help Levi get a little bit caught back up, because you can see Adversary's now completed that Barrage of Ages, and it seems like Levi's still really far off from completing it. He doesn't even have the Blasting Wand in inventory.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big here because Ryze is now going to scale really, really hard, right? Ryze scales off of that mana bar, and that's exactly what the Rod of Ages gives you, among other things, right? It's going to give you AP as well. It's just a double whammy for Ryze, who scales off of mana, scales off of ability.
Yeah, Ryze is pretty scary. Kim up here top lane, trying to look for more. Noobly takes a tower hit, and now Kim shows. They're going to use the Herald probably to get just some plate gold. They can't really threaten the dive when Melanik has Ignite and Glacial Prison up. You can see Levi, he's inching towards top lane just in case Realm Warp comes through to turn this into a 3v3. Bot lane, Natdog, Carthago underneath their turret. They're kind of comfortable being there. King Amazen and Mystic can't really threaten much more. Kim still showing on that board. The turret goes down. Local gold to Nuclei, traded through and shared with Kim. This is kind of looking similar to what they did in game 1, but kind of slow, to be honest, Alex. They're not quite as accelerated as they were last game.
Yeah, and I wonder what these long games are going to favor here. That's going to be the engage.
There's going to be a fast going from Carthago straight into the ultimate. Flash forward, the Ignite comes through. No cleanse just yet to save himself from that dot. But AD carries trading their lives is pretty good at this point in the game. You can see King Amazin caught unawares, Nat Dog with the great engage.
But that trade was actually really in favor of Carthago there. They don't die to King Amazin, they die to Mystics, right? Mystics is the one who got the kill there, so Samira is going to come back to lane with more gold, it seems, than Sivir here.
Yeah, Sivir really does need all those items to really be a threat because of the lack of range in that champion's kit. So you have to kind of hope, if you're a fan of DePaul, that they'll be able to get that mythic, get caught up here. Now that you can see Carthago's completed that shield bow to make it all the more easy to dive in, all the more difficult for DePaul to shut Carthago down. Nuclei going in, bullying Malinik away from the jungle. Reaper, he's kind of showing up a little bit of a 2v3, maybe more as Nuclei gets ignited from Malinik. Reaper looking for an angle, flashes over the wall, finds him. Nuclei, Dragon's Rage away. Reaper trying to find the angle. Kill saves him with the cocoon. Will be able to put down the slow field and that miasma and find their way out. But honestly, maybe that was a little bit too much for the Bulldogs. They went a little too aggressive, and all things considered, they lost 2 flashes in exchange for basically nothing.
Yeah, nothing was really gained off of that kind of exchange there. They didn't get any kills. They weren't able to push in anything a little harder. It really was, we went in, we looked for a kill, we didn't find it, we nearly died, we spent some summoner spells. And that's really not a worthwhile trade there. You know, Nuclei is ahead. Nuclei is doing real well up in this top lane. He's not invade the enemy jungle and try to kill the Sejuani 1v1 ahead, okay?
Not yet.
Because, yeah, but also, like, consider that, like, there's no way that Sejuani is by themselves, right? Especially at that part of the jungle, right? And so you can't be making plays like that and just expecting them to work out because it worked one time.
That's the difficulty, is you can see DePaul so good at moving as a unit, the buddy system, making sure there's not an opportunity for Nuclei to catch Malinik alone, or Reaper alone in that jungle. They're always ready for it. You see both teams pinging down onto Drake and just spawned to the second, and it could potentially go either way. First on it is Butler, and honestly, that was a quick melt. They're just going to take it very quickly and lose nothing on the map for it.
Yeah, this is a pretty good pickup for them, and Hextech Drake is going to be the soul of this map here, so that's going to be interesting enough to take on us. I think, oh yeah, this is going to be some trouble for Elise.
There's going to be Insect, the Dragon's Rage. Kim finds his way to the explosive plant and gets away. Kim is just so slippery on this spider, and that was both Realm Warp and Dragon's Rage used. Even Malinik TP'd to mid lane, and that means Nuclei's got free reign to push that wave top lane all the way into turn.
Yeah, it's important to note that you can repel onto blast cones, and that's what happened right there. Kim goes up, repels, lands on the blast cone, auto attacks it, they're out of there, right? Now Realm Warp has to bring Ryze in close enough, but by the time he shows up, Kim's already gone. There's no CC to throw them and not enough damage to kill him. So he's just long gone by the time this Ryze shows up. And that's it, like you said, that's ultimate down from Agistair. That is a teleport down from 21 Malinik, and now Malinik basically had to walk back up to their lane in order to try to deal with the split push that Nuclei just keeps doing.
Nuclei looking strong in this whole series. Jay's play last game really sets them up for success. Kim, of course, powerhouse jungler so far, but Natlock's gonna go deep in. Carthago, half HP, dodges out from the Sivir Q. King Amazin, able to put down
Yeah, this is looking pretty looking pretty good right now, as As this is you know, it's a bit of an interesting spot. I won't say DePaul is completely out of luck just yet. This is still like a comebackable kind of lead here, right? 1.9 thousand is not a huge amount of gold that he can completely shut down there. So DePaul is still in this game, right? Butler is doing a good job of making sure to play to their advantages and to continue kind of this extended laning phase, which is really good for Newtley. It's really good for Levi, right? And honestly, I think like Levi has been relatively behind in comparison to Agister, just based on the stacks that he's been getting from Roa, the amount of stacks he's been getting from Tier. So this time that they've just spending, hey, you know, let's just extend this laning phase more, is giving the opportunity for these characters who were behind to get ahead, and giving an opportunity for these characters who are ahead in the laning phase to continue this lead. Now we have about 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns. We have about 3:40 until the first Baron spawns, and you know, we have to keep our eyes probably more on this bottom half of the map, because both of these teams have really done a good job of prioritizing the dragon. Yeah, as now, here we go. We have the Hextech gate coming in here. They're really looking to start jockeying for position down to this bottom half of the map. They're already starting off this free warding. I do want to comment really quickly on the wards from Butler here. Look at this top half of the map completely lit up here. That's going to be engaged onto them here. Immediate repel, trying to get away. Low HP, but Ignite is taking that into the left chapter. Comes across. Nat Dog has to front less bounce sword to try to get away, but he's taking so much damage so far. Does have that ultimate, the passive available. Going to split into 4, but there's 4 members of DePaul right there. They're going to take him down. They're going to grab a kill for themselves, and that's it.
Yeah, what a turn of events there. You see, they're able to catch out multiple members. Even though Kim was slippery that time, it didn't change the fact that Nat Dog is still a little under-leveled, a little squishy, and it's really difficult.
Yeah, as this is now we have just a very just a precarious position for Butler as they get more into this game. They definitely have a lead, but they need to be able to secure it here. They have a teleport coming in from Anti-Sarah, in from the side. Reaper is here ready to go. They're looking for Newtley. That's going to be the spin. They're not going to be able to find it as Kim is off to the side here. Once again, pulling backwards, not going to be able to find anything just quite yet.
Yeah, and that was pretty good from Newtley to be able to buy a little bit of time. And this is where King Amazin's feeling really comfortable in the mid game. This is that King Amazin has that mid game power spike to 100% to 0 every wave that ever comes onto his screen, which makes it that much more difficult for the short range composition of Butler to be able to kind of make plays out of vision, because you'll always be at a turret collecting the wave shoved into you. That gives tempo and priority for the DePaul lineup to play around these neutral objectives. You see in a moment like this, there's the short window where Butler can show up first. They have to force the TP from Newtley to come in, and now they have to respond to vision in the river. This is the third Drake, potential second for either of these teams. Malnick looks for it, can't find anyone on the Levi, flashes forward onto the back line. Levi is very low, Reaper takes him down, traded there, mid lane for mid lane. Newtley in the mix, Simmer, free hitting the back line. King Amazin doing what he does best. Kim can't find an angle to get out. Carthago trying to rip through the health bars, but cannot do it. Double kill for King Amazin, and that will be DePaul taking the dragon.
Yeah, this is a real big swing for them in their favor. They've been down for so long in this game, and now we're going to take a look at the replay of that team fight right here. If you take a look, this is a great start. Levi is already off to the side here, tries to flash and dive onto King Amazin there to try to get something in their favor, but Levi is just taken real low. And what I really like is Yuumi just getting off these huge lost chapters. That's really the MVP of this fight here, because King Amazin in this entire fight, look at that HP bar, untouched. Butler has been tried to get around the team that was protecting King Amazin and then getting onto him from there. But we kind of see them fall apart here, not able to secure any kills, and even there, through the smoke and sexy style, they were not able to get the last bit of damage there. So now we're looking at a much more even game. You know, we saw before that Butler was at a nice lead of a couple thousand, and now it's even up.
Hey, but despite the 5-kill deficit, you can see the gold is even a little bit inching now back for Butler as they take this mid lane turret with the Herald. But you can see off of that last team fight that the tools for success for Butler are to be the ones that engage. If they get engaged upon, they have very little by the way of disengage. And in fact, the linchpin of disengage for Butler is Levi himself. So in that last fight where you saw Levi be the one separated from his team, have to kind of haphazardly flash in, that's not what the Butler squad needs, and it's precisely what DePaul wants.
Yeah, and this is what you have to kind of do, this balancing act of how much do I want to commit in order to get the kills versus how much do I want to give DePaul their kind of like winning game strategy here as well. As now, I think the next person on the chopping block is going to be Newtley. If they're not able to get out of there soon, as it seems like the whole team from DePaul is marching their way up there.
Yeah, they're making sure that he's playing respectful, and he does, he backs off, but you can see that another difficulty for the Butler lineup in this mid game is the lack of very quick wave clear. And though they can, of course, pick up waves pretty safely as Sivir shoves them in, it takes them quite a bit of time to actually do it. So you have to respect the time deficit, the lack of tempo, the priority there for DePaul around these objectives. As Carthago might be in a little bit of trouble, takes some poke from King Amazing and Mystics, and now Baron. We're 21.5 minutes in. Baron's on the table, and this lineup, Adistair, King Amazing, they actually are very quick to take it if they're left to their own devices in that river. And right now, it's dark for the Butler.
Yeah, and just like you said, like this is looking like a good place for DePaul to maybe sneak this Baron here. If you take a look at that mini-map, there are no blue wards on that half of the map. It's all down to that bottom half. They have a pink and try. They've got a ward inside the pixel brush. They've got one around the banana, but they don't really have a whole lot of wards on that half of the map. I think Cassiopeia might be at least placing one right here, but for the most part, DePaul could possibly take this rather uncontested, like you said, because they have a lot of champions that are good at taking Baron.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's very dark up there. One far side altercation additionally picked up now by Carthago, so they don't have to entirely face check while that cooldown is available. You can see they were able to also sneak a control ward into the pit, but they can't really defend it at this point. Trying to play through mid lane priority, but that's what King Amazing knows. They will not be able to outpace him. Shows up mid lane, clear the wave. Now, once again, DePaul has priority for mid lane and bot lane. I'm not sure Newtley's in a position just yet to full-on dive Malinick and continue the split push. For NatDog, getting a little bit low, does have passive available. King Amazing pops that ultimate, looking for that. Gets the flash out of NatDog, and that's a pretty big spell. TP's come through. That you can see Adistair and Malinick are now both in mid lane. Newtley trying to cut them off. Reaper here, though. Dragon's Rage back right into the waiting arms of Adistair. They're getting pretty low. Malinick on the flank as well. Kim, nowhere to go. Levi, Newtley, Kim, trying to help each other through it. Back in the jungle, you see King Amazing and Reaper able to take down the support. NatDog, nowhere to go. Carthago can't even survive. And now DePaul, they're here. They're getting the Baron, and it's absolutely free for them.
Yeah, this is a really good comeback for DePaul here. Kim, are you looking to steal? No way. There's no way you get that.
Angle, but the Hex Tech gates can't make it back to the other side. He has to try and see, but of course there is vision as you fly overhead. You're actually getting quite low. Shielded up by Mystic Shield a tiny little bit. It's taken quite a while to take down this Baron, but there's no more threat as Kim has returned to base.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot they can do for them here. I think this is just the easy classic 24-minute Baron as Reaper continues to get his shield from Yubi there. Does he die? Okay. All right, there it is.
Kind of close. But yeah, that's mine. They're going to get that. Now, the gold lead has expanded just a little bit. Now, 2,000 in favor of DePaul. The Blue Devils want to take this tempo and extend that gold lead. And they have very good composition to do this. Now that they have that purple worm, their minions are that much stronger. I already described how it is the ability to shove waves so quickly. That is the power of their composition. But there's going to be Dragon going down. They can pick it up very quickly. Sivir ultimates get in range. There's going to be the Glacial Prison onto Kim. They might have to just sacrifice him to save the rest. Newtley hopping over. Levi in trouble. Kicked back into the team. Reaper found his target. They capture one for the Drake. I think both teams are okay with that outcome because now They have Baron continuing. They can push up mid lane in a 5v4 situation. They don't really care that they lost the dragon.
Yeah, I don't think you're bent out of shape at all here. I don't even think this game is going to come down to this with dragon stacking at all. It's really going to come down to how many structures did you take, and that's kind of very important, right? You can mix and match Pokemon all you want until you're blue in the face. If none of them are fighting type, you can't beat Morty.
I mean, that is the tall order here. You can see they're going to crack open space. They're going to take the inhibitor. They have plenty of time left on this Baron. The question is, did Levi, can he make a turnaround play if they're going to defend another turret now that he's back on the map? Tall order, I think, because they don't have Petrifying Gaze. They don't have a lot of those tools necessary. Nat Dog, no flash. Carthago, no flash. Kim, no flash. And the enemy team has Baron. I think you just have to wait it out. And for DePaul, they're feeling really good right about now. This is exactly what their team comp does best.
Yeah, and I do want to notice really quick that Noodly is ignoring the fact that they are pushing into this bottom half of the map here and just shoving this top lane super hard. And man, it's an interesting choice for sure. I mean, Noodly doesn't have TP, and now that's a 4v5.
Yeah, he's full 4-person Petrifying Gaze, he's super miasma, but they're just rolling them down. Noodly trying to recall right now, but Kim is down too. They still have a tiny bit of Baron left. They're healing up from that, from the passive healing from Maledict. And there's going to be a flash forward. Noodly finds one. He's trying to find the backline edge near low, but look at all that burst that comes through. Carthago stacked up, almost to S, falls off, cannot respond, nowhere to go, no way to defend. The Nexus will fall. Game 2 goes the way of DePaul. What a game 2, Shinkari. I mean, that was extremely intelligent draft from DePaul. They were able to see that, okay, what does Butler do extremely well? The very high tempo, aggressive early game pick compositions. Well, let's make that impossible to do. The Sivir, the Yuumi, and of course, all these other picks that made it very safe for them, and all they had to do was slowly, steadily scale. And that's what worked out for them. That's what they executed upon, and that's what got them the dub here in game 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is looking pretty good for DePaul. You know, like we said, we were talking about momentum before, and this is DePaul recapturing theirs. You know, and so we do have a replay that we're going to take a look at really quick. Let's see. Okay. So this here is just a dive onto King Amazing here, and they really had to kind of super commit to this, because otherwise they just would have not, like, you know, been able to tie it back. As now this is another big team fight here, and I have to point out King Amazing, whose spacing is incredible, and their support Misty Sneak 01 is also like, hey, like,
super strong with that Yuumi pick, yeah, able to keep them in space. And Reaper, of course, finding those picks. Even here, once again, beautiful Dragon's Rage. And that was time and again, the Lee Sin actually feeling super strong in this composition. We had questions about it the last time that Reaper locked it in. It didn't really sing the last time he locked it in here today, but in total, we can see he was very comfortable here on it in this second game of the grand final best of 3.
Yeah, for sure. You know, this is a completely different game. DePaul here does insanely well. They're able to take the series to 1-1, which means once again it's do or die time for our favorite
Bulldogs.
Yeah. I was gonna say something else, but yeah, this is looking like starting to look do or die time for the Bulldogs. Less so the Blue Devils, right? We talked about this. If the Blue Devils lose, it's just a bracket reset.
Yep.
They just keep playing League of Legends. If they win here, that means it's done. We're done here.
Yep. They have to just win one more here to finish it up in this series, and if they lose, they just need 2 more wins. They absolutely have the opportunity to do that. You could see DePaul, they're so decisive, even in this replay, about ending the game when they do finally get that lead. So the trick for the Bulldogs will be to make sure that they get that tempo, they get accelerated, and that they can just absolutely devour DePaul before a late game essentially coin flip can happen. And really, this game was a tale of DePaul being so strong. The Nexus falls, game 2. It's now 1-1 in this, the first of potentially 2 best-of-3s to close out the grand finals here in Indianapolis live. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 3. We'll see if the Bulldogs can bring us to another series or if the Blue Devils close it out and reign supreme. Don't go anywhere.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Welcome back to the stream. Look at these teams. They've been here all day putting in work. I'm joined here now by Mac to bring the call. We're in the grand finals. It's your hometown squad who are a game away from getting a bracket reset against DePaul.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting. I was out there in the crowd. It was electric. Game 1 and Game 2, you could hear the difference. The two sides just cheering on their squads, everybody getting hype, everybody rooting for someone. The energy in the stadium is just incredible. I am, so excited to be getting into this Game 3, and, I just hope we get a bracket reset and we get more good League of Legends.
Why not? We've had so many cool games, such a fire entire event today, and it's been a pleasure to be here and bring it to you guys on the stream. Look behind us too, we've got a packed house. You mentioned it's electric, screaming for their favorite teams, and now we're about to dive right into the draft for Game 3, potential bracket reset. What will the bans be for DePaul? Are they going to continue to try and ban Kim out, or will they kind of shift that strategy one more time?
Well, it looks like Butler is taking out Blitzcrank off the rip. They do not want to play against that champion. And DePaul once again said we can't play against Kiana.
Not today. Yeah, Kim has been absolutely murderous on these lethality jungler AD picks, and now it seems that the key to success is to put him on perhaps AP. There's the Talon, his Talon, taken away. He's not going to be able to play that here in this very nail-biter of a final game.
I love this adaptation. I was calling for it when we were talking just a minute ago. The Yuumi ban, I think part of the reason that last game went so well for DePaul is because King Amazing was able to run unchecked with Yuumi in his back pocket, right? Now, Yuumi, not the strongest champ right now, but it's just what enables DePaul to play their best League of Legends, right? And taking that away leaves up the Vigar. The pick we saw DePaul use to so much success in their first series against St. John's.
Will it be the kryptonite of their own is the question. Is that going to be for Levi or NatDog or even Carthago? Where is this Vigar going?
That's something you always got to ask when Butler's picking these champions, because it feels like they've been flexing stuff all over the map today. They've been flexing positions, but a King Amazing staple to answer it, Jinx.
And will they pair it with either a AD support, like kind of the tank support with engage capabilities, or will it be an enchanter there for Mystics? Remains to be seen, as they're going to lock in the Lee Sin one again. I think the more that Reaper's been playing Lee Sin today, the more comfortable he's been getting with it, and that's tough news for your Bulldogs. We're back here on blue side to see what will be picked up. They got to show a little bit more of their hand. We'll probably get more information about where this Vigar is actually going as they hover a Rammus, consider going in, but you called this as well off broadcast. It's going to be the Rek'Sai for Kim. This is the one more pick that he went back to. If it's not going to be the AP on the Elise, the last remaining lethality champion in his pool is going to be that Rek'Sai, and he played it pretty well earlier today.
Yes, he did. He had a stellar game on it, and I think that's going to pair really well with the Vigar. The Vigar cage is going to set up such good angles for the Rek'Sai to come gank mid lane, and once again, Zig's locked in for Carthago. He's feeling really comfortable on that champion. I believe this is his 4th game of it on the day. So one of those picks that only he is playing, but he is, exquisite on.
Doing pretty well with it, yeah. And we're into now the second ban phase. You can see it's a very heavy AP composition thus far for the Bulldogs. They're going to have to find another threat, potentially some other dive capability, or at least a split push threat, so that Kim isn't the only one trying to threaten the Jinx. Jinx is already going to feel pretty safe from range, plus Thresh being able to create that extra space, plenty of peel tools, and Lee Sin can even Dragon's Rage defensively if necessary. I'm struggling to see where Jinx is threatened from what Butler has so far. That being said,
I can tell you, the Vigar cage. It's hard for Jinx to step up against Vigar cages. It was actually this bot lane, Jinx Thresh, got blown up in the LCS playoffs just a couple days ago. It was 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest in game 1 and 3. Vikla had incredible performances on the Vigar, and if the jungler was able to get on the Jinx, it was just always a flash ultimate from the Vigar that was able to shut down the Jinx and kill her at the start of the fight.
And here in the Big East today, we've had plenty of examples of that. Actually, from Agister, as you mentioned, it's been the Vigar pick for Agister, for DePaul, that has found them a lot of success. And it's the cage being able to wrap around, buy time, get Jinx in range, get Lee Sin in range, get now, of course, the Thresh close. And that has been very, very strong. And honestly, it's been the Dark Matter being able to delete these health bars time and again. We'll see if Levi can put on the same kind of clinic that Agister has done earlier today.
But Agister has a counter of his own. He is playing the Anivia. Nobody else in the Big East plays this champion, but I've seen Agister play it before. It is one of these rare, lane matchups for Vigar where the Anivia can wave clear, can play safe, has long range, and can set up ganks just as well as the Vigar, and also has the additional safety of the egg.
Yeah, and the Reborn passive can come out huge, especially when you consider Vigar's all about that percent missing health. Execute damage on the ultimate, well, you got to do it basically twice, so you got to bring help. And something that Anivia does really well is she has 1 point in wall. She can actually stall the minions of her own at her own turret until the ice melts, where she stands on the other side of the turret. That means the enemy wave pushes almost all the way to her turret, meaning that if Ziggs wants to farm, or in this case the Vigar for Levi, if he wants to farm up that lane, he actually has to walk pretty far up mid lane, which gives Lee Sin, Reaper, the opportunity to potentially look for free ganks in mid lane just because Anivia has a W.
Yeah. Now, we haven't talked about the top matchup at all, but it is also extraordinarily exciting, right? This is a skill matchup between Newtley and 21 Malinik. We got Camille Fiora, a long-standing skill matchup for bruiser top laners.
Very scary and volatile matchup. Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, they want to play a part in that as well.
Yep.
Camille has to hold that hook shot against the wall, bait out the Fiora riposte to be able to get that stun, or you're in trouble. Fiora has a really good time playing really healthy in this matchup, and the split push melting turrets. Both these champions do that very well. Look at these players on your screen. They're hyped. They're ready to go. They're very focused in this, the potentially last game of our grand finals. DePaul, they've now evened up the score 1-1. If they can take this game, they've made that top bracket run. They close it out. They are your champions. If you're a fan of the Bulldogs, though, look behind us. This crazy crowd want to see this go the distance. The Bulldogs, listen to them in the background. You can hear them screaming. They want us to go the distance, take us to a bracket reset, and see if the Bulldogs can flex those muscles and reign supreme.
I'm with them, man. This has been such an exciting day of League of Legends.
It really has.
And to see this go the distance would just be incredible, right? And I think right now Butler have the tools to do it. We see they have that extraordinarily powerful Vigar that is undefeated on the day. We see,
good point.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, and we get a lot of comfort for the rest of the squad, right? The Rakan for NatDog. He has had so many great engages on that champion. You could tell how practiced he is with that champion, and the way him and Kim work together when he's on that champion is just, it's something special.
Yeah, and you called out the Rek'Sai as another potential snowball pick for Kim. And this champion's curious because the tremor sense, the ability to tunnel through the walls and underneath any angle on the map gives you so many unique gank paths to be able to surprise opponents. What DePaul does so well, potentially, arguably, better than any other team here in the Big East, is their team communication around vision and like timers, right? We know who doesn't have flash. We know when the dragon's spawning. We know when to do our recalls to buy items to set up as a squad, but they're used to doing that against more traditional junglers. It's an entirely different game against Rek'Sai, because this champion, she can do such unique paths that can catch you. You don't see her. She goes underneath the walls. She finds that angle that you're not expecting a jungler to come from. Why are they coming from behind me? How are they already here? It's the mobility as well. So you have to play the game a little bit differently. And what I'm seeing here in the draft has been different than what we just saw in Game 2, where DePaul finally picked up that victory against the Bulldogs last game, and it was because they drafted what I described as a can't lose comp, right? As long as we don't overextend and overexert ourselves, how do you kill a Sivir with a Yuumi?
Yeah.
The draft expanded here, and Butler recognized that, took away the Yuumi. I'm not sure the same can be said. The way I described last game's composition for DePaul, I don't think you can say that of this one. The Thresh has to make plays. The Lee Sin has to make plays. Fiora has to actually be even or ahead in the side lane to be effective, and their team fight is a little bit different because it relies on Thresh being effective, Lee Sin finding a pick, and Anivia existing. Right? If Anivia doesn't, they're kind of susceptible to just getting rolled over and dove by especially the Rek'Sai.
Yep. We got some fans waving from the outside, some people coming by. It's so cool to be here in Indianapolis at the arena, and just, like I said, the energy here is awesome. Everybody is having a great time, and we are loading into the Rift for this Game 3. Backs against the wall. Butler has to show up to extend this series.
Bulldogs, do it. More games, please.
Yes, please.
I'm having way too much fun here at the Esports Park at Butler University. I just want more games. I want more games, and we could get potentially 3 more after this one if the Bulldogs could pull it out. So let's hear it once again, audience. Let's hear it in the Twitch chat. Give it up for these teams that are giving it their all throughout this entire weekend. I cannot wait to see how this game plays out.
I'm with you. And we are into game. It looks like both teams are going to be 5-pointing at the start here.
Yeah, and that will mean no deep wards to get that additional vision. And this is, of course, that spectator pause bug, as we've just now loaded in. But what I was describing is there's not a lot of deep vision for either of these teams at this level 1. They're playing smart, that 5-point, as you described. So neither of these teams are going to have immediate knowledge of where the enemy jungler, Reaper, or Kim are going to start.
As you can see here, we have some explosive summoner spells in the top lane. Newtly electing for Ignite Teleport, so he's going to not have that defensive flash. He's relying on the hook shot, while Malinik elected to go for the flash.
Yeah, and that's pretty standard. I wouldn't say that's like a gauntlet being thrown or anything. The Camille generally has more than enough mobility to be able to get out of those long lane ganks, so you take that Ignite to have that additional kill threat, and especially when we've been seeing Kim and Newtly play so well together through that top lane, I think that's absolutely even more scary for DePaul to deal with now that they have that Ignite spell.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the junglers are starting on opposite sides of the map, so maybe different game plans here. Kim starting red buff, pathing towards the top side, maybe wants to help Newtly get ahead, and Reaper, he's starting at his red buff, pathing towards the bot side, maybe trying to play around King Amazing and Mystic in this bot.
Yeah, and starting red is curious because no matter what side of the map you're on, it means that you're either going to gank extremely early with the red buff still on your person, or you're doing a full clear. So if you watch closely, you can see Reaper went for a second camp in that same quadrant. That could signal that he's not going to gank for the next couple of minutes. It really depends on if he goes from here to Gromp and then Blue, and that kind of is a little bit slower than what we're seeing from Kim, where he's going basically buff to buff, ready to use that red buff for a gank. And really nice trade from Newtly to basically set up the possibility of Malinik being the victim of First Blood.
Yeah, and we can see in the bot lane too, Carthago and Mad Dog winning the trade down there. Newtly continuing to play aggressive onto Malinik. Winnie has the level advantage, and it looks like Butler is just playing pretty aggressively in all their lanes, feeling confident in Game 3.
Look at this wave stacking up here for Newtly. This is the play. Get a double wave stacked up, crash it on the turret precisely when you want your jungler to dive. Now they do have to respect that Malinik has flash, has riposte, but will there be the opportunity to dive together? Looks like no, they're just gonna get what we call the cheater recall, where because you had that tempo in top lane, you don't have to expend your teleport if you don't want to. You can recall, buy a little bit more damage or defensive capabilities for your champion, come back, and if you TP, that's even more aggressive.
Yeah, he's expending the teleport, grabs a longsword and a potion, and it looks like Kim is wrapping around, going for the Scuttle Crab. Reaper still has not taken his blue buff, so wards in the river being dropped by Levi. He might be getting engaged on, but the baby cage disturbs Reaper.
Yeah, That does show where Reaper is on the map as well. There's no dragon to take just yet. Agistar, nice trade in mid lane. You mentioned his prowess on the Cryo Phoenix. We'll see if that can continue to be true. Malinik using a little bit of deep vision heat, but this is what we talked about. Look at that gank path from Kim. He's back top lane and hasn't been seen. This is the power of the Rek'Sai. They're looking for the opportunity. There's the riposte, but now you get knocked up. Ignite goes down. 400 HP is a lot to chew through. Ignite will tick, but it won't be enough. That's Flash from Kim in exchange for Flash from Malinik, and I think that's okay.
Yep, this is a even state for both teams. I think Kim needs to return to top lane to really take advantage of that. Otherwise, you know, I feel like the loss of pressure from Nuclei losing his teleport and his ignite and Kim his flash would not be worth it. So
yeah, and the risk of a return kill is no longer there. Nuclei, if he gets ganked by Reaper, and knowing that Camille doesn't have flash, they could bait Nuclei into a really aggressive moment against Malinik that riposte buys, even without the stun, enough time to slow. Reaper gets in, and Nuclei can't turn it around without ignite. You see Reaper's kind of pathing towards this way. He may be thinking about what we were just talking about. Bot lane, though, is where Kim is putting his focus. Does get seen on a ward, so it'll be that much harder to make a gank actually find success. And as this wave approaches, it's not quite like a cannon wave and doubled up, so it'll be pretty hard to dive Nuclei on it. So he'll just pick this up, kind of keep it right in this sweet spot near his turret, and that's the safety you want in this matchup.
Yeah, and getting a good trade there. Freezing the wave near his tower. It looks like he is feeling very comfortable in this lane state. We see Ziggs, Carthago using his teleport to get back to the bot lane, getting a free reset. He picked up his lost chapter. He has 2 potions, and Kickbait is still trapped in this lane phase with just a long
Well, level 4, though, does have to flash over the Jinx traps, and mid lane, Levi taking a little bit of poke, but you mentioned the teleport for Carthago. That's the strength of this mage. He comes back with a lost chapter and a tier. He's not running out of mana anytime soon. If he doesn't get killed or bullied down to low HP, he doesn't have to leave this lane for a long time.
Yep, we can see now Reaper on the top side, maybe looking for a gank onto Nuclei. Nuclei's pushing this wave into tower, being aggressive, but look at how much patience he has. He's sitting in that bush, not overextending in the lane, being respectful of the fact that Reaper may be in the top side, and just instead opting for a reset.
Yep. And you see the resets came through for both Kim and Levi. Levi did in fact use his TP back, and just like the lost chapter there for Carthago, he picks up his catalyst, which will keep him healthy and have that resource bar pretty well secured for the remainder of what will be the rest of the remaining phase. Now Dragon is just moments away. It has now spawned. You can see priority there for bottom lane, but I don't know, Carthago's down flash, and they're not the fastest at taking it, so there's a bit of a risk if the Bulldogs want to try and go for that neutral objective.
Yeah, I think we've seen during this series that the value, or this day, that the value of dragons has been greatly reduced on this new patch, right? So I think it has to be a really good opportunity for the Bulldogs to make them want to do that. But right now, Carthago is okay just continuing to pressure the bot lane, but all in top side.
Yeah, the Grand Challenge goes down. One more potential moment. And there's the Ignite diff. First blood in a 1v1. Nuclei is feeling so good in this series, on this whole day, honestly. Nuclei comes up huge.
What a 1v1 in the top side. Gets himself to the wall with his ultimate to deny Malinik those last vitals on the Grand Challenge. And Levi looking for Reaper.
Find a little bit of damage. Look at that. That's so crazy. The dark matter, and of course, the baby cage locking in place for those skill shots to land. Bonus AP granted by landing those too. You can see why they first picked that away, because Agistar made it look so clean earlier today.
Yes, he did. And we can see right now both teams are returning to a calm state, right? We have Nuclei taking his reset after getting that solo kill. Levi taking his reset in the mid lane. He's back, but notably, King of Mason's out of potions and still hasn't reset. I think Reaper needs to make a play on the bot lane to help bail his lane out, or his bot lane out, to get them their items, because it's 8 minutes in the game and they're still sitting on what they started with.
Yeah, we've seen this plenty of times from King of Mason, where he loves to just stay in lane until you force him to recall. Honestly, you might as well start Cole most of these games with the way he plays, because he will always build that CS advantage by saying, no, I'm not leaving unless you make me. And he's very good at, like, the wave state right now, holding a freeze where he wants it to be. This wave state will never get away from him unless you overcommit. Levi, speaking of overcommitting, might be in a bit of trouble as Agister gets 2 quick burst trades against him. And Levi's running a little bit low on mana, having to spam so much and even looking for damage on Reaper.
Yep, and we can see Reaper now around the Mountain Dragon. Looks like he is going to be starting this, clearing out some vision. So Butler knows full well that he is on that objective. And now what is Kim going to do in response?
Yeah, there's just no play around the Dragon. The reason why Reaper was willing to start this on vision and he cleared a Bulldog ward is because he knew that bot lane, low mana, not really able to respond, and can't really threaten it. Kim not being seen in a while, and Levi has to recall at low mana as well. So they found the tempo, they found the Drake. It will be an early Mountain Drake to give them a little bit more of that tankiness, and while I don't think that's a game-breaking difference this early on, because a lot of resists haven't been purchased, it will become more valuable as the game progresses.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, we see Kim got the Rift Herald, and he is in position on the top lane to dive Melanik. It's all going to be about if Melanik can get the riposte, but he doesn't. Kim going for the dive.
This was just textbook. Nice flash from Kim to make sure he doesn't take another hit. Super Mega Death Rocket, not quite enough, but Melanik made him work for it. But they were very patient. You saw Kim waited for the riposte and then forced the flash from Melanik, and then it was very difficult at that point to stay underneath the turret and get the kill. But somehow they're able to do it. Newtly barely survives the Super Mega Death Rocket, and they are able to get that kill. Now that's a kill and an assist for Newtly, and he still has Ignite for a potential 1v1 again.
Wow, and he has his teleport available. Both top laners do. So they can either choose to use it once again in lane, or those are going to be unleashed here soon. Actually, Newtly just used his to return to the lane.
Yeah, he wants to keep that pressure up there top lane. And because there's no dragon anytime soon, there's no reason to hold that teleport for a potential play towards the rest of the map. Levi, of course, his teleport will come up soon. Carthago as well, so that they can just hold these turrets. You can see 5 plates still standing on every single turret for the Bulldogs because they have the triple teleport lanes and plenty of wave clear. That's great for them so far. The next step to take to this Bulldogs comp to the next level will be actually answering the tempo on the map. So far it's been Reaper getting the Dragon, Reaper trying to make some plays, and were it not for Newtly just putting on a clinic top lane, this game would be all zeros.
Right. You see Reaper hovering in the top lane, trying to find some angle onto Newtly. But Newtly's got good vision, and I think that ward behind the tower of Melanik actually spotted Reaper, which has just allowed Newtly to play so safe and so intelligent to bait all of Reaper's time.
Yeah, he stood there for forever, almost about 40 seconds, which is a long time for a jungler to not be out on the map, clearing camps, even answering where they saw Kim bottom lane. Both these junglers have been spotted frequently, and that's why it's been such a relatively quiet game so far.
And the question becomes, who is the quiet game favorite, right? Because these two compositions are so different, but they both scale so well.
Really, it's the mid laners, right? You can see Vigart, Levi, he's going to be scaling up no matter what. We've seen the same from Agister, but Agister on, you know, a little bit of that pocket pick, the Anivia can be so strong to stall out a game forever, and we know DePaul generally loves to play for the late game. Melanik's got nowhere to go. That's the difference. Him can take one more tower hit, potentially another. It does make a difference. They're going to split the Herald play 3 ways. A little awkward. Reaper goes in against him. He gets knocked up. He's gone, and they're going to go invulnerable. Agister shows up, but he's really more interested in this wave and just keeping the turret alive. Bot lane, there's the hook for Mystics. He's been watching all day long. Flash forward as King Amazing will get the ignite. Nakdog goes forward, gets the kill credit. It's supportal combat. Will they look for more? No, but Mystics, he finds that nice death sentence. You know, he's been watching as young Sinatra 3 has been playing this Thresh all day, finding hooks left and right, and he's like, watch the film, I can do that. And he made a great play in bottom.
Yes, he did. But unfortunately for King Amazing, he is the one that wound up with the kill. Actually, both supports end up with the kills there. So, you know, less time on the map for farming and XP for the 80 carries. And honestly, I don't think that that's a win for either team. King Amazing also lost both of his summoners in that engage, which makes him vulnerable to the attack from Kim in the future.
Well, Man, and look at that baby cage. We've seen this before in series earlier. Melanic's nowhere to go. They're just cyberbullying him at this way. I mean, this is what happens as a top laner, is if you get focused and your team doesn't turn things around properly, then you get the direst treatment. I mean, this is a full callback to like almost a decade of League of Legends ago, where as that top laner, your job sometimes is just to die. But right now, they're not getting some stuff for it elsewhere on the map. It's just the Newtly show, the Kim show. They are so far ahead of the game curve that you can see a 30 CS lead in top lane on top of 4 KP. This is huge for Newtly.
Yes, it is, and the Bulldogs are firing on all cylinders at the moment. And we see some lane swaps going on. They decide to bring Agister up into the top lane to match Newtly. They say, okay, we're just gonna get some wave clear going. We're gonna isolate this Camille, not let any more plays happen, while 21 Melanik is going into mid lane, but that gives complete control of the bot side for Kim to do exactly that.
Finds Reaper in his jungle, takes him down. That's Flash, also burned from Reaper and Dragon's Rage and Boot. They're gonna look for a little bit more into the turret. The charm comes through from Nat Dog to buy a little bit of time. Knocks him into the baby cage. Levi's support. There's the flash forward to take him down. And now Melanic's here. He's very weak, no gold, very low. He's barely a level higher than Nat Dog on support. And look at this tempo. Look at this acceleration from the dogs. There's gonna be the Dark Passage. Will it be enough? 1 HP remaining. Melanik barely makes out with his life, but this is really intelligent. I want to point out, Agister being assigned top lane is actually a really intelligent choice that shows you how smart this DePaul lineup is. Because what's happening to them is they're losing tempo because Newtly is so strong, and Melanik can't match. But what Melanik can do is farm underneath his turret in mid lane, which is a little bit safer away from getting dove, and that means the wave clear of Agister can just neutralize the pressure that Newtly is putting in the top lane. Unfortunately for them, it didn't quite play out like that because of the dive bottom lane continues to push that tempo.
Yeah, but Melanik did get a shutdown for himself. He found Kim in the jungle and was able to get his 300 extra gold. So Melanik has his first item completed. He's feeling a little bit better. Obviously still quite behind the pace of the game, but he is strong enough now where DePaul feels like he can go back to the side lane and potentially match Newtly.
Yeah, now with that mythic completed, he can actually pressure the turrets, especially if, like right now, you can see Newtly's drawn to his team, and together they're going to be taking down this next neutral objective. They don't want to give any more of those dragons up. That's why now they're going to pick up the Inferno, their first of the game, the second total, and while neither of these teams are going to get Soul anytime soon, you can see that there's less and less windows of opportunity, fewer and fewer windows for King Amazing and company to be able to pick a team fight. It's so hard to engage when there's so many tools like the baby cage, like the satchel knockback, the charm from Nat Dog, Kim's knockup, Newtly with the Hextech ultimatum. All these tools are really good at separating the fight, make it more skirmish heavy, which favors the team that's up in gold. The 3,000 gold lead that the Butler Bulldogs have so far.
Yes, they do. And we can see Newtly alone in the top lane, likely to take down the first tower of the game. And it looks like DePaul is doing the opposite. They're overloading the bot side right now.
Yeah, and it's been hard for King Amazing and company to actually take this turret away from Carthago. That's the power of Carthago's pocket pit here on the Ziggs, where he clears out so much of the waves. He's hard to get out from the lane itself because he plays from so far back. So look at his angle. Mystics maybe looking for an opportunity. Death Sentence doesn't connect, and they'll be able to clear out this next wave that comes. And once again, back top lane, Newtly has that pressure. Into Fog of War, he gets the stun. There's going to be the Hextech ultimatum. He does use the W to survive, if only barely. Now Reaper's here, the smite goes down. A little bit more damage from the minions. Levi caught in an awkward spot. Agister gets knocked up, which cancels the ultimate. There's going to be the Reborn passive. You've got to put this in. Scramble it fast. Yes, it goes down. Now Reaper, he's got nowhere to go. No flash, no Dragon's Rage. Can he heal up enough before taken down? He finds an intelligent angle over the wall, but not enough. Double kill. Now 5-0-2 for Newtly.
Butler is winning on the top side of the map. Newtly, Kim, and Levi team up and take down all three of the top side of DePaul. They have no answer for this Rek'Sai, for this Veigar, and for this Camille.
Man, it's a tall order now for the Blue Devils to try and bring this game back. What you can see is that King Amazing and Mystics were still not able to find a kill in the 2v2. Still not able to find an opportunity to take down this turret. It's basically full HP back. Butler is holding this entire game hostage. They're so strong, there's no way to stop this locomotive from going forward.
No, there's not. There are even objective bounties available now for DePaul. They are, you know, in a very, very tough situation. Now, if they can get the shutdown off of Newtley, if they can get the shutdown off of Levi due to misplays, then yes, they will be able to find themselves back in this game, especially because they have a Jinx. But with the way Butler's playing right now, they just feel like they have complete control over the map and the tempo of the game.
Yeah, this game is so tight that you can feel the energy here in the arena. Twitch chat, nobody's even talking anymore. They're biting their nails on the edge of their seat, watching to see how this grand final plays out. This game determines whether or not the Bulldogs get unleashed. The leash taken off. Will they be able to actually threaten to close this out with a victory, hoist that trophy at the end? Or will the unthinkable happen here? Down 6,000 gold. Can the Blue Devils bring it back and actually win? Close the series. The grand finals end in the blink of an eye, but it is the impossible.
Yes, and we can see in the top lane, Newtley continuing to put pressure on Malinick, allowing Kim and Levi to 2v1 this mid lane, and Edgedare has no answer to the Rift Herald.
We're at the point of the game where the structure just falls like paper to the composition that Butler has drafted. Carthago melted. Levi with so much AP, the death cap completed. He is able to tap turrets. Every auto doing
He's level
hundreds of
15.
He's so crazy. Speaking of, King Amazing never leaving lane, well, Levi was never forced to. He's at level 15, 200 CS at the 20-minute mark. That's 10 CS per minute. We're getting basically LCS level farming capability, and that's not even counting the 6 KP this man has. Levi, the GOAT.
Yes, sir, I love it. All right, we got Carthago back, clearing the mid lane. It looks like there's gonna be a lull in the game state while we wait for this dragon to spawn. It is 30 seconds until it's available. Butler has better vision in the river, but you can see DePaul has already cleared out their blue side, giving them an entrance in if they choose to contest.
What a game thus far. It's been accelerated to this point, and this is where a lot of teams can struggle. You have the gold lead, you've taken all of the outer turrets. What do you do next, right? It's now Baron instead of Herald, so it's harder to take and more of a risk. Where can you continue to accelerate, continue to suffocate your opponents? And it really has to be more proactive plays. Everything on the map becomes an objective. Somebody's flashless, they are the objective. Dragons on the map, it's the objective. They're gonna take this one, but they should continue to steal away jungle camps, walk around as a multi-man unit, and be able to find the angle to continue to press this attack.
Yeah, and we can see the stacking and scaling items are being completed for Butler. We have, as you mentioned, the Rabadons for Levi, the Seraphs completed for Carthago. We have the Ravenous Hydra completed for Newton. He is currently stacking that up and is engaged on the King Maiden.
Right over the wall, King Maiden nowhere to go, can't take the Dark Passage. That's gonna be a Hextech Ultimatum, and there's gonna be a flash away. Even further, trying to chase for more. That was NatDog trying to get a little bit more than he's already earned for the team. What a great setup from NatDog. They get the carry.
Baron is available. Levi's on the other side of the map with no teleport, so I'm curious to see if they are going to choose to go for this. It looks like they are not. They are just setting up deep vision, searching for another pick, and on that other side of the map, Levi was able to pick up the Paul buff, but no, they're saying we're going. They're going for the Baron.
A little bit tough. Remember, this could be an entire 50-50. This could be a coin flip of the entire finals if Reaper can find the angle. Levi able to stay healthy, able to stay away. Reaper goes in, ultimately gets knocked up by Kim. Jungle death right there. We'll see if they can also get Malinick. He gets caught in the baby cage. Double kill. 404 enemy team not found, and they will take the Baron.
Oh my gosh, Butler wins the fight off the back of an incredible peel off the Baron. Everybody was in unison, right? It wasn't like there were a couple people staying on the Baron, a couple people off of it. Someone made the call and they win. And because they were all in that together, they were able to wipe the team fight and get the Baron as their reward without the 50-50.
The Bulldogs putting on a clinic. That was the most intelligent choice. You don't actually want to coin flip the Baron. You just want to pull the desperation out of your opponents where they have to come into you. They have to face check. They have to try to steal that Baron, but you don't even give it a chance. You stop at 5k HP, you come out of Fog of War swinging, and you get the Newt Scoot, you get Kim to come in and just take them down, and it looks like 23 minutes into this game 3, Mac, that we might get that bracket reset. We might get up to 3 more games tonight of beautiful League of Legends here in the Big East Conference.
I sure hope so. Right now we got the next objective on the table for Butler are these outer towers, right? They need to start cracking these, getting more of that standing gold for themselves and opening up the jungle for that deep vision so they can continue to find picks onto DePaul's lineup here, right? Because if they just try to siege these towers, there is a lot of wave clear for DePaul. There's an Anivia and there is a Jinx. Both have great AoE spells. They're going to help protect them, but man, it's so challenging when you're facing down a fed Vigar and a powerful split pusher in Newtly.
Newtly going to join the team for the time being, just in case there was a counter initiation in mid lane. Now he's back to the wave top to try and continue to pressure Malinik against the turret. Reaper's here to maybe make a pick. Newtly against the wall. He makes the disengage, he'll be safe. Wave number 3 with Baron, this time with the cannon, once again, onto this tier 2 mid lane. They don't need to press too hard, but speaking of, Malinik with a nicely timed riposte, able to dodge out of the Hextech ultimatum. That will mean he survives with his flash away, but that gives carte blanche to Newtly to push the next wave.
Yeah, and that next wave might just mean that next tower for the Bulldogs, right? If they don't get it top lane, they're going to get it mid lane off the pressure that Newtly is drawing to that. You see the main wave clear, Agitator, gone from the mid lane. That means that tier 2 is being free hit and goes down. All 3 outer towers gone for the blue team.
What a turn of events. You can see they're up now 12,000 gold across the map, and it's generally distributed nicely between the members that need to have it for the Bulldogs. These AP carries are scaled. Newtly is Thanos, basically, at this point. 26 minutes in. Another Baron could spawn. There are 3 potential dragons to be picked up. The next one spawning here in 40 seconds. So strong and really make the difference. They're stacking now these dragons, the Chemtech, and what that does, if you're not aware at home, is you get bonus tenacity and bonus shield heal power, which actually plays out really well because the one way back in any game of League of Legends is picks, which is crowd control, which is up to DePaul, the Blue Devils, to be able to get that hook, the death sentence, into the Flame Chompers. Agistair finding a wall that stuns someone, but how do you keep them locked down if they've got this stacking tenacity?
It's a tough challenge for the blue team. I don't see an opening for them. I feel like at this point, the Bulldogs have full control of the game. It's in their hands. They just need to close it out. They need to show that they are playing the best League of Legends on today, that they are the ones that deserve to have the chance to hoist that trophy after the bracket reset.
So how do they close this out though, Mac? What is the play to actually put that final nail in the coffin? Where do you see them making that final push?
It has to be, I think, a split push play, right? Drawing DePaul into an uncomfortable situation where they engage, right? Get them out of their base and then turn the fight on them. There are such good engage tools from Butler that if anybody on DePaul just steps a little too far forward, Nat Dog can go in, Kim can go in, Newtly can go in, and once the kills start rolling in, I don't think DePaul has any chance in a team fight.
Nothing can stop this train so far. Next stop, enemy nexus. Exit to a bracket reset. It's in the cards. Will it happen? There's potentially a couple more team fights to go. Baron spawning in 90 seconds might be that last ticket to ride all the way to yet another best of 3 grand final for the Bulldogs, but they have to execute properly. And if there's one team that can stop them, it's these guys in the finals, the Blue Devils, DePaul. And that's what they're aiming to do. You could see they're turtling, not giving up an inch if they can manage it. But Kim, he's on the hunt. Newtly unstopped on the side lane, and Levi continuing to scale.
Yeah, you see Levi, 700 gold bounty. He's got that Rabadons. He's got that Void Staff. He is level 18. Malinik, one of the solo laners for DePaul, is level 13. King Amazing, level 13. If we get another team fight where King Amazing is CC'd, Levi can just flash and ult him. Once again, as Newly finds King Amazing.
King Amazing flashes out of it, but does get Hextech ultimate down. Newly has to try and buy some time. He got watch up his own ultimate, but Kim finds the target. King Amazing's no longer here. GA pop. Kim rezzing up. Deleted in mid-air is Malinik. That's a double kill for Carthago. They have a wave, including a cannon minion. Winion. I mean, that may be precisely what happens here. Newly trying to find Agistair. Gets the flash away from the bird. She's got that reborn passive, but will it be enough? Newly gets that top of the shield. Low, that lifeline proccing. This is the wave clear of Anivia that you mentioned. Will it be enough? It is. 5 versus 2. First Nexus turret falls. Kim has to walk away. They find Reaper down to half HP. The Nexus, it falls. The Bulldogs have done it, Mac. They've brought us. Oh my goodness, my voice is saying they've done it. They've brought us to yet another best of 3, a bracket reset.
From the lower bracket, Butler has ran the gauntlet. They started against Seton Hall. They 2-0'd them. They match up against St. John's. They lose the first game and they reverse sweep St. John's to bring it to the grand finals. And then they take down DePaul.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a break for our voices, for these teams to prepare for the true grand final to come. Yes. Oh my goodness, the Bulldogs have done it. We're gonna take that break because they need it. So we're gonna go straight to break right now, take those full 5 minutes. When we come back, you do not wanna miss this, Mac. It's gonna be a banger to close the night out.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
are live in Indianapolis at Butler University's Esports Park. I'm joined here by Mac. Look at the crowd behind us. They're going wild. They're on their feet. They are here to watch history in the making as their hometown heroes, the Bulldogs, try to make a reverse bracket run through the entire gauntlet, sneaking into the playoffs at 4th place, and now they have reset the winners bracket. There are 3 potential games remaining. 2 Nexus explosions for a team means the grand finals come to a conclusion, and it could be either of these 2 teams.
And we are getting into draft. The question is, how are DePaul going to react to all the different picks Butler has brought out? You see, they take away the Ziggs. King Amazing has had no answer for this pick in the series, and they ban the Nocturne, which means that either Kiana or Talon is going to be left up by DePaul.
Very strong picks for Kim. We saw Kim basically solo carry 2 series ago. The handoff, the relay, back to Newtley, who solo carried almost. I mean, it was a team effort, but went on a tear in the last 2 games to bring us to this bracket reset. Now, who will it be for Butler this time around?
Well, I think everybody on this Butler team is playing their best League of Legends ever, right? This team is working like a unit that cannot be separated. There is no weak point in their armor, right? They are playing great League of Legends, and they start this draft off with the Seraphine.
Yeah, and I like that adjustment. If you can't have the Ziggs, what's the next best? And it's got to be that Seraphine. The Sivir locked in. That's what they found success in their single win against Butler so far today. And it's because of the safety that King Amazing can have. He can auto-space the fights. It's hard to kill him because of the spell shield, because of that utility, the move speed, and all of that. And there you can see Mystics. We haven't seen this in a while, but it's one of his best champions, Alistar. The gauntlet has been thrown.
Yes, it has. They are choosing an aggressive bot lane. They say, all right, we want to be able to fight with the support, and you know, I wonder how that's going to work into the Seraphine, right? Seraphine is so good at disengaging these aggressive support picks like Alistar. Now, we don't know where the Seraphine is going, but I love that 2-3 from Butler, Kiana and Rakan. 2 signature picks. We've seen them bust out multiple times today.
That's a bit of a wombo combo. Now we have more information. We can assume that the Seraphine is still likely to either go mid as the carry, or it could be in the hands of Carthago. You'd know better as a member of Butler who was more likely to pilot that, but we need a little bit more information to be sure. We're on to the second round of bans now. Ari locked in for Agistair, and that's one of his signature picks. That's a comfort pick, to be sure.
Yep. Honestly, with this Butler team, I don't even try anymore. I just let them cook, and then I see what they come out with, because they are so flexible with their champion picks, with their roles, that really any of this could be going anywhere. I mean, I know Kiana's going to Kim and Rakan is going to NatDog, but there is so much flexibility between the other 3 carries of Butler. It's incredible.
And what DePaul has going for them so far in this, the draft for game 1 of now the true finale of today, is they're going front to back. That is what they've done very well, front to back. But do they have the safety to deal with Kim's Kiana, who I think he reached 15 kills earlier today, somewhere in that neighborhood. The entire stratosphere was where he was in terms of his gold on this champion, and it made it through the draft this time after being banned out for the last 3 games.
Yeah, we saw 2 target bans at the end of the draft towards Newtley. He's been so dominant on the Jace, on the Camille, so they're going to push him onto a different pick. We've seen the Jax earlier today. We have seen the Kennen. So we are going to have to see what he is coming out with. Reaper locks in the Viego, a pick we know him for.
A good champion, lots of really mobile champions on the side of Butler, which are great resets for Viego. Annie, such a versatile and strong champion, now locked in. It shows even more likelihood that Levi will pilot the Annie and Seraphine will go into the hands of Carthago. Olaf top lane, that is a check if I've ever seen one. Will it be checkmate? R5 will tell the story.
What will 21 Malinik answer with? Newtley seems to have had his number all series, and this Olaf pick is one of Newtley's well-known picks. He is a berserker at heart. We've seen his mechanics throughout the series, and that's just an Ornlock, and I think Olaf runs that matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It's heavily favored for the Olaf, especially as items come through and he can stay healthy. But what can happen is the volatility. Kiana might have a hard time going up there. Ornn can just stack straight armor for the early game, the laning phase, whereas Viego might be able to find Olaf wanting to go low, Kiana going in, Ornn being able to buy time with that armor. If there's the same kind of volatility we've seen in the previous series between these two teams, it will be focused in top lane, and it will be Ornn kind of getting bullied by Newtly, and it remains to be seen if Reaper can turn that around. He's had a hard time doing that in games past.
Yes, he has, but we have in the bot lane another lineup for Butler, which sort of denies King Amazing the opportunity to find a lead, right? We were saying before we started that they cannot accelerate because of the way that Butler is drafting. And I think that is going to be consistent with this bot lane, right? Seraphine Rakan, very good scaling, very good laning, and very safe, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really intelligent draft we continue to see out of the Bulldogs is what do we do about King Amazing being just a better AD carry marksman than anybody else in the league? Well, don't fight him on the same ground. Just wave clear and wait it out and let the rest of your team do the work. And it's so far done work as they have brought us now to a grand final. Look at this crowd. Look at the team. They are poised and ready to go the distance. You can hear the Bulldog fans ready to see their team. They came into this, Mac, never having won a single playoff bracket at all. Never even reaching the finals, and now from 4th place at their home court advantage here in the arena live, they're doing it big.
It's been a story building for years and years and years. I've been with this program from the start, and there were so many tough weekends, so many losses for this program, and you can feel everybody in the arena just channel their energy into Butler, wanting them to win, and you can see it in the crowd. Everybody is hyped. They're loving it. I'm loving it. It is such an exciting story to be a part of.
Look at this. We've been here for 9.5 hours of League of Legends so far, and it's still packed out there. Everybody sticking around. You can see it split between fans of the Bulldogs, fans of the Blue Demons, and oh my goodness, you can hear the chants. You can hear the screams out there, even through walls of the studio, and it could not be more exciting. What a story taking place before all of us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the people outside are giving us thumbs up, waving, and enjoying it. Man, being here is just incredible. And, you know, the only thing that's left is to play these 3 games and to see who is going to be crowned champion and the true best team in the Big East.
And we are under a minute from loading onto Summoner's Rift for the first blood of this finale, a best of 3 between clearly the top 2 teams here this Saturday evening. And Nat Dog on Rakan once again, the playmaker for this team. Will it be his tempo, his plays that set his team up for success, or will it be nullified by Mystics on this Alistar that he is known for, Ari for Agister that he's so practiced on, and Sivir in the hands of the best AD carry this league has known thus far, playing from a distance? It's so unknowable how the rest of this series will go. It's on a knife's edge, Mac.
Yes, it is. This whole day has been on a knife's edge for this Butler team and this crowd, and you know, we are getting into the action.
I can't wait. We'll see how the level 1 goes. In the previous series, we saw that even though there's been some high-tempo gameplay, there's been a lot of breaths being taken at level 1, 5-point, no deep vision, and so the junglers have the opportunity to play the map. What that tells me is that both these teams are not willing to play incredibly risky until they feel that confidence is ready off of just, you know, the first few minutes going calmly. Will that stay true for this game? I'm not sure. Will Kim get spotted out? Will Reaper get spotted out? And it may be difficult to find that first angle to make a play. That's why I ask, will it be Nat Dog that starts it? Will it be Kim that starts it? The last time we saw Kim on Kiana,
he was playing mid lane, and he was popping off, right? So anything could happen in this series. Honestly, all of these players are playing at such an elevated level that any one of them could be the catalyst for the action.
And look at that. We were about to load onto the Rift. We're just waiting for that spectator delay. But here we are. We are here. Game 1 of the grand finale of the Big East Esports League of Legends Conference. Brought to you here on the call, Superman and Mac, to close this out. And hey, look at that. King Amazing. He kind of listened maybe, and he started Cole this time. Nobody's pressured him out of lane. You mentioned how he doesn't even recall when he has 2,000 gold, so why not finish the call 100-0? Great choice there, I think, by King Amazing.
Yeah, that's some adaptation right there. You know, going in between the games, I'm sure they sat down with their coach and he said, hey, look, if you're not getting any action in that bot lane, buy a Cole. Get yourself that extra gold and get yourself accelerated if you can't accelerate through fighting.
Minions have spawned.
See what happens with this level 1. Again, I'm watching for these junglers. Reaper, he's known for playing these aggressive junglers, but he's struggled in this last series to be able to find the angle to accelerate gameplay. On the other hand, Kim has been on a tear, able to find those angles, play his favorite champions, and bring this Butler squad to victory. But now the Bulldogs are unleashed. We've unchained them from the post, and they can run rampant. 2 Nexus explosions, and they are somehow, miraculously, from 4th place to reigning champions. Will it happen, or will it be DePaul? Remains to be seen.
Oh, Newtly finding a level 1 on the Malinick, getting the axe down, getting a second, and this is going to be huge. Getting a 3rd, this is huge chunk damage onto the Ornn, giving Olaf that early advantage in the top lane.
Yeah, and he can even zone from EXP. Malinick cannot play this lane for the time being. So difficult. Newtly will just be able to look for more of those undertows, and that's why you can see Reaper, he actually is considering going from Krugs potentially towards top lane. Nah, he's going to leave it on island, go for the clear, or maybe, okay, he's baiting me one way or the other. I thought he was going to go for the chickens, but he needs to turn the top lane back around. You can't let Olaf run this top lane.
Yeah, and Newtly trying to play for this axe is going forward onto Malinick. Malinick down to 100 HP, but Reaper is here just in time.
Not able to find the angle. There's the ghost from Olaf, no flash. Reaper down to 200 HP. This is where Olaf is best, but there it will be. First blood for Reaper, and the Demons are off to a great start. Ignite down to King Amazing. There's going to be the gank bottom lane. Kim gets knocked away from Mystic. There's the Ignite ticking down. One last one is not enough. Flash forward. Trade kill for Kim. 1 for 1 on the map. Mystic's pretty healthy. I don't think they can take him down, and yes, he will survive.
This is a mere opposite of what we saw during the last game. Reaper choosing to play around his top laner, 21 Malinick, going for that early gank there, while Kim going for his bot lane, taking down King Amazing, burning King Amazing's flash before 3 minutes. How often do we see this happen to that guy? It is very, very rare to see him behind like this.
Oh, Kim kind of in trouble. Used all his cooldowns to deal damage to Mystic. Stun up by Levi. Addistar in an awkward spot. Has Charm. Flashes over the wall. Nat Dog to set it up. Will they be able to gap close for the bonus damage? Flash forward, and yes, it's enough. 1 more kill. That's 2-0. Kim, it's him.
Yes, it is, and Nat Dog set that play up. He was a pixel perfect Rakan W that knocks up Agitar and lines that up, and Agitar also loses his flash. So all of the DePaul solo laners are no flash at the moment, which means Kim on this Kiana is going to have so many opportunities to gank whatever lane he chooses.
Yep. A little bit more difficult when you don't have your own flash, but the mobility of that champion is just absurd. Levi also, those early roams we saw in the game where he played Cassiopeia, it was hard to do that, kind of fell behind. Less prowess, less effect for a Cassiopeia to roam than the stun that can come from this Annie that they stole away in this draft. Really well played for the roam. That's the team play the Bulldogs are putting on display.
Yes, it is, and Kim coming out from his first back at 4 minutes with a serrated derp and a longsword. He is incredibly huge on this Kiana. Only 4 minutes into this game. I'm curious to see where he's going to go next. He's starting on his top side.
Yeah, maybe he needs to help out Newtley, who already used that TP after getting first blooded. The wave's in a really bad spot for him. Malinik has gotten that freeze, and looks like he'll have to just recall. Kim doesn't want to show where he is on the map by helping break the freeze top lane. It'll just be a little bit more health bar for this Olaf to do it himself. But look at this play. You see Reaper and Mystics. Reaper doesn't show on this board just yet. Mystics going to clear it out. This is the high tempo, high octane gameplay from Reaper that we haven't seen earlier today. They need more of it. Really good choice there from NatDog. Doesn't get quite caught out. Great setup there from Mystics, almost getting a pick.
Yeah, he was quick with those fingers. He was able to get out of the engage, and they probably spotted Reaper while he was doing that. So he just backs off, goes for the dragon. We've seen the priority on those lowered throughout the series, but being able to get one for free at 5.5 minutes, definitely something, or definitely a W for the Paul.
That gives them the go-ahead to take the first Drake of this first game. Though they are down 1 kill and a little bit of gold, they do have that tempo. Kim over the wall might consider a steal. It's pretty close, actually, but the smite comes through true for Reaper, able to secure that for his team. Kim may be in trouble as there's going to be the channel of the Hex Flash over the wall into the Blast Plant. He'll be okay.
Yep, it looked like he was well prepared for that, and he is now taking his reset along with Exo Mystic. So a lull in the action as there are no objectives on the map. But if we look at the CS numbers, leads for everybody on Butler, and the one I'm noticing the most is Carthago is up 13 CS on King of Ace.
Able to use that AoE CC immune. That's going to be Ragnarok for Newtley. He goes a little bit closer to the turret. There's only level 5 for Malinik. Looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but that always favors the person who's shoved the wave first. So Newtley will come back to a slow push in his direction. That makes it really hard for Malinik to get that XP he needs to scale up as Horn does.
Yes, it is. Yes, that is true. And that is just that berserker gameplay from Newtley. He was not afraid whatsoever diving under that tower, getting himself that lead in the top lane. But we can see Malinik building the Bramble Vest, trying to slow the aggression from the Olaf, trying to cancel some of that healing and prevent future all-ins like that from happening.
That's the difficulty, but taking stock of where we're at so far, you can see a gold lead brewing ever so slightly in the bot lane in the favor of the Bulldogs. Mid lane kind of close and even. The jungle relatively close despite Kim setting up a couple of kills for himself. Top lane still pretty close, but will potentially get out of hand if Olaf is left to his own devices. You can see he was not afraid to just go straight at Malinik with Ragnarok and try and 100-0 him. In fact, he did, but gave his life to the jungle.
Yes. And we see Reaper now electing for his second reset of the game, trying to get some more items in inventory so he'll be able to challenge Kim at whatever play is next. But we can also see right now Levi roaming up the top side, maybe looking for Malinik.
Yeah, and might be able to find it. This is yet another roam potentially for Levi. No flash, but does have Tibbers at level 7. There's going to be that nice deep ward that will spot out NatDog and Kim. That will give very good information. Means Mystic has to stay in fog, be careful. Level 4 will be able to potentially delay what would otherwise be a Butler Herald. But watch this, Reaper gets the stun over the wall into the charm. That's an airborne. Remember, NatDog's got nowhere to go. Finds his way out with his flash in the grand entrance. Levi looks down with Tibbers, buys some time, but has nowhere to go. Didn't have flash for just a few more seconds. Nice pickup from DePaul. They'll get one, almost two.
Yes, that is the pick potential of DePaul. Agitator with his Spirit Rush and Charm combo. Reaper playing the Viego, hitting the stun over the wall. They just find stun and stun and stun, and they were able to take down Levi and burn the flash of NatDog.
And interestingly enough, we're looking at what the win conditions are for these two teams. You can see Kim and Levi have to be those damage threats. The burst potential on the front end of the fight is crazy with the Annie and Kiana. They're well on their way to building that up. Kim's got a couple of kills, staying well ahead in farm of Reaper, and now you can see he's even going to get the local and kill gold of this arrow. On the flip side, Reaper, Agitator, and King Amazing have to be the win condition for DePaul. They have to get gold on the The Cold is an intelligent choice from King Amazing, where he knows there's not going to be a lot of action bot lane, so he can get bonus gold just from farming it up. Agistair now just got a kill off that mid lane play with the team, and Reaper, he's staying in it generally strong as well. So they've got their keys, yeah. Levi does have flash, does get charmed though, nice combo into the stun. Mystic set it up, and the kill goes gifted right over to Reaper, and that might give them the tempo they need to make this into their win.
Yep, they are definitely ahead on tempo here. They're going to be able to secure their second dragon of the game. It looks like, actually it spawns in 50 seconds, so they're just going to be able to get river control of that objective. But a really nice throw from Mystics onto Levi. He recognizes that nothing is happening in the spot lane, and he is trying to find these very odd angles that, you know, Levi or whoever on the team might not be expecting, because he has the ability to run around this map and make an impact. That's one of the things that Alistar is really good at, is leaving the lane and just being a basically second jungler.
Yeah, and if you're a Bulldogs fan, you don't have to worry too much about the Annie falling behind. This pick in particular can be shifted more to a utility role. Like Flash Tippers is the name of that game. It's okay if you're not super ahead of the curve in terms of your damage, because that can come through from the other roles. Carthago, he's actually very healthy, keeping up in CS. He's got that tier. You can see he's doing a lot of capture and taking Andres. He'll be able to put out the damage if Levi's missing. But top lane, called Force God to try and clear out the wave as they have spawned Shelly, who now takes the aggro. They're down to one last play, and they get it. They pull the trigger full steep on a Malinic. He flashes away, 300 HP remaining, and they'll gift it over to Nuclei. Meanwhile, bot lane, it will be the Dragon down to 1K. Smite it away, Reaper takes it. So top lane, full turret completed, plus
and
a
a
kill.
second charge.
Yeah. Plus a second charge and a kill in exchange for the Dragon. This game's pretty close, but the gold right now favors the Bulldogs once again.
Yes, and this is the Bulldogs constantly playing towards Nuclei in the top lane. He is generating so much pressure against Malinic. Look at that CS differential.
Goodness.
100 to 55.
Kim with the flash forward, trying to find Agistair, but it's so hard to get Canary. Goes back in, Agistair finds the charm. One for one, what a play by Kim to make it even. Levi set it up nicely.
Yeah, and that was Mystics just being there, right? Mystics is finding the opportunities to make plays with this team. He is constantly roaming, constantly being a nuisance for Levi in the mid lane, and helping his jungler pick up a kill onto Kim there.
Now what happens? You've seen that their turret is already gone top lane for Nuclei. It becomes riskier for him to push onto that tier 2 despite the Herald charge going off and it being half HP. It's still very risky with so much fog of war and that top quadrant of the jungle potentially being a path for Reaper, Agistair, or even Mystics, as you're describing, to come up here and stop Nuclei in his tracks. So what can Butler do next to continue this aggression and play through the fact that Olaf is so far ahead?
Well, I think it starts with vision control, right? Butler needs to push up their vision line so that Nuclei can have the safety to know when he's going into a 1v1, when he's going into a 1v2, when he's going into a 1v3, and they can appropriately move members on the other side of the map. Because I think Nuclei is comfortable taking those outnumbered skirmishes and potentially trading one for one, right? But it has to be known what they are going for. They have to have the vision to do it before committing to the play.
Yeah, but with all that extra time being pushed so far up the lane, you see he can go for things like this, where he can take jungle camps away, clear out vision, put return pressure back on mid lane, where he's even interested in Ragnarok forward. Mystic does use his ultimate to stay a little bit tanky, but he's got nowhere to go. Kim doesn't quite connect his ultimate. It's getting turned around. You can see Natdog trying to buy more time. Agistair goes deep. It's one. Double kill for Kim, who does enter the death chamber. Agistair has got plenty of spells left remaining. Charm goes wide. Ragnarok's still going and resets, and oh, the charm clips the edge of Agistair. Now they have 3 members that can look to maybe get an extra plate. Meanwhile, bot lane, a King Amazing finally gets the breathing room to potentially get a plate in the last 15 seconds before plates fall.
Yeah, but Butler's going to get multiple plates in the mid lane and take so much damage on this mid tower. Nuclei with the roam there. It felt like he had Ragnarok up for like 30 seconds. He was just going absolutely ham on the entire roster of Nepal. He got in there and he was just beating and fighting, and he did so much damage and got so much value for his team with that Olaf.
A double CS advantage. He's worth 650 gold already at only 14 minutes. If you just look at the kill score at the top of your screen, you wouldn't recognize the amount of gold that separates these two teams right now. 14 and a half minutes in, a 3,500 gold lead, heavily in favor of that top side of the map. And Kim, he gets this Kiana, doesn't get banned out this time, the first time this series, and now he's showing why you might actually have to ban it next game.
I mean, you have to ban so much against this Butler squad. It's
what do you ban? There's so many things, Mac. And Reaper, he's trying to clear out Vision. NatDog might be in a little bit of trouble getting pinched. Goes over the wall, will have to sacrifice Vision. But there's still over a minute before that dragon spawns, so it might be an opportunity for Butler to stop the dragon stacking. Because look at that, they've already got 2.
Yep, that is the saving grace for DePaul here. They have that dragon pressure, and that means they're going to be able to choose whether they want to fight at the next dragon or not. They can set up and look, and if it's favorable for them, they fight. If it's not, they back off and they look somewhere else. They look again, right? That is definitely a big point of pressure that they will be able to use. But on the other side, Butler has the pressure for this Ripped Herald. Newtly being so strong means that Kim can just walk up and take it uncontested.
Which he will, in fact, do now that it has spawned. You can see the mid lane pressure is absolutely there. They've collected 4 members to see if they can find yet another play onto Levi, but he's staying right at his turret. NatDog helps him clear out this wave. Agister from Fog of War might look for an angle. Levi wants to be able to hold that flash for an aggressive flash Tibbers. Newtly actually teleported in on the off chance that Agister or Mystics would have engaged, but also coming down conveniently in time for the dragon.
See both teams squaring off in the mid lane right now, just trying to get some early chip damage. Butler getting the wave into the tower first. They're going to have first look at this river. They have vision down into the enemy jungle, and they're going to be able to see where DePaul is approaching from. They choose to come from that middle river bush, but Butler is stacking.
The flash forward, 3 Tibbers done, all knocked into the air, knocked against the wall. Supreme display of talent, a triple kill, an instant ace. The Bulldogs have crunched the enemies. They're gone. They're like a dog treat in mid lane. It's an ace at only 16 minutes. The dragon is free. Let's watch it again.
We start this off with a huge flash Tibbers from Levi, and then a supreme display of talent that hits the entire squad of DePaul, and after that, it is just decimation. Butler firing on all cylinders. It looks like they're all full health at the end of that fight, and every single member of DePaul falls.
Yeah, Levi said, you can bring the fight to me, but wait when I bring the fight to you. It'll be a different story. That Flash Tibbers was a thing of legends. The absolute League of Legends action that we are seeing unfold before our eyes today. They pick up the dragon off the back of that ace as well. They've now ballooned that gold lead to our gargantuan 9,000 so far in this game and stopped that crucial dragon stacking. What DePaul has done has drafted to what they are comfortable with, but what is becoming painfully clear this Saturday is that they have not prepared for the audacious picks, the supreme display of talent we're seeing today. The Bulldogs, they play their own game. They don't try and play what you do in League of Legends. They bring what they are comfortable with to the table, and it seems DePaul was not prepared.
No, they are not. They have no answer for this Butler lineup. You asked earlier, do you ban the Kiana? If you ban the Kiana, you leave up the Vigar. What is the answer? Because DePaul doesn't have it.
What DePaul does have is their wits about them. Time and again, you can even see in the all chat pinged there, they now know Levi doesn't have flash. They're so good at tracking summoner spells and being able to find that short window to make a play even when down this chasm of gold. Do not count these guys out. There's a reason they make the finals so often. There's a reason that teams are terrored to go against them. It's so scary to play against DePaul when they are on their game. And right now, they're on their back foot, but they have the tools to scale, the tools to potentially... Here's the scariest part, Mac. Reaper on Viego. He is not terribly behind. It's more that Kim and Newtly are ahead. He is comfortably getting his items, leveling up. He's almost level 11, and all he needs is to take Kim's life. Because if he now gets to become the 8-2-3 Kiana, you know that he'll put on just the same kind of show that Kim's been doing. But he has to be able to bring his team together and take down at least one member first. Can they do it? That is the question.
That is the question, and I think we are going to get the answer here soon. Baron is spawning in 40 seconds. Butler has vision control deep into the enemy jungle. Kim is scouting forward, but the team is coming in from mid lane. So this gives DePaul some time to get some counter vision and to prepare for the battle of vision happening over this major objective.
Yeah, and I really love that there's been an answer to every single change in the draft for Butler. You take away the Ziggs, they answer with the Seraphine. Does similar things, right? It's not about taking towers, it's about neutralizing King Amazon in lane and making it through that laning phase. Levi, you take away my Vigar? Okay, well I have another way to stun 4 people at once. Let's go! And Kim, you can't ban this guy out. He's clean. And they've already started up the Baron in Fog. Can they burn it fast enough? It's already down to 6K. Reaper, Mystics, they're trying to find an angle to get over the wall. They do have control wards. They don't know how low it is. Reaper, he's so good at stealing these. Will he be able to find the angle? 2,000 HP. Mystics goes in, buying time. There you can see they stun him out. Mystics buying time in the pit. Reaper getting close, tries to find an angle. Kim getting very low. Will they steal the soul away from him? Kim, 200 HP. Malinick is gone. Reaper is down for the count. That means Baron could be on the table. It's a double kill this time for Carthago, putting out the magical damage. That is 4 members still remaining for the Bulldogs. With Tibbers able to tank, they'll be able to take down the Purple Orb and wear that buff for the next few minutes.
Yes, they will. And Carthago winning that team fight from the back. He was healing his team, stunning, rooting, and dealing damage to the mass of DePaul. Hit that big encore to stun them up and give the rest of Butler some time. They were a little bit out of position, but they kept their wits about them, and they readjusted, and now they wear that Baron buff.
It's the accelerated gameplay through top lane and jungle. Kim and Newtley are putting on a clinic today, and they can't be stopped, it seems. There's no answer for Malinick. Reaper doesn't know, should I still play around King Amazing, our star bot laner, or should I play through mid lane with Magister, who's so good at that gank assist? How do we answer top lane when there seems to be a canyon in that side of the map?
Who knows? And you can see here, the bot lane outer tower still has yet to fall for DePaul. Butler has completely ignored that side of the map. The middle inhib is open, and yet the bot outer is still standing. So a lot of standing gold for Butler to take with this Baron buff. But first comes this dragon, right? They want to get their second on the board and deny the DePaul Blue Devils a chance for a soul point.
They'll get their second Drake of the game, both of them mounted. They're just stacking these up. The bonus resists actually matter this late in the game. You can see a full Thorn Mail completed for Newtley. He's going to be in there denying damage and denying healing from the entire DePaul squad. Levi, he's got so much HP, and now he's actually a little bit tanky too with the bonus resist from Mountain. The craziest part about this is I just described, Reaper has to find a reset in these fights. He has to be able to bring his team, focus a target in comms. They all need to burst someone down so that they can get the reset, get these gold accelerated champions on their team instead. Such a tall order, and more so with those resists stacking up. They're gonna look with the Baron onto this tier 2. Look at the channel, Mystic, maybe one over the wall, tries to find Newtley. The Ragnarok makes him CC immune. They're gonna find the angle to come back. There is still a cannon minion knocking down this tower. A couple more autos from it will spell defeat for this turret. Baron's got plenty of time left on that buff. It looks like it's going to be Newtley going back to base, healing up, maybe even teleporting to side lane, perhaps, as they pressure multiple lanes. There's the Hex Flash being channeled once again. Alistar looking for an angle, trying to buy time, trying to defend this turret. 4 versus potentially more. Right now, Fog of War is so strong they don't know. Is Newtley still here? Is there a possibility that they try to dive us with this gold lead? They are so nervous, and Levi here just gets to hit mid lane. He's gonna actually get engaged on Agistar, uses the ult forward, flash away from the charm, and now, where's the engaged possibility? It has to be Mystic. They're gonna try and find that Newtley in trouble. No Ragnarok, but he's still able to create distance. There's the Timbers that goes down. Kim, now he enters the fight. This play of talent, will it find it? The charm, the 3-man knock shut down King Amazing. He's back in it. He got so much gold, and they didn't even get the inhibitor.
DePaul are hanging on by the skin of their teeth, man. I don't know how they do it. They're down 12,000 gold, and they find a fight. Let's look at it again. Let's see how DePaul managed to survive that fight. You see, Newtley teleported in very deep, 1v4, but he gets a lot of damage down. Levi goes in with the ulti, does a lot of damage to Reaper and King Amazing off the start, but Kim on the side missed the Supreme Display of Talent. Reaper dodged out of the Encore with that Viego possession, comes over and takes out Newtley with the final bit of damage. And then this three-man knockup looks huge for NatDog, but there's no damage followed up. It's only Carthago and Kim is knocked up back to back and stunned up. And with that, King Amazing is able to get a shutdown, and DePaul suddenly are fighting back and clawing their way back into this game.
It's still a 10,000 gold difference between these teams, which is a chasm for the time being. But more mistakes like that, you can see why you never should count DePaul out. They are so good at calling their targets, calling their shots, even when horrendously behind, right? It's now 10,000 difference, but it was even more before that fight. The huge shutdowns to come through. King Amazing was able to buy a full Last Whisper and now some Grievous Wounds, which does work. There's Melody. He's going to start this up. On the Torch Gun, knocks up one. There's going to be the Charm, but it's Ragnarok's boot. Mystics knocked back. The Spring Blade Talent chips two. There's the Encore to hit multiple members. Carthago's fine, hitting from the back line. King Amazing's got nowhere to go. NatDog finds the back line. It's an ace. It's a double kill. They're going to take the inhibitor, and they'll end the game.
Oh my goodness, that is game one going over to Butler. They got the bracket reset off of a 2-1 victory in the first series, and they come out in the second swinging.
Oh my goodness. Obviously, it's going to take them a minute. They've got 20 seconds to end the game. Very easy to do that with all these minions and all the extra damage on the turret. The Nexus will fall, and yeah, like you described, game one, going the way of the Bulldogs. There is one Nexus explosion standing between them and the dream bracket run from 4th place to champions. And we are moments away from seeing history happen right here on stream, man.
This is incredible. These Bulldogs are playing out of their mind. I've said this a million times. They are possessed by the gods of League of Legends. They are just unstoppable with their drafts, with their gameplay, and every single one of them is making major impacts in this game. It's not a one-man show. It's not just Kim. It's not just Newtley. It's every player. You saw that huge encore from Carthago at the end of the game there. You saw NatDog with so many great engages.
Yeah.
And Levi, he's been so consistent this whole series with his Annie, with his Cassiopeia. Yes. It is so incredible to see these guys go back to back to back and just continue to fight off anybody that challenges them.
We are moments away from closing out this series. We're going to take a short break for the players to catch their breath and set up for our next game. Game 2 of these grand finals. The bracket reset is true. We are moments away from closing out the series. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss this next game.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
We're not freaking leaving! No, we're still here live from Indianapolis at the Butler Esports Park. And Mac, I'm so incredibly hyped about what's happening today. What is happening is history in the making. Your hometown heroes, the Bulldogs, are one game, one victory away from making a run from 4th place, sneaking into this event, to hosting their run to a grand finale bracket reset. It's a fairy tale.
It is. It is. There's no better way to describe it. These guys came in to the weekend, right, completely counted out by this DePaul team. DePaul, in their bio for Reaper, wrote, "No use in practicing Butler," because he was so confident that Butler wasn't going to be a threat to them. And here they are, standing backs against the wall, about to be eliminated unless they can find some sort of answer for this Butler team.
I mean, that's the disrespect, right? You have to imagine any team in the Big East Conference can take games off of anyone else. And today, that has just rung true like a gong that never stops, where this run by the Bulldogs is just crazy. And look at that! Kim, hear the crowd in the background.
Yeah.
The #1 talent in North America makes it through the draft, and Nat Dog on his recon. All comfort all the way for Butler, and all in here for DePaul so far.
Yeah, DePaul says, we are changing it up. We are going full dive to counter the engage of Butler. King Amazon's taking the Kaisa, and Mystics is on the Nautilus.
Wow, what a first round of the draft so far. It looks like both teams are getting everything they could want. Reaper on one of the strongest junglers possible in the current meta. And of course, Mystics on a hook champion is always great for him. The Talon for Kim, Nat Dog on Recon. Oh my goodness, Newtley with the lightning rack. Pikachu! Right to bring us to the end here. What will be the matchup top lane, however?
DePaul drafts Engage. And Newtley says, all right, draft Engage. I will pick Kennen, one of the strongest AoE ultimate team fighters in the entire game, and we have seen how proficient he has been on that champion so far. Pair that with Kim's Talon, the Rakan of Nat Dog, and this is looking like a complete comfort draft for the Bulldogs.
And these are some of the picks that brought them to the grand final.
Yes.
Somehow taking down the reigning champions of St. John's, they were able to play this combo of Talon and Kennen in the top lane to extraordinary success. Just melting health bars, go in for the last hit, and the slipperiness of Kim on this Talon. He knows how to play this champion in his sleep, and honestly, he might need to. We're at 10 p.m. here local time. We've been playing since noon, and this is game number 10 for Butler? Game number 10. In the last 10 hours. How many of you have played 10 games back-to-back and not lost your minds? Instead of losing their minds, the Bulldogs are getting stronger by the minute. The Infinity Stones are getting collected. The gauntlet is about to snap here in the final game.
We see banned away from Carthago was that Ziggs, from that Seraphine. King Amazing said, no, you have to play an AD carry. And he says, all right, I'll pick the Ezreal. And I'm remembering back to a time where Carthago had an extremely successful game against King Amazing on this Ezreal pick.
Okay, and that's the safety. What they're missing is what they've had before, which is the kind of AoE wave clear in bot lane that can kind of neutralize the King Amazing scaling, right? What DePaul generally does to win is they'll play through King Amazing, and even if they don't, there's just a 2v2 strength in that bot side, and it's off of the ability for Mystics and King Amazing to just win 2v2. You can't fight 2v2 if a Ziggs or a Seraphine are just wave clearing and sitting at their turret being like, yeah, okay, bring me an apple, I'm hungry, you know, I'm scaling. What are you going to do about it? There's no tempo here, there's no play to be had. The Ezreal's a little different, right? He can run very out of mana if he has to just spam abilities on the wave, and it's very different playstyle. I'm a little nervous for that reason. but that is the only question mark here, because both these teams have basically drafted precisely what they are so comfortable with, and this could be the deciding game.
This could be. DePaul has their backs against the wall, and they go back to the Cho'Gath. The Cho'Gath,
which is probably his best so far, I gotta say.
But remember, we saw the Silas as the Cho'Gath counter in the first game of the first series in this grand finals. And Levi became so incredibly huge on this pick, stealing all of those feasts and just getting feast after feast after feast. He had like 800 free bonus health.
Do you expect a lane swap then? Because in that game you're harkering back to, it was Silas swapping to top lane to take the one-on-one, right? Do you expect that it will be the Kennen mid, even though it will likely, and we see the lock-in, piloted by Newtley?
I don't know. Honestly, it's up to these players. I could see it. I think Kennen probably has a better matchup into Annie than Silas does, right? He can stay at a range and not really ever be poked out. But, you know, with these players, who knows, right? They are so comfortable doing anything and everything that, you know, it could go either way.
It really could. I love the draft from DePaul. They have all the tools that they love to have in their back pocket. Once again, a front-to-back composition, now with a little dive on the side, right? You got Kaisa can reposition wherever King Amazing feels he could be most effective, which is additionally effective against the kind of dive from Talon and Kennen. He just has to tag someone else or have somebody else crowd control a target that isn't currently in a Maelstrom, right? And that's where you end up going. So a lot more, I would say, agency for King Amazing in this game versus the other games that we've had between these two teams. And that might be the way that this changes for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, DePaul, they did draft themselves a different look, which I think you need to do if you're this deep in a tournament and you have been, you know, upset multiple times by this Bulldog lineup. Look for something different, and they did. They drafted the Annie, right? An incredibly powerful mid laner, which we saw Levi have a lot of success with in a couple of his games. And then they swapped up the bot lane. They said, all right, we're going to go for fighting, we're going to go for pressure. And Reaper took the selfless route. He's not playing a carry anymore. He's playing Jarvan. He's playing to set his team up completely and only. So that might be the look that DePaul needs to get themselves back in.
So where will be the focus then? In the last few games, we've seen it's pretty clear that your Bulldogs love to play through top lane. Newtley is on a tear. Kim loves to snowball off of some of those early picks, and they just kind of let the team stall and buy time for them to make the plays together. If you're DePaul, do you answer that? I mean, we've asked this question many times, but this draft is slightly different. The Jarvan can do those early ganks very well, much like the Lee Sin. Can you try and find the angle to answer the aggression top lane? Or now that you have more agency through the bot lane with King Amazing and Mystics, do you just dive bot lane over and over? That's the question.
Here, the draft is different, but the players remain the same. And I think the story we've seen today is that the Butler team, no matter where the lead comes from, they are able to play as a unit, and they are able to convert that lead into a victory. They're able to team up and make incredible things happen, miraculous things happen. While DePaul, they just haven't found that rhythm. They've tried a couple different comps, and this is another new look, which could bring some fresh life into their lungs. But if I'm a betting man, I think that Butler is going to take this one. I mean,
Of course you'd bet on your own team. You gotta hope for the fantasy to come completely true. You gotta represent your school. I'm in it for the competition, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. What a story unfolding. We're loading here onto Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of the grand finale. Bracket reset already done. One game up for the Bulldogs. They just need one more game off of the Titans of DePaul to be able to win and hoist that trophy in the air.
And it looks like Levi is going to be in the top lane. He scouted out that invade from Mystics and the squad of DePaul, so no level 1 advantage for them. And a crucial deep ward is going to be able to spot where Reaper starts on this Jarvan. So there's going to be no surprises for which lane he's going to be pathing towards.
Crucial, as you said. This is the first time that at a level 1, there's been that risk to get some deep vision, and the risk taken by Butler may pay off in dividends by able to waste Reaper's time, slow down his tempo, and by extension, give bonus time to Kim, accelerate that gameplay, and know that he can either counter gank Reaper or make a free play somewhere else on the map.
Well, we can see for the first time, I believe this series, both junglers are starting on the same side of the map. Reaper on his red buff in the bot lane, going to be likely pathing towards that top lane. And Kim as well, starting on his blue buff this time, likely pathing towards that top side.
Yep, and he'll be able to go for what looks like to be a high-level advantage clear, where it doesn't look like he's trying to force an early path towards top side just right away. He trusts Levi to be able to hold this, and it is, in fact, the lane swap that we thought was possible. Levi, top lane, on this Silas for that good matchup. Newtly back mid. Reaper here. Beautiful hook from Mystics. They find Carthago. He's gone. First blood for Reaper.
And that was the power of the 2v2 in the bot lane. That is the King Amazing and Mystics duo lane that we know. That they are so powerful in this bottom lane. They constantly create advantages for themselves. And when they are in that 2v2, in that 80 carry matchup, that comfort for King Amazing, he finds the lead, and him and Mystics get DePaul their first lead of the series for what feels like it's a while.
Yeah, it has been a while since they found that tempo early. A beautiful hook, honestly, set up by Mystics. Shout out to him, absolutely off of his play. And Reaper felt like it was a bit of a misstep from Butler to not expect that, knowing that he had started topside and they didn't see him path entirely. It started bot side and hadn't seen him path entirely to top. So a little bit of a misplay. They pay for it with a life. Still have summoner spells, however. It was the Ghost and Ignite and Reaper's Flash to be able to secure that. That's a lot of resources actually used. And in exchange, it's going to be Reaper who has to continue to accelerate this game because it didn't go on King Amazing like it may have otherwise.
Yep, and Reaper now looking for a play in the top lane onto Levi, but Wave is pushing into Levi, and unless Levi gets aggressive with Kim here, I think he's just going to be able to farm this up. Time will be wasted for Reaper.
A little bit of a counter gank. You can see both junglers have now seen each other. Yeah, Nat Dogg's up here as well. Adversaire first to move, has that stun. They're going to engage right there on a Reaper. Ignite goes down, flash from Adversaire to get the stun onto Kim, goes over the wall. Nat Dogg kind of caught in an awkward spot, but Newtly's putting down the DPS. And there's Levi from downtown. The chain CC, Malinik gets the knock up, but no more damage remains. He's going to flash the wall, but Kim, he does something, doesn't he? He goes over once again. He'll find more. 200 HP. The passive comes down. Levi gets another. Your Bulldogs are on the board. 3-1 in the grand finale.
That roam from Nat Dogg was incredible. He read that there was going to be a fight for this top Scuttle Crab. He took the reset. He ran for it. Yes, Carthago is going to have to pay losing this wave, but that gets a lead for all three members of the top side of Butler, and it's incredible, right? These players are completely in sync, and they know what's about to happen before it even happens.
What a play. Honestly, Nat Dogg, he is the difference maker. He is that X factor in these last few games. He makes such great plays here on the recon. Nobody's banned it against him. This whole what a disrespect. What a disrespect to give it to him every time. He always performs. Now Levi, with all this extra gold, can bully continuously this already favored matchup in top lane. You can see he's shoving this in, has great vision control to know that he can shove all the way to the turret, even threaten potentially a dive. And Newtly feels comfortable, even looking for a trade on Adversaire. Look at that. That's the electrocute into a little bit more. A lot of attack speed for Newtly from range. Nice fadeaway Q. That's the Kobe from downtown, and he finds a health advantage to boot.
Yes, he does. It looks like Butler may be searching for a dive in the top lane. Kim's going under tower, Malinik and Levi looking for him, but Levi a little dangerous, a little low under tower.
Kim's passive will clean it up, however. It'll be a 1-for-1, and remember, it's okay to die under tower. If you guys know about League of Legends, you'll know that it's always good to trade your life 1-for-1 if you've shoved the wave, because that denies additional gold and experience from your lane opponent. And honestly, they love getting these kills on Kim. Who better than to start stacking up early damage? He's already got that serrated dirt. But on the other side of the map, DePaul says, we're going to start stacking these dragons. We've played through bottom lane. We already have this advantage, so we're going to take the free objective.
Yeah, we've seen DePaul get many first dragons in this series, and it has been sort of their calling card, right? They have a winning bot lane, they have a lot of pressure down here, and you know, the Infernal Drake will feel nice for them, but I think the real test is going to be this first Rift Herald that spawns in a minute and a half.
Will it be Nat Dog coming up? Will they even bring Carthago potentially for a full 5-person play on that first tempo on the map? It's got some time before it spawns, just over a minute for that Herald. You know that Kim's really good at picking it up himself as well, but man, look at this. Maybe setting up for a potential play bot side. Both these junglers hovering nearby, doing their second round of buffs at the 7-minute mark. Levi takes the feast, gets a chomp onto a minion that's bonus HP for him, as he did the last time he played this matchup. It works out really well for him.
Yes, it did. That is one of the advantages of this Sylas Cho'Gath matchup. Consistently just gaining stats from that Devour is so powerful on a champion that has so much flexibility, so much dueling power like the Sylas. Once he gets to that mid and late game, suddenly he's going to be like 3,000, 3,500 health with a full AP build.
Really looking to see how that plays out. Adjustere trading in mid lane with Newtly. 1v1. You can see Talon stealing away some camps on the top side. Does clear out some vision to Levi, setting up for a potential dive once again. This is how they played, is through top lane with Kim just looking for dive after dive after dive, able to take him down. Malinick, however, has a beast this time. No flash, but he's super high HP. Makes it very difficult. You can see Kim kind of called out that dive. Seeing Mystics in mid lane, Kim sitting on a ward. This could turn ugly if Paul able to find an angle.
King Amazon's up here. They are committing 5 full members. They say this is where we make our stand. We are going to fight for the objective. And Newtly flashing forward onto Mystics.
Even throwing down the Ignite onto Mystics. There's to be attacked by King Mason. He flashes forward, does get the last hit. Kim goes right there onto him. He gets the passive from him, ultimate to, oh my, King Amazing, able to find 2 and survive. Nat Dog gets caught, it's a shutdown, and oh no, the tables have turned. 8.5 minutes in, and now 1,000 gold advantage for DePaul, and it's on. Crucially, King Amazing.
King Amazing is finally having his game. He made the call, I'm going to be here for this fight. I know Butler is going to commit, and they did. Newtly flashes forward into 2 members thinking that he had the advantage, but what he didn't know was King Amazing was lying in wait in the river, and he cleans up the fight onto both him and Kim.
Yeah, a little bit of a early trigger pull from Newtly. Even though he did miss his Q, I also think he was a little too far ahead of the play. His team couldn't contribute damage to his play, and so it was always punishable. Even if he ends up getting a kill, he trades his life no matter what, because there's too many other members around. DePaul knew that, they pulled the trigger, and now King Amazing's wearing blue buff, 202, 20 CS up. This is everything that the Blue Demons love to see for themselves, and it's working out nicely for the first 10 minutes of this game.
Yes, it is, but we have to remember that this game is still only a 300 gold lead, right? A lot of that gold, again, centered on King Amazing. So that means in perspective, Levi, Kim, and Newtly are ahead of gold of their counterparts, right?
Yep, that's the difficulty for a little bit more. Mystics and King Amazing will clear out this vision. You see 4 members through Fog of War inching their way towards bottom lane. Looks like Adjustere will change his mind and go back towards mid. Does have Flash Tibbers available very soon. Cataclysm available for Reaper. The last time he used his Flash was very aggressively level 2 in bot lane to set things up even more for King Amazing. There's still a little while, under a minute for that dragon to spawn, but at this point you can see that Blue Demons, they are in full control of the bot side of this map right now.
Yes, they are. They have complete vision coverage, but Butler taking some resets, buying some items, and a nice disengage from Newtly gets himself away from danger in the bottom river, and it looks like in 30 seconds this dragon is going to be spawning. I wonder if Butler is going to contest.
But they just might, because using the Flash Tibbers and even the Hex Flash look there for Mystics and not finding even enough damage to bully Newtly out of lane might mean there's just too many tools missing here. The Flash Tibbers is crucial, actually, to the team fight built and constructed here for DePaul, which means there you go. There's the priority into mid lane. They're clearing out the vision as a squad. The Bulldogs are interested in taking their first strike of the game. See, Malinik is already down here, but he's on vision. Levi steals away Beast, does have that available. They can delete any single member. Natdog looking for the angle. Reaper doesn't pull the trigger to re-engage. Knockup doesn't find anyone. There's the hook. Mystic on the flank. He's pretty low. Newly finds multiple members. He says, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in with me. Garbago putting down the DPS on the side. Mystics, he's got no more damage to follow up his play. Addister falls. You'll see Natdog continue the chase. A double kill for Levi, and they'll get the drink.
Deja vu. Superman, I saw Butler Carthago do the same thing to King Amazin in the Summer Showdown. He has the Ezreal, he takes out King Amazin on the side, and we're gonna jump right back into it. Keep your eyes on Carthago. He has an incredible fight here.
Yeah, here's that replay. Like you said, watch this Ezreal. Break it down for us.
All right, we have him on the side, just sort of dealing with the Rift Herald, but right here, lands the ultimate onto King Amazin, breaking the shield, flash forward, lands the Q, takes him out of the fight. Now he's going to finish off Reaper with the W auto, and from here, he is just going to be free hitting on the rest of the team, while the rest of the members of Butler are making space for him. What a play. That is going to be an ace for the Bulldogs.
How differently does that go, Mac? If they had Flash Tibbers a little bit too ahead of schedule with Adjuster thinking he could make that play onto Newtly in mid lane. Now they didn't have both Flash or Tibbers for that skirmish we just saw the replay of. That's why it went so incredibly wrong for DePaul, is because they still decided to fight despite being down those key spells from their mid laner. And it's the Luden's Rush for Adjuster, so he's supposed to be very bursty, and a lot of that is from this ultimate. If you don't have it, you gotta be patient. And oh my goodness, speaking of damage, Newtly finds it. Mystics, maybe in an awkward spot here in the river. Kim saying, this is my river, right? I got a canoe. I'm leisurely living here. You don't get to come here and maybe even fish for anything. It's my house, and he's owning it.
Yeah, look at the Butler vision coverage in that river. They have it lit up like a Christmas tree, but nothing to play for there. So it's just going to be Newtly taking a couple plays in the mid lane, stacking his pockets with more of this gold, trying to get more items in their inventories before we see another battle on the map. And I think that next battle is going to be this Rift Herald spawning in 1 minute.
Well, the Black Dwarf from Mystics does find the angle onto Newtly. Does have Flash, tries to get back to the safety of Kim, and the waiting arms. King Amazin dives deep, but there's too much damage. He has to give her the wall. Reaper showed up as well, so it was kind of a 3v1 or 3v2 situation. Nice pick set up. You can see DePaul, it doesn't matter, ahead or behind, they're never afraid to pull that trigger, and this time they knew they had the advantage.
Yes, they did. King Amazin being the benefactor of that play. Once again, you can see he is 3-1-3 on this Kai'Sa, incredibly strong, and they're going to be able to break that mid lane tower. That is big. That is the entrance to the jungle. They're going to be able to push in, get vision so much safer with that taken down, which is going to give this pick composition all the more power as we move deeper into this mid game.
Yeah, what a great potentially final game right here. These two teams playing out of their minds. You can see a dragon apiece, tower's pretty close, gold basically dead even, and both teams have the gold where they want it to be. That's what's most exciting to me about this game as it develops so far. King Amazin, 3-1-3. You can't ask for more this deep into the game. And Levi feeling strong through the top lane. Even Newtly getting a lot of those items to come through. Stopwatch check. Check this out. They're going to play around this neutral objective. Newtly has stopwatch. Slicing Maelstrom on a short cooldown for the time being. They're trying to buy time.
Yes, they are. And River vision right now in the favor of Butler. You can see Kim on the flank. I wonder if he is going to be marked by this Annie or if they're just going to let him be back here. Newtly getting some good chip damage onto Malinik. Levi steals the ultimate. That's going to be huge. He's going to either be able to get a huge threat in the team fight with it or a extra stat.
Looks like they'll use it on the neutral objective. That means they'll get that stack and they'll get the purple eye. That's going to be another herald for them as they'll look to answer the aggression happening mid lane. You can see, wasn't sure, either team wasn't actually sure if they were going to go for this. Hold that thought, because Levi's gotten Malinik down to 40%. There's a fight in the mid lane. You can see the dive forward from Reaper. Newtly stuns them up. Natdog somehow survives. King Amazin tries to get that last bit of of damage, but can't quite find it. Nat Dog, with the skin of his teeth, survives. Newtly, he gets away.
Yes, he does. That is very fortunate for the Bulldogs. They make it out with their lives. You saw King Amazin ult forward trying to finish off those kills, but they just did not fall. And right now, the teams are going to be setting up for this dragon spawning in 45 seconds. No vision for either team on this bot side. It is all on the top side of the map, so it's going to be a question of who is going to prioritize this objective more, and are they going to set up vision in the river?
And nothing is given, everything is earned. You can see this game has already gone back and forth a while. A dragon apiece, a couple towers have been taken by the way of DePaul. Butler, they're trying to find their first few structures right now, but do they have the timers to make it back in time for what is the third Drake spawning in 15 seconds? It looks like DePaul's gonna be there first. They're gonna be able to find a way to hold the vision defensively, and will it be Butler this time that tries a little bit too hard to play into Fog of War?
Could be the case. Levi is in base with his teleport, and he is joining, but he's joining on top of a stack of members of DePaul. They choose not to go for him right there. Kim off to the side. They are now running towards him. But Newtly dashed forward, and Tibbers committed over to Nat Dog.
Only onto the score. Mystic now out of position. You can see absolute deletion of the by Kim. He finds the target. Malnick down at 100 HP from that beast from Levi. He says, what you can do, I could do better. And now you saw that the Herald took down mid lane Kim. He's trying to find the extra angle. Finds King Amazin, who has to flash away. Reaper, he'll be no longer for this world. Newtly and Carthago may be considering a further chase. They don't need to find it as they have lane priority through mid lane.
Yes, they do, and that's going to be a dragon secured for Butler. 4 members fall for DePaul. King Amazin, the last man standing. We're going to take a look at this fight once again.
Here's the wild thing that happened this time. As you can see, 3 different angles for Butler. They found so many ways to create chaos in this fight. You can see DePaul had to kind of play safely and peel for King Amazin until they knew where Kim was. But by the time Kim shows his face again, somebody's dead. And that chains a kill. One into the next, and you saw them chase to continue. And as we come back to live, you can see now that gold lead has ballooned 4,000 ahead for the Bulldogs, your hometown heroes. They do not want to play another game. They want to end it here and now.
Yes, they do, and that is all going to start with them taking advantage of these side lanes and pushing the tempo and getting towers down, right? DePaul still has a lot of structures on the map. Only 2 turrets taken by Butler, right? We see the Baron is going to be spawning in a minute, which is a big objective that they can use to bait DePaul into more team fights. But first they have to get control of the wave, set up vision, and start pressuring these side lanes to pull DePaul apart by the seams.
I can think of nothing more terrifying in this moment than the 20-minute spawn of Baron, baiting the Bulldogs into going for it too early. If they overcommit into Cataclysm, oh my goodness, mid lane, Levi's in trouble. He has to go golden to buy a little bit of time to drop Rod. He does a little bit of chip damage, and now he somehow escapes. Levi's fine. Kim creating the chaos, does get hooked. Mystic found the key target. They'll get the shutdown. Now Baron spawning 10 seconds away, and everything the Bulldogs have already been used. Can they stop the onslaught
Watch
from the
Newtly here.
demons?
Watch Newtly here. He has Flash, he has Maelstrom. They are stacked and they have reduced magic resist because of the Baron debuff. He's going in.
You
King Amazin's down.
He gets 2 instantly. Carthago free hitting going forward. And what do you know? Nat Dog finds more. It's a triple kill for Carthago. A quadra kill. I'm dying. Oh my goodness. I'm losing my voice, Mac. This is wild.
He's
Let's
going
see
off.
it again.
He's
Break
going
it down.
off. All right, we seen. I called it before. Newtly going in with the ultimate, but Carthago here gets 1. He goes forward on to Reaper, continues to auto attack. That 2-man knockup from Nat Dog is huge. Lands the Q, gets another hit onto Malinick, and that is the quadra kill. You know, Carthago has been, put on this enchanter duty most of the day. day. And now finally in game number 2 of the bracket reset, he gets his chance to shine and he gets a quadra kill on the Ezreal.
It's like they were listening to me, Mac. I was like, the Baron, it makes me nervous. And they were like, whatever, it's on our side. The Bulldogs go crazy. They bite down, clamp down, and honestly, the true deadly thing on the Rift is the Newt Scoot. With that flash, he can do no wrong. He's on a tear in the last few series. The whole squad together, but don't count the demons out. Because look, they still move as a squad. That is the necessary play. The Wombo combo. Flash is almost up for Agistair, and he knows how to find the Flash Tibbers.
Yes, he does. And you can never count King Amazing out. He is so good. But at this point, I think Butler has enough answers, right? They have the Maelstrom from Nootly. They have Kim, but Nootly 1v3 right now.
Does still have Hourglass, able to take everybody down to half HP. Kim shows up, has a lot of damage, able to do it. King Amazing dives the backside. You can see him putting out so much, facing beautifully. King Amazing, not enough. They're gonna get taken down. It's the Bulldogs once again. They ace. They
Another
ace. The
ace.
team.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do, Superman. We're witnessing it happen. Butler is coming from the 4th seed, from the lower bracket, from barely making playoffs, taking down Seton Hall 2-0, beating St. John's, and now with the bracket reset, beating DePaul, the 4-time champions in their first finals ever.
Goodness, it's a fairy tale, but it's happening real. Right in front of our eyes. I can't believe this is happening. They are potentially minutes from taking that Nexus. Will it be possible? DePaul, the monolith team that they've been, will they find it in their skill alone to bring this back? Their preparation went out the window. They told us as much in the previous weeks of the spring split that they don't care about the biggies. They think they're better than this. But here they are with their backs against the wall against the 4th place team that they have written off. Mystic in trouble, doesn't find a hook. King goes in, the support falls. The Cataclysm will lock Levi in place. He goes golden, Agistair's in trouble. King Amazing's down. Nudie looking for more. Agistair has to flash. Kim tags him on the edge. Malinik back into Fog of War, has to lick his wounds. It's the Dogs. The Bulldogs growl. The Bulldogs bite, and the Bulldogs will take the inhibitor here in the base and mid.
Yes, they will. Carthago stopping the back of Malinik. He is going for it with Kim. They are pushing down the mid lane as 3. That's an ace right there.
Looking for more, they take down the last. They're taking down the inhibitor. The crowd is going wild. You can hear it in the background. It's potentially minutes from that Nexus exploding in front of our eyes and history in the Big East being made.
This is incredible. This team is 1 fight away from closing this series out. This is a result I don't think anybody expected, right? I was hoping for it. But, you know, who could? This is a 4th seed team. This team was barely looking like they could play together coming into the playoffs, and, you know, they've just found their rhythm.
Nobody could have predicted. I mean, if you're a betting person, you would have made bank off of this parlay. How could you imagine that the Bulldogs go from never winning a single playoff game in their entire history in the Big East to hosting the first ever LAN of the Big East and taking everything with them here with the crowd screaming their chants of success every step of the way. They've been playing League of Legends for like 6 hours straight now. I'm dying. My voice is gone. But I am so proud to witness this here today. Levi's in trouble. Mystic separates him from the fight. Kim goes in before his team shows. Teleport comes through. You can see Malinik is here. And now Agistair, with Timbers available, can buy more time. There's no neutral objective for the time being. Minutes before any of those spawn. This is the quiet moment, potentially the calm before the storm, Mac. And it has to be the moment for DePaul to bring themselves back, pull themselves up from the ashes, rise like the phoenix they can be, and King Amazing with 2, now completing a 3rd item soon. He has to do it. His team has to do it, or the Bulldogs will make history tonight.
Yes, they will. They are sieging on this tier 2 tower. Newtly lying in wait, and Melanik is kicked off at the beginning. Ult coming in.
In the enemy jungle, Newtly once again, he goes golden like the metal he will wear. It's the Bulldogs. They go crazy with it. Double kill for Carthago. More to come. They have their eyes set on mid lane. It's gonna be the inhibitor. It's gonna be the Nexus. Your Bulldogs. Oh my goodness.
Your 2023 Big East Spring Champions, the Butler Bulldogs.
What has happened? Mac, I cannot believe that this is the story we got to witness today. Look at the crazy players playing out of their minds to make their hometown proud. This is amazing to witness. The team jumping for joy, finding success here in their arena, the Esports Park here in Indianapolis, live in front of their fans, in front of their hometown. You couldn't ask for anything more. The crown will be worn. The trophy will be lifted. Oh my goodness, you couldn't ask for anything more.
This was incredible.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Levi, come here. We gotta talk, because you guys came into this tournament this season after barely making it out of the regular season. Stressful season. Last couple of weeks, you guys needed to get those wins against Villanova. You needed to get those wins in order to get into this tournament, your own tournament. You saved. You know, a lot of folks in like Twitch chat in those last couple of weeks were like, you know, it'd be really awkward, you know, if Butler doesn't make it into their own tournament, right? So here you are after, you know, a pretty shaky season, barely making it in, and now your team has not only made it into your first Big East Finals, but it made it all the way from the lower bracket and made a bracket reset. I feel like I have to ask possibly the dumbest question of my entire interviewing in the Big East. How do you feel?
Man, I feel great, but before I answer all those questions, congrats to DePaul for being here. It's hard to come to someone else's stadium and play a game. Congrats to all the teams that made playoffs, but we said from the beginning of the year, the second Kim stepped on campus, this team's peak is winning it all, and this team will settle for nothing less than winning it all. You know, we struggled getting communication with Kim, getting us all on the same page. We struggled with draft ideas. You know, we got to that point halfway where we were like, we got to just win every game for the rest of the regular season to make playoffs at least. And, you know, we said, you know, it's just us five, guys. It's us five. We're playing league. We all enjoy the game. And there's like this great feeling of camaraderie. I'm losing my voice. Camaraderie between these guys. And, you know, I've enjoyed playing with all of them. It's just, this was what we said our peak is, and we will be disappointed if we don't do anything else but win the Big East. We've said that all year.
Yeah, and y'all.
And with that, playoffs, bracket reset. You know, we're coming from the bottom bracket. We have to prove it all. We went 8-2 today, won 4 best of 3s. There's no excuses. We came out, we played. We're the best team on the day. We're the best team here. We're the best team in the Big East. I mean, we beat everybody today. That just doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
I mean, so now we have to look forward, right? Because now you guys are going to be assured into CLOL, right? This is a huge tournament. There's lots of teams, and a lot of times kind of historically Big East gets thrown into kind of very hard matchups round one. Like how are you going to start comparing to some of these teams that have been practicing like in the Unified League, in NACE, and all these other leagues, and, you know, start that whole process, right?
Well, you know, we're scrimming a ton. We're scrimming people that our pro teams in Latin America versus Masters, Diamond, GM teams here. We did do that, by the way. We actually did scrim a pro team in Latin America. But, you know, practice is important to us. It's going to be what gets us there. And you know what? This team can beat any team anywhere near us in league, because at the end of the day, it's a video game, and it's all about who's on the same page, who's making the right plays, and who's got the better draft. And, you know, when it comes to us five, it's going to be hard to find 5 people who are more on the same page and who have more of an idea of how to play the game and draft as well as we do, because I think that's one big reason we won is we all have the same idea on how to draft, and I think we could beat anybody.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, you've gone out and proven it today. Like you said, you've beaten everyone. And that's not an exaggeration. You know, round 1 was Seton Hall, round 2 was St. John's, round 3, DePaul. Like, you know, you've gone. Okay. Yeah. No, you got it. That's all you. But yeah, this is a huge achievement, of course. I struggled to think of like any specific like game stuff to talk about. Is there like something that like you kept like in your, you know what? Was there anything you didn't get to show off today?
Actually, we do have more stuff in the draft pocket, don't we? Really, we do. But I think when we're talking about the game too, it's just like we realized real quickly what their number was for all the teams we played today and what we had to do. So it was like, all right, bots carry this game. And then, oh, Isaac got a lead. Oh, it's an Isaac carry game. Or it's Kim's got a lead. It's a Kim carry game. Or I got a lead. It's a me carry game. So, you know, we passed around who's play calling based off who had the lead, and we all just played on it. So sometimes it was me on engage on Annie, and I'm flash ulting, or it's Kim making a great play. And, you know, we have a lot more to show, actually, in draft at least, and a lot more game plans. Because, you know, like I said earlier, we can play everything, and we'll be some swaps, but we'll make it fun, and we're gonna try our best.
Yeah, for sure. I think the last thing I want to talk about is in your game against St. John's today, y'all just decided to throw just kind of everyone into whatever role they kind of wanted. Like, is this something that you also kept in the back pocket? Like, oh, hey, by the way, like Kim also plays jungle. Like, you know, that we can just like, why don't we just do that? Like, is that just something that, or was that kind of like an impromptu, like, we need to change something right now, and this is what's going to happen?
You know, we did it in scrims where we've done this because really Kim's a mid laner. He's a mid main, but for the most part, his champs don't work a lot in comp, and I have that wider like supportive role, and he's so good in the jungle. But Nathan plays jungle too, so we were like, okay, and support's my secondary, so we moved it around, and we were like, you know what, right before St. John's game, we were like, it's do or die. We got to make it happen here. And, you know, Kim was the spark that absolutely sent us off today. Like, once we had that game, I don't think we were going to lose at all today. I didn't have a doubt in my mind. As soon as I saw Kim, 17-1-7 on Kiana. Kiana, of all champs, by the way, I was like, there's just no doubt in my mind. It was the spark that ignited us. We needed it. And, you know, I don't know if it would have been possible without the trust from all of us saying, all right, Kim, you're going mid. He said he wanted mid. He wanted Kiana. We just gave it to him. So it wouldn't be possible without that trust and without that ability from all our players to be able to do that and to be open-minded enough to do it.
I have one last question, and it's for Kim. Kim, do you want to come here? I have one question. Yeah. Kim, incredibly talented talent player. You could say you're talented. I'm sorry. There is one other player in the Big East who is an insane talent player. What do you want to say to LCL if you were to 1v1?
What is the question?
LCL's UConn's jungler. UConn's jungler, LCL, plays Talon. He goes like 26-1 in some of his games. 1v1, who wins?
Who?
Yeah, who wins? Who wins the 1v1? Yeah. Oh yeah, no. That's a good one. That's a good one. I hope so. UConn, I hope you're not watching. I totally set them up for that one. I'm sorry. But I think that does it for us. I think we just throw it back to the casters. Throw it back to the casters. Yes. Yeah. Throw it back to the casters real quick, and then we'll be back in a second.
What an experience for everyone involved today. A special thank you to all the teams that came out. Seton Hall, St. John's, and especially DePaul going the distance here, putting on a wonderful showing. Everybody played fantastic today. We had so many close games of League of Legends, and honestly, I couldn't ask for anything more out of everybody who showed up today. Thank you.
Big East Conference. Thank you, Butler Esports, for hosting. Thank you, everyone who showed up today to cheer on your favorite teams. Production for putting on probably the best show of my life. And oh my goodness, what an experience here tonight, Mac.
You said it best. It was incredible. It is, I've been a part of this program for many years. I helped get it started, and I saw and played through many, many challenging weekends, right? I have so many teammates that have been a part of this, and, we've struggled, and there's always been a team that's been better. There's always been a team that's had our number, and it felt like we have spent so long and so much effort practicing towards this, and, Levi takes the reins of this team, and he gets them together. He's guiding them to the promised land. He's helping them all come together, and it was like the perfect storm. All of these 5 guys coming together and being them. They are the team from Butler that came from the lower bracket, the underdog story that everybody dreams of and knows this university is famous for. This is one to remember. This is going in the history books, and I am so glad to just be a part of it.
Yeah, a lesson in momentum, a lesson in what esports is truly all about, the LAN experience, the collective enjoyment, coming together for competition, coming together for such an extraordinary experience that we may never ever see again. I am so grateful to have been here today to see this happen in real time. I know everybody watching at home feels very same way. We saw in Twitch chat you guys going crazy. You heard everybody live going crazy. What a wonderful event. And we want to thank everybody for tuning in. Don't go anywhere because it's time. It is time to crown your champions. We're sending it back to the stage to hand over the trophy. The trophy to your Bulldogs. Let's make it happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the stage where Big East Conference Executive Associate Commissioner Chris Schneider will present the awards. First, let's congratulate all of the students who participated in the first in-person Big East League of Legends Championship. Let's give another warm round of applause to the League of Legends runners-up, DePaul, the Blue Devils. Thank you so much. As you call your name, please step forward for your medal. Joel Alvarez. Kevin Forbes. Mikhail Alanchev. Tyler Kujawa. James Go. Congratulations on a great tournament, guys. Let's give them another round of applause. And now, congratulations to the 2023 Big East League of Legends champions and the automatic bid representative to the Riot College League of Legends Championship, the Bulldogs from Butler University. As we call your name, please step forward for your medal. Levi Hrabos. Sungha Kim. Isaac Newtley Kane. Camille Carthago Storiasic. I'm sorry. Nathan Natdog Anonic. Okay. Ryan Bacon Reagan. Yeah. Congratulations on a great tournament. Another round of applause. And now, would the team please come forward to accept the 2023 Big East Championship Trophy? Yeah. Ooh, careful.
Let me get one of everybody here, too.
Congratulations once again to the Butler University Bulldogs. Congratulations. The Big East Conference would like to thank you for your attendance and support of the Big East Esports. From everyone here, the production crew, to the folks who have organized the tournament, to Butler University who allowed us to use the space, thank you all so much for joining us in person. Thank you so much for watching us on Twitch chat. Give me a Kappa 1, 2, 3 for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Good night, and we'll see you next year. Bye-bye.